weed, cocaine, heroin.
That's gonna create a fucking hell in Mexico with the organizations because they're gonna stop from being drug traffickers and they're gonna have to find new revenues. And those new revenues are always kidnapping, extortion, all that kind of shit. Every time that their business goes down, they jump immediately to like kidnapping, extortion, carjacking.
Yeah. I wonder if this may be the stupidest thing I ever said, but if coke became illegal in the U.S., if like big pharmaceutical companies that are now legally selling coke would start working with the cartels.
that would be the best case scenario if they actually manage to work together, the U.S. and Mexico, right? Where Mexico says like, okay, maybe we don't sell, you sell it, we produce it legally for export, and that would be good,
Right.
But Mexico will have to legalize production of, I mean, first of all, like cocaine, like the coca plant doesn't grow in Mexico. It grows in certain altitudes like Colombia, Bolivia, Paraguay.
Right.
Mexican cartels have been attempting to grow coca in Mexico for a while, in Guerrero and in Chiapas. They haven't succeeded. But the Mexican government has found like small regions where they planted, like a couple of hectares of coca leaves.
Really?
But they don't grow up as much as they grow in Colombia.
I had a guy in here who lives in Brazil in the rainforest, in the Amazon rainforest. And he said that one week he went on a solo sort of like adventure through the Amazon, like up the river and like on a crazy dangerous solo journey. And he saw whole parts of the Amazon forest that are like hollowed out for airplanes to like fly under the canopy of the forest and land there and load up. And then he also ran into a group of dudes on a boat. I think he actually caught a ride with them. They were a couple of dudes that just had a boat full of bricks of coke, that were just going down the Amazon. And I guess just transporting it, but I guess there's a lot of little pop-up factories in the Amazon that are manufacturing coke. And are those like Mexican cartels?
Yeah, those probably are providers. Now, the biggest factory in Latin America for coke is a national park.
It's in a national park.
I put up a story like a couple of months ago about that park and how they're huge operations. It's not like they have like these small groups inside for huge operations, like massive factories. It's a massive national park.
Did you go there?
I didn't, but I got photos from the Bolivian police that later got made.
So you can't see your awesome.
I think I have them somewhere on my Instagram account. At least one of them. But if you Google, it's fucking crazy. It's crazy that that's the biggest
And the government there, they obviously
they can't have their hands on everything. It's so huge.
So what is this?
That's a photo from one of the national parks right there. After finding and that is happening almost on a weekly basis. That they're finding new kitchens and that. So they're taking a lot of that's kind of like all news to the region. They keep finding
So I'm interested. What is it like being you, reporting on this shit every week, finding all these new stories, dealing with all these sources in the different cartels, and reporting to all these different news sites? Like, it's gotta be. Like, it's gonna make it hard to sleep at night when you're dealing with all these fucking violent people.
Sort of, man. I mean, I've been doing this for 2 years now, so at the beginning, I guess, more at the beginning, I was still having like adrenaline rushing all day. getting like, hard nights, trying to sleep, that kind of stuff. But you still like get used to it, like to me right now it's not that it is only a job, but I have a mechanism right now, I have different cell phones for starters, like that cell phone you message me now, I give that phone only like to very specific people, right? Because I know that that's my personal phone, and I'm going to answer every call or message I get from that phone, because only very specific people have that phone, and I always ask the people who have that phone not to share it with anyone. Like, don't share this with anyone. And as soon as I find that,
I haven't shared that phone.
thanks a lot. And as soon as I found that my phone had been shared with somebody, people told me, hey, these or that, and like that is shared your phone with me. I need to change my phone back again. I start losing track of things. I'm doing like 100 things at the same time, so I need not to worry about my self-safety or my self-thinking and my home. Like my house, I guess less than 4 people know where I live,
and you're no longer living in Mexico at all, right? You're in El Paso. Not that would make you any safer, would it?
No, I mean, to be honest, I could very well be in Japan still, the other hand, if they really want to put money into services, it's definitely not. I'm not that big of a sister on that why I get hate for voting. Right? A lot of people say and send me messages on social saying that I work with America. Of course, that's the only way that will give you access. And I get that. It's really complicated to understand that a guy like me, which is walking in media's house, that was like my own risk, taking a lot of fucking risks doing that. For someone, it's very unbelievable, right? It's like not very good fucking way. I mean, if there was another way, I would have said it, right? It will be even better. Maybe I would have had more time in my house. We should have a commission of someone in the organization, like touring the house. That would be fucking cool. That would be even better than just being inside for 6 minutes, all like prepared and out. I would have someone touring the house and saying like, yeah, there was a video. Like this was his factor, and he was here, and like the military.
I think people don't understand. Like to be you have to maintain. You have to keep a good relationship with these people.
Absolutely,
you can't just be there fucking questioning, like pointing your finger in their face, or else you're not going to be who you are. You're not going to get the stories you get.
Exactly, and at the same time, it's a thin line because you whole end up doing PR for something like that.
Right. Yeah. So how do you maintain sort of, or like how do you vet out stories from your sources and know when they're trying to just make you a PR mouthpiece versus when they're actually being honest?
I just recently burned a bridge from one of my sources in Sinaloa, which I reached it. I'm hurt by that because he's a good source. And he's a good man. But that's what happened when I mean, that guy told me something that is very true. And when he told me that, I was very hurt by his words, because he told me, I understand that you are more and I was very hurt by his words. I was like, why can't you say that?
This was like face to face, or was it something?
That was face to face, and I was like, what the fuck? So I kind of reflected on it, and probably I am. Probably journalism is first, and everything else. Not saying that I don't care for human beings, but to be a girl, you have to be a good person. You have to respect every single human. You're not really. Well, I mean, to be, I guess, a good journalist, good yourself. Yeah, you're never gonna be a good journalist for everybody. Not for everybody.
Not all journalists are created equal.
Dude, I make pieces with like taking shit from my editors, taking shit from my family, taking shit from cartels, taking shit from government, taking shit from the US or Mexico, taking shit from like, you know, like I take shit from everyone. And at one point I was like, no man, like I wanna like be cool with everyone. It's like, dude, you can't. I mean, I'm gonna make peace with that and be peace with myself and the kind of journalist I am. And she fucking walking my way, you know, to what I feel that I need to do. Like walking inside a video's house. At that moment, I was like, I don't know if this is on the ethics of journalism or not, but to me, it is fucking important to be in. And this might be my last chance to have a sneak on how Ovidio or someone like Ovidio was reading and what happened inside his place. I care about, you know, even criminals, because we're fucking human beings, you know? That's why we have a justice system, quote unquote. That's why we invented jails, right? If you're a criminal, you go to jail. You just don't end up dead. If you have a family, I want to understand that side of those criminals. They have families, they have daughters. They need their daughters after their kids. Regular people. I don't know, to me that was a major opportunity to go out inside, to the house, to the room, to the closet, to the kitchen, to the bathroom of one of the major parties in the US. Because in the US, it solves like politics, right? They're handing $5 million and you keep hearing that on news outlets, right? Or you see Fox News or something. All of them keep like repeating the same thing, right? Ovidio is a huge article. And Chapo is a huge article. And Chapo was supposed to be the major drug trafficker in the fucking world. He's in jail. And the trade hasn't stopped. He's at an all-time high, right? So, was he really? I want to find those stories. So,
when he said to you that you were more of a journalist than a human,
exactly. Siempre ando me dice, siempre ando, tú eres más periodista que otra cosa. More of a journalist than anything.
Of course, it hurt. And you said this because of the weed story when you outed his brand?
Yeah, because I had to burn that bridge for journalism.
So that was a decision that you consciously made. You basically had two options. It wasn't something that was a mistake or something you overlooked.
You know,
you consciously decided, I gotta sell this guy out.
Yes, I mean, not sell him out, but the thing is, I guess that's what makes me respectful with these people, with these kind of people. I never ever say something that I'm not gonna do or that I'm gonna do if I'm planning on doing something with them.
Right, tell the truth. That's how you maintain your relationship.
100%. I'm always telling the truth. If I tell them your face is not gonna show, I'm gonna make sure that your face is never gonna show. If I tell them I need your face in camera, because of this man, if they say no, I totally respect it. Look, that's cool, man. If they say let's do it, then let's do it, right? I mean, I don't back up, I think. So this time around, ask as many other people need to go inside like the whole fucking I want to get in and show how they are making a national business, a national market that is not being fulfilled, right? But also how all this money goes back to the people. Kind of like, yeah, come over and let's do it. I went there for the had a blast. He called me and said, like, sure, I mean, just don't let anything into these stories. And I was like, how come not why when I was recording? Because every time I would ask something, I would ask, like, so this is an operation, this is an expensive operation. I guess this is coming from the topics of either a video or a And then when the guy in front of the camera will answer, say like, see, is coming from your Vietnamese minority people. These guys will sit in all night. Like, I don't know, but this is a different thing, like, I mean, yes, but it's a national market, like, I don't know, like, trying to stop me from asking the single name of the people. And I felt weird, but he never said anything about anything. Later, I learned from a teacher that he didn't really disclose what I was going to do to the people who was introducing me, right? That I was going to write about it for people and probably make them really do this and do that. But that was not me. That wasn't me. I was very honest and very clear about what my intentions were, and I was making the right questions all through my teacher. And then after I back home, he asked me not to do it or link so I had that was not a story. That was half a story. And I told him, dude, if I do that, that's gonna be fucking too much. It's an overtellment. Showing just how good of a weed you guys are doing, like that, making it growing. That's fucking flawed. That's not journalism. And I didn't say that. I told you what I wanted to do. He told me, yeah, man, but I don't know, things changed.
Like last reached its peak a few weeks ago when he had Nebula and Moscow, and now it's back to reunion of comedians who have never heard of having their 15 minutes of fame. I pay for Spotify Premium and I sat through a relevant dozen 60-90 second ad reads throughout this 2.5-hour train wreck of a podcast. And you can tell Rogan's done that he's just in auto pilot while he rakes in those ad dollars. I'm convinced now that he'll die behind that microphone or over 2,000 episodes deep on JRE. And he's well-literally exhausted all opportunities and guests. And it's not just me who thought this episode was one of his worst. Just reading the comments on the clips that he posted to YouTube tells the entire story. Here are the top 5 comments from the first clip that he posted. Joe should have just interviewed Jamie for this episode. Joe really tried for the team with this one. Huge props to whoever fully watched this episode. Jeez, our patience and compassion is being tested to their brothers. Bless up, stay strong, and be kind. Joe went from thought-provoking guests to thought-provoking guests. So here are the top 5 comments from the second clip that he posted right here on YouTube. If you don't need a brain to feel the vibes, these two really feel the vibes. It's so hard to say Joe Rogan bring these Make-A-Wish kids on the podcast. Sweet guy. Boys, if these two can make it on JRE, there's hope for us. I lost the last few friends since I had listened to these two, but now identify as an octopus. Of all the scientists Joe decided to have this conversation with, yeah, ain't that the truth? And the worst part is, this isn't the first time he's had
it's gotta be a difficult line to dance.
It's hard. That's kind of like the things that keeps me awake at night. Like, am I doing the right thing? I'm not doing it for fucking likes. I'm not doing it for fucking views. I'm not doing it for that. I'm doing it for the story, for my own path as a journalist, to explain things, to know and learn things. And that's why I want to be very honest with kind of about it. I don't want to fake this bullshit. When someone calls me, I'm like, no, you can't do this.
Yeah,
I want to make sure that since the beginning,
they want to have their capabilities. They want to have the attention. They want to bring it in, but they want it to be just their way. It's not, you can't have it that way.
Not long ago, the attorney for one of our mothers and father's son called me. He gave me a call because I told the story saying that when he was collected, one of the sons who was arrested.
He went over there. I just saw him.
And he was recently released. I published this story about him going to some places like that one real king hotel on the top of my command. And his attorney called me and said he was basically he called me and told me that was not true, that his client wasn't even allowed to go into Mexico at all. So that I needed to protect my story. and to,
Anyway, if you haven't picked it up
like,
yet,
make things
these two
right.
are basically just two
And
valley
that's why
girls who think they're funny and
I'm gonna
somehow
spend
made
on
it up to
sources now.
Jamboree
I have really
twice.
from
Again,
sources,
there's
nothing
no way
more,
of telling who these people
that
really
have
are.
seen
But apparently King
like
Kong does some acting as well, and
into my
she shared this
like
story with
business
Papa
and
Rogan
stuff.
about the importance of
And
acting
he
in
then
her life.
texted me
I have
something
therapist pieces that I
full
see
fucking
it's
paragraph.
either this or that.
And he told me, you need to put that out. And I'm
Cognitive
like, I'm
distortion.
gonna quote
Yeah,
this,
I
but
do.
don't
Statement.
quote
And
it.
so
I
when
thought that it
I'm
was a
acting,
statement. And
it
he's like, no, don't
forces me
quote
to
me.
have
And I
perspective
was like,
for
so I'm gonna
others.
quote you trying, which is a statement straight from my YouTube. And he's
He's
like, no, that's not what
When
you need
normally
to
I
write
wouldn't
in
even
the story.
consider it. I would be
Fuck
just
no,
like,
man,
this
that's
is the
fucking
way it
PR. I'm
is.
not doing this. Is not how it works, right?
So it
Right.
really opens up.
Hit me up,
It makes me
call me
almost
back
more
when you're ready to give out a
everything
statement
makes me,
on your behalf or on
So
the
I really
behalf
like it.
of
Because there is something about being able to think and just
but
think it away.
I'm not getting,
You know what I
I'm
mean?
not doing it.
Yeah, we're definitely on the
I
same page.
knew that that's
Thinking
what
it
would get me in
free
trouble
is
as well.
definitely one
But
of their
dude,
biggest
that was
assets.
the right thing
What I
to do.
think
That
one of
was the right
Rogan's
story. It
biggest
was telling,
assets is his
So, yeah, I
ability
mean,
to oscillate
I
between
fucked up
jujitsu
many
bro,
fucking times
milk-eating gorilla, and
before, and I
valley
know
girl.
that I'm still
I
keep
mean, check
fucking
out
it
this
up many
next
times in the
pivotal
future
because
because that's what I
the
do.
most
We
valley
keep
girl
breaking news and
conversation
things
you've
are
ever
happening.
heard. You think we're ever gonna get to a point
Especially
where
covering writing about drug trafficking, operations. It's shit that you're not supposed to know
For me, it doesn't really make a difference, right? Like if someone has your number versus
so the
not
chances of
access to your
fucking
DNA,
us
no,
are
can't you
huge.
just block them?
And I guess people don't understand that, right? When you put out something, you put out an
There's
article
something
about it,
about
have to
having
review
my
it.
number
And I
that
talk
seems
to
a little more
different sources
threatening
and
than
I have
someone
a
just saying,
million
it
different
definitely
versions.
is, but what I'm saying
I
is
have
when you
to go
think
for
about
the
it, it's
one that
kind of
makes
the
more
same.
sense to me at that moment, and maybe clear it out on the next one.
But
But you get a lot of shit, like
It's just a long process of putting together so many puzzle pieces and triangulating so many different sources, finding out what's right, what's bullshit. How do I make sure I don't fuck these guys over and make sure these guys are safe?
don't compromise my source, don't compromise myself.
Right.
Still have like a decent story from my editor on time, which is like 2 hours from the time I learned that he was like correct. You know, it's fucking 5:30 in the
This is
morning.
truly mind-blowing stuff here, guys.
You talk about you fuck up your story. You fuck up like trusting a story that wasn't really reliable. That happens all the time.
Yeah.
But people tend to believe that journalists need to have it right 100% of the time. That's not something we talk about, especially why do there's a lot of things going on. Now back to your question, you have to have a thick
I think
skin
it just like
and
there's
a
people
full
that get
blood
blue check marks and then they try to like
the
reach
right
out to people who also
Yeah,
have blue check
people are
marks to
a
like
lot of times people are not going to be happy.
You know what I mean?
most of the time, either I get accused of working for the Sinaloa cartel, or Sinaloa cartel people start like telling me that I work for the U.S. government, or the U.S. officials say that I work for the Mexican government, and the Mexican government said that I'm always in the middle of something. Always. It recently happened with that story from Ovidio's house. I entered with this photographer from Culiacan, and he took a bunch of pictures. And as you can see from my video, the scene has been manipulated many times before, probably by the attorneys, or the neighbors who were before, or the Mexican military, or the Sicario who stayed there. So when we went in, we made sure that we didn't fucking do anything, that we didn't touch anything. So we saw those bullets lined up on a table, that grenade lined up to a beer bottle, all that stuff. And one of the things the photographer found was unexploded bullet poked in a hole, in a bullet hole.
You told me that was so started.
So someone poked that bullet inside that hole.
Where can we find a picture of this online?
I think it's on my story also of Vice.
Okay, just go to just search Vice Louis Chaparro, and there'll be a list of all your articles, right?
Yes, exactly. And you go to that story.
And that bullet hanging out of the wall, that was at his house.
That was at his house, and it was just like one of 100 photos we took from inside his house. But somehow, these super like right-wing comedy website got a hold of that photo and made a huge campaign about how liberal media was so fake and that that's why you shouldn't believe my stories because it's all bullshit because of that photo. And first of all, it's like, dude, I didn't take the photo. Second of all,
how does that mean liberal media was fake if there's an unexploded bullet?
Because they thought that they thought that I didn't know how fucking bullets work.
Oh my God.
So they thought that I thought that that was actually a bullet, and I was trying to make people believe that was a high bullet. What complete unexploded bullet. Dude, I've been doing this fucking job for more than 15 fucking years. I know how bullets work. It's a Capleton House.
That one?
Yeah. That one, and then you scroll down, you'll see that photo somewhere.
There it is.
Look at that shit, man. It's obvious, right? That it was manipulated.
Yeah.
I mean, at least to me, it's obvious. Now, the
Somebody
photo
just stuck the bullet in the hole.
exactly, and that was interesting enough for a photo. It's like, wow, someone cut a fucking bullet across a bullet hole. Just looks cool. Just looks interesting, but it has nothing really to do with the story, right? Doesn't really affect the story in general, especially when in the story I'm saying that the house, many of the stuff inside the house was already manipulated. One of the first paragraphs says about being lined up bullet caskets on a table. So, but I guess that was a campaign, and I'm in the middle of those fucking campaigns all the fucking time. A girl just disappeared in Mexico City, and then 3 days later, she was found inside a plastic bag, alive, all completely naked. The Mexican government is saying that she did that to herself, which is confusing, and it's bullshit. And I feel like this is fucking bullshit. This is the same thing over and over when a girl disappears. The Mexican government goes out and says it was herself. She fell in a fucking hole. She killed herself. It's always the same fucking kind of. And now everybody's like accusing me on Twitter of being a fucking white winger against the president of Mexico and having a U.S. propaganda, against the Mexicans. And it's like, dude, don't even pay attention to it. I get that from everywhere because I'm writing the news as it happens.
Do any of the different, like, obviously you're doing a lot of work for Vice, and I saw recently you just did a little segment with Jesse Waters.
Yeah.
Do you get like them talking to you like, why are you doing Fox?
No, not at all,
You
man.
can't do Vice and Fox.
Not at all. I guess my
No,
editors,
that's
they're cool with everyone, but it's weird to be in the middle of stuff like that, bullet, because Fox News Digital, who started the whole campaign, had just contacted me to start writing for them, right? They were like, oh, hey man, can you write a couple stories for us and this and that? And I'm always, as I'm telling you, I was very honest with everyone. The editor with people. So I told that editor with Fox News, one of the things I told him was that I just wanted to write stories that I feel personally engaged, that I find them interesting enough, and that we're not part of, like a campaign or something like that. So I will only accept assignments that I feel comfortable enough and enticed enough to write, right? That's the same thing that I did for Rabbi, and that I do for everyone, like who wants me to write for them.
And what do they say?
They said, of course, they said, yeah, man, like, pitch the stories that you want to write, and you feel, and I'll pitch these stories, and if you feel that that's enticing enough to read. The New York Post also recently sent me an assignment. It was but didn't really want to take. So I told him, I don't think it's trying to say
as cringe as Fox News can be, the one thing I will give them is that they'll have on people from the right and the left.
Yeah.
I will give them that.
And I mean,
And then
that's the
as
thing.
soon as somebody from the left is on Fox News, people on the left will fucking throw them to the wall.
Exactly. And when these happen, Fox News is trying to get me as one of their freelancers. At the same time, they're publishing a story about my story with Vice. So that's how hypothetical media works, and that's what people need to know. I don't stand to the left or to the right or to the north or to the south. I stand only by my fucking self of Apple Book. I usually record on my own. I usually vote on my own. Do my own research, my own risk, with my fucking background. I'm always alone now. I'm watching everything in Latin America and in the US, writing stories alone. And I don't need more people to join me. And that means that I don't need the left to support me, or the right to support me. I totally have to tell stories.
You have a unique perspective.
I think of every story as a fucking story. I couldn't give a less a shit about, a US political campaign or Mexican political campaign. I don't give a shit about that. If I find a story and I try to find a story that interests me, I will go on my the way I feel that story is written.
Was Jesse Waters dead something serious when he asked you if the U.S. would do a tactical drone strike in Sinaloa?
This is the thing. When they call you,
I couldn't believe you kept a straight face.
dude, at that time, I was just out from Ovidia's house. My fucking adrenaline was still pumping because they called me and they're like, "You're going in at 5." And I was like, at 5:30. I was like, shit, man, by then I should have been in Mexico City already out from Culiacan, like fucking cargo. I just literally walked in the hotel and looked at the van in front of me before the van of the attorney. They were staying at the same fucking hotel.
Oh my god.
So I put on my fucking video and they spoke. And then as
I
I
forgot about that. At the end of that video, you're in the hotel.
Yeah.
And you're like freaking out.
I'm freaking out, and as I walk in, I receive a call from Jesse Waters' producer. And they're like, "You're up in 5 minutes." I'm like, "I still need to set up my lights and everything." And that was in the hotel, like right after going that fucking adrenaline. So, and then they told me something like, just answer straight up answers. We're not gonna have like much time. We have like 5 minutes or something like that. So we need the answers to be, like super fast.
Yeah. Don't elaborate.
And all of a sudden, I'm right there with fucking Jesse Waters asking me what will happen if the US responds like Mexico.
What the fuck is that?
Dude, when I hung up that fucking call,
There she is.
I was like, "Oh, I want a moment to fucking be breathing." I put tricks on myself to make sure that I'm coming back from dangerous moments. And one of the things I did before taking off to the mountains of Ovidia's town was that I left everything ready for a shower, and I didn't shower in those 2 days. Because when I was trying to get out of Ovidia's town, and I felt that was not going to happen, I was like, fuck, man, fuck. I was like, no. I left everything ready for a shower. I need to go into the shower. I haven't showered in 2 days. So I'm going now. And that's what like pushed me to go out and to let's fucking go. I'm not a mechanic. I don't know much about cars. But when the car broke, like my mom was like, "Oh, fix it." So I was like, "Hey, radiator, man, you need the water heater, guys." So I fixed it up fucking so it's fucking incredible. So when I finished the interview with Jesse Waters, my adrenaline was like intoxicated. So I laid on the carpet, just like thinking what the fuck just happened. And I remember that I felt like I really wanted to cry a lot. So nothing was coming out. So I just felt like I wanted to cry a lot. Man, I was feeling so bad. But like tears are not coming out. I didn't feel it. I don't know what I guess I was from. I think I was intoxicated by.
I think it was just like a come down from adrenaline.
Yeah, I think I was intoxicated by adrenaline. I think it has been a while since I did a real scared doing this story. I think also that I realized that those words made sense to me.
Right.
And I still feel that it's working. I don't know, man. That history was all that. Like, it was a reflection.
I've heard stories like that from some other journalists, like war reporters, that have been specifically, I believe, actually, the guy I'm referring to was either working for Vice or BBC, and he was explaining the same thing you just explained to me, that he was in the Middle East somewhere, and he was holding his video camera, and he was in the middle of a firefight between American troops and like the Taliban or some shit. And in the moment, his adrenaline was so peaked that he wasn't scared. He didn't feel anything. He was just looking in that viewfinder, just making sure he got the shot.
Exactly. That's what happened.
Because you get so excited, you know what I mean? Because that's why you're there. That's your purpose. Like, you want to go home and have the most fucking mind-bending shots of fucking firefights between terrorists and American troops, and that's fucking all that matters in the world.
Exactly. And the other thing is, like, that's a distraction from Ukraine from realizing that you're about to die. You want to get away from that thought. You might actually die there. You're like, yeah, but I'm doing my job. So you hide your fuckers and something else that you're fucking going to die. But yeah, I mean, I go regularly to therapy.
Really?
Therapy, yeah. So going back from that shit to your real suburban city, like super quiet neighborhood, your kids, your wife, the regular life where you still have to shower your kids, make your bed, do some coffee, or make dinner for them. Decreasing from that adrenaline, feeling that you just went inside, and all of a sudden, next day, you're back home, just doing you, washing the dishes, making dinner for your kids, facing regular shit. That's what you going inside. And then all of a sudden, you wake up in the morning, again, and then you're back. And then you're going to get to the restaurant. And then you get a call from Jesse Waters or the agent or someone in the Mexican military or a non-continental or someone from the Mexican police of the town. And still you're talking to those guys, watching your kid play, and come back home. So you have to really have your to do the flash on your family or fuck up that or that those thoughts recording and everything you say. So I spoke with my therapist and told her what happened. She was like, how do you feel? And she started taking me to the story about how I was worthy as a human and not only as a journalist. That I might be putting my life at risk to prove myself valuable in some ways. So I started reflecting on that, and I'm still kind of like digesting the words of that guy and because I feel that I'm getting to a point where and I remember I called former DA agent who was with his I'll share a couple of stories with him later. But he was basically the 007 agent on the cover. He's retiring now, and I told him what happened and everything. And he was like, you know, the most dangerous thing is that adrenaline you just felt. That's a big one. And that's what's going to get you killed. So you need to take down. Like that has to be where you nothing more than that. That's your and go down. And I was like, yeah, he's like, yeah, don't go down the fucking tunnel. It's not going to be a cartel. It's not going to be anything. You could be driving at a super high speed just to give you that adrenaline rush. So you need to be aware that that's going to be your group. And nothing's going to go over that adrenaline keeps you down.
I think what you see with a lot of people who are really good at what they do like what you're doing with your journalism is they become, or they get lost in their work, and they neglect everything else in their lives, their families, their kids. And there's a lot of people who are just okay with it. A lot of people who choose not to have families, not to maintain friendships with anybody. It's just their career and their work, everything in their life. But that's a choice you gotta make. If you can live with that and you're happy, it's for you. But you have a kid and a wife, and you gotta balance being a father and then going into these like situations. And that's gotta be.
Yes, exactly. That's the thing. I saw myself in the eyes of these guys. He's an older guy. Yes. No offense. Because he all he did was his work, right? And I found myself like losing more and more touch with, like my friends, my family, like going into a shell of my work, feeling always better when I'm working than when I'm not. So I'm like closing myself in, and I was like, fuck yeah, this is how it starts. I need to go back again to enjoy my fucking life other than journalism. And leave, actually, moving forward again with my friends and get back in touch with them. Every time they give me a call, I'm fucking busy. Or I start losing interest in like, or day-to-day when they told me about their business and about the jobs and the wives and the kids and
This Friday night.
Yeah, you gotta be get around people too. Just disconnect from it sometimes. Just turn your fucking mind off one way or another and just get around people who they don't give a fuck about you, but just like talk about other shit. Get around people who aren't in the same world as you are.
Yeah, and that. I mean, this is kind of like cyclical to me. After 15 years reporting the same fucking thing, I face like the same thing spiral. Right? Every time I feel that I'm going that rabbit hole, I kind of like take it there and go back. That's like that. I feel it's a spiral because I feel that my professional life is going upwards and backwards for instance, I've been growing a lot since. But yes, I found myself in this position many times before. Also with alcohol or drugs, like at one point in my life, that was like I can only feel good if I'm like extremely high or drunk.
Right.
Which was pretty bad for everyone. So it's like, no, I need to take a drink. I think I managed because of like therapy. I managed to thoughts that goes through it. Like no personal notes. And by now I can see myself in the that radical. That's why I decided to. I've always been like a super lonely guy. Like I'm not very much with a lot of that's also like something that has been really I don't know, like weird to me to have like more social media lives with a lot of people. But I think that's also what has been helping me navigate like a bunch of like messages, requests, and paid mails or log mails, and that stuff that doesn't really makes me because I've always been, like a lonely guy.
Like a loner.
Yeah, I've always been a loner. My editor recently told me also like, hey man, you are with a team now. You're not that fucking lonely.
Well, one of the best lessons I learned when I was young was that only drink or do drugs when you're happy and you're celebrating. When you're sad, don't drink and do drugs.
That's the worst. Yes, exactly. That's the worst.
It's pretty simple.
Yeah. But it's worse. Like it can get you like very fucking bad when you are drinking drugs.
But when you're using it to mask a bad feeling, exactly. Coming down from adrenaline, being fucking in the middle of a narco's house, exactly, being chased out by sicarios.
And that's the thing. When I feel like that, I don't touch more than one coffee. Nothing that will alter my brain off.
Yeah.
Like no alcohol, no coffee. I'm not allowed to like spice. I did intermittent fasting for several weeks, so I can like start regulating myself back again.
Yeah.
To eat well, and then when I feel good, I start like having a beer today, and I with my friends and going conversations. I decided not to have any journalism or
Do you think like a lot of people like have different habits to get out of their own heads? Like it kind of can be really miserable if you spend a lot of time just thinking about different things and whatever is going on in your life. And some people go on like fucking 10-mile runs every day just to like get fucking turned their mind off. Or they go to the gym.
How are you, Josie Cat? Ready, Chad?
Ballet or jiu-jitsu, whatever it is. Do you have anything like that you do to try
What's
to
up?
like,
How are
turn
you?
your mind off and just get out of your head?
Oh, for sure. I talk a lot, my man. What's good in your neck of the woods? What? Oh, good question. I don't want to talk with people who aren't 18, and they get people of all ages in there. I am Jewish. Yeah, but I don't want to get into all that. Come on, man. No. Incorrect. I've been doing this for 3.5 years with 33 different computers. I want world peace. That's okay. You're entitled to your opinion. You're entitled to your opinion.
What world peace are you spreading?
Well, I talk about it a lot, and just talking about world peace is the first step in getting there. It is. We're talking about it right now.
What? I said the same shit at the beginning, but now I'm here finding peace.
There you go.
The world of strife.
Okay, that's cool. And feel free to leave. I'm not going to ban you. Just, I don't want to be hated. Okay, that's fine. And you're entitled to your opinion. I'm going to keep watching my podcast, and you just go live your life.
Whenever I can, I try to meditate. Sometimes when it's super cold, say out on my weekends, it's super cold, freezing temperatures. I don't meditate. I don't like meditating at my house. I used to run as well when the weather allowed me to go out and run. But another thing is I play the guitar or read a lot. I read a lot of poetry. So I read a lot of poetry for 3 hours.
Okay.
That's why I like to understand.
And then
Definitely not my touch.
it gets me like a meditation song.
Yeah.
Like playing the same activity over and over
That's good. You gotta take care of your brain.
Yeah, exactly. And I try to. I think I'm getting better and better at it. More and more. It's not easy. You have to keep yourself. You have to keep examining yourself. How am I doing? Why am I feeling like that? That's something on a constant daily basis. And yeah, most of my days are very fucking unpredictable. Like I wake up every single morning at 6:30 in the morning to read certain newspapers in Mexico, in Latin America, in Venezuela, from Syria, from Paraguay, in the US. I have like 10 different mostly local.
So you read from like multiple different countries and see what every angle is on Mexico.
I start on local newspapers and then go to national newspapers and then to international outlets. And then like an hour later, 6:30 probably, I know if there's something that I want to buy, but it's probably up. And I pick stories like middle term story, long term story, short term story. So probably I can find a story that is I'm gonna be done with the story in 2 hours. That's gonna be a super quick 2.5 and then a middle term story, something that's gonna take me up to 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and then longer term story. Something that's gonna take me up to like 6 months, 8 months, 1 year to perform.
What's the longest story you worked on?
Some of these guys like DDP have
I don't know. I mean, it's weird because it's weird to talk about one single story. And there are stories that take a lot of fucking time and has nothing to do with the story itself. It has to do with the fucking legal department to approve the green light, and then the security department, and then the police. Like right now, I'm writing a story for
The legal department of like the publication?
yes, exactly.
Okay.
Sometimes, most of the time, but every not every single, but many of the stories I write need to have approval from the legal department because they are and then also,
I just cut you off so you work on some stories guy.
yeah, but these guys called Rest of the World. I love it. They focus on technology to tell very compelling stories that you check them out. Just like the
Rest of world.
The Rest of the World. They're pretty new, they're pretty small. They're doing like really fucking all over the world. And I'm writing a story for them about how Uber is encouraging criminal gangs to do a lot of fucking crime, from sex trafficking to micro trafficking. I don't want to blow up the story, but I'm writing this story for them. But it's taking a lot of time for security to approve something into that story. I've already done most of the story, like 90% of the reporting I've already done, but I still need to go dealing with cheap conversations where going through their security department, their legal department, their editors.
Right.
So sometimes the stories will take a long time because of that kind of stuff. And before I can just jump in and write those stories, I'm also going to be writing a story for Rolling Stone about how cartels are laundering money through record labels for narco guerrillas. What? And it's pretty cool. I don't want to blow the story out. I'm nearly there. I'm on the last editing round, hopefully.
Do you ever have to deal with editors where you're like working on a story and you're working with an editor and then all of a sudden you just feel like the editor is trying to take this thing in a direction that's not meant to go?
Yeah.
Like a non-natural direction.
Yeah, definitely. Yes, I've had that. And sometimes it's, well, at least in my case, I felt that maybe not because I want to do an agenda. Sometimes it's just like so yeah.
What about it? Have you ever gotten the impression that one of your editors is doing with intelligence or like, I just talked to a guy who was working on a story for a big publication about a CIA operation going on in Ukraine and the US. And this was like he was working for a really big American publication. And he was working with them for 6 to 8 months on the story, going back and forth. Great communication, great rapport. And this guy had a lot of former CIA sources giving him this stuff, so he was like, this was a very solid information. Whoever was their point at the CIA somehow got into the editor's way and essentially killed the story and tried to change it and like change the whole entire thing after 8 months of working on it. And he ended up publishing it on his own website after that because he just couldn't work with the editor anymore.
That's the thing. That's the way to go, man. Like, when you're a freelance, you have good things and bad things about the industry. The bad thing is, on top of like writing a lot, finding sources, getting compelling stories compelling enough to compete with all the staffers your publication might have, because otherwise, why would they choose you as a freelance? Some of the staffers, you have to be above the rest of the staffers.
But you've never been in a situation where you thought like intelligence was trying to like get in the way of your story, or like whether or it be like the state, like somebody in the U.S. or somebody in Mexico.
No, I guess not. The more that I've noticed, I've had stories built for kind of like those situations where someone feels that, like I don't know, this is not going to teach around to the people and mostly like brands, where I don't know, we're supported by that brand and feel about, I don't know, like, as an example, Uber reached out and Uber is a big sponsor for us.
Yeah.
They don't say exactly, but it's, I know that that's what's happening. Right. I'll just when I get an assignment or pitch an assignment with a publication that is my first time working with, I always ask if they have a field.
What?
There's a fee for the curious story, right? Usually it will be around 50%, but some of them just to be 20% of the payment. But if you're freelancing, you have to know about the do you have a kill fee? They tell you yes, it's fixed $200 rate, and 50% of what we agree on payment. Right. So when you find that yourself in that like in a situation, you're like, you know what, I'm just gonna take my story back and just give it 50%, and they'll give you like 50% or like a percentage of that story, and then I will take it to another publication. Disclosing everything for that publication. I'm like, nah, you're not gonna go through with this story. I'm gonna take it to someone else. Right.
Yeah, that's gotta be another hard thing to deal with when you put so much effort into a story and they try to like change it, try to like put a spin on it, and you just gotta make the decision. Do I take this out, do I take it somewhere else and publish it myself, or just let it go and get paid?
Exactly. So yeah, I mean, I guess 80% of my day dealing with paperwork. Editors also want to give me. I couldn't give a shit about prizes, personal stuff. But sometimes publications will ask you to submit your own stories to different prizes, and that's a massive question. Where to have to write essays and go and follow the guidelines. So I have to do invoicing, I have to do my own fucking expenses filing, file my
When it was at like
20.
Everybody listening, this is a good time to subscribe to Luis's YouTube channel. At Luis Shaparo on YouTube. It's linked below. I'll even put a little fucking whatever you call pop up on the video. What is like China? You said you read publications of other countries that are talking about what's going on in Mexico. What is China's perspective, or like that part of the world's perspective on what's going on in Mexico?
China has never been closer to Mexico than what it is now with this government, and I think it's because they know that they can advance on this government being left, more prone to the left side. The embassy in Mexico is now it's having a lot of like parties and and the investment is, I think, twice or three times the money that the U.S. is putting in Russia. The China investment for Mexico and Latin America in general, I think it's twice as much as the U.S. Wow. So it's definitely a lot. Yeah, that's what's everywhere. A lot of Africa. Yeah, exactly, man. They're using and I don't think it's a coincidence that the New Generation Hotel is also like having massive operations.
Are they really?
Africa has one of the, if not the largest, local drug selling industries, right? Street sales. The local market was in most African countries like Burkina Faso, different countries in Africa. It's a huge one. And El Chapo tried to earn that market, but apparently he couldn't get his organization to break a deal with the local organizations in Africa. But the Catholic priest, the is popping up really hard. It's as well. I kind of story about
I talked. Are you talking about? I think we talked about this before, or maybe I talked about it with somebody else. It's called something Guinea-Bissau country in like northwest Africa, where like the head of the navy in the country was importing all the fucking cocaine.
Very, very fucking probably we did. I mean, like I guess in the lower cartels now, huge in places like the Netherlands and Spain. Netherlands, Antwerp, they're popping up to Spain. But they need Africa because most of the trades coming from Latin American places like Bolivia or Panama or Colombia that are meant to be for the Europe market, they stop in Africa. So I think the new generation cartel is a step. It's reading that into the lines and saying like, well, I need to get hold of Africa because this is the only way I'm gonna overthrow Sinaloa. That's pretty smart. And yes, I mean, I can't remember the name of the guy.
So what is as far as like the media and like what's being published in the media in Europe and China and wherever else, Latin America, what is like the media narrative on what's going on within the cartels and their relationship with the U.S. and like I'm interested like what does the Chinese media say about these cartels?
Honestly, I don't know because I mean what we get from the China media in English is mostly English watch,
right?
So it's kind of like the same. If I cold read Chinese, probably I will have a really interesting knowledge about how they're moving into Mexican organizations. But for what I know, China has always said that they don't have a precursor problem with all of their businesses making precursors that are used to make fentanyl and that are regular, legal, established business in China doing I think it's like clean products that precursors, right? Precursors to make clean products. That's what they call it. But I mean, there's so many shit competitions those precursors to Mexico, putting them to New York and Acapulco and Mazatlan. So, and the U.S. have been going hard against this guy called Rabbi, which is like a Mayo Zambada in China. And in China, he's one of the most respected businessmen. He operates freely. A guy, writer and journalist I just recently met, and we're putting together a conference call from China to Mexico that fentanyl trade. When I was inside a laboratory in Sinaloa, a fentanyl laboratory, he was meeting Rabbi in China, paying flyers from Mexico. He was meeting this fucking journalist from shit. He has photos of Rabbi and his daughter. And we're putting together this fucking content that I think is gonna, because we're gonna tell the whole fucking story from inside these two major organizations, and but I guess he's the only one that has had access to that in China. And probably one of the few guys that have had access to laboratories in Well, yeah. So we're trying to put a narrative together to have a full information about how this fucking shit works. I mean, I was completely blown away by his story, and he felt the same way. So I was really mad. And I was like, dude, you really fucking China with those guys? I was like, come on, dude, you really fucking Sinaloa with the fucking Mario Zambara people in their laboratories. So they're like, we have to do something together. Man. It's like,
That's incredible, man.
but it's gonna come out right. It's gonna come out interesting.
Are there still a lot of journalists that are dying in Mexico? Yeah, they're getting murdered. Why? How are journalists getting murdered? How the fuck are they ended up getting murdered? Are they working for the Mexican media?
Yes. It's the same fucking problem all the time. It's very very low wages jobs. They have it's always exploited by the owners of the independent journalists their own operations, radio station, website. Mexico first it was Mexico was using the concept of right? Back in 2010, 2015, I think. The Mexican politicians, when there was an uncomfortable journalist, they would use the narrative to go and kill journalists and say that was that. Then they changed strategy and they started going hiring psychiatrists. And like doing the heat themselves, like a government. Let's say you are an uncomfortable fucking journalist getting into saying women business as a government. I would call a cartel. I would just hire for these business. And have you killed? And then no one will claim responsibility. We don't know, and it's always has been politics. Always, when you get in the way of politicians, that's what you're in. You can go and feel my somebody, you can break in a video's house. And something will happen to you. Mostly sure is that you might just get but if that house was from a government, a congressman, or the Mexican president, I wouldn't be sure. The most dangerous story I've ever received was the government and all the houses from public. That guy is not in death. But when he was in the lead, I found what he was using, and I'm not going to be going with that. He got so fucking free, he turned on I'm friends with the son of the right. So the right hand of this government has a son who is my friend. We went to school together. And one night he called me, and he calls me Cholo. And he's like, Cholo, I need to help him. What? It was on the cover of the main publication in Mexico. And he wasn't called never had something like that before. What just happened that before the fucking it's always a fucking politician. It's always them. And now they're not doing that. Now, because of all the shit that has been going on, like they killed so many journalists, and us having attention to those stories and telling their stories. They know that we're counting and that we're paying attention. International organisms that have been paying attention. So what they're doing now is they pay major publications to start a campaign against the single journalist and start calling him out as a rapist or as someone who stole money or is working with cartels. So he will be left alone without a job, without anyone to hire them. And then they will go after them for crime. And that's fucking Mexican journalists wrongfully accused of rape, of sexual abuse, of stealing, of taking bribes or money from a narco. I just recently helped last month I helped this guy from Cancun to arrive to Juarez after being raped by several men. All of them were working for the government. He was electricity company in the States was stealing shit tons of information. And he put his he fired him from the paper. And then another one hired him. And then 3 days later, they hired him. And no one will take him again. So he was jobless. He put out his own publication. He got threatened by armed men that they were going to kill him. He kept whining about that, and then they kidnapped him, had him captured for 3 days, take him to the and after that he fled to Juarez and he tried to close the I helped him put him in touch with the immigration attorney, and he managed to cleanse his asylum process, and he's now in Mexico hiding from those things. And that's just related to the people that I personally help to get out of the fucking yeah, man, he's a fucking brave man. He's a fucking brave man. Of course, when I know he's a tall, dark man, strong. I had a friend who said that to me one time. He was like, I was fucking snapped here. Oh no, I like a pencil with two bumps. Well, sir, you sure that I was drunk, and now I'm fucking watching out for it. That's what I'm like. I was like, well, sir, I couldn't touch he likes his skinny girl. Although my friend once said, I hooked up with a girl bone thin. I helped him with he had his files. Everything he had was his computer and 5 different hard drives. He's hiding information from those fucking guys. Still finding out publishing. So I helped him. I was like, give me all of that shit. I'm gonna hide them in my house. And when we say to you that, I get out there, and the girl is so sweet and so fucking smart, but I noticed she was wearing a robe. And I said, our friend's not on vacation. I go, she's got a wig. He doesn't think she did. And so I liked her very much. We had a really good conversation. And I talked to him not 1 week later. Not 1 week later. And I go, how's that girl? Did you go out there? He goes, she died.
How often do you report on this person?
I go, what? Not often, man.
Do you have any sources that are close to that, or are they fucking hard to come by?
I mean, the hardest part is they always have an agenda. So I try to stay away from filing agendas for one second.
Right. They either have an agenda or no call.
Yeah, exactly. So, that's my respect for us.
So where does this all go from here? What do you think is on the horizon for this whole fucking war going on right now in Mexico? And if you can send a little cartel and just the whole balance of power in the cartel world down there.
I really think that things are still yet to get worse. The whole thing about
Audie, I'm trying to watch this, please. If you're gonna just talk and talk and talk, just mute yourself, please.
In Sinaloa, Culiacan had been as safe as El Paso, Texas for a while.
Right.
I think we're getting closer to the federal elections, and that's always the point. That's where I want to stay away from Mexico as far as possible. Every single time elections.
Are there any good options? Are there any good options?
Audie, mute yourself, please.
Not really, man. I mean, the two, I guess, more popular options. One of them is the foreign minister, Marcelo Ebrard, which I think is a great foreign minister, but I'm not sure if he's the right person. I don't think he has the sensibility that much on the president. He has a political knowledge. He has the basically that's political knowledge. He'll be long enough to be a president. But the president next to have a lot of sensibility towards this people. And if you have never walked Mexico, the streets of Mexico, you don't know about this money those little towns where the criminal organizations have earned huge social basis. If all you visited is Mexico City, the wealthiest parts of Mexico, and Monterrey, and you are foreign ministers are always entertaining, in Qatar, in Canada, what kind of life sensibility and the other one, which would be an interesting outcome, it's a woman. If she gets to be president, she would be the first woman to be so Claudia Sheinbaum. But I think she is too of the same or on the majority. She's basically thrown she has strong chances if she's the favorite of the president so far. So she has some chances, but she's going to be more of the same stuff.
What? It's hard to imagine these cartels going anywhere in my lifetime. There's just so much power and influence there and here. Do you see any possibility of them, like, setting up shop in the United States?
I think they have already since a while back, man. Yeah. Those guys, and this is
like back in the days, like you were talking earlier in Prohibition, how Prohibition basically essentially created like the mafia, the New York mafia, and then they eventually tied their way into U.S. politics.
So I think that this is a thing where we need to untangle what stands as a cartel. What we understand as a cartel in the U.S., it's not what cartel is. Cartel in Mexico it's nice. Cartel is the orange branch of it's the guy with the border his classic. They have the best t-shirts, the rest of that is the truck trafficking. They have everything. And on top of that is what is called this drug trafficking, which is one branch of a wide fucking portfolio of criminal activity. Background in the 70s, 80s, and I think we need to update like a general population. We need to update those things because we're still using trends/fighter. Get hooked up today. Learning the best essentials of the world. Why not this month's media edited? That used to be the guys, can you calm down? I'm wearing a True Classic t-shirt. It hugs my chest and shoulders. It's just one side of front. It stops just above my, just below my belly line, and it just creates that feed out flow. Everybody goes crazy. TrueClassic.com/fighter. Like one applies in water, one applies in certain foods like alcohol in certain places, cigarettes in certain places, tortillas or chicken or avocado being multiplied in certain regions. That's where they're doing a lot of money from. And one branch of all these criminal enterprise are these criminal agencies. one branch is drug trafficking, and it's not even the most profitable branch for this business. And that branch, drug trafficking, has cigarettes and army. That's called a cartel. That cartel could serve the different portfolio actors. A guy who's in charge of breaking corruption deals with the Mexican government to build hospitals or highways or whatever. He needs to earn that contract from the government. But there's a lot of people living in that area, a lot of farmers that have their cattle and their farming places or whatever. This guy will call up one of the cartel guys in the forest to make a lot of fucking profits in that sector. So people will just leave or be killed or sell so they keep their lands because they don't want to have anything to do. The government will step in and say like, yeah, we're helping these guys, and then they will break into a street fight, and then the Mexican army is the law enforcement for a corrupt government, and the cartel is the law enforcement for a criminal. And after all the people get out of that town, they're gonna make like, yeah, we're gonna pacify this territory, to peace, just to get proper enough. The government's gonna look well because they pacify the territories, and the guy is gonna bring construction, building new schools, new development, new residential houses, super expensive, spiking up the prices.
Do you people ever see these like criminal insurgencies in cities in America? Like we traditionally used to see gangs and still see gangs in Chicago where there's like famous like the Bloods and the Crips in LA and the gangs in New York and like small criminal like mini insurgencies in cities in America trying to like start small and like work their way up.
I don't think so, man. I think that happened during the 90s, probably early 2000s.
You don't hear about it.
No, because what happened with the drug trade is as the 2000 started, they started seeing a worldwide big economy, and that also impacted the drug trade and the crisis. So they don't work as an integrated organization. They are horizontal and mostly working as a gig economy, so everybody's a freelancer for everyone.
Got it.
And the Mexican cartels or the Mexican criminal organization, what they did is that they stopped trying to deliver or to move their own drugs in the U.S. And they just sell huge bulks of drugs to gangs in the U.S. The Crips, the Bloods, the Mexican Mafia, the Aztecas, whoever.
The guys that were in Chicago, the guys who were part of like getting El Chapo arrested.
Yes.
Two of their brothers, right?
Yes, the Flores brothers.
Flores brothers.
Yes. So guys like them that are part of a gang, are buying in bulk from Mexican organization. So if you have 10 tons of cocaine, you're not gonna distribute them on your own. You're just gonna move them to Tijuana and then have a buyer on the other side, usually biker squad or a gang, and they're gonna pay you in full with a whole fucking book, and that there's gonna be the trouble for the business to distribute that.
And that's where it stopped.
And that's where Mexico stops. Where the Mexican cartels or criminal organizations stop. They're like, okay, so that's good.
They have no interest in having like more distribution in the U.S. trying to make more out of it.
They try to
make it better because like you got these fucking people in the U.S. cutting through fentanyl and trying to mix shit. And people,
that's why the drugs in the streets started changing so much because it's a huge market in the U.S. now. It's a US-based market and a US-based operation. It's not operated by a Mexican organization.
Yeah,
and that
if it stayed Mexican all the way to the US, we could trust it.
Yes, man. I mean, it will be the same fucking dealer, right? It's too many hands of it in that truck. So if you trace what's in every single truck you get in the street, you can have a lot of different shit that they caught this shit with. It's changing the whole game of the street selling.
I don't know if it was you who told me this or somebody else who told me, but there was like some sort of like very strict policy the cartels had that none of the cocaine was cut with fentanyl. They wanted to make sure that there was absolutely zero fentanyl in any of the cocaine that they were shipping out, and they were somehow like testing it. Is that real?
Yes. That's
Why are you doing
that's
it
what
again?
the cartels do. Like fentanyl is for execution. You can use fentanyl in Mexico. There's a couple of guys that have been using. Most of them, they get what they call the tablazo. They get spanked in the ass with this massive, like, sort of like a cricket thing.
No way.
It's called the tablazo, man. And I mean, they go hard on you. And yeah, so that's what they use to. I have a brief video that I'm gonna put up next on my channel where I talk about the constitution of the Sinaloa cartel, and that's the constitution, the fucking tablazo. That's what they rely on to keep people, in a straight line.
I need to get one of those for hanging up on the wall.
Fuck yeah, I can get you one. I can easily.
Can
get
you
one.
really?
Yes,
That would be sick.
I'll let you.
Are you and Ed Calderon gonna collab? I saw somewhere that you guys were doing a podcast, but like never happened. Did it actually happen?
Yeah, we try to, and then he recently invited me on a live, but his connection kept breaking. So,
Oh, really?
and yeah, he just yesterday he reached out to invite me to his podcast.
That would be. I would love to listen to you guys talk.
Yeah. I mean, he's an interesting guy, and it's gonna be a great conversation.
For sure. Well, cool, man. Thanks again. Tell people where they can subscribe to your YouTube, on your Instagram, and all the stuff that you're doing, all your independent work.
Yes, please go to my YouTube channel and subscribe. It's at Luis Chaparro, double R, single P, because many people confuse that. It's like the most double P,
Two P's.
single R.
Yeah.
It's Luis Chaparro on YouTube. I'm gonna try to keep that up, keep that channel. That's my exit from taking bullshit from mentors and shit.
Hell yeah, man.
That's my long run project.
The more people that go and subscribe and follow him on all social media, the more freedom Luis will have to report whatever the fuck he wants.
Definitely, man. Thank you very much, man.
Hell yeah.
For getting me here.
I really appreciate it, man.
It's always pretty cool to talk for hours.
Dude, this was great. This was great. We gotta make this like at least twice a year thing. Every
Fuck
6
yes.
months we come back.
I'll be happy to.
Hell yeah.
Fuck yes, man.
All right, everybody. Thanks for listening, and good night, world. Is it true you were one of the first, or were you the first active duty fighter pilot to come out and talk publicly about UAPs?
Yeah, specifically active duty. I was actually active duty when I did first speak about this. David Fravor, he was kind of the first one that I think come out and speak about this, but at the time, he was no longer in the military.
Why is it that you were the first one to come out and talk about this? Because people have been witnessing this and observing these things for long before you came out, right?
Yeah, that's my understanding of it. So, I mean, why was I the first? That's a great question, I think. Perhaps I wasn't, just maybe I'm the one we're hearing about. But, from my position where I was, it was a little different because you weren't just seeing a one-off object on the radar on a camera and then never see it again and question whether you really saw it or not. We were seeing this on such a regular basis that it was something that we were briefing to every time. We were not only briefing to it, but we were also informing others that we don't have the proper technology as human, and we were notifying the general public essentially with our notes to them and essentially broadcasting out that they were also a threat. We didn't understand what they were, but they were essentially safety of flight hazards. So for me to speak about it, we were just trying to solve that particular problem. And that's why I spoke out about it.
And there was just the day we're recording today, which is what was the 13th of January, and I think it was 2 or 3 days ago, the report came out that there was now over 500 reported incidents of UAP sightings or UFO sightings by like service members or military
military members. Yeah, my understanding is that reporting comes strictly from the reporting mechanisms that have been created within the Navy and the Air Force. And so, yes, they are seeing more, and we would expect to see that, assuming what I've been saying is true. An increase in reporting will lead to an increase in reports. And so that's what we're seeing. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean the quality of reports will increase, and we'll likely have more false negatives when we do have that. But generally speaking, they're out there, and now we have the agency to actually report them, and so we're seeing the data come in.
I believe the New York Times, there was a bunch of articles about it, but the New York Times article, I'm sure you saw, was speculating that a bunch of it was basically junk in the sky or weather balloons. And they even mentioned, I think they quoted about the gimbal and the go fast video, saying that the go fast video, the object was only going 30 miles per hour. Did you see that?
I don't remember if they specifically called out the go fast video in those articles, but generally speaking, there are aviators out there that are talking about this constantly. They talk to me about it, and they tell me how this is something that they're talking about in their cockpits all the time. What they did express disappointment in was the fact that there were no reliable mainstream media organizations that they could talk to about this. Not that they're necessarily looking to go out and make news, but they are looking for an opportunity to tell their story, and what we're seeing from the mainstream media is just kind of the same old, little giggling, okay, well, maybe it's real, maybe it's not. And these people are putting their careers at risk to come forward to talk about this. So to have it blown off like that didn't really go over well to the aviators' eyes go over.
They're saying that the big mainstream media corporations weren't taking them seriously.
Essentially, they didn't feel like they could go and have a respectful conversation about this. And we see that with some of the reporting we've had where they've essentially dismissed these sightings. And what that does is the exact opposite of what I've been pushing for, which is to increase reporting. You're going to mock the aviators when they actually do report something, because what's going to happen naturally, some people are going to second guess whether they should report. If you have an news organization, New York Times, putting things out that are detrimental to the safe operation of aircraft, right? We have to report safety incidents, and if we are minimizing those that report it, then guess what? We're not going to have as many.
Yeah, a Navy aviator seems like would be the last person you want to mock.
Well, it's that topic, right? We kind of did it to ourselves. It's a conversation where it may not be pure mocking, but it's almost a defensive mechanism. At least what I've seen, people immediately want to laugh when they hear this topic, and I don't think they're laughing because they truly think it's funny. They just think they don't know how to react, right? And so they just burst out laughing, and then they listen for a real response, and sometimes they're shocked when they hear one. But I think that we're going to see people continue to kind of hold that flag of ridicule until they convince themselves of it. I don't think that one thing will be able to show them that data, and they'll say, okay, that's clearly something interesting. I'm going to know. Stop mocking this and really pay attention. I see some of these people kind of holding on for quite a while until they have real evidence to stand behind.
Yeah, I don't see that. I don't see many people that have that stance, really. Maybe it's just my people I surround myself with, people I talk to, but it's interesting hearing you say that, because you have, I'm sure you deal with a lot of people that are still active military or still in the Navy. So a lot of people that you talk to that are still active service, are they the ones that you're referring to that still kind of are holding on to that stigma?
Well, certainly I'll say in the military, but I think it's more complicated than that, because now that there's a classified reporting mechanism for this, I wouldn't expect them, nor would I ask them to communicate about it. However, I do still think the stigma is there. The stigma that I was referring to primarily is on the commercial side, since they do actually have the agency to have a conversation about this. They really want to. Some of the aviators I've talked to have got some pushback from their employees about speaking on this, including cease and desist orders. I don't think they're necessarily asking them to cease talking about UAP or UFO, but just generally talking about operations of the aircraft. I can see why they might have an issue with pilots communicating a safety issue publicly without their filter. Right?
Where are the cease and desist coming from?
Just corporate airlines, or commercial airlines. When there are pilots that are interested in speaking out, occasionally they have received cease and desist orders.
Yeah, so I'm interested. What was your take on that new report coming out with over 500 new sites? Was it 500 total or 500 new? I think it was 500 total.
Yeah, well, it's a good thing, because we're going to continue to see those numbers growing, I think, as more people report. And again, that's only the military. What also kind of came out at the same time as a report was also a interesting PowerPoint presentation that was given to the National Transportation Board by Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick, which kind of fell up actually, I think, the same day, which has some interesting information regarding how serious they're taking this aviation safety threat. Additionally, we also have seen the release of even more of what they're calling the range Fowler reports. Those are the actual reports from aviators those are the data sets that they're generating from, right? And so those data sets, I would suggest, are much more interesting in the report themselves. You actually hear from the pilots themselves about the objects that they're seeing and why they're seeing them.
Okay, so for people out there who may not be familiar, can you summarize your career as a Navy pilot?
I'll try. Yeah, it's really not that complicated. I went a 4-year degree. Got a degree in mechanical aerospace engineering from the Polytechnic Institute. My junior year, decided that the degree I was going for wasn't really that exciting, though. Essentially, I had an internship that really sucked, so I essentially changed my major to aerospace and decided I wanted to go fly jets. Applied to Officer Candidate School, got in as a pilot. And essentially, the rest is kind of history. I just kind of kept passing tests and moving forward. And, luckily the needs of the Navy were such that I was able to get the aircraft that I wanted, which isn't always the case. But yeah, I joined, I got into FAT camp for the first time, I believe in 2011 in GFA 106 on the East Coast. I was there for a year and then newly assigned to GFA 11, the Red Rippers, where I flew that FAT team for 2.5 years. Two combat deployments. Once I was finished up with that, I went to Navy Mississippi where I was advanced fighter instructor. C-45 Godhawk, had an aircraft carrier, qualified platform formation, all that good stuff. And that was when I first actually spoke out about this kind of in my time in that instructor. And that was the last floor before I got it. So I was into that a lot.
Wow. What's it like being a fighter?
I don't know, still figuring it out.
It's one of the most fascinating things. There's movies about it, and there's the mechanics of it, and it's just hard to wrap your mind around flying a machine like that and then landing on this boat in the middle of the ocean. It's hard to grasp, a lot of people in the military do kind of like mundane things that aren't necessarily as thrilling as flying a jet, Even people that are, boots on the ground in the Middle East and stuff like that, it's just not as, it's definitely terrifying, but doing what you were doing is just on a whole nother level. But, I was very fortunate to be able to do a mission like that. Truly, for most of it, it's, a matter of your own skill and how you perform. So in a way, it's unique in that it's just so much concentrated effort and focus on applying the skill sets to the maximum capability of the aircraft and the weapon. We don't go out there and fight with 60%. We're always pushing the envelope, we're always maximum performing jet. And guys and gals on the ground as well are doing that, but we're up there, we're very protected even going into combat, at least in the environment we're not really clear combat. So my job may have been more thrilling, but I got much respect for the folks that are on the ground doing hard work there. My great honor to be able to fly around in Afghanistan and Iraq. Provide support for people on the ground. That's essentially what I was doing. What can you talk about as far as what you're doing in the Middle East, flying? What sort of missions or objectives do you have? How similar was it to the Top Gun?
Well, I was trained to do flights like you see in Top Gun movie. That's typically called like a hybrid. We would call it close air support. That was a pre-planned strike, which is relatively rare. But we do train to do low investment like that. The reality is a little more complicated for us. Typically, what we're doing is kind of playing chess while we're down there, not necessarily trying to go as fast as you can with the targets and usually identifying things and executing tactics while we're performing down there. And to get to your question earlier, that's really what's so difficult about being a fighter pilot. It's not the flying itself, learning how to employ that weapon, because that's what it is for us. We don't learn to fly about 15 for very long, maybe it's a month. Our third flight, we fly by ourselves. We're trained aviators at that point. What we're doing is learning how to deploy weapons. And very complicated. They have learned the tactics and timing, all the things that are required to survive up there if we are to go into combat.
So what sort of thing? So what sort of targets are you going after? And what sort of objectives do you have? What's your daily? What is daily life like on an aircraft carrier in the Middle East? Like, are you spending your days and nights on an aircraft carrier? I'm assuming.
Yep. Yeah. So once we leave, we're pretty much out there for 9, 10, 11 months. So depending on how long it is. But on a daily basis, essentially, you're looking at anywhere between 8 to 9 hour missions. You're going to launch sometime between 5 in the morning. But pretty much all day we're launching and going out and making missions. Once you fly out there, it's very complex. It's quite the trip. And then once we're out there, really what we do is we get tasked to various tips as they're often called. Contact scenarios where we have to cluster over the best homes by people who are in combat. And that either looks like identifying targets on their own, which I think is pretty, and either requesting or having authorization due to the engagement program, or talking to someone that's on the ground or in some base and that may be their target for us. So that's the majority of what we do on a regular basis in Iraq. That is what we were doing. However, 2 years ago, we were also operating in Syria. There were aircraft that were launched, and we actually had our first combat team. First one was the early 90s. That was essentially getting too close with I don't know the specifics, but either way, so we were seeing the able air combat.
Air-to-air combat is like dogfighting.
It is. It's not something you do on a regular basis or train to do this over the past decade or so.
You guys more have like strategic strikes from air to ground, right?
Well, we do train all of it, like 100%. We don't even prioritize one or the other. But when we are in those operations in the Middle East, we already have air superiority, so we're not focused on air combat versus flying on the ground. Not to say we don't carry. We do have the weapons, as we've seen with that shoot down, but primarily
when you're training on a pilot, how important is vision? What sort of do you test some vision?
Oh yeah.
And what is that? Can you walk me through that?
Well, I don't think it's overly complicated. It's just is your vision correct for some point and below some limit. My vision was not. I had to have PRK, laser eye surgery, before I joined. I did one eye at a time since I was in college. I just issued the black board. So, I did that to correct my vision so I could fly. And it's pretty common. I mean, you can fly with glasses. Yeah, just have to be corrected.
Interesting. Yeah, because you're moving so fast, and you have to make. I heard you about it before, like when you're flying, you kind of moving so fast, you kind of just don't even have time to think about anything. You're sort of reacting to your environment, using your sensing and your intuition.
A lot of times, yeah. I mean, I think the trait of a good fighter pilot would be to overcome that to some degree and push that. There are best practices and there are tactics. There's standard operating procedures. How do we push past that bubble to adapt to a real life scenario in order to that fix? When we start talking about hard air-to-air battles, that's going to get a little more hard, a little less science.
What are the biggest dangers of your job? Your job in a fighter pilot?
Probably crashing in the back of the boat.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's probably the most riskiest thing we do.
What is that like? How do you describe the difficulties in landing and taking off from an aircraft carrier?
Yeah, so I guess the best way to describe it, and so I was actually a roving signal officer, which was specially trained as kind of an authority to land on the boat within my squadron airwing. I was eventually trained up to head landing signal officer for my squadron, which generally means I would go through back of the boat with my team with an actual telephone thing and talk to the pilots as they're coming around. And what we do is we train them to our voices so that if we give a verbal command, they immediately apply that command, whether they agree with it or not. Because there are misconceptions that they can receive under certain scenarios, and that's why it's so important. That they're looking for a voice once we start talking, what we call the ball or the landing system. And so, what is it like? It's difficult, and it's never something you don't just get it one day. I've seen commanders and admirals, having to go passes just like you guys. And so it's very much kind of like one-on-one in a sense, It's you and the boat, and a lot of times you'll, at least for me, it was very meditative and almost serene, especially at night on long straight and barely seeing the day. I can send you a video of a night really pretty clear. You just see a speck of light in the distance for a while, and then the aircraft is landing on it. But how do you do it? You have to. It's so difficult because imagine if you were driving a car at about 170 miles an hour, and three-dimensional cars kind of easy because you can only go through. You need to drive this car within a 1 foot box, or fly your head through a 1 foot by 1 foot box while you're in the cockpit flying over the aircraft carrier, a particular plane. You need to go through that 1 foot by 1 foot box in order to catch a free wire on the first pass. 170 miles an hour, you're constantly making corrections to the right because the aircraft carriers are aimed at decking, so it's slightly moving to the right. So you come down, you're making these little corrections, you fly your head kind of on that curve, kind of curving down a little bit, fly your head through that box, and that's wow, man. And there's a lot of risk there. Flying a perfect pass is not what we teach. We don't want people to fly a perfect pass. We want them to fly a slightly high pass. That's safe. If you're flying a perfect pass, any descent is going to put you below glide slope, and that's what we're doing.
Have you ever failed in doing that? Or has every single landing kind of flawless?
Oh no, that's not flawless. But fail, no, I'm still here.
Right. But I'm sure not every failed attempt would be fatal.
Yeah. So when we come in, well, I wouldn't call it a failure, not a trap. So sometimes you do everything right and you don't trap. So what we do when we come down is we usually put our speed brakes in. Kind of slows us down. We touch down the road brake. So it's almost as if we didn't touch the wire, we just bouncing off the deck, which is exactly what we do. We do touch the wire, then it stops us there. And so if we miss it, we just outs up and go right. I don't know if I call it a failure per se, but that's kind of the negative example of the past.
Right. That would be the best case scenario. Touching the hook on the wire.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, a lot of worse than you want to do is flip the edge of the ship.
Yeah, you don't want to get back and go.
What's the worst thing you ever saw on aircraft carrier? Like that, like with a landing gone well?
I've seen tail hook hit the back of the boat, called a ramp strike, but it wasn't too bad. It didn't explode too much. But sometimes the hook hits the back of the ship. The metal shrapnel goes everywhere, but that didn't happen. My buddy ejected off the front of the back, wasn't a landing, but he ejected foreign objects through the fog during the crash shot, which took out one of his engines. And there was a subsequent issue with the other engine as well, and they just ejected him shortly off the front of the boat. It was pretty low too, like he was a weapon system off on the back seat that he messed up. Broke his back in several spots, and he's actually flying. I think either was or is the landing officer at FCO.
How rare is it for somebody to eject, especially during training?
I don't know the numbers, but I'm sure there's a number calculated in hours of flight time. But I've witnessed I've flown over two of them. Fireball and jet as well.
Now, is this during combat missions? Or
No, these are all trained.
these are all trained.
Much more dangerous than that.
But you yourself, you never had one jet.
Yeah. I don't think I would have survived. My back would have got messed up.
What are these guys? Did you ever talk to these guys after they ejected?
I was responsible for investigating. So I had to interview these guys. Yep.
What do they say? What is that experience like?
It's a lot, you know. For some guys, I think it kind of depends, you know.
It's kind of like, I mean, in movies, they kind of gloss over. I mean, it seems like, you know, something that when they do it in movies, it seems like the guys are always good to go. You know, like, especially the recent Top Gun. What if you go on like 10 Mach and you just like walk into a diner?
We should all be selected. But no, you know, I've seen, you know, I'll say very degrees of response, right? You know, younger guys and TV and happy to just brush it off and just go back up. And, you know, there are guys that have families and stuff, you know, it can really shake them. I mean, these guys are getting almost as close to death as you can get. It's still surviving in some of these times. One of the cases I'm thinking about, I mean, they basically ejected after the ejection. Basically 135 degrees down, about 400 feet up to the ground, essentially ejecting into the ground. And luckily they came out and they were able to swing at least once before they hit. And they were fine. But, you know, they had varying responses to how it kind of made them feel and their comfort level. And I was, you know, Navy trained me to be an aviation safety officer. I was now in 2 years, aviation safety school for 5 weeks. And that was my job. That was one of my collateral jobs as a pilot. If or when someone goes down, I would go out there and I figure it out. You know, I would clean the pieces up and figure out what happened and publish a report, and then go into the manuals and try to make it so it doesn't happen again. And I do that, you know, a number of times. Every time there's a mishap, that's what happens. And that's why we say our pocket checklist are typically written as well. So we use it for problems afterwards. And I've seen that lesson over and over again. And I can't say for certain, but perhaps that was part of my motivation to kind of speak up about the UAP topic, because it was just a matter of time before someone was saying, you know,
Yeah, so when was the first time you experienced one of these objects? First time you knew these things? Can you explain like what was happening before you saw them and then what was happening after you saw them? I can understand you had some equipment.
Yeah, so we got back from our deployment on the USS Enterprise in 2012. We ended with what's called a workup, or a maintenance phase, where essentially we kind of give our good jets 3 or 4 big squadrons and we cannibalize some jets and fix some stuff. And our jets just so happen to be ready to be upgraded to other ways had computing systems already installed and warranted. And so eventually we upgraded, and as soon as we upgraded, we started noticing objects on our radar that we hadn't seen without that upgrade. And so we went from flying around with our APG-73 radar, and it's really sweet, right? It's like a radar you can use in
APG-73.
yeah, APG-73. Okay. And it's kind of like
Is this the thing like the clock goes around in a circle?
it kind of, but we see it kind of just like as a box with a line. And so, you know, what do we see? We basically just see like a little icon that your jet button that tells us the speed and various schematics about it. And that's what we would expect to see. We weren't seeing anything on the APG-73. The upgraded radar, the APG-79, big jump. How it's digital to mechanical to digital in that sense. Much better, stronger, more powerful. And we go up there and we see things on the radar. And it's like, okay, well, you know, I just, you know, does my wingman see this? No, we have a different radar, and I have, you know, so we kind of just thought it was kind of error. And we were seeing objects on our radar that weren't there with the other one. And it's just a natural assumption. They were vulnerable, not vulnerable, but there's always errors that are involved in things like this, and so we thought maybe some of those had carried over. But, you know, long story short, we eventually got close enough to see these not only with the radar, but also with the camera system that's on the jet clear. So that kind of tucks in on our cheek pad here. Whenever we look at stuff on the radar, all our attention goes to that spot. And so as people were kind of noticing the rocks on them, like attention was really good. Eventually, people were close enough to see that there was higher energy coming from their spot as well. Infrared energy. Okay. And so our camera system, the FLIR, shows us either camera view or higher energy. And so that's what we see on, say, the Google video, that black and white. You can switch it to black and white. You can switch it from black hut to white hut, and being the white with the hut. So you can switch more black, just in the contrast. Or you can go to like a full color mode, which is TV. Doesn't show you heat, but it shows you, what you look through in the camera. We typically fly with IR so you can see better, see further, more prominent. And yeah, we're using IR and we come from these spots where radar was dropping us off essentially. And so at this point, we had to conclude that there was physically something there, and we had to just respect it as aviators, not, just approach these objects or just ignore them and fly around them because we thought they were clutter. Yeah, at this point, we were confident they were physical, they didn't have organs or even that it was totally remarkable. That if we were to fly through the spot that our radar was showing us there's something that we could do generally speaking, right?
So what are the possibilities that if it wasn't coming physical, what would show up on the radar?
Well, there could be energy in that spot. There are plasmas can be captured on radar and other things. You can have extremely thick clouds and return radar signals on ROTHSCHILD. So even like temperature versions of the air with the older systems could potentially show you air traffic lights. But that was an initial assumption that there was some things like that. So now to have energy coming from that spot in the sky as well, in a very precise manner, and someone was shining that higher flashlight at us, they had to make the assumption that it was physical at that point to proceed with flight.
This episode of the podcast, you saw these things. You mentioned you were flying with a wingman. What does that mean when you're flying with a wingman? That's not the Wizzo. That's not the person in the cockpit with you, right?
Nope. You'll have one person in the back seat called weapons system officer, right. And then we have a wingman with us for a section. That's 2 aircraft. We need like this, like a formation like that. And we'll go do our mission. Once we get out there, they will break up, maybe fighting against each other. People will fly around in pairs and drop bombs. We got a million things we can do, but we'll fly out there in close formation to get into the areas where we have stuff, and then we'll join back up and fly back into the tail.
Is that typically how all missions are carried out with multiple jets flying in formations and planned attacks like that? Is there ever a solo jet flying?
There is. There's all the time, but I would say it's just as common to go out into. We pretty much, it's just one of those things you might just go by yourself, but there's plenty of two sections or singles or even 4 aircraft is what we call it, divisions. So it's just all of the above, frankly.
And what is it like sorry, I'm kind of going off on a bunch of different things, but flying in formation, like, what is that? How hard is that to learn?
That's like flying a boat. So that's what I would tell the students, right? Because I just teach them that as well. And it's the same power motions, right? When you do that as when you're at the boat. When you're on the boat, you have to ride a glide slope. If I add power, I'm going to start going boat that glide slope. I can keep power there, I'm going to keep going, right? I can make what's called 3-point power correction. Add power, get myself in the right direction, pull it back, and accelerate, and re-add power a little bit less to stabilize and then higher. Every time I have to make an adjustment, it requires 3 power corrections. Every time. So I'm just flying the ball, both doing this the whole way around. It's very, very small. Actually, we'll leave our pinky up like this on the rail. So we can have like a reference point where you are. So when you get closer, you can do the same. Using the 2 throttles, the fingers, and using that as a reference point. When you fly in formation, the same thing. Pinky up there, and now instead of your referencing the glide slope, you're referencing the aircraft. And so in quality time, I add power to stop that deceleration, so I pick back up, and then then I have to take power off to decelerate, and then add a little bit back to stabilize where I am in that lower position. It's like power correction all day long. And during perfectly clear skies, you might go out to a mile and do that, in the same position where it's much easier in the smallest space, it's not easier to look away for a second. But if you're in bad weather, you need to keep away, especially for hours. Oh God, yeah, it's painful. My first flight into Iraq, I was on day one mission when our squad got there. I was a senior lieutenant command at the time. Only one of our squad lieutenant anyways that had been on prior combat. And so I got to go on day one, and we had to go through a thunderstorm, and not only that, but we had to tank it. We all running out of gas for the thunderstorm, and tankers there, and
You're refueling in the air
oh yeah,
in a thunderstorm.
yeah. The very first guy, he couldn't get in the basket. Couldn't get in. And he was getting frustrated when it's on below the bingo number, which means he should have argued it already. Which is not good. Go home. Must have like bases set up and that nature. But long story short, he didn't get in. It's just how it is. Every day, it's just something to deal with all the time when you're flying. You never know what you're going to get.
Okay, back to where we were. The first time you saw one of these objects, you guys were flying formation during training day. What was the weather like that day?
Well, let me correct you a little bit. I don't want to. It's hard for me to say what the first time was because I've seen on the radar. I never was like, okay, seeing them, and then quite realize they're real, and then all right, that's clear. Then we did see them on the radar.
So this wasn't just like the first time it happened. It wasn't just like this unbelievable experience.
No, it was just kind of like that. Something like that, right? The radar thing. And then once again, you have that curiosity a little bit, but your drive to survive and do what you're doing out there takes precedence over a lot of things. So
This is 2014.
yeah. But we were getting more curious as we were seeing them more. And then eventually, one of my squad mates, well, 4 of them, but one saw it. They were flying out in sections. So 2 aircraft, 4 people, formation, flying out to a working area. And there's a single spot in the sky where all the traffic going into the working areas was cap point. Not a cap point, just an entry point.
What is the difference? Yeah, what is the difference?
So a cap point is kind of a tactical term that we use as a combat air patrol holding position when we're looking for a line of defense against enemies. We might be holding at that cap point such that we get the command to push an hour attack point. Entry point is just an administrative point in the sky that we all agree upon that is safe for
For entering area.
Yes.
And there's a separate spot for exit.
Big spot, 1,000 people. Right? So it's one of the busiest places, East Coast drive for air traffic. And so they it's that but either way, it's not like a event. Either way, they were flying in that formation, and right at the entry point, one of these officers went right in their aircraft. Closer towards the lead side. The lead air crew saw it, the air crew of the other aircraft did not, which is not surprising. They're so focused on flying formation, not so much of but lead does, and lead did see the object. And like the lead aircraft, the pilot aircraft, and he just described it as a duck-colored cube, a black cube, beside a clear sphere. That's the description. It went in between their aircraft, but I'd be careful when I say that because we don't know what it's doing necessarily. I don't believe we had it on the radar. We did have we needed a physical report. I also just can't remember whether we had what my assumption is. Then I turned around and come home after that. They didn't trust the radar. Combat mission. Well, not combat mission, but fighting training stuff, something that requires the radar. So, you see monsters but he came back and he had all his gear on the ready room and he was describing what he saw. Just as I just described it. And he just we were all very familiar. We didn't have a room for anything. We all were aware of them that they were potential safety issues.
No one had seen one to make it out.
Not yet, not for this one. So now we're all like, well, this is right? Maybe it's some kind of thing. That's why we didn't describe it. propulsion, there's no obvious lifting surfaces, but hey, that's what we saw. So we're kind of thinking it was a drone at this point or something. So we submitted a safety report, a hazard report. Something we submit when there's a chance of this happening. Like we got lucky this time, next time we might not be so lucky. And this is a good example of that. And so we submitted it out, and we were thinking, hey, maybe this is some classified drone program. Maybe this is who knows what, but maybe by submitting this report, they'll get the message that they're stepping out of their lane here and creating a safety. We assumed it was some classified program. Of course, nothing actually happened. I forget the total number of reports that are related to EOP East Coast that period, like 8 or 10, I think. And it wasn't just our squad, even this other squad was on just that radar. And over the course of time, we weren't necessarily going out and people are taking any type of data sets, but generally speaking, whenever I talk to anyone on this pilot, they had a sufficiently powerful enough radar and they had seen an object, they described it the same way.
Which is very unique compared to what Commander Fraser talked about. He talked about like a Tic Tac object. He didn't know, not even close to what you guys saw.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be just one answer to this whole thing.
But so if I can recall, Commander Fraser talked about sort of trying to chase this thing, right? He was trying to chase it, the thing was mimicking him or mirroring his movements. And then he talks about him showing up at his cap point before he knew where his cap point was.
He knew where his cap point was, I believe. He probably had it written down, but he hasn't been there.
Right. From what I can deduce from what he said, is he wasn't sure where, like, he didn't even know where he was going to be prior to where, like, there was no way maybe the object knew where he was going to be.
It's kind of one of those things where you have, like, a bunch of waypoints, and you're like, I know you get waypoint 9, but I have no idea where it is.
Right.
You know what I mean? So it's probably like that. Like,
right.
You click over, hey, you got the cap point.
The guy who saw it with his naked eye, and the guys were in the ready room, he was describing that. Who else was there, and what was like? Could you read the room? Like what did you take in from the other people that were there, and what was their reaction to it?
I had a similar reaction to the look that everyone had on their faces when watching the video. Wasn't the same people, but it kind of had that like looking around with a dumb look on everyone's face, like what the fuck, I mean, commanding officer of the squadron was there, 4 or 5 lieutenants like myself, the duty officer who is always there, there's always someone at the desk, and he's the one on the radio for playing, and looking back, and troubleshooting stuff, dealing with issues of the day, which this was, and everyone's kind of like, I'm looking at these things, and it's like, what do we do now, and they answer was to talk to the safety officer and submit a hazard report. Eventually, the hazard report, of course, didn't change anything. It's more of a data collection mechanism than a proactive, prevention mechanism on aviation safety. Like I said, a lot of references are written below. So
did you ever see one of these things with your own eyes?
No, I didn't. I looked. What would happen is crazy, and I talked to him. When I didn't talk to people that had seen it, almost all the others had seen it, but not physically seen it, listened on the radar, or had tried to see it but couldn't, much like myself. And so what that looks like is, you have something on the radar, it's 20 miles away or some distance, not within visual line. As you get closer, you start to pick it up on your fluid, you dial in your course, and you're trying to have a 500-foot pass with it. All your sensors are asleep, your radar is looking at it, cameras looking at it, there's weapon seeking cameras and sensors that are on the weapon. The weapons are now all looking at it, right? All the information is getting pumped into my helmet. So when I look out, I can see a box around where I should be looking. When I look back at my radar, I guess I still have object lock in front of me, and I look over at the sphere, and yes, I can see the energy coming out of that piece of the sky, very precisely, right? And then my sensors are telling me where to look, and you fly right by it, 2 feet, and 200 feet, and you don't see anything. But then it's going through the
What is going through your mind when you see it on every single one of your instruments, but you can't see it with your eyes?
Yeah. I don't know. We didn't make anything of it in a sense. I mean,
You think it was like something's fishy with the radar, something's wonky with the mechanical
no.
instruments?
At this point, it's inconceivable to us that our radar and ear and visuals would potentially be now not for everyone, right? Not everyone, but for the cases that we did see objects, to be able to pull all three of those is interesting. Now, what you can do is you can say, okay, well, perhaps some are physical and some are not. Right? That's one way you could go down this. And bottom line, we just don't have the data for that. Right? To say that every object is represented as a physical object, or there are only some physical objects and others were not physical. We just don't have enough data to kind of make that assumption. But when you're flying around, you have to make the assumption that they're all physical.
And how long did it take before people on the boat, when you guys got back and did debriefs, or whatever, how many of these reports were there before things started to change?
Well,
or did things ever change?
I don't know how many reports there were. There were about, I think, 8 or so hazard reports that were submitted to the Aviation Safety Center that were specifically referencing objects that were, I won't say unexplainable, but not identified as drones or anything else. There's a lot of others that indicate it's a drone, but, what else are you going to call it, right? But I don't know how many because we weren't really tracking them. Right? And so then what did change, essentially, to answer your question? Eventually, the Navy implemented a reporting process for the European Task Force where they were mandating, I believe, literally submit reports on landing of any objects that they witnessed. And it didn't go through the Naval Aviation Safety reporting that they went to European Task Force. And so that is what changed. I don't know how many incidents there were before that, but the UAP Task Force report and now the ODNI report came out shows that it's happening quite often.
You spoke about, I forget which podcast it was, you spoke about a moment when you were in the room and there was a senior officer, like a top guy who was reviewing it, and then he looked at it, he's like, and he turned around and walked away. What was that?
So everything we've talked up to this point has been off the east coast of the Beach with no aircraft carrier involved. In 2015, we started to prepare for our workup. But it was right at the change of the year. But we left essentially on the aircraft carrier to essentially get ready for what's called a workup cycle. We spent months on the boat and we basically do all that training from the boat to practice like we play. And while we were off the coast of Jacksonville, Florida, that's when we filmed the Gimbal video that people are familiar with. And so, yeah, it's pretty intense. And there's actually bases on the coast where they have called Red Air, contract Red Air, essentially, where they come out and test us, right? So they'll come out, fly out, have like penetration tests, right, over the emissions. We might be on like a training mission, and we might need to break off of that because we're going to intercept some other Red Air fighters that have been launched off the coast to test whether we can intercept them before they get within weaponry in the boat, or things of that nature, right? It's gotta, I mean, one side it's awesome fun, right? And you're out there skipping around, intercepting aircraft as they try to, break their way into the carrier. So it's kind of like,
where are these guys coming from?
Various bases off the East Coast, New Jacksonville, I forget where they are, but they just buzz right out there, and they're essentially targets for us. And we do that for our air training as well. But anyways, we're doing an air mission out there. This is actually interesting too, but I'll get to that after. No, please. Right after I tell the story, I'll tell you this little piece here. We talk so much, but yeah, we're going out doing an air-to-air mission. The air crew that filmed with Gimbal essentially started coming back to the boat after they had run out of gas or waiting to land. You don't just come back and land. You have to wait for the gas to pick up. So what that means is you essentially have to just slow down and do what's called a maximum dirge profile, fly at a certain airspeed that maximizes your time versus being active or in dogfights. Yeah. So if you're in like dogfights training mission in the boat, you're eventually going to hit a fuel number, and you bring your throttle back, and you simply just done being back at that speed. And so that's the position they were in. They're coming back, and they ended up seeing rail contacts on their radar. And they initially thought it was penetration test, as they talked about. So they went over to intercept the aircraft and looked on the radar and all that. But the kind of mechanics of it didn't really jive with what they would expect to see. Too slow, forming frames that they didn't expect to see. Long story short, they essentially went to stern convert the objects, which what that means is you essentially want to, this object is flying around, you're in any position, you want to kind of arrive in a position. Okay. Stern convert. And so what that really looks like in real life, you usually go up 10 miles apart. Something like that. Okay. And so generally that's what they were doing as they were trying to get closer to the object. What they saw on the radar was one object, and then nearby were about 5 other objects that were flying like a wedge. And so the wedge essentially proceeded along more like a straight line and kind of got jumbled up and did very tight turns essentially as it keeping up. These objects that are in formation, my assumption that they were objects we were seeing off the East Coast of the States. And I say that because they appeared on the radar similarly as what we're seeing on the East Coast. There are ways that we can identify it, such as the way the objects kind of like sticks around a bit with what we're seeing on the radar. That's a clear radar representation. It kind of skip around as if it can tell exactly which direction you're going, even though it's showing it using that system. It's confusing, but that's how we're able to identify them on the radar. And these look similar, right? So it's an assumption that they however, the gimbal object we had not seen before. I kind of located below the object, I'll say they're to the south. They're kind of like below the wedge, and they're falling in the same direction, just like behind. And when the wedge made that turn, and rolled out in the opposite direction back to formation, gimbal object just kind of going one direction. And it's weird from a God's eye view. If you start going
that gimbal video from a God's eye view?
No. Okay. But what I saw on the situational awareness page, that's a God's eye view. And so that screen, typically between our legs, there's one screen here, okay, screen here, typically keep the echo footage down here, and we'll have a radar here, or up here, and different types of radar over here. And so the SA page is all of our sensors and has huge in God's eye view, aircraft with color maps and all this stuff, right? So like that's like kind of like the conglomerate, and that's a God's eye view. So the object, you have the things here, and then the other visual down here, these turns, and then this is kind of with no radius of turn, just start going in the other direction. What that turned out to be, it seems, upon further analysis, was that the object it was vertical turn. Essentially like a vertical shape. Whereas if you're looking from a God's eye view,
so that,
yeah, very tight there, like 200 feet, the reverse direction.
yeah, it's not something you see a fighter jet.
No, certainly not. It takes almost a mile for a fighter jet to turn.
Wow.
But I don't think this was fighter jet size per se. It was smaller. And I say that because our velocity vector, which is in the HUD, also gets transcribed onto the fluid. That's set to a size. And we can set that in our jet so that before the dogfight and the wings of the aircraft in front of us in our HUD are equal to the size of that velocity vector. It gives us a rough estimate of the distance of the aircraft. And so if I look at that velocity vector and 10 miles away and the object is half the size of that velocity vector, it's a rough estimate. Now, I don't know what they necessarily have it set to, so I can't necessarily make a judgment on the size. However, if it was set to standard, just I don't have a number, but looking at it, it would be smaller. I think based on the size to the velocity vector. How long is that?
It just kind of happens out of nowhere.
It's
That's something you should know,
yeah,
right?
30 feet, 35 feet.
35 feet long, and the wingspan roughly 28.
We're gonna have to cut this entirely wrong. Yeah, it's
Maybe
gonna
you
go
can
on.
find that.
We pride ourselves
Okay,
in not
here we go.
knowing stuff that doesn't affect us in combat.
56 feet? Wow.
No,
big.
that's the Hornet. So the Super Hornet
Okay,
is
you
twice the size. Not necessarily length, but it's a big aircraft.
60 feet.
Yeah.
Whoa. So that's what you were flying. The Super Hornet.
So
Find some better images of this thing.
It looks the same, but it's 33% larger overall. So different engines, electronics, and all that.
Carries lots of weapons.
Maybe you can do some sprints. There's so much room. That's great. Get a dog.
So so yeah. Anyway,
Look at that one. Look at all the bombs on the bottom of that one. The one in the middle. Yeah, right there. That's
Yeah. Argon ER.
What?
It's the Argon ER.
Oh, okay.
Advanced anti-radiation guided missile. Extra range. Argon ER. So that is something that you would shoot, and that's actually not an F-15.
Oh, it's not?
No, that is actually a growler. A growler. Yeah, and actually, well, hey, well, that's actually kind of what is it? Yeah, it's a growler. I'm partial to that 35 because it's just the right aircraft for the environment that you need to operate in. We talked about flying and operating a weapon.
That's a 36.
Yeah, so it's not 36.
So yeah, you were 35.
Yeah, I mean, the F-22, a great jet as well. I mean, the F-22,
Wow, that thing was pretty like very stealth looking.
So it is a stealth aircraft. It's a 25 stealth aircraft that's designed for penetration.
Okay.
Like every basically every generation fighter is kind of is. That's pluses and minuses. For example, the F-22, fantastic aircraft, lots of thrust. Ability to operate high and fast, all good stuff, and stealthy, and all weapons are carried with but that also means essentially when those weapons can't work out either. And so,
What is that? Essentially,
so you build weapons, say there's one called the IR missile, which we use to deploy it in close range. It could also be used for essentially high stuff. And that sensor needs to be able to kind of look behind you to find that. And if your weapon were ready to turn into your bag, sometimes it would do that. Okay? And so it's an interesting problem. And I know they work to at this point to some degree, so that they're not much. But no fighter is perfect to the point, and they're built for different things. The F-22 is no different than the F-35. And both very different aircraft. Both is flexible and modern warfare.
You know, it's funny. In the crew that first, triangular collapsed stealth bomber came out, there was the government was going along stories that UFOs was trying to put exactly the conspiracy with the hydrogen out to get. But yeah, so this is the gimbal video, right? Mm-hmm.
So this is the object we were seeing next to the 5 other objects.
Okay, yeah, go ahead and roll.
The whole fleet of them will come in and say, they're all going against the wind. The wind's 120 knots in the west.
These are friends of yours.
It's so weird when I was at that.
That's not all. That's well, there's like it's roasted.
So one of them was my wedding party.
Really?
I won't say which one, but one of them I spent most of my career with. We went through training together in the fleet replacement squadron when we first met. So we were like in a 5-person class together. We trained together. He ended up going to boat with me. He was like my wizard. I was not my wizard, but he was in the back seat. And we went to do our night training for the very first time. And it was his first time landing on a boat. The wizard was going to do that to us later. but the pilots get day traps when they're in the
So is it free though? They don't do the landing though, right?
They don't.
Right.
But it's still like, this is like, now they're like with another student, right? And this is the student's first time laying on a boat, and he's in the backseat. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like this big trust thing in a way. It's really it's like, all right, saddle up. You know, here's a guy who's never been in a boat before. He's doing it by himself, and you're sitting in the back.
Oh god!
Right? So I imagine it's a little nerve-wracking. They don't have a stick. I mean, they're not pilots. So yeah,
Hold my breath.
yeah. So we did this. We did this together, and it was an interesting story. And
You guys.
but so we were going to do our first night trap together, and the way we do that is we hold way back behind the boat high, and we actually, when our time, plus or minus 3 seconds of our quick time, we have to be at a point in the sky. We do this out at a certain speed, we go down 2 meters down, 2 meters, which is pretty aggressive. That's like, we could have heard that flight from Cessna, theoretically, but we're coming down, and then at about 5,000 feet, we arrest our descent to 8 degrees north down, 40 because there's something called the minute weight. If we're spending that 8 degrees north down, our rate of descent is greater than how much altitude we have left in 1 minute. So, like, you're going to die in 1 minute. So that's why we so what happened was, as we were kind of approaching the altitude, we were like, oh wow, we're down 8 degrees, everything's steady up, all good. So we start pulling essentially our mission computers inside the jet. So what that led to was all of our displays going blank and reset. So not only, now this is night landing, there are no external lights, no navigation. The jet's still flyable, I just can't see where I am. And this is just as I start to pull up, I lost my fluid. Right, so I'm pulling at one view. It feels like I'm sitting in a chair, but I could be upside down, sideways, inverted up to the water, just feel like I'm sitting there. And that's what's so terrifying. The mission computer reset, we're pulling off. We come back and we find ourselves somewhere like this, you know, and then they go again. Right? Now I'm like, and I'm not like waiting for them to reset. Now I'm like looking at a flash. So like, at least like turn it on and shine it on the back. So there's no like real lights on those. So I'm trying to do that while I'm fiddling with that. So I'm still trying to like somehow keep the plane upright. So there's like a layer overcast at 8,000 feet. If there's just no moon and just sunlight, it's like you can see the waves, you can see the ground. But when there's a overcast at 8,000, might as well rise.
What is this?
I knew it was gonna be good because there's 3 more.
What is this?
Night landing.
Oh, this is a night landing.
Best potato salad.
What are we even looking at right now? This is a tiny. Oh, it's the aircraft carrier.
I know it doesn't look like much.
Wow.
But that's, I mean, see how it's like black up there? That's what it looks like if you have that overcast layer. You really can't see anything.
So you're basically surrounded in blackness, and you lost all your
It's like it's not
everything went gone. And you pull out your flashlight in the cockpit and you're shining it on.
I'm trying to at this point. Yeah, I'm like trying to get it out because it's strapped right here. And I'm like, take it down, turn it on, and then it'll be like.
Meanwhile, you don't know if you're about to hit the water. Are you above the water? You're above the.
It's all ocean below us. You can't see it. Like I said, for that overcast layer. So yeah, it's just like, man. We end up, you know, the mission computers were reused, and they end up redoing and setting up that time. We were somewhere like this, you know, floating there around like 11 feet or so. We were kind of coming down like this, just slicing down like this, you know, left and right. So we had a minute. Takes about 10 or 15
What is
seconds.
the protocol? What if your instruments don't come back on? What is the protocol? What is the
insurance?
Go to my standby. And then fly that back. So at this point, we declared an emergency. We were probably about 4 miles, 5 miles from with like 2 miles from actually like being on the path. You know, you're seeing that image where you like see the runway and you sort of land over there. So we declared an emergency, and that was the easiest landing. I thought it would be difficult and stressful to land with the boat the first time, but as soon as I saw the landing lines and the runway essentially of the boat, at least on the ground, I know where it is now. So everything else was easy because I was just happy to be able to see the ground essentially where I went out again. So we did that together, and then we ended up going to the boat, and I was taught my class on the boat. They sent me priority alpha, and I was deployable to a part of like potential fourth squadron. Just because my grades were high and I did well enough, and so about 2 weeks after I finished that training, I would sign up to the USS Enterprise, and I'd do my first combat mission the week after that. And the gentleman we just talked about, he actually got assigned to the squadron.
Oh, wow.
So then we hung out there for years, we just got our training together. And when I left, he left too, and he actually transitioned to be a pilot. So he actually ended up in Northern Mississippi when I was instructing him as well.
No,
Yeah. So pretty much done a whole career together.
incredible. So that gimbal video that we just watched is only 35 seconds long. You think it's much longer than that, right?
I don't know if I would say much longer, but there's definitely more there. Yeah.
Why we only get 30 seconds?
I don't know.
Any speculation was? I mean, you mentioned that there was like the wedge-shaped formation. Is that a part of this video?
I never saw it based on the FLIR, but what I did see them on was the SA. And that was primarily what I was looking on. And when I did it with the FLIR, basically saw the same image that you saw, plus maybe a little bit more, and as the flight deployment team was rocking. And it kept kind of doing that motion that you see. Kind of seems unstable in a sense, but I don't want to put words onto it until it comes up to like that next situation. I think I can video and having which one is this? Just that more of the gimbal,
the full version of it, yeah. So correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe Christopher Mellon was the one who sort of leaked these videos. And then the reason they came out in the first place back in 14 years, first came out in the New York Times, 2017, yeah. And he talked about, and James talks about the phenomenon, how there's much more. These videos are much longer, and they're yet to release the full video for whatever reason. Do you have any speculation of why they wouldn't release the full videos?
Well, I think it depends on your definition. So, full video, the full video has radar data, right? So the FLIR and the radar and the situational awareness page are recorded at the same time. Not necessarily those two pages, but the screen that they display on. So if you have one, you have the other. And so what that means is the situational awareness page with all the radar data, it did exist. I don't know if it still does exist, but that's where you want to see, because it has all the radar, the schematics, and show it over the entire course of when they were detecting it, whether they were directly looking at it or not. So there's much more data we had even outside.
What is your buddy think? The guy who actually filmed the thing, I was in your wedding party. Do you guys talk about this often, or?
Not really. He's still in Boyd a lot. No, not really. I'm eager to engage with him when the time's right. I know this isn't the time to be distracted and stuff like this. I'm sure he already has enough of it from the people inside. It's no secret, like he is within the military, just based off the military response to the video.
Is that, you think, the reason that he hasn't gone public about it, because he's still in there and he just doesn't want the attention?
Well, it's not even attention. Legally, he's not allowed. Usually, the other military people just kind of you. Yeah. I was on the rest of it.
Really?
That's what I can do. So when I did that, I was, I communicated to the best extent that I could. That I was just communicating like a private citizen about experiences. The night before I left to go to DC, I got a call at 10 p.m. and I now have orders to be there. I need to be there in my uniform, my wife's essentially. I need to go to Pentagon before I went to Congress and stuff. which is not a great revelation. But so I was scrambling, right? Like I was months away from getting out. My uniform packed up and I was shipped across the country at a point. It was like my dress alike, I wasn't anywhere and someone died or something, really. Right. So I'm like going around at buddies' houses at midnight, calling and stuff so I could, show up to my flight at 6 in the morning next day, like, so it was a bit of a scramble. I ended up going to the Pentagon into the bowels with some naval intelligence folks, some who might be more familiar with nowadays and everything. I'm so bad with names.
Oh, okay.
But we had a conversation about, my SAR experiences. There's nothing nefarious necessarily. I had quite the entourage from there over to the Senate. Representatives, numerous admirals from the meeting coming on that accompanied me to that meeting, which included representatives from the Pentagon, Senate, elsewhere. Essentially, me at a table like this with, kind of folks on one side and senators and whatnot, at the head of the table. How are you this morning? I was probably.
Wow.
What was that like? What was the conversation?
What did they seem interested in? What did you sense? Priority was there with them.
They seemed to just want to understand what they were seeing. So from the Pentagon side, it seemed like they had some understanding that there was a problem in this regard, but it was classified. We weren't really able to have too much of an open conversation about it in that environment. I would say senators were asking questions and asking DoD folks, what do you have any comment on that? They really let us know, or they'll talk about it, under a higher classification, essentially. So they didn't have a lot to add to that conversation on the Pentagon side, but it was clear that the folks on the Senate side were intrigued and were interested, and they seemed to be asking the right questions. Of course, at the time, they were able to. I said my piece, and then maybe
What were you afraid of? Were you afraid that something was going to happen and you were fired or something?
Yeah, that 11 worse. I was going to get fired in the military, so I'm kind of a little bit, but I don't think that will be a deal. But anyway,
What do they say?
So I was ignorant of all this kind of drama going on in the background.
Right.
After later that night, I got a call from someone who was in the meeting that I had on the bill, inquiring whether the Pentagon had some way of doing whether they had influence and or anything like that. There seemed to be, someone who was and what I communicated was that was not the case. Well,
Well, I imagine it's got to be an intimidating situation for a 27-year-old to be called up there the next day and sitting down in front of all these people.
Well,
especially discussing things it was classified stuff, right? So
it was not.
It was not classified.
It was not classified because it wasn't happening, right? It wasn't a thing.
And what made you think that you were almost going to be arrested? What indication did you have of that? Did they make that
The
clear?
person that ended up being responsible for giving me the orders came up to me and told me they did that, so I would not be arrested. That's how I know it.
Wow. Well, that explains why no one else is speaking out about it.
Again, I would not expect military members to help me speak to the press about this. That is, I would see that out of that. Especially now that there is action going on, right? There is a proper way to alleviate this through the system. I didn't have that luxury at the time. Now I don't have that luxury because I didn't get to leave the family. And so I made the decision I made so that we could prevent someone from doing that. Granted, instead of it happening when we're not writing out CCO.
When was the first time you spoke to Commander Fravor about this stuff?
I spoke to Commander Fravor the first time I interviewed with ROTHSCHILD Unidentified. Well, not the first time, the only time I did. They introduced me to Dave prior, and then he was there as well. I think they were kind of using it as a kind of a company thing for me before it was, and I actually recognized Dave because he had, I didn't know him personally at all, but he was in a show called Carrier, kind of a documentary squadron, and he was the commanding officer of the squadron. So I had seen him actually before I was even a pilot on that ship. So it was really funny that, you know, I'm talking about funny now. We talk about now. But yeah, that was
I know the objects were very different, and the toys were very. What was the biggest thing that stuck out to you talking about him?
I don't know what the biggest thing, but the thing that kind of seemed similar was just kind of what the reaction was, and how it was just fully laughed off and ignored and trivialized, which always pissed me off. Not because, I mean, we all joke and fun, that's all good, but this is directly something that we train for and have a lot of respect for, which is not only aviation safety values in the sky, but practice as well. We're very well aware that other nations are trying on it, very times we're flying out there, and this could very easily be an extension in some cases, or it could be leveraged to be a vulnerability for us if one nation wants to use it. And so from my perspective, I just want to see the most from that angle, because this is exactly what we're trying to do.
A friend of mine, James Fox, who produced the movie The Phenomenon. I'm sure you're familiar with it. I don't know if you are or not, but he's worked close with Dr. Jacques Vallée, who's one of the, I don't know how close you pay attention, I don't know how close you pay attention to the history of UFO sightings and the whole different documentaries that's come out about it. I know Commander Fravor doesn't. But James is a big name as far as investigating the different events that have happened throughout the United States and around the world. But when he was making that movie, The Phenomenon, he told me before he went to interview Commander Fravor for the first time, he was working close with Dr. Jacques Vallée, and he asked him if he had any sort of, can you give me any sort of guidance to how I can approach this guy? And Jacques Vallée, his question was, I'm very interested in the possibility of them seeing it, if they ever saw it with the naked eye or not, or if it was only on radar, because his main concern was holograms in the sky. So, and when he brought this up to Commander Fravor, he was actually kind of like, he almost stopped the interview because how do you think I'm an idiot? You think I don't know what DARPA is? You think I know what holograms are? You think I knew what I saw? He was very like not happy about that question. But a lot of people speculate, especially on, depending on where you look, online or wherever, that a lot of these things could potentially be some sort of secret military technology that is used to confuse enemy radar. Holograms or whatever it may be. I don't know which part of the military is responsible for this. I don't know if it's the Air Force or whatever. But are you familiar with this idea?
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on it? In particular, I even had a guy on here that was a Harvard professor, was a contract for DARPA. He was the one who brought this up to me in the first place. And he said to me that these sort of holograms are designed to distract enemy radar or something. Something I've never heard before.
Yeah, let me just kind of provide some background of what DARPA actually does. I've worked with DARPA, probably deny me, but Dave worked with DARPA, he works generally, I don't want to say, but DARPA is a very low technology readiness level organization. What that means is they work on things that are very low TRL, all that TRL 0, where the other end of the spectrum would be TRL and technology readiness level 9. 9 means that it's a capability that is deployable and testing essentially with operators. So DARPA usually works around the 0 to maybe like doing maybe more like 3 or 4. So what that means is the technology is like fusion, if it's 0, it might be math equations, right?
Okay.
And so when people talk about DARPA doing things, DARPA's MO isn't to build an operational technology and then test it for years, right? That's not what they do. That would be that would be post TRL now, right? That would be another organization, the Navy, right? Because they would be the ones, or perhaps another organization, not unofficial government, say, but they could potentially leverage that technology within. So if we're talking about Nemesis, which is what I understand to be kind of, generally speaking, kind of a holographic EW fusion type technology, it would be the Navy testing it in our most active training facilities. So that would mean that they were doing it for both parts decades and still do it. And it would also mean that they're doing it for international waters and studies. And it would also mean that we're not testing these things that are billion-dollar ranges that we have in the U.S. that is not such as,
It's like her making a stand. Sounds like TMZ broke the news. Goes her butting her arms over the family. He nearly keeps hitting the
test pilots
the when she kissed her arm when she yelled at her.
this is what we talk about.
She
You test them out. You get in the bomb, send it down the lake, strap on a 13-inch test pilot, and see what happens with drop, right? Like it's an operation. Okay. Right? So we have those test spec. So when people talk about these programs like that, it's all well and good. There is a lot of interesting technology that can be pieced together to provide examples of how something could be feasible. But if you step away from that and look about the application and the implementation of that technology, it starts to not make sense. Why would we be testing this for 7, 8, 9 years after it's public
it's so narcissistic though, just for a second. It's so narcissistic that you have to call it out to make this huge thing about it. Like, like your self-righteous bullshit. You are
Like you're saying that we wouldn't do it for that long.
No, I mean, that's the whole cycle of development. You know what I mean? Like 10 years is a long time to be testing a particular piece of technology in a public yet hidden manner. You know what I mean?
Right.
So maybe this doesn't like directly refute what you were saying. I understand that, but I'm just kind of providing some context around kind of these systems and why.
I think what you said about DARPA was there. I think we should have DARPA there interesting and a lot of people just get context. So you said you guys work with DARPA. Why would a Navy pilot work with DARPA and what exactly is DARPA?
Navy pilot, yeah. So Navy pilot did it, but when I was working at BAE Systems as a technology development manager, that was my job, was essentially to source or create or ideate on technology that could be relevant to the warfighter in 10 to 15 years that I could essentially pitch to DARPA and build it. And so primarily what I was doing was at BAE Systems automating my job as a fighter pilot. I was working on intelligences, right? So on unmanned or their tactical systems, such as tactics on weapons or aircraft, or on the system, the reality of hypersonic weapons and tactics like that. So this is all areas that I'm working
So, and what specifically is DARPA do?
DARPA is Defense Advanced Research Project Agency. So their charge is to work on technologies that are highly risky, that could fail. They expect a lot of projects to fail. In fact, we call it dark hard project. You bring a project that's not hard enough, they'll just tell you. They prefer to see something that has a lower probability of success, but a greater reward for success. And so that's kind of the regime that they work.
And they work with these quote-unquote think tanks, correct? Is that?
I don't know if that's the case or not. I mean, what is a think tank? I don't know. I mean, I'm sure a think tank sounds cool. Yeah. I mean, a think tank could essentially just be a group of smart people that get on a contract that doctors put out and they have to specifically in that contract. But DARPA typically works with big defense corporations, but also with the start community sometimes. The intelligence community essentially has its own version of DARPA that is specific for intelligence type operations like that regional military. Yeah, that's what they do.
So, are you aware of anything? Is there any sort of technology that's utilized in the military to confuse enemy radar like this, though?
There's tons of it. There's not like this per se, but there's a ton of that. And that falls in the general category of electronic warfare. Or even cyber warfare, you could consider that. But that's, another branch, essentially. It's that they can have cyber command. F-35 is what about. It's very much an electronic warfare aircraft. And it soaks everything up. It can jam and do all sorts of stuff. If you start talking about, and it's not just us, everyone wants to see how we can pull the next, the first wave, essentially, right? If we have a World War III with anyone, or whatever, there's going to be a lot of jamming, missiles going to be falling out of the sky, and things of that nature. And one way to do that is with fooling radars, and you can think that there's something there when there's not. I don't know why you would then pick that and apply that to IR. I guess there's some reason IR centers are getting better for combat. Okay. Something called FIRST, IRST, and that is essentially a IR targeting pod. The Russians have been using it for a while, but using that much of our radar. But we're getting Earth now as well, and so really what that is a different way of being able to target into these things at range. It was moving as if it didn't have mass. So, a shadow or something that's putting on a map could move as if it didn't have mass.
So it was nuts and bolts, but it was also psychic, if you will, like you knew where he was going to be, right?
Yeah, the object showed up at the checkpoint.
Is that quote? That wouldn't be psychic. I know sort of the way these things are moving doesn't necessarily jive with general relativity, right? Like these things could be using some sort of propulsion that is gravity, like anti-gravity, or it's not necessarily like it's not shooting something up that to me. It's somehow manipulating gravity to move like that.
I'll agree that we don't see them spitting stuff out the back, but the mechanism that they are using, although gravity and space-time engineering is a potential option for that, there I think are others as well. Really, yeah. So there's well, let me just say this. Transportation really at the end of the day comes down to energy. Right? If you can put enough energy into it, we have the mass to build a warp drive or what have you. In your space-time mass production is a technology that has been proposed to be able to use the mass of an object and moving it to reducing air friction, space-time around it to avoid friction, or somehow moving that particle around it. We just don't know the answer to these questions. So one of the things I'm doing is trying to get the answers to it. And the way I'm doing it is pretty much in this case, where I share the EOP Innovation Leverage. About a 50-person large engineering organization under the AIAA, or KIAA as I call it, which is a professional engineering organization, 30,000 plus members. And we built a team of fantastic industry engineers that kind of coming out of woodwork to study what kind of industry first use them. And one of the projects that we have on the way is to help define what some of the detection mechanisms could be for these objects. And just like you said, is it affecting gravity? How can you detect that? Is it using some type of ionization and hydrodynamics to move the air around the vehicle? And if that's the case, how can you detect that? So we're going to be promulgating documents to the engineering industry on a yearly basis that updates the best sensing phenomenologies and lessons learned. You know, check it out the industry and start putting technology together to expand the data set.
So there's a lot of private aerospace that are working on this, correct? basically sharing information, trying to work together to put more data together to try to understand.
I don't have any.
I read that as part of AAIA.
Our group is made up of engineers and scientists from all across the industry, from NASA, to industry, to startups. And so I wouldn't say necessarily any of the company they represent, but actually I would say they don't represent the company at all. But there are members of across the industry that are very interesting.
Do you think it's possible that there is private aerospace companies, contractors that have technology that they're not sharing with the mainstream academia?
Technology? Yeah, absolutely. Science?
I don't know, like anti-gravity. Do you think it's possible that there's some sort of private aerospace weapons contractor, like whatever, for example, Boeing or Lockheed, that has figured out anti-gravity and it's not being shown to the public? Like, it's really possible because it would effectively be immune to FOIA requests, right? Because it's a private company.
That's a theory I've heard, or maybe it's not even a theory, maybe it's a fact. But generally speaking, yeah, I think that is possible that our private defense industry and contractors have technology that isn't promulgated and is classified.
But it would be for them to be testing off the coast.
That's not a defense contractor. That would be a government program.
It would have to be.
Yeah. Lockheed wouldn't just be out in those areas like that. That would have to be to get a true military test, which means.
But wouldn't I mean, forgive me if this is like an ignorant question, I don't know anything about this stuff. So Lockheed wouldn't be able to get permission or work with the military to do this kind of testing?
I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just saying that's not the way things work. They go to ranges all the time. I've been to ranges in the defense industry, to work on various technology. But operational flight training areas and flight operation areas are totally different. Different teams. I don't know if that's what phrase it, but like I said, like that entry area to a working is one of the busiest places in the sky. You're not able to detect an object by putting them directly at the entry point of that area at altitude after hazard reports have been submitted for 8 years. I don't see why. I don't see how we keep testing against ourselves. Especially when we kind of zoom out and say, okay, where are we now in the world about this topic? Do we really think that, John Ratcliffe and President Obama are going out on the limb because we're testing EW on the East Coast? The conversation has got too large to support the thesis that we're testing EW. You know what I mean? In my opinion. Like, we've gone beyond that just based off of how much conversation has been around this, because we're just drawing more attention to
Right, and that's another kind of element you have to throw into this whole thing, is if it was something new, why would we be throwing all this attention? Why would the U.S. government intentionally kind of like acknowledge this like this? Why would the Pentagon acknowledge it so much? You always have to question their intentions just based on history, right?
Speaking of history, one thing I often think of, and this isn't necessarily a leading question, but what lessons did we learn from the proliferation of nuclear weapons? Right? We created a nuclear weapon, and others are trying to create it. Now we live in a world that has nuclear weapons. And it's a fear. We developed a technology that has power and nuclear weapons, perhaps even greater. What lesson will we learn from that proliferation? And now apply to this new technology. Where would we have blackened out the conversation? The engineering side, fundamental science side? I don't know how to answer these questions, but I imagine we learned some lessons from that.
No, I feel like we have for a species that has amnesia. You know what really kind of like tipped me off to, or made me start leaning in the direction of it could be human technology, is that was when the Pentagon started really acknowledging it and putting it out. The New York Times dropping these articles, and the Pentagon putting out more and more information about it, declassifying these reports, but not showing the whole thing. Like, that's when I started to sort of go, switch to maybe this isn't some sort of extraterrestrial thing. Maybe this could very plausibly be something a foreign nation has or that we have that we're just not getting the whole truth about it.
I think there's probably somewhere in the middle. I would think
somewhere in the middle, as in like we took the technology that we found from somewhere off Earth and then we sort of like back engineered it or something.
I think that'd be the safer bet to make that assumption that it's very probable, if this has been going on for a while, that some of what we're seeing is our own, but it originates from something else. It's not to say or your other flavor, whatever the flavor of other you like, but I think that's a very feasible consideration. You think that we can try and work in engineering this, and some settings could be contributed to that. That's a reasonable statement.
What do you think about Bob Lazar's story? How much credit do you give that? You ever talked to him?
Oh, no, not personally, no. I mean, it's interesting, and like I told Joe, I want to believe it. It's interesting, but I just don't have any evidence other than the media that's been created to tell the story, and that's just not sufficient for me to draw a conclusion on my own.
What do you think about the way he describes the anti-gravity propulsion and being able to manipulate time?
Well, I mean,
that's something that you study, right? That's something.
I mean, it's grounded in good science. Anytime that you would create some type of field that warps space-time around you, you would be by necessity warping time as well. Any increase in gravity or concentration of it, in some sense, is going to cause time to slow down. The more dense and the stronger the stronger the gravity is. And so, so that I don't know if that supports his story necessarily. That's something we've known for a long time, or so, but it is consistent with special relativity person in general.
Being a pilot and experiencing everything you've experienced, and just being like immersed in this technology, this war technology, which is incredible. What do you see as the future of war and technology developing together? And what does that look like? Does it look like some of these do you think eventually in the future this is just like there's no more pilots and fighter jets? What do you think it looks like?
Yeah, I think that's where we're going. I think the direction we're going is, call it like a objective-based autonomy in a sense. So, a mission commander who might be in F-35 or eventually maybe back on the boat or elsewhere will likely assign mission objectives that need to be accomplished to a swarm of assets that the pilot doesn't necessarily know what they are. Right? He doesn't know where they are. He doesn't know what weapons they carry. Doesn't even know what they look like, essentially.
You're good.
But he verifies the target and validates it, and issues the commands, and then the target is prosecuted with those assets. That the autonomy is suggested. We're going to use this and this and this to create those effects first. Taking one jet with a bunch of different weapons and saying, okay, try to make those effects work. What happen? It's more almost like a cloud concept in warfare, and mission commanders make those decisions. And so I see autonomy playing a massive role in that. What that's going to lead to is more congested battle space, right? Which is kind of what all this kind of talk about EW is all about, right? It's about congesting the battle space and making it more difficult to target, and making it so the pilots don't know if the radar contact they just shot at is a real aircraft or not, or if they just wasted a missile. Right? Wasting missiles is great. You only have so many of them, so you can have the enemy shoot at drones or at false tracks on the radar, then win that fight eventually. What this could lead to is a reemergence of dogfighting as a valuable skill. Right? So a lot of fights actually take place over such long distances. If it is a true, war type scenario where missions need to be accomplished, eventually you're going to have to go over and increase your risk of all your long range weapons. That's where it fits in the trash. EW. So what that means is getting closer and using your guns on higher missiles. And so there is a potential, should things get bad, to actually kind of reinvigorate the dogfighting regime if there'll likely be a transition period where there are some pilots, where if that has passed, then it'll just be all fighting each other. But before that, you could have a chance where the EW is so good that everyone's trying to play their weapons, they get your ass get. So if that's the case, So what does it look like? It looks like congestion, right? It looks like a fog of war. It's more confusing. There's more uncertainty. There's more wasted assets. There's more ability to be clever and tricky, perhaps.
There's a weird thing that happens. I had a guy on here who was a drone pilot. He was working at a base in Las Vegas, and he was operating drones and pulling the trigger and killing people on the ground. I forget in what country, but there's a thing that happens. There's a disconnect between people who are doing that across the world, operating some drone like a video game, and then someone who's actually flying a plane and like being there in person. And I just wonder, like, the psychology of if that's what war comes to, people being across the world just like hitting buttons on a controller versus being there in real life. Like, what are the long-term implications of that? How does that affect?
I think the long-term implications is that it could probably get to a new deterrent system similar to nuclear weapons, in a sense, right? If you have confidence in your ability to be successful without risking lives or making it politically tricky, then it might be more likely in order to engage in those type of skirmishes. That would be the fear, in a sense.
It's like life becomes more disposable.
Yeah. In a sense, though, the technology, I've argued for this. In fact, when I was at BA Systems, we had some interns come in, and one of them actually, took the opportunity to ask, how do you justify this type of work, creating weapons and things of that nature. And as someone has, been out there employing these weapons, it was easy for me to answer because accuracy enables safer warfare if you have a moral government consent, right? If your government doesn't want to kill civilians, being more precise is better. And that's what I said. As long as we assume we have moral leadership, then we want our weapons to be as essentially powerful and as accurate as possible as a mitigating force. And so I think that's where we go. Things will continue to get more accurate and more precise, which may have negative consequences if people get more justified using it.
So I think you're the perfect person to ask this question. What is hypersonic? I hear about it all the time. I hear about missiles being hypersonic, especially when it comes to this war in Ukraine and Russia having these hypersonic missiles. What is that? What does that mean?
Yeah.
Is it the same thing as like Mach levels, like Mach 1 through 10?
Yep. Mach, anything below Mach 5 is supersonic. Above Mach 5 is hypersonic. So hypersonic, I forget what the barrier is, but there's also a thermal barrier that you need to get through to go certain speeds. You can't just continuously go faster with more power, because you just start to melt stuff. Right? So there's kind of a thermal barrier that's related to material science and engineering level. But generally, it is what it sounds like. Things are just going a lot faster.
It's faster.
And what does that mean? Everything in war really, war is not that complicated today. You just need to do the simple thing better than the other person in a way. And when we have these ICBMs, cruise missiles, and all these things like that, the most important consideration is how long can I intercept that missile for? When is it visible? It's visible when it's on my radar. And so if there's curvature of the Earth, depending on where the missile is launched, we get radar sites in various places so we can see the missile sooner. Right? In space, we can see it as soon as they launch, perhaps, right? Hypersonic missiles reduce the time that you can see missiles because they're traveling so fast that they can go at altitude that prevent radar from seeing them due to the curvature of the Earth in some cases, and then it also decreases the time to intercept that missile. And so, for example, if Russia had a hypersonic missile that could just travel over to the U.S., that could pose a significant issue because our systems might not be calibrated to be able to hit hypersonic missiles, maybe not supersonic missiles. So it's just a stair step, just like everything in war. It moves fast, you find out a way to take it out, let's speed it up so those other systems don't work anymore.
Are there any sort of missiles that can just change direction on a dime?
Well, no. There's some interesting stuff you could do with that, like a throttle missile, but that's not what you're describing. instantaneous movements or anything like that. Even if we had a missile, so the way these missiles work is that you lock up and shoot, and they'll go near the object, and once they get within a certain range, they'll save some energy so they can perform what we call like a max duty maneuver at the very end. Trade all their energy to get close enough to impact the aircraft or shrapnel. And so when they do that, they might pull like 70 or 80 Gs, which is a lot, but compared to an ejection where the first few milliseconds like 300 Gs.
300 Gs?
Yeah, it's for like a millisecond. The only reason you can, and then it backs off to like 12 Gs, but it just kicks off very fast. The only reason that's survivable is just due to the inertia of your body and the blood. And yeah, so 300 and then slows down. Yeah, sorry, I forgot where we're going with that.
Yeah, we're just talking about how, like, the way the missiles travel and how fast they travel, and then you got ejecting 300 Gs.
Yeah, but when you start talking about something like with a Fravor moving in position very fast, the G's in there could be thousands.
That's the first thing I just thought about is if there were actual like beams inside of those things, they would just be liquefied.
Potentially, if they had mass and if they were operating with our normal space-time frame, right? So if you're bending space-time, then you're going to be in your own isolated bucket and you're not going to be feeling those inertia changes, right? Because gravity is feelable. Right? Gravity is affecting the atoms of your body all at the same time. Because the pulling the head and the pulling here, you feel that pulling all in the same direction. So if you're moving gravity, you're not going to be feeling that inertia change. That's one way you could do that. Another way is to reduce some of the mass of the object so that doesn't have as much effect.
Right.
And I don't have all the answers here. I'm just kind of just explaining a couple potential options where you could see that. You could see that movement and still survive. If we don't assume any of that and assume they're operating in a normal environment without reducing mass or affecting space-time, then yeah, the G-forces would be they would be too much for hardware.
Has anybody ever seen one of these things manipulate the environment, like, for example, punch through clouds or affect the water at all or anything like that?
Well, Dave Fravor talked about kind of the water is run up and Tic Tac. But I'm not aware of any cases.
What did he say about how the thing was like hovering right above the water and there was just sort of like white water below him? Or
yeah, I think they kind of described it as like foaming or bubbly in a sense.
Because that's another huge element of this is being underwater. How much attention do you guys pay to being a Navy pilot? How much attention do you guys pay to like things happening on the surface of the water, or ever? Do you ever?
Yeah, no, we do. We have particular radar nodes for ships.
Are submarines a threat?
Not to me.
Not to aircraft?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
But they're certainly, well, for an aircraft carrier, they are.
If the submarine comes to the surface, though, could they be a threat?
I actually don't know enough about submarine weapon systems to tell you. I hope not. But no, typically we're not worried about submarines. But, we don't really have the capability to track objects in a transmedium manner. So if we see something get close to the oceans, we may have trouble tracking it depending on how close it gets, just due to movement of water and all that stuff. And then if it goes below, it's just going to disappear off our radar. It's a little continuation. So you can't necessarily make that assessment of it going in the water. We just see it and don't see it. Our radar it can see very far away. So almost 99.9% of the time, what we're seeing on the radar is well beyond everything.
What is sort of happening currently within the government, publicly or not, that you're aware of, to sort of like move this whole conversation forward and push it more into, get it away from the stigmatization that people are used to?
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of good work on that. Within the AIAA, that's one of our primary missions is to mitigate the stigma around this topic so that we can do real science on the topic. And we're seeing that form up now. We're seeing the engineering skill sets and prowess come in that want to approach this scientifically and agnostically. Within the government itself, we have the Ultimate Anomaly Resolution Office. I call it ARROW. It's a mouthful. Yeah. No, it has AIAA, but But there seems to be a very concerted effort to actually get to the bottom of this, in my view. Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick of Arrow, I've heard him express that he believes he has all the access that he needs in order to continue investigating this. That he's made trips to national archives, and he's really putting the legwork into understanding this. So I believe that he is truly working to uncover this to the best of his ability. And from my perspective, he's getting the support he needs from the Senate and Congress in order to do that. With the National Defense Authorization Act that was signed by President Biden recently.
What is that one? What is that act?
National Defense Authorization Act.
Okay.
Had somewhere around 30 pages of UAP-related legislation in there that essentially forces a reckoning of any classified programs or manipulation attempts on the public related to this topic, going back all the way to 1945. Additionally, it removes whistleblower limitations for potential whistleblowers from $300,000 for liability to unlimited. And that both for defense contractors as well as military folks as well. And so really what we see is this is a mechanism for kind of opening the Oh, and by the way, the NBA also has Arrow reporting, I believe, to SecDef or Deputy SecDef now versus ODNI. So the last report that came out was an ODNI-based report. I would think going forward, there might be a little more easy communication now.
What Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick, what is his background and what is his
He's a former chief scientist at the Missile Defense Agency, U.S. So he's been he's a well-established and published scientist that has been working for the DoD in various capacities.
How much attention do you pay to some of the other stories that are coming out? I mean, obviously, your background is very objective, it's very science-based, very tactical. But when it comes to like some of these other stories and some of these other things that are coming out, like for example, like James Fox's latest documentaries, how much attention do you pay to that kind of stuff? Or even like abduction stories, is that just too out there for you, or do you pay attention to that?
I'm doing my homework to some degree. It's just there's a lot out there. You talk about the how do you pronounce it? Argentine? Is that the one?
Yeah. Did you hear about that?
Yeah, I watched that. It's fascinating. I mean, it's interesting, but generally speaking, it's not the way I kind of. So there's two ways I kind of approach this topic. There's one is, in a sense, it's almost due diligence, where I am engaging in those.
Welcome, Duncan. How are you?
Types of stories to some small degree. I mean, not small degree.
Welcome,
but,
Duncan. How are you?
Through the literature, I'm not actively investigating or like talking to.
The problem is it's so entertaining, right?
Yeah, well, there's been a trend, I think, in the past where, due to lack of data, probably for one reason, that there has been an entertainment industry of sorts that's kind of folded on around this. I don't see myself as necessarily participating in that. And so, yeah, go back a second. I tried to do my homework to get a broad understanding of this, but I'm very focused on the future as well. I think that there are real solutions that we can bring forward in order to better understand this outside of the military leash, right? I don't think the way to expand this conversation is to just wait for the government to essentially provide us with the answers. We know we can see these things, right? We can see them on certain radars. These radars they're classified, but the technology necessarily isn't. You can find phased array radars out there. And the democratization and access to these technologies, I think, are going to allow us to expand this conversation with or without the government. And I think that maybe is why this time is so unique. The tools that you have access to can provide answers that the government can't necessarily keep reaching.
Yeah, man. But like the Virginia case is so interesting too, because a lot of the people that were there that day, James says that they were just intimidated to the point where they would not talk about it. Like the one guy, he literally chased him off, threatened to shoot him and kill him if he didn't leave the property because of government intimidation. So these people, these quote unquote men in black, would come and basically tell them, like, if you love your family, don't say a word about this to anyone. And then additionally to that, this so-called being that was found, the Air Force, the United States Air Force, all these United States planes landed the next day, and basically like hushed everyone up and took all the evidence and went back to the United States. So like, it's almost like the biggest barrier is at the same time the government, even though the government is claiming to put all these things out in the New York Times, the Pentagon wants to openly talk about it. It's like, this is what we're doing on the public side, but on the other side, we're also doing all this stuff with intimidation and all this stuff to keep people to shut up.
Yeah, I don't disagree, but I think one of the misconceptions is that the government is being well run. One, I think there are different factors. I think there's different people within the government that are involved in this, and I don't necessarily think that they all work together. It's so big, and there's so many people and personalities that it's not as monolithic as people make it up. This story you just described, it's interesting because what official channel of communication exists between Brazil and the United States to go over to facilitate something like that. That must be an ongoing relationship to some degree.
Brazil, from what I understand, really relies on the United States, and they rely on having a good, strong relationship with the United States. I could be wrong, but
on UAP.
On anything, if they had something, and so if you're Brazil, why would you want to keep that from the U.S.?
Was the U.S. even studying, right? Like, officially, the government wasn't really studying this, so was there some communication between them?
If there was some high-level commander or like the head of the military in Brazil, do you think they have an open line of communication to somebody here? No?
That would have to go through some. So I don't have any answer here, but these are things that interest me. The case is very interesting, but what does that relationship tell us? When did it start? Did it start then, or did it start out? It started out with a lot of stuff. So I don't. The case is fascinating. I want to know more. I want it to be true. But these are the clues I try to look for to help better understand. Really what's going on,
And it's so much different than what you're seeing too, because that case was true. There was a biological being inside of a crack that accidentally crashed. Like, these things are so advanced. How the hell would it accidentally crash? And why would they travel so far and put a biological being that is of importance to whatever civilization it came from? Why would it be stricken up? It seems like they're so advanced that sort of thing wouldn't happen.
I think there's some assumptions in there. I'll put that on. Okay. One, a landed meteor is incredibly advanced. Now, even if you take that to the extreme scale, is there I don't know, that's just a one core argument against the crash, right? You were to take them back to 3000 BC and get them in a car, let's just put that aside. Let's put it aside for the most part, and then talk about the assumption around the biological entity having importance. I would imagine that technology would move into an area where you get to replicate biology artificially, and that would be probably much more means of production of the asset or modification of it, and versus that's just an effect. I'm not saying that's the truth,
like
anything. I'm just saying
we would print, like 3D print our bodies, right?
Just for something biological doesn't mean that it's evolved for the individual to be self-intelligent. So, its own agent, biological, but does that mean it's not a robot sometimes? So just because it's biological, maybe that's just, that's
No, that doesn't make sense. And then, that kind of like goes to the idea that once we do advance to a certain level, that like our bottleneck right now is our biological body decay and we age and we die. But if in 1,000 years it seems plausible that we would be able to, we're already doing it. We're already cloning ourselves, cloning cells, and basically like 3D printing skin like burn victims can get brand new skin, so why wouldn't we be able to eventually just create new meat vehicles that we're in right now and just basically take our consciousness and put it into one? So essentially, that if this was only a civilization that was that advanced, they would be able to do something like that.
Maybe there is no consciousness too. Another assumption. Maybe there's some biological being that isn't per se a conscious.
Why can't we all just get along?
You're going to get rid of the consciousness transfer that you mentioned.
Right.
You can throw away that assumption. But these are the fun conversations. We're never going to get to the conclusion on any of this.
Right.
But it's interesting because I try hard to not anthropomorphize this conversation too much. It's so easy, right? There's some biological entity on there, and so that has value to society.
Right. The thing, though, it is a very different situation what happened there with the thing crashing or something in it than what it seems like compared to what you guys are saying. And then if you were to attribute something like a technology that we have, like some sort of advanced military technology, then how do you explain all the things that were happening before? All the different, sightings and, there's documented cases of all these things hovering above nuclear bases and the early days, what decade that was, maybe 60s, 70s. How plausible that we had that technology back then? What the hell was going on back then?
I don't have an answer to that question.
But that is kind of the weird thing about this subject, is it's so entertaining and so fun to talk about, but at the same time, that's at the same time what makes it kind of like, makes people be able to dismiss it so easily. Because you have the History Channel. History Channel just makes stuff entertaining. It's really entertainment. I don't know if you've ever watched a show on the History Channel, like some of these shows like Skinwalker Ranch, like a person like me who's familiar with like production and how it works and watching this thing happen, it's just like making a fucking movie. And they're trying to entertain people. Like, for somebody who understands some of the stuff that has actually happened in these situations and the research that's been done behind it scientifically, and then you watch it dramatized on television, to me, kind of like doesn't do it anything else. It makes it less credible to me. But I understand, like, it's fucking entertaining. People want to see it. You can make money. Companies like the History Channel and Discovery Channel, they make tons of money because it is entertaining. And now with the conversations that are happening, in the New York Times and the Pentagon, now it's actually getting more and more true. So this stuff is becoming more and more of a financial opportunity for entertainment.
Good. I mean, generally speaking, I think the more attention that goes on this, the more people, for good reasons and bad reasons, will try to financially engage in it. I do have one pushback, which is, one thing I've seen a lot is that there seems to be almost a if you're not doing it for the sheer enjoyment of the topic, then you're doing it for the wrong reasons. And I don't agree with that. This has been relegated to a hobby. Or way too long. And hobby is not as good a way of creating we're seeing that requires technology investment and research and people to commit to that research and right and get our ethics. So hey, eventually we got to grow up and start putting our money where our mouth is. And that doesn't mean necessarily entertainment, but hey, the government, they're not going to buy centuries for the public to figure this out. Well, NASA, I doubt it. I've had conversations, with members from NASA and people from Aero, and they both are pretty aligned around the fact that the number of funding channels for this type of work doesn't really exist within DOD. And they don't really exist within NASA. And we're seeing a little bit of change. We're seeing, NASA will do around 100,000 as they, build a program. Yeah, so, but the point is that they're not doing work with that. They're building recommendations for and that's out there. They're going to be looking at for data and various things and providing a recommendation on how NASA can actually gather data to bring it forward on this. And so that way, more money will come into And to go back to your point on entertainment and stuff, I think that's why a lot of pilots haven't been willing to talk about this, because it has been known that UFO training type of mindset. And they don't want to, pilots don't want to risk the fears of going on something like that and getting labeled as a believer or something like that, right? It's I think a little derogatory to kind of label these pilots and witnesses believers in a sense, but a lot of these people have seen some very unspeakable things with their own eyeballs. There's multiple aircraft and multiple aircrews and their first officer and multiple other professional aviators, and they're seeing things that change their life, right? That have they've gone out and talked to artists that do drawings of what they've seen, and kept in touch with the pilots they've seen. And so take those emotional experiences in some cases and take it onto a UFO entertainment thing that's just they're not going to near. They will potentially lose your job. And you're working in airline. You can be at a company for 40 years. And if you leave that company and go to another airline, you go right to the bottom of the top. It's 20-year-olds, that will be more senior. It's all similar. So you've been in, a long career, and you want to start talking about something like this, that's important. And so, that's why I've created this podcast Nerd, because I want to provide scientifically focused, neutral place for aviators, scientists, innovators to actually have a serious conversation outside of it. And it'll be more than just a podcast, because we're going to be able to take that information and then be able to apply that within the overlay of conversations about the technology and how to pursue that. If someone has a good idea and we have a conversation about it, we can go get things done. We don't just have to talk about it. We have potential resources of equipment and eventually the equipment and people and the mind to actually start to solve it. So we want to try to bring those together and have this conversation with pilots and people that are able to do that.
That's powerful. Having somebody like you being able to sit down on a podcast and talk to some of your peers, some of the people that you respect, who respect you in this industry, and not how to be rather entertaining. But I do understand what you're saying. Like, it is important to have an industry. There should be a big market on this niche, because that's how you fund things. It's true. The market should be, no matter how it happens from the ground up, if it is some of this outlandish entertainment, that's the way naturally it has to evolve. That's the way that we're going to attract money to the situation. That's the way people like you,
It got me, exactly. I knew there was something there to talk about, but the document I talked about being able to release within the GAA, that's really what that's going to be centered around, is being able to provide a broader understanding throughout the history of science and the sentient phenomenology and things that technology can be built. So to kind of answer your question, how do we get from there to where we want to be? We're getting there, right? We've created scientific organizations. They have been created to actually study this, right? And what's going to happen from that is going to be getting out information and data and conclusions and results, and that is going to go directly into developing new and better technology. So we're there, we're getting there, we're establishing that. And when you look out in the wider scope of things, you see that Arrow and others are taking a whole government approach on this. One department, one agency, one organization, and one senator, congressman with a hobby. The whole government is kind of wrapping itself into this so that we can take that whole approach and make sure that we're using all the resources we have as a nation. And that's what's happening now. Right? People see it now. We're building the stage, setting the stage. And I think this year we're going to see a lot of that too.
How many episodes are you recorded of your podcast? 4 episodes. What kind of people have you had on there?
We had Professor Gary Nolan. We'll be doing that episode tomorrow. And the rest, for the other 3, were commercial and
And where it's on YouTube, where it's on Apple?
Yeah, you can Merge Point Podcast on YouTube. You can also find it on mergepodcast.com. And of course, we'll be on
Starting tomorrow.
Oh,
Right? This thing won't be released yet. We'll release this next Tuesday.
Yeah, so we're gonna be airing about every 2 weeks now, and then every week. Just constantly interviewing pilots. There's stuff from out there, and we'll have it, and they'll continue for a long time. So can have that conversation. And at the same time, you're becoming scientists, and not just, I have a lot of respect for Gary Nolan, but he wrapped me in the conversation. I want to bring in people that aren't aware of, that have been in the industry for 40 plus years, that have now volunteered to help us at AA, that we have no instruments, no, as a senior engineers and scientists from across the aerospace industry are really getting around for pretty much time in a public manner. So we're going to see a lot of progress this year.
Have you thought about what happens once, if and when this becomes just public knowledge that if there is another civilization that's unique that's trying to communicate or traveling here and monitoring us and that is here with us and we're not alone. If that just becomes common knowledge and accepted knowledge within the world and all the main governments in the world, have you thought about what the implications of that are? What are the public implications and how does it affect wars and military?
I don't have an answer for that entirely, but I will say that I know there are efforts underway to form certain organizations that will study this from a more broad perspective like that. Of course, within the AIAA, I'm focusing on science and engineering on this topic. But I think we're here soon about some other efforts that consider, the sociological conditions that include the economics, but we kind of stick to external politics. We have to now consider something other than ourselves in our relationship with, how we interact with the world. How do we retain our agency if we do exist in a highly technologically capable society, right? I think that's really what it boils down to if we become friends with this. Is how do we maintain our agency and our sovereignty in such an environment? And I think truly we have. I think that's what it boils down to. Really. How do we interface on perhaps a stage like that as the weaker candidate, but with the self-respect that we should have in order to operate at that? These are the conversations and the questions I think that we'll be able to explore in a more organized manner. Once we kind of get past this uncertainty phase,
there's so many more questions.
That's going to be the fun part. Can't wait.
I mean, it's scary. It's scary to think about what could happen because obviously, the human mind goes to all the fear first. Like, what would the worst case scenario be if the public knew that, we're not everything, there's other beings, the economy collapses, what would happen to religion? Like, it's unfathomable. It's unfathomable.
I think we will do okay. I really do. I think that one of the reasons that perhaps this is an okay time for this is that our society is measured in some sense right now by how fast it changes, how fast our technology advances. And we see it all the time. Our society and our social standards don't necessarily keep up with the technology. The technology is created, and then we try to find a way to live with it in a sense. I don't think this is going to be much different in a sense. I think as long as we can maintain our agency and our self-respect in there, like we were just talking about, that we're going to be able to integrate that information. Because really, that's just, that's how the modern person lives right now. Every year there's new technology and something different. Not to mention the state of the world in some sense with COVID and everything else that's been going on. I think people's comfort and reality has been shook a little bit by the events of the past 5 to 8 years, and introduce some drastic knowledge and suggest
Yeah, I am optimistic about it to an extent. Just hearing some of the stories, it doesn't seem like these things, if they are from a different civilization, are a threat to us. It doesn't seem like they are here for that. They don't have any malintentions, especially when you hear, some of the most fascinating things to me is how there's been a large number of sightings near schools and young children seeing these things and reporting these things. don't know if you're familiar with there was a Zimbabwe, the Lewis School in Zimbabwe back in the early 90s. There was something that landed in there was like 30 or 40 school children that all witnessed the same exact thing. And there was a famous Harvard psychiatrist who interviewed them all. John Nash. And there was communications. They said that stared into the eyes of these things, they felt this feeling of be careful with technology. Technology can lead you down a dark path, or it can be bad for your civilization.
Probably not the thought that these children are having.
Probably not a natural thought that these children would be having, especially during that time in the early 90s. I mean, looking at where the world was then. And then, there were so many suicides, which is very interesting how, because when you think of children, how much more open-minded they are than adults who are hardwired to thinking the world in a certain way. That alone just makes me, whether how real that is or not, that makes me optimistic about this.
And I'll say too, I don't think what we're experiencing is probably a new phenomenon. I think that would be a statistically unlikely, statistically to think that this was started in the very recent past. I work in the assumption that this is probably going on much longer than that. What that means in my daily thinking, I don't know, but I don't think this is real. If we assume that, then I don't think we have to have that much fear as we better understand this, because we're already living in that world.
Right.
So the fear is all just internal change.
Yeah.
Stories like this, there's only two things you can really do with it. You can accept it or you can not. And I think a lot of people choose the latter. Because it's almost like a cognitive dissonance in the sense where you just cannot process that information you consume about life immediately. Your brain just kind of dismisses it as either confusion or stupidity or what have you, and go about their life. And I've noticed that in the conversation that I've been having more broadly about this topic. Sometimes there's just people that, one of the best ways you can identify them is as soon as you mention something feeling different or it's immediate laughter, right? The first reaction is and then they realize you're not laughing, and then they're kind of like, oh, okay. But they don't know how to move forward from that point because they're not ready to integrate that into their reality yet. I truly think people really do live in their own realities, right? You create your perception of the world in your brain, right? And you do that based on your experiences, whether they're true or not, right? And a lot of times I think people use that kind of mentality to protect themselves from this type of information almost as a protection mechanism, where it's just too outside, their scope of every day for them to really just stop and integrate it because it's just too much.
Right, it's too much, and we're busy.
Yeah,
we're busy. We got shit to do.
Yeah,
right. It's almost the same thing you got within the Navy.
Oh yeah, 100%. It's exactly the same way. We got missions to do. We got this. We get that. I want to promote. I want to do this. And eventually get home and life.
Right. People are just so focused on their day-to-day life and what they have to do in that hour and staring at their phones on social media.
And that was even true for us as fighter pilots when we were really in the sky looking at these objects, right? Which sad on us, but we only have so much fuel and X, Y, and Z, and there's a lot of reasons why that is the best, that's the right answer, of course. But it doesn't prevent me from looking back with a little bit of regret, wondering what we could have learned if we had taken attention to time.
Well, cool, man. I really appreciate you coming and doing this. This was fascinating.
Yeah, it was my pleasure. It was great. Thanks for having me.
Tell people again where they can find your new podcast and whatever else that you have online. You can follow and learn more about you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, look, there it is.
There it is.
Merge Podcast.
Merge Podcast on YouTube or mergepodcast.com. We're going to start airing our first episode tomorrow. We'll already be up by the time you hear this. You can also follow me on Twitter at Uncertain Vector. I can't wait for you guys to see it.
That's incredible. How do you come up with the name Merge?
Well, that's how we saw these things, right? We have a merge with that. A merge is a fighter pilot term when you get close enough to an object to visually ID it because you're uncertain of its origin or its makeup. So we put merges in dark sites all the time, and that's what goes on get closer to get the American clock, which means the radar operators no longer just doing radar contact on their scope anymore. So we can merge into one another. So that's how we did the idea.
Appreciate it again, man. Thank you. And good night, world.
Drug test. Yes, exactly. Sleep in, get food done. Let's all relax. I just do it to smiles. No, you did it. At least for me, I did it because when I was 19, this is how I got my and then it's been 15 years and I have no other skills. That's why I do it. You find yourself in that situation often. You speak before you actually think that you promise something. Does that come with being a comedian where it's like you never
Why is it that every Albanian I've ever met looks like they would kill you for sport?
You know what it is, man? We're people that have been in perpetual conflict. You know, the Albanian territories are sitting at the crossroads of the empire. So if you look at where we're positioned, because you know, I know Americans are amazing in geography. You know, we're at the crossroads, man. We're north of Greece, we're south of Serbia. We're really technically in the heart of the world, but we're in the heart of the empires, right? That's where the Roman Empire had provinces. That's where, you know, the Ottoman Empire spent a good 500-600 years. World War I started there, right, in Bosnia. So when you look at the region that we come from, unfortunately, it's been a very hostile place for a very long time, and unfortunately, it looks like it's going to continue to be that. So the Albanian people, the world calls us Albanian, and it's very similar to how we have the word Jew. The largest tribe, if I'm not mistaken, of Israelites was the Judeans, so that's what people call them, but they had more contact with that tribe. That's where the word Jew comes from, right? The largest tribe of the ancient Illyrians is the Albanoid tribe, because the Albanians are also a tribal people. So the world had more contact with that. So we got the word Albanian from that. We don't call ourselves Albanian. The word that we use in our language is called Shiptar. So like Shiptar. And when another Albanian sees another Albanian, hey, what's up, Shipa? So listen, it's unfortunately still one of the poorest regions in the world. It's the poorest region in all of Europe. We've been through conflict after conflict. We've been struggling for our freedom for over 2,000 years. And I would equate us to like being kind of like the Afghans of Europe, the people that are constantly under conflict, constantly struggling to live in peace. So we're not as, you know, not as similar history as the Afghans. But what I'm saying is we come from a very rugged terrain. It's very mountainous. It's the second most mountainous country in all of Europe after Switzerland. We didn't really have roads up until the last 10 years. So a lot of times, you know, we're mountainous regions, very poor, always in a constant state of war. That's going to be, and it's going to make you rugged. It's going to make you tough, because you have to be tough just to survive. Those stories of I used to walk 20 miles to get to school. My dad really walked 20 miles to get to school. He was not lying. You know, I'm born and raised in America. I'm first generation. I'm very blessed to be here. How lucky I am, and I know a lot of Albanians feel that. Because every time I go back to Albania, from the Albanian territories, the number one question I'm asked is, how do I get to America, man? I want to get to America. And everybody wants to come here. Nowhere else. Here.
Yeah, I was telling you before we started, back in the day when I was in my early to my mid-teens, I worked construction, and I worked with these two Albanian guys. And I've never heard anybody talk so positively about America before. They were so happy to be here. They were some of the most like fun, kind people I'd ever met. And I still keep in touch with them. I still talk to them. This one guy, his name's Ilya. So our language is the oldest original Indo-European language in the world. When you look at the family tree of languages, you have Latin-based languages like Portuguese, Spanish, Italian. They're all cousins. Then you have the Slavic languages like Russian, Polish, Serbian. These are Slavic languages. The Albanian language comes from nothing. It's original. When you look at it, so a lot of
countries that surround us, unfortunately, very hostile towards us. And I really hope that our neighbors can let's just accept the status quo. Nobody's won in these conflicts. Speaking about your friends, in the Albanian culture, it's extremely important. The guest. They have an expression in Albania. The guest is the god of the house. Basically, when someone comes over your home, you're responsible for their life. The second they cross your threshold, you're supposed to treat them better than you treat yourself. You're supposed to feed them better than you feed yourself. They're sleeping in your bed, you're sleeping on the floor. You take your shoes off before you enter the house. The house is a sacred place, the home. So when a guest comes over, ask anyone that's ever visited an Albanian family. Everything's coming out. Every food, every beverage, whatever we have, whatever you want. We don't have what you want, but sending the kid out to the store. The guest comes first because it's very important. But listen, the longer you live in the melting pot, you start to kind of adopt, right, the American way of life. It might be a little bit different. Like, once you go in the house, you're sleeping on the couch, right? But we are a very loyal people. What bothers me, I'm from, my mom's family's from Tripoli, where if you watch the movie Taken, and that's where the guys come from, and they get this bad reputation, these guys that, we want to voice our words. That movie, everyone knows what it's about. The guys, his daughter gets taken, and blah, 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 and so to do with our people. And for me, it's like heartbreaking, because it's like we really had so much of a sense of history. We've done so much for the world that the world doesn't even know. And this is how we're portrayed. The films, when most Albanians live, half of our people live abroad. Because of the perpetual conflicts, because of the hostility of our neighbors, because of the poverty that our people live in, half of our people live outside. They live in Germany, Switzerland, Austria, they live all over the world, Australia. There's a big chunk of us in America. The love for America, as you mentioned earlier, goes back to the early 1900s. Most Americans don't realize that you have no greater ally, not just in Europe, in the world. When it comes to the relationship of the American and the Albanian, the American needs to understand is that the Albanian people are willing to fight and die for the United States of America. You want proof? Then, the proof is, when the Ottoman Empire collapsed, Ottoman Turkey, they controlled most of that region for 500 years. When they collapsed, there was no borders and boundaries. You're under an empire, it's just one big blanket. There was no borders and boundaries. The Balkan Wars erupted, and everyone that was stronger was just grabbing land. The Greeks took what they could, the Serbs took what they could, and we were in the middle of all these different countries, and we lost about 70% of our territory. We would have lost 100% of our territory if it wasn't for the president. The first Albanians to America settled in Boston. So I always make a funny joke. Most Americans don't know. It's a cute little fact. 2 countries started in Massachusetts. The United States of America, when the first Pilgrims landed on Plymouth Rock, and Albania. Albania was recognized as a sovereign nation because of Woodrow Wilson and the first Albanians that migrated to Boston. Wow. They were able to court the friendship of Woodrow Wilson, who was the president at the time. One of them went to Harvard, talking about fighting Konica. He's a very influential person. We owe our existence to him and a couple other figures in Boston. They're buried there in the Forest Cemetery in Boston. If it was not for them and their friendship with Woodrow Wilson, when we were being attacked by all of our neighbors, we would have lost 100% of our territory. We would have been the Kurds of Europe. He went to the League of Nations with Woodrow Wilson, which at the time was today's modern version of the United Nations. And he lobbied and said, listen, we got to get this thing on something. So the love affair of our country with America is over 100 years old. We literally owe our existence to the United States. Now, we're much older than that, right? We're talking about in modern history where we had a chance to live it. The love affair continued in the late 90s when the war broke out in Kosovo and the Clinton administration got involved and initiated bombing against Serbia, which ended that conflict and made them withdraw. And today, Albania is, Kosovo is recognized as an country, even though most Albanians consider it just Albania. We can't control what the world's doing with us. We build statues of American presidents. So if you go to Albania or Kosovo, you're going to see statues of George Bush, statues of Bill Clinton, statues of Hillary Clinton. The highway that connects Kosovo and Albania is named Joe Biden Highway. Named after us. So they don't know about us as Americans. They don't know about our political strife right now, how we're, at each other's throats left and right. They don't care about that. They don't know what we're going through in America. They don't care about our politics. They just want to respect the country. They want to respect us as Americans. As a matter of fact, after that conflict ended, they were naming their kids, if they had a boy, Clinton or Bill or Phoebe, and they were naming their daughters Hillary to respect America. It wasn't about, they're not into our political strife. So when I say that America's making a big mistake, yes, Albania joined NATO. Albania's in NATO, but Kosovo is at a force of 5,000. That's all they're letting us have. We can't defend ourselves. And, it's like a slap in the face when, someone that was in the war, underneath the buildings in New York when they went down that day in September. We went over there to take out this enemy that we ended up leaving in power anyway 20 years later, leaving them all these weapons that if they would have gave us, we would have been a formidable force who was willing to fight and die for the United States of America. If the American government said, Albanians, you guys want to be a part of the U.S., are you willing to be the 51st state? We would be the 51st state. No hesitation. I'm so confident in our love with this country that I know our nation, rather than being the European Union, if they gave us a choice to be the 51st state, we would. That's how much love we have. So I hope whoever watches this understands we need to be armed, we need to be trained. Not because we've never been the aggressor in history, we've never attacked our neighbors. But if we're a force to be reckoned with, then maybe we will bring peace and stability to the Balkans. Maybe our neighbors won't keep attacking us. And we can have peace permanent in the Balkans.
How does that make you feel, having your unique perspective on the United States and living here and seeing all the strife going on here and all the division going on here? What is that like?
Being born in the U.S. and growing up here and being proud, and even when I would go back to visit, so even before the Kosovo War erupted, when I used to go visit my dad's family in Kosovo, I went there as a child, as a baby. But the first memories I have of it are in 91, right when the Bosnian War erupted, and Kosovo was still a part of Yugoslavia. It was a province that had autonomy. So we always had a special class. We were given a certain degree of self-rule under Yugoslavia, which at one point was a functioning country. People got along. People had jobs. They didn't need visas to go to certain countries. They had a decent life there for a while. This guy kind of had it together. I'm never a fan of socialism or communism, but this guy seemed to give everyone a break, let everyone live. People say life wasn't too bad under that Tito. He was the main figure of Yugoslavia for a very long time. When nationalists got into power in these other different countries, those wars erupted. So my first memory was getting off the plane, seeing soldiers with guns everywhere, checkpoints everywhere. I'm leading this beautiful life, and when I was younger, we were really poor, so it wasn't like I was leaving this extravagant home. I was living in the farm. But compared to where I was brought up, and as bad as we might have been financially when I was younger, going over there, I was like, wow, man, I'm lucky. And I'm living in a two-bedroom apartment, with my family. To see, no power most of the day, no running water most of the day, police everywhere, soldiers everywhere. So during that time, Kosovo lost its autonomy when Milosevic came to power. There was a brutal regime. They laid off all the Albanians. They fired them from their jobs. And I'll say this to everyone that watches this. My goal here is not to paint negative pictures of other communities. I think there needs to come a point where we got to forgive each other and move on, but never forget what happened. I lost a lot of family. Nobody wins in the war. They didn't win the war. Our countries are all poor. We're all struggling. We're all suffering. So coming from the U.S. with that perspective and seeing the opportunities that I have, I just phenomenal. Straight A students, academic scholarship, because I had a chance. My cousins couldn't even go to school. They were in private homes. Albanian children were not allowed to go to school in Kosovo. We never asked to succeed from the start. We only wanted to try. And if you look at all the archives of the news, the first demonstrations, the first protests were never for the Albanian population to break off Yugoslavia. It was simply to restore their autonomy that was given to them by Tito. We didn't ask to break off. We didn't ask for an independent country. When the brutal crackdown came, we declared our independence, but we did not bear arms. We chose to follow the teachings and the philosophies of Dr. Martin Luther King and Mahatma Gandhi. We tried civil disobedience, peaceful protests, very similar to what happened in the civil rights movement here in the U.S. If you look at the images of Kosovo in 97, 98, people with dogs, hoses on us, they come to your house, round you up, take you to jail, torture you, beat you, for the same rights that many Americans are. You ask me about what do you see, I'm very worried when I start to see suppression. We can't have open dialogue about things that are impacting our life. We're avoiding certain words here, and you know why. We had this discussion before we started. But everything that's happened in the last 3 years, folks, that's affected our lives, and we can't sit down and talk about certain doctors or certain politicians, and if we do, things get taken down. Is this America anymore? Because when you start to have that type of suppression, it reminds me of seeing the type of propaganda that was being pushed out there during those conflicts. The fact that you can turn on the mainstream news and never see a world leader speaking unfiltered, I don't want your opinion. Let me see what Putin's got to say. Let me see what Zelensky's got. Let me see the whole 1 hour if I want to. And most people don't even know where to even pull up their speech and look at it or read it. You have to actually go on and search and find it. The fact that we can't see the president of the red nation, right? The red flag with the yellow stars that makes everything we own, right? When's the last time you've seen the president talk for more than 5 seconds on the news? So how are you going to formulate an educated, honest opinion about current events, what's going on in our nation, let alone in other people's countries, that impact our life, brother? If we go to war, what are these wars benefit our country? 20 years of conflict. The Middle East went on fire. Those people that we went to take out overseas after that horrible day that happened in New York City, right, where two buildings came down, those people are still in power. So what did the Americans gain? So to see this type of stuff going on, to me, our deficit where it is, the amount of money we're printing, is terrifying. And to hear the level of ignorance I hear from people saying, hey, you know what, man, we're America, we'll never fall. Even Albanians say, America will never fall. I go, brother, every empire can fall. Every country can fall. And you as an Albanian should know, how many empires have we seen collapse? When they ruled us, they were the most powerful empires in the world. And where are they today? We visit their ruins and the artifacts that they left behind. And the same thing can happen to us. And you know what? I believe if we don't change course soon, we will be no longer existing throughout our lives. We're close enough.
How long, so you were born in New York or Texas?
I was born in Texas. Shock to those of you out there, but I grew up in New York City.
And how old were you when you decided to go back to Albania?
I never decided to go back. I didn't decide to go back. Just family. And I didn't go to Albania in the beginning because Albanian communism had just collapsed and it was literally like the wild west. Now it's an amazing place to visit. It's grown exponentially with tourism. But 91 was the first time I remember going. My dad took me to the 80s as a child. I seen videos in the area, but I don't remember that. So 91, I get off the airplane, and then they had a rule at that time. If you were outside of Yugoslavia or Serbia at that time, you had 24 hours to report to your local police station and you register while you were there. And they'd ask you what kinds of basic questions. And at that time, there wasn't a lot of Albanian Americans going back to visit. So I remember always being nervous, scared. There was checkpoints everywhere. They would stop us. Sometimes they would come into my family's homes in the middle of the night. And it's just like people don't realize what it means when you have that type of tyranny or overreach. That to live in that type of a world where they can just come into your house for no reason, interrogate you for no reason, arrest you for no reason, you have no trial. These are things we take for granted. You should never be giving up your inalienable rights, your constitutional rights. A lot of these things are in play right now, whether Americans realize it or not. So to see this type of stuff happen in our society, we haven't really seen anything this volatile, since I've been alive is very scary and it's very alarming to me. And I really hope this generation of American, you know, you were born with this privilege that you didn't even realize you had. A lot of people don't try it, man. I tell you, go look outside. No one's saying you're perfect. No one's ignoring our past. As Americans, as an American first. Yes, we have a past. No one's denying it. But please go visit other countries where no one sees you being a different race, a different nationality. I've experienced racism because in some parts of Europe they can tell me names Albanian and they wouldn't let me into nightclubs just because they knew I was Albanian. So I know that uncomfortable. I also know what it feels like to be hated to the point where you lose 30 people in your family. Right? I lost 30 people in a single day during the Kosovo War. The only person to survive the massacre of that village in my family is my first cousin. Shot over 30 times on top of a mountain. No medical aid, no help. They're hunting him down. It's kind of like behind enemy lines. He's wounded. They can't, they're hunting him down. They can't find him. He has no help, no food. My friend, you get shot once and you don't get help on the day or two. You'll be dead. That's why I believe unless it's your time, and I've seen so many instances like this in life, unless it's your time, nothing on this earth. He was shot 30 times, and his lower extremities, 3 to 4 days, his documentaries online, I can get you footage, show him, explain what happened. First he witnessed the death of all his first cousins, and then he's coming down this mountain with his foot tied around his neck with a belt, falling like this with his arms on his butt. Down a mountain, he fell down hundreds of yards. I got the message he was dead. So when I get the phone call, I found out these 30 guys, because I used to go back every summer, so when we used to visit, these guys made it bearable for me because they were similar to me in age. We played hide and go seek. They treated me like your friends treated me. Very hospitable. He's come from America. We have to honor him. We have to take care of him. What's crazy is that I used to feel really sad, because being so privileged at that time, the Albanians were not using the currency of Islam. Because of the crackdown and the brutal repression, we created parallel systems trying to supersede the repression that was going on. So we had our own school systems within private homes. So imagine, there's a beautiful high school, but there's no Albanians in it. They're not allowed to go to school. We had an apartment. And meanwhile, we're 90% of the population in that province. Right? And we had no rents. Sorry to see what they went through. They started using the German mark. This is before the euro. So they were using the Deutschmark as a secondary currency, and also because inflation was so high with the currency of Yugoslavia, what they used, it was easier just to do business with the German mark. So at that time, when I would visit, $1 was like 2 to 3 marks, depending on the euro. It was between 2 and 3 times our money. So $1 was getting me 3 of their dollars. My dad was giving me $1,000 for 2 months, and I couldn't spend it. And I just felt bad because, here I am, this little kid, 12 years old, and I'm buying food, drinks. I'm not even thinking about it. I'm telling people in the village, yo, whatever you need, man, grab bags of flour, whatever you need, rice. I'd still go home with money at the end of the 2 months, man. And I'm sitting here feeling bad that I'm buying 40-year-olds and 50-year-olds food. So when you say to me, how did that impact your life? I was like, God gave me this chance to be born in this beautiful country, to have a chance to do anything I want, anything I want. And I'm going to point fingers and blame people. When I see my family, I see my friends, I see my people, they have no food. They have no freedom. They have no rights. No, man, I love this place. I'll die for this. And for me to see where we are, this lack of information, suppression of information, ignorance at the utmost degree. Ignorance squared is what's going on right now. And it's sad what's going on. You have kids? I got 3.
What sort of lessons do you teach your own kids about the world, about life, about the way they treat other people, that you've gained from your experiences over there coming back to here?
So I've been able to maintain the next generation of this nation, even though I believe the majority of our people will. See, what's sad is because everything that's happened to our people, 50% of us live abroad. We run the real risk of losing half of our population, not to war or conflict with the poverty. So when we all live abroad, in 2 generations, we're not going to know how to speak. most Albanians in 100 years from now won't even know what Albania is, right? Because they become where they are. I'm still first generation, so I'm in between the two worlds. My children, they will be because their mother's actually from there. She's from Kosovo. She survived the war thanks to America. Every day she says it wasn't for America. Her family almost got wiped out. There was a village that was wiped out next to them in the Peja region. The Serbs pronounce it Pech. Albanians pronounce it Peja. And in that region, they got trapped in the city. And they were fortunate to run into, people that were doing bad things, but they weren't wiping people out. And then when the NATO planes started flying over, they evacuated. But if they would have fell into one more group's hands, my wife would be here. So that pressure from NATO really saved my life's life. She's writing a book about it. Well, not without my father. She really saved my father's life. Her family was hiding outside of their village. Her dad got trapped because he went back to the house to get something. They were all hiding, and you couldn't trust them. You didn't know they were wiping people out left and right. These are people that massacred the thousands, right? So they told her, listen, bring the whole village back, or we're going to kill you. So how do you trust them? So she goes back and tells them all, if you guys don't come out of hiding right now and go back to the village, I'm telling them what you're going to do. So she really was like a 12-year-old girl, took the most dangerous risk ever, forced her family to get back to their village. They were at gunpoint for like 3 days. They beat them up a little bit, nothing too crazy. Then the NATO plane started going, they left and evacuated, and they survived the war. Her dad's alive today because of her. So that's my children's mother, right? So you're not going to forget what you've been through, the opportunities that you have. I always say, I wish I had. Because even though, I come from over there, I was born here, and I was brought up very blessed, right? Compared to, I wish I had the hunger of so many people I see humble. What they do in such a short amount of time boggles me. I'd rather have been the Albanian that came here as an immigrant than the one born here. The one that came from over there, brother, within 10 years, they all buy homes, successful businesses. They work hard. And it's also, I feel like when you don't have a choice. I feel like we're so spoiled. I have a million different things I can do. I'll go to school. Maybe I'll major in language arts and I'll switch to a minor in marketing. We have all these options where when you come here as an immigrant, you don't have an option. You have to survive. You have to succeed. So that's why a lot of them end up in construction or they own restaurants. They work hard in the restaurant. They save their money. They buy a restaurant. My father started with pizzerias and then he got into real estate. He did extremely well. My father was an animal. He worked like 14 hours a day. I didn't see him for years until he asked what he did. No matter what, this dude's my hero. To come here, to not speak the language, to not have any money, not have any back, no support. People want to talk about the American dream. I am the American dream. I was given the chance to do things that my father never could do. And so many of us, man, it's like, if you're American, you're born here. Come on. Like, you got so much opportunity that you just don't see it.
But you, some of the stuff that you saw, and some of the stuff that some of the other kids who were born there and immigrated here, some of the stuff that they saw, it's almost impossible to convey that to children that are growing up in the United States. It's got to be impossible, right? Like, the only way film does a little bit, you can learn tiny bit. You can learn stuff in school, but the experience, the first-hand experience, that trauma, that knowledge, that first-hand knowledge that you have burned into you, that's something you can't really instill in somebody that's never been through it himself.
Welcome. How are you?
We're printing money like crazy. You still haven't recovered from what happened to you.
What's good in your neck of the woods?
The way things are looking, I'm gonna have to leave my own city. Things are just out of control.
What is that?
People really need to
Okay, what is that?
I understand there's two very different ideologies out there right now, but if we don't find a way to come in the middle somewhere,
okay,
we all
on what platform?
So, I agree with you. There's nothing like
how'd you find out about it?
Experience to really light a fire under someone. It's either going to destroy you completely, right, or it's going to make you. Exactly. And when it makes you, it really makes you. Yeah, I agree.
You found it through TikTok?
One of those life-changing events for me, for example, like when I lost.
Really?
Right. that type of trauma, I came out of
You didn't find me through Discord?
It's like being put into a pressure cooker.
Oh no, I'm talking about FL Studio Mobile.
Something horrible
Okay.
happens.
How did you find me?
Yeah, but I found you through.
You live the rest of your life destroyed.
Okay, very well. How's your day going?
They go towards drugs or alcohol or whatever the case may be. They
Excellent.
can't handle the pain.
Well, we're just watching a podcast. I need to adjust it
Tell
just
yourself
a moment.
nothing, no matter what, I'm never going to give up. It might take me years to get back up. It took me years to get back up. And you use that pain for fuel. And I think that's what a lot of immigrants do. They say, hey, I went through all this crap. I lost all this. My family went through all this. And if I give up now, you're alive today. Whoever you are watching this show or listening, you're alive because guaranteed someone in your lineage, most of us can't even go back 3 generations.
So you've really been
Someone definitely went through
3.5 years, yeah.
Roman Empire, whatever empires, someone in your lineage survived trauma beyond your comprehension. For you to be alive right now, to have the chance that you have. Somebody, your great-great-grandfather, your great-great-grandmother, suffered in a way, whatever part of the world you come from, went through a living hell for you to be alive. Risking your life to come out one of those
No, who's that?
500 years ago. You said goodbye to somebody and you're in the city. And most of the time you didn't. So,
Okay, what is
someone
that?
in your ancestry went through a living nightmare for you to have the chance right now that you're throwing in the garbage. And if you can instill anything, so I think people need to I think everyone's preoccupied with just take a step back, focus, think. You're alive. It's a blessing. Breathe. It's a blessing. If you're healthy, that's an extra blessing. Some of the most positive people I've met in my life who have done more than people that have 2 arms and 2 legs. I know people that can't even walk. They've done more with their lives than people that have everything. So it's not being good, not learning from mistakes, not knowing what you want. Right? The hardest thing in life is not to know. It's knowing what you want. Because once you know what you want, whether it's to be the best podcast in the world, or music, whatever, once you know, most people either know and they're scared to go after it, or they haven't fully committed to going after it. Because there's nothing for free. Whether you're paying with tears, sweat, money, everything comes out of sacrifice. And most people are not willing to lose in order to. And we've all been there. I've been there at times in my life too, so I'm not going to say that I think I'm some amazing human being who hasn't made mistakes or doesn't have fear, but I try to learn from mistakes, people in my life, situations I've witnessed, visiting Kosovo before the war, visiting Kosovo after the war, and seeing it completely burned to the ground, every single house pretty much destroyed. And to not take advantage of that opportunity that I have here in the U.S., to not be grateful for it, and when a setback comes, your family's going to be worse. Your friends are going to be worse. They're going to be how you can't be.
There's so many people that migrate from some of these places overseas, from Mexico, like you were talking about, you were on the podcast with him, is that a lot of these immigrants are the backbone of America. They're the ones that keep the infrastructure going. The ones that are doing the blue collar work.
Taking bits up. They're the ones not taking bits, but you know what I mean? They're doing things you don't want to do.
Go to any construction site when they're pouring concrete, they're all fucking immigrants. The whole fucking world is made of concrete. They're the ones that are doing shit that we don't want to do.
You know, but do I think we have a little bit of an issue right now with the way people are coming in? I think it's weird. There needs to be some type of regulation. You can't just, sure, you can topple an empire, change demographics in a way. Go to other countries, you see how they immigration policy. I mean, we still have the Muslim immigration policy. People come here, not the legal way, and they still get their papers, they still get their citizenship. I mean, Albanians have done that also. They came here, they political asylum or whatever the case may be, they got their papers. Right, so I'm not saying people should go that route, and my family came here. My mom's family, my grandfather escaped communist Albania. He was hunted down by the communists. He had to get out of there. He made it to Rome, and he was granted a visa to Amnesty International, which is how they got to Bronx. That's why my mom's family started, Bronx, which is where Albania is today. And my dad came because my uncle married an amazing Jewish woman in Croatia. They met, fell in love. She brought him to Texas, and then they did the visa for my dad. So, both of my parents did immigrate here legally. But many people came however they have to come. And, it's hard to judge these people, and it's hard to not feel sympathetic to them. Listen, the overwhelming majority of people coming over the border are not bad. That's a fact. They're just like where they live is a hell. Where they're coming from is conflict, poverty, whatever it is. To not feel for them, you're not a human being. But we also have to protect the interests of our nation and make sure that things are done the right way, because this can really happen. So it's like a catch-22. Yeah.
How does it make you feel when you watch the news, you see like the things that are going on in conflicts with like Ukraine and Russia?
So it's a very dangerous time for all of us. Serbia is basically the sister of Russia. And last week, Serbia amassed their forces on the Kosovo border since the Kosovo War. So over 20 years ago, just last week they had all their forces on the border of northern Kosovo. And they're talking of this rhetoric. I mean, we're still under the protection of NATO. But what's to say that they don't do the same thing they do to Afghanistan? Just leave us there. If they listen to us, we're in big trouble. So I think there could be a conflict over the Balkans again. Maybe Russia tells Serbia to start a war, or whatever the case may be. But this conflict in Ukraine has the potential to pull the entire world into it. On a level I don't think any of us is on. And Russia can't afford to lose that. So I think we're far from it. I hope they do find a way to end it. My heart goes out to the average Ukraine. I can imagine what they're going through. But there's a lot of crap going on. I think most of us don't even realize what's going on. And no one really knows what's the real reasons.
Yeah, that's a difficult thing, right? Like we were talking about earlier, propaganda. Most people watch the news, like Fox and CNN, to understand what's going on in the world. And they're just competing for views. They're just fucking trying to come up with control opinions, crazy headlines, just to compete for views and for clicks. And they both put their own spin on it. And then, if you want to even go deeper than that, if you want to understand what the leaders of these other countries are saying, it's in a different fucking language. How are you going to understand it? How are you going to trust what the first line, the first level is the translation? Like, is it being translated accurately? The second level is the news taking it, putting it through the blender, and then recycling it and regurgitating it on TV. And that's what it's time. Yeah, just
like I said, ask yourself when the last time you have to see a leader outside the U.S. talking, I'm going to have and you get to formulate your own thing. I can't remember last time I seen you. So you might get a little blip, just a little, they said this, and they take one line that fits their narrative.
The closest thing I ever saw, which I don't know when it came out, maybe like 5 or 6 years ago, but it was the Putin interviews with Oliver Stone, where he went and did like a 4-part documentary where he went and interviewed Putin, like he interviewed him for like 6 hours. It was 6 hours edited, but it was, he spent weeks on it, just spending entire days talking to him about things. His perspective on America was kind of mind-blowing.
Welcome.
For someone who hasn't really ever listened to the guy talk, and I grew up only hearing, America's spin on Russia, and hearing his perspective on the United States was very, very eye-opening. So he talks about, and that's another thing is he has survived through so many presidents, right? So he has this perspective on Trump, on Bush, on Clinton, on Obama, and
I mean, the guy's basically a dictator. He's not going to power.
right. No,
Before him, Russia was a dictator.
but
Right? So
right.
you compare Yeltsin to him.
Right.
Yeltsin was drunk. This guy's like shirt off, horseback, judo, like let's go.
Yeah.
He fought wars against Chechnya, he hated Georgia. The guy's much, you can't even compare him to us. And then when they lost McDonald's last year, I don't think the Russians were fine. I wish the same thing happened. I think McDonald's is hurting us. No offense, Mickey D's.
Yeah, but he said, when you talk about the history of America and Russia, we've just been instigating with NATO, pointing, having
They're completely surrounded. I mean, that's
they're surrounded with these missile sites that are supposed to be defensive missile sites, but they can be converted into offensive missile sites in a matter of minutes. Right.
Yeah. So like that's one thing I don't think a lot of Americans understand. Again, you got to be fair. Even with nations that are hostile, if you look at the whole picture, are they completely surrounded? They are. So do I know what happens? I think there's a lot at play. I think our currency is at risk. I don't see the dollar surviving if we continue what we're doing right now, unless we pay down this deficit immediately. I think the play is into crypto. I think that is the end game. And I think there are powers that manipulate that are not in the interest of the U.S. And we don't need to get into all that. Most people know what I'm talking about. So, what are you talking about? I just think there's a lot of people that are in power that do not have the interest of our nation. First, they make interest based on the interest of their group, whoever they are. People have different names for them. You know what I'm talking about. People say, "Oh, it's a theory." So, I tend to lean towards that because a lot of the stuff that goes on doesn't make sense, man. It's not in our interest. Why are we doing it?
That's like kind of the point I was making about Putin, where he's a dictator and he's not relinquishing power, and that's bad, right? But is it good that we just have a brand new person to run our country every 4 years or every 8 years that has to learn the job and get elected through this joke of a political system that we have here, these two binary options that we have that are, and then Fox News tells you to go this way and CNN tells you to go that way. It's just like a fucking circus, really.
And then if you don't want to vote for either, what's your vote?
Like, what is it? Would it be better to have a president for 10 years versus 4 years? I don't know.
It's actually a good question. I don't know either. I don't know why that has to be. Given that we have secure elections, right? We should probably mix that because I want to put out. Getting back to the point, I don't have a problem if the American people vote for someone to stay in power for 25 years and they're doing a good job. Who cares? We had this extraordinary leader, and we keep voting. The masses vote for him. Who cares? It's still a democracy. You're still voting for that person to stay in power. Why break something that's amazing? We have a human being who puts us first. To me, a leader is someone who's willing to sacrifice themselves for the people. If we use that definition to describe a leader, you don't have not one leader. You don't have a single.
And it's so obvious that the people that are in power in America, no matter who they are, whether it be the president or any of the other given politicians, senators, whatever, they all want that really badly. Like, they started in this weird system. Yeah, exactly. The one who wants it is the one who should not have it.
A true leader is the one that is such an amazing person that the masses say, no, you need to do it. You need to be the one. You have a divine responsibility for a spiritual person. You're a leader. You're put in control of every single living creature under your realm. You're accountable for that. If a tree gets cut down for no reason, that's on you. You're literally in charge of every living creature under your rule and every resource. And if these things are being squandered and not used appropriately, and not used for the benefits of the masses, and you're making decisions that are only for you and your friends, you're not a leader. You're an evil criminal. You are not a leader. A leader is one who is so humble and willing to sacrifice themselves for the hive. And we don't have a single politician in this entire nation, except maybe the guy who's doing a pretty good job here. You guys think. Other than that, the rest of them. I'm not here to get into the little squanderings of what you believe ideologically with birth. I'm talking about just what you did for this state. The most volatile time ever to keep you guys afloat, where you become one of the most desired places to live. Your property values skyrocket. Your employment is stable. I'm driving around, and life is normal in the midst of what was the biggest storm we've ever seen. On our ship, to me, he has the leadership. He has the characteristics of a leader. You're not going to do everything he does, but the overwhelming decisions he's made have benefited for the state and every person that was in this.
You think he runs against Trump?
I'd vote for him.
Yeah, he seems much more disciplined. Much more level-headed.
Very respectful. person. Very calm. Listen, again, some people hate some of the certain issues that are very touchy, especially with reproduction and all that stuff. But as far as what he does for the state, for people, and for business, the guy's a rock star.
He really is.
He's amazing.
How do you think this is fixed? How do you think we fixed the problem in America with the leadership?
There was a song that came out of the 80s. It was Michael. All I need is a miracle. All I need is help. Really tough. I don't know how to answer it. But I think the responsibility comes back to each individual American to educate themselves, to be open-minded, to be scared when conversations are suppressed, because that has always been the first step to tyranny in any society. When you see, even if you hate the other group, and you can't stand their ideas, their principles, or whatever the case may be, when you allow them to be silent, you are next, you idiots. You will be next to be silent. So these are the red flags that scare me as someone that comes from a part of the world where that was the norm. And if you voiced your opinion, you disappeared in the middle of the night. So any shape or form of that, even creeping into our society, whether it's through social media, whether it's through policies and laws, must be turned down, must be defeated, must not happen. Everyone should be able to voice their opinion in your collective right now. You can either choose to listen or not. But when we do not allow these conversations to happen, we're in a very, very dangerous position.
Have you experienced any, on your podcast, which is amazing, by the way, have you experienced any kind of,
Not even close to it.
what are you talking about?
You're on a
Yours has
roll.
been fantastic.
Bro,
Some of the
you're
guests that you
Joe
have,
Rogan level.
no, come on, stop it.
Dude, you really are. First of all, I want to thank you. I'm honored to be on the show. And, bro, you look at the cast of people. You have an eye for picking out amazing guests. I'm not just saying that because I'm on here. So it's not to like, I feel like I won the lottery by being here today.
So it's amazing to talk to. I love talking to people like you. You know, not only people that have grown up and experienced the things that you've experienced and have a very unique perspective on human beings and cultures and different countries. Your perspective is so unique. And then on top of that, you grew up in New York City, which is people who just spend a lot of time in New York. They always seem to be most fun to talk to.
It was a blessing my entire life. Like, I love my city. The fact that I might have to turn my back on it, when even everything I went through in September 2001,
Yeah.
didn't make me leave, right? And
You were there underneath the towers?
yeah, I was on the V train. I was on the V train. Beautiful day. And I go, underneath there's like the whole subway system. So I end up underneath it. The building's not realizing that they're on fire. I was going to Peace University. It's like 2 blocks. It's in the shadows of the subway doors open and he was screaming and yelling. And I'm a sophomore in college. I'm about 19 years old. And I'm like, I remember just being excited for a split second, like a young dumb man, like, hey Billy, there's a fire, let's go look at the fire. So I remember for like a split second, like being just screaming and yelling. I'm like, oh, there's probably a fight going on or something stupid. I didn't think, hey dude, the building's on fire above me. You know what I mean? So I get out of the subway. As I'm getting to surface level, I hear another, oh my God. That was when the second plane was hit. I didn't get to see either of them. But I remember, I put 2 and 2 in my mind later. I realized that when everyone was yelling that second house, when the second plane was hit. Make the story short, that I get out of the subway and it's snowing outside. It's like 80 degrees outside. And I look up and I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I don't know how
close were you to the towers? Like, were you
I'm literally underneath, direct, like right under. Like I came out from everyone that lives in North knows trains last stop World Trade. World Trade. So I came out from beneath those towers. I was in the subway. And it was and make the story short, I ended up walking over the Brooklyn Bridge. Halfway over the bridge, the earth trembles and the towers come down. I want to remind people of something because it kind of plays a role in what's going on today. In the aftermath of what happened after those buildings fell, half of my school got dropped because we're so close. The trauma that they witnessed, a lot of them couldn't process it. So you smell burning metal, right? A smell I'll never forget as long as I live. And we were told the air was safe and don't worry. And the whole time I got my guard up. Now that's the one time I should have wore a mask.
Yeah, right.
Because it works for particles.
And I remember being so worried that eventually, about a couple weeks after, I ended up leaving a walkout. And I was calling the students to action because I was like, I feel like the air is not safe, even though they're telling us it is. And I ended up meeting with the president at the time, and there was like some people from EPA, if I'm not mistaken, they were there, and they were giving us all these reports, and we put HEPA filters, and don't worry, we guarantee you the air is safe. Now, the EPA was in charge of making sure we were safe. It was under the watch of Christine Town Whitman, who was the former governor of New Jersey. And they were wrong. She issued an apology 10 years later. We were wrong. We were sorry. More people have died from getting sickness related to breathing that air than died in the States. There's a multi-billion-dollar fund today that I'm ineligible for, which I've never claimed is so far I'm healthy, thank God. But plenty of people are getting $50, $100, $200,000 from this multi-billion-dollar fund, which was created many years after the events that took place because they promised us that they were safe. The same way they're promising us right now that, yeah, they're safe. Things you're putting into your body right now are safe. And no one knows long term what it does to you. I was already lied to about my health and promised I would be safe. Why would I ever trust them again? And that's my argument with the one thing that we can't talk about because no one will see the damn episode. We're in America,
Yeah. I mean, that's real, man. That's real shit.
This happened. That's a real event. Here, you want proof that you can't trust? They did it in downtown New York. Millions of thousands of people.
Yeah.
Respiratory illnesses, lungs, cancers, every sort and kind. Thank God that cloud, you know the cloud that came after the buildings fell? If I hadn't left when I left, because it went all the way to the Brooklyn Bridge and over the East River, I was just far enough away where like it didn't go. Because if I would have breathed any of that in, I guarantee anyone that breathed in the death cloud, that was glass, asbestos, dust, whatever the hell went into the they all was getting like really bad respiratory infections and cancers. You had people going to saunas and they were sweating blue and green. What? Oh yeah, man, this is a fact. Sweating blue and green, firefighters.
Yeah, I had the guy, Tim.
Shout out to the firefighters, man, and the law enforcement. When we were going over that bridge, running for our lives, these guys were heading into to harm's way, and they never made it. I'll never forget that image. Yeah. I'm going over the bridge, the fire trucks are going in. These men and women never came back down.
Some of the people, there's firefighters. There's rescuers that were there that day are today really fucked up.
That's what I missed. See, as horrible as that event was, the aftermath. New Yorkers were like brother and sister together. Like we had a trauma happen to us, and we were picked and we were closer than ever. We were proud to be from New York. Everyone was a Yankees fan or a Brooklyn fan. And then when I compare it to what's happened 2 years ago, with all the chaos, the sickness that shut us down, and all the political stuff that happened, and then basically New Yorkers turning their back on the police, and to see how divided we are, and how many New Yorkers left. They're saying 500,000, but if I had to estimate 1 to 2 million Yorkers, really, I don't care what they say. I know my city. Don't show me a couple of images of Times Square busy, because you drive there. I'm getting back and forth all over New York in 15, 20 minutes. That was never the case. I don't care if, Times Square gets a little busy, people are like, oh, New York's back. No, it's not. Those corporate buildings are still empty. Some people have gone back. I have family that works on 57th Street. They haven't been back to the office in 3 years. Just one of the biggest companies, I don't want to say the industry, but a very big company that if I mention their name, you know exactly who they are. And they haven't gone back. That's the core of Manhattan. Now they're talking about maybe we should convert these office buildings into residential. That means your city, the city that I'm in, the city that terrorists could destroy, right, is never coming back to what I knew. It's God. I'm never going to see it. I posted it on my Instagram. I don't think I'll ever see it. To me, it's devastating. I love my city. I love, like you said, growing up there.
You know why I love New York? Because I may never feel safe enough to go to Afghanistan. But if I wanted to learn about the Afghan people, I could go to the Afghan restaurant in my dad, sit down with Muhammad, explain to me about his family fought the Russians, and then he made it out alive. And I get to experience this culture and the food, and it's authentic as hell, as if I was in Kabul. And I've been all over the world, man. Ain't nobody touching the world. It's like you want authentic, where do they go? And you have this fusion of amazing things that happen. And one thing that really stood out to me is that one day I'm at the park watching my kid, and I see this Hasidic Jewish woman. She's covered, you know, the way the Hasidics are. I see this Middle Eastern woman, this Arab woman. She's covered, you know, the way Muslims cover. And they're standing right next to each other. Their kids are playing in the park. And I'm like on the other side of the road, we might be killing each other. But here, okay, here, you know, I never thought I'd have, you know, a surgeon in front of me. I made one. It took me a long time, right? Because everything happened to me, the trauma, to be bigger and to understand that we can't judge everyone and put everyone into one basket, and that we need to grow as people and as a society to just kind of like, you gotta remember, everyone's gonna try to defend their own first, right? Even if you're right, they've been through propaganda. They're not gonna believe your version of events. When we stop talking, that's when we start flying. And to see people in New York City, I know would be killing each other, hitting each other. Their kids are playing together. Where the hell else can you do that but here? I've been to other parts of the country. Europe is not as open as we are. You visit places in Germany, they, you know, and no offense to Germany, I've been to Germany 30 times. I didn't feel the warmth as much. You know? So that's what I'm telling people. Like, I understand we have a lot of things we need to fix, but it shouldn't be let's take out what we got. Let's destroy everything. Let's destroy our history. Let's wipe everything out. If we don't know, if we don't leave this, listen, we make the same mistakes. You think to remind you of the past. This is what we did. This is wrong. Let's never let it happen again. You know? I feel like we took so many steps forward as a society, and then we just took like 10 back. It's crazy.
Yeah, some of the people that were born and raised in America, they don't have that perspective. Very few people have the perspective we have and are familiar with that. You know, how much work it takes to actually, like, I know just a little bit of it from doing hundreds of these interviews, but the normal person who works at 9 to 5, working wherever they work, working at their job, going, you know, or working at home, dealing with whatever they have to deal with every day. You don't have the time to pay attention to all this stuff. Like, you gotta fucking get your news somewhere. Like, what's the quickest and most effective way to get your news? Like Twitter, or turn on the TV for a few minutes. And it's impossible. It's impossible to understand all the shit that's going on and know the truth behind it.
You know, I'm friends with one of the biggest comedians in the world, gentlemen. Shout out to Miles Javoni. Shout out to Tehran out in LA. These guys are amazing comics. Right? And right now, they're in the catch-22. Their people are in trouble. There was a woman who was quote-unquote wearing the Islamic attire correctly, so they ended up killing this young woman in this massive protest in the world, right? For defeating that name like right? And people are dying, they're being rounded up, they're scheduled to execute thousands of people that were dissidents protesting against this. You know, I can go protest anything I want right now. I don't gotta worry about being rounded up. You know what I mean? So, you know, being exposed, like, where you have access to everything. Yeah. You have access to so many cultures. Instead of like listening to what people tell you about people, why don't you go meet those people? Why don't you go sit down and have a cup of coffee and say, listen, you know, during 9/11, we witnessed a lot of people turning their backs on certain communities, and that wasn't the right way either. They're not,
Yo, what's up?
Listen, I could say I'm this, I'm that. Islam doesn't teach you to blow up the doors. Right. That's a fact. It doesn't tell you to. First of all, if you take your own life in that religion, you're supposedly
What's up,
punished
Palmer?
for eternity doing the act that you did. 1 out of 5 people know. If they were all terrorists the way some of us were treating these people in the U.S., we would have had a much bigger problem than 9/11. I promise.
Isn't it like, it's like almost time to change building? It's like
it's scheduled to surpass Christianity because of birth.
Interesting.
Okay? And what's sad is that Christians and Muslims actually have more in common.
What's going on?
They both believe in Jesus. He's the Messiah. He's coming back to earth. Muslims even believe in an Antichrist, the same way Christians do. The only difference between a Christian and a Muslim is that Christians believe Jesus was God or a part of God through the Trinity. Muslims say, no, God is one. Jesus was just another line of the prophets. He was created the same way Adam was created. Adam didn't have a father or a mother. Jesus was created the same way John the Baptist was created. John the Baptist times, based on biblical scripture, didn't have intercourse.
How did you learn about all this?
I've studied theology for 25 years.
What do you think the biggest misconception is of Muslims in the United States?
I think they, well, let's be real. These same people now on the right who tell you everything's propaganda were the same ones pushing propaganda against the Muslims. So, like, when people say, what are you? I'm neither, man. I am someone who likes to critically think. If I had to classify myself as something politically, I would say I'm a libertarian. I'm a libertarian who leans a little bit towards the right, but I also have, like, listen, do what you want to do, man. This is America. Bang what you want to bang. Leave me and my kids alone. I don't give a shit what you do with your life as long as you're not hurting me. Like, live and let live. That's my overall idea. Everyone mind your own damn business. Go to work, pay your taxes. Not too much because they shouldn't be taxing us the way they are. I want a smaller government, not in every single aspect of my life. That America wasn't founded on those ideas. That's where it reminds me of overseas and what I saw. And they're too much into our lives. These people are supposed to be servants, not our dictators, not the ones commanding our life. So I would say the misconception people have is that when's the last time you've ever seen a movie in Hollywood that ever portrays a Middle Easterner as a good person? You've never seen a movie that makes an Arab look like a good guy. Ever. Name one.
Yeah. Right.
So what I'm saying is you've been programmed to view these people as hostile. You're talking about almost 1.5. It says 1.5 to 1.8. I mean, who really has a clicker that can't be seen? I never said that they get these like numbers. There's 9 billion. Do we really know there's 9 billion? I mean, do we really know?
Yeah.
There's countries where they don't even have census. You know?
Right.
So you've been conditioned to. I always say meet people where they're at. When these horrible things happened, there was a lot of people who did a lot of extraordinary work to build bridges between these communities. One of them is Hamza Yusuf. This is a guy that converted to Islam. His original name is David Hanson. He's the founder of the Zaytuna Institute out in Burbank, California. An amazing human being. He's built bridges between all communities and faiths. He was present during the burial of Muhammad Ali. Him and I believe the guy's name was, I forgot, my brain's friend. But my point is, it's when conversation takes time. It's when you give voice and put people under a microscope and you're focusing on the worst element of.
Yo, buddy, you gotta be 18 to be in here.
1.8 billion.
Yeah, they're basically the propaganda was we just applied the ideals of a couple of guys in a cave to an entire enormous religion. That's
a guy that we supported and trained.
Take care, champ.
I mean, we got to tell the whole story.
That's a
guy that we are. So like, it's like, let's look at the whole picture. But I saw instances where like they were misquoting, verses of the Quran. Who was misquoting verses? Mainstream media. One was like, kill the infidel, strike their necks wherever you find them. Yes, it does say that in the book. But guess what? Yeah, but they're not talking about Christians. And in that passage, God's not even talking to the Muslims. He's talking to the angels. That verse that they loved using in the mainstream media about how they need to kill the infidel, Christians were not considered infidels in Israel.
Who are they talking about?
They're talking about the other pagan Arabs that were trying to destroy the Prophet Muhammad, who was bringing monotheism, who was telling people God is one, believe in Abraham, Moses, Jesus, these are all prophets of God. These people are praying to statues of a million different gods. They're the infidels. They're the pagans. So in that verse, they were at a battle, if I'm not mistaken, it was called Badr. It was the Battle of Badr. And historically, they were outnumbered 3-1. So the first Muslims were outnumbered 3-1. And God says in the Quran, He commands the angels, go and support the forces, because they're outnumbered. And I commanded the angels to strike the infidels. He wasn't even commanding the Muslims. And they use that verse in the mainstream media to make you think as an American that the Muslims are coming to kill you. But I'll give you a quote that it does say, speak kindly to the Christians, for they are the closest to you in faith. Amongst them you will find men of reason and education. That's in the Holy Quran. When's the last time you saw that? So, how are you going to judge it? Brother, I've had so many conversations about religion. Most Christians don't even know that Jesus spoke Aramaic. They don't know that the word for God, pull it up, I dare you right now on Google. Type in language of Jesus Christ. Do it right now on Google. Show me what power. I'm going to show you how dumb we are as a society and how far away you are listening to this right now, how far away you are from any concept of reality, truth, or being. So what was the language? There it pops up. Now, here's what I want you to do. Let me blow everybody's mind now.
Aramaic.
Aramaic. Now, the language is a Semitic language. The Semitic languages are Hebrew, Arabic, and Aramaic. They're cousins, like I mentioned earlier. Latin is Portuguese, Italian, Spanish. Semitic languages. Now I want you to type this in. Aramaic, words for God, and watch what pops up. And let me teach you a lesson.
Aramaic word for God.
Well, if that's the language of Christ, I should know it. Now, what's the first search result? Read it. Say it. I know it's hard to say. Say it.
Alo.
Where's the search result coming from in blue?
Allah.
Jesus Christ in his own language called God, Ilah, Allah. It's not a name. It's a cognate. So in Hebrew, it's Elohim or Ilah. In Arabic, it's Allah. It's a word that's the same in two languages. It's not a name. Al means God. La means God. It's the same word in the language of Jesus Christ. But during 9/11, all you heard people saying in New York City was F these Muslims and F their. That's called ignorance. Where they would realize they have much more in common than they don't, but they're being perpetrated against each other. No one wins in conflict. Nobody wins in war. Muslims and Christians and Jews are brothers. They're cousins. The fact that they fight each other is a disgrace. You cannot fight a Christian or fight a Jew and call yourself a Jew, a Muslim, or a Christian. You're neither. You're nothing. And if this group of people could just figure this out, that's half the world, brother. That's half the world right there. You cannot kill a Christian and call yourself a Muslim. You cannot kill a Muslim and call yourself a Christian. Period. I don't care what kings did and emperors did. Your relationship with the Creator is between you and God. You have the book, and if you don't know how to read, don't know how to read it, you make your own opinion. But this should show you just how little people know about their own faith. And they want to talk to you about Islam or Judaism or Buddhism. So when you're ignorant and you're getting all your opinions from news and this and from that, you really have enough to talk about. I can't even sit at the table and have a real conversation with you because you're not on my level. How are you going to talk to me? How people want to debate you in religion? You don't know your own religion. How are you going to debate? I'll quote your book left and right. You can't quote mine. So that's the whole point. You got to meet people where they're at. So when you're dealing with someone that's dumb it down. When there's someone that's on the level of conversation, because unfortunately most people can't even handle it. Knowledge is very powerful. Information is very powerful. The way you get it. The first question people should ask is, where am I getting my information? Who's the author of this? Who's the one telling me? Who am I listening to? Let me read their biography on Wikipedia if that's even accurate. Let me see who they are. Because information has the power to do amazing things, or when it's used, we saw what it did in World War II when people were getting information from a guy with a little mustache who brainwashed the nation to wipe out millions of people. Information is so powerful, you need to know where you're getting it from. Where's the source? Where's the proof that this is accurate? So I just wish that when these things happen, people would say, no, let me go down to the local mosque. Let me talk to them. Is this what you guys believe? Instead, they were pulling out 4 Sikhs out of their, they're not even Muslim. They were pouring them out of their pads and beating the living crap out of them. Some even got killed. Just because the stereotype is a beard and a so this is ignorance. This is ignorance. Most people that live in this country, 99%, they came from wherever they came from. My friend owns the Russian Samovar. We're talking about Ukraine. Shout out to Yasha, Misha. Okay, their families mixed. They're Jewish, Ukrainian, and Russian. Their family came here a long time ago. They own one of the most recognizable Russian establishments in all of New York City and America. It's called the Russian Samovar. 57th Street between 8th and Broad. These poor people went through the struggles of, the last 2 years with all the shutdowns. You know what that did to hospitality in New York. It almost wiped it out completely. So imagine you get through all of that, then the war breaks out in Ukraine, and now everyone's boycotting your restaurant because it starts with Russia. Meanwhile, you're American, and you're of Ukrainian descent also. He puts a huge Ukrainian flag in front of his restaurant. We're against the war, and it's a ghost town for the first couple of months in this country. And I go to see them because they're my friends. I'm never turning my back on them. And they're like, "Beck, it's crazy." So eventually the word got out that no, they don't support it. They did fundraisers. They get message from over there that they can never go back to Russia. So it's like, you know, just because somebody's from a certain place that maybe you don't traditionally like or you come from originally, doesn't mean that they're like those people or whatever. They're here. I'm American first. I was born and raised in this country first. I will fight and die for this country first. Because I'm American first. But people came here, they came for the same reasons you came. They were oppressed. They had things that went on in Russia. I heard a lot of Jews were not treated well during the Soviet Union. That's why they came to the U.S. So now we're going to treat our fellow American in New York that owns a Russian, restaurant like a criminal and a piece of crap. And meanwhile, he doesn't even support the war. So this is what I feel ignorance and judging people. And we see
Additionally, there's so many people that just haven't traveled, haven't been places. And that, like, one of the most absurd examples of this to me is people in the KKK. I had
there goes this episode.
I had a guy on here who was a black guy, and he ended up meeting and befriending.
Wasn't he the guy that would like always try to like deprogram them or whatever? Like he'd meet them.
Yeah,
I've seen that.
Exactly.
Extraordinary.
Yeah, and he became built bridges. He became very good friends with a couple of guys that were in the KKK. And he said, and this, he originally spent lots of time over in Europe and overseas, in his like brave person, like in high school, and then he came back here when he was like, after high school. And what the lowest common denominator of all those people in the KKK is they had never fucking left the 10-mile radius they were born in. They had never fucking even went to the neighboring state, let alone another country to meet anybody.
So in a very close microcosm, you don't get information from a very limited source. Most people, I like to believe that everyone is
Daryl David. That was his name.
correct. I look at mustache.
Yeah,
So, it's again, it's going back to information. When you're limited in what you get information, this is the whole point. So if we start doing this type of stuff in the U.S., I don't care if it starts in social media. It's a privately owned corporation. Well, you know what? Technically, it has become the arena of speech. Yes, I know it's privately owned, but guess what? The impact that it has on society, the impact that it has on us, there needs to be a way to protect speech on this planet. I don't care what you. They have too much influence, too much power to sway public opinion. So to allow one group to be suppressed on it for their views is dangerous. I don't care if you're left and you hate the right. It goes both ways. If you allow one or the other, you both will go down. That's a fact. It's happened throughout history. You use one group until you get the rest of them on your side. It's the same thing that Adolf did, right? You started one group and then you got the rest. So it's like you have to protect this. These platforms have become where our squares, where we would speak publicly and have these debates. That's what social media is now. So that needs to be protected. I don't give a damn if it's private.
Do you have any sort of optimism about social media with Elon and Twitter?
I don't trust the guy as far as I can throw him.
Really?
Why? I'm not all about this neuralink stuff.
No.
And can there be some benefits? I think everything needs to be looked at from a dual perspective. And I'm not saying he's a bad dude, but my perception of him is I feel like he is either A, not as in our favor as and that'll come out later. Or B, he's like the scientist on Judgment Day 2.
That's good.
He's like the black scientist in the movie. They're trying to go and get the arm and destroy it and they blow up the whole office. I think he's like that scientist. He's so happy that he's making the first Terminator. He doesn't realize what he's making useless. And I feel like if Elon doesn't have malicious intent, the stuff that he's playing with can impact humanity in ways that could.
He's one of the most outspoken people about the dangers of AI.
Which is great. Like I said, I'm not saying he's bad. I'm saying I just feel with a grain of salt Because he has so much power and influence either way. And just because he has Twitter doesn't mean it's always going to stay free speech or that people are not getting information. Like everything you type in, why do you think it's such a when AI combines with everything you've ever input on social media, they're going to know you better than you know yourself. And I agree with you. If you're speaking out against that, that's great. There's a lot I love about it. I'm just saying I don't fully trust him. He doesn't earn me for trust. Because what he's in charge of and what he's responsible for in so many ways. First of all, appliances corporation has control of our space. Why did NASA close, basically? If I'm not mistaken, they funded NASA this way. I understand this technology was way ahead. Did he really come up with that, or was he like, I don't trust them. I don't trust those. I don't trust.
I mean, that's a good example of
this is weird.
Capitalism. It's
Talking about
government-funded program. A guy with a company figured out how to cut the fat, how to do it more effectively, how to do it better, how to do it cheaper, and he had that drive and ambition to make it
that's the
happen.
story they told. I love this guy just telling me stuff.
Yeah, no, I mean,
Like if people believe this, sorry, if people believe this story of Yamasu, whatever, the guy from Japan that invented Bitcoin, if the youth understood what can happen with how blockchain really works, unless I'm wrong, correct me if I am, I think the whole place goes crazy. They'll never allow something like that. But if they have to let people fall in love with the idea and get used to using it, see these big returns, and now they introduce the one that they sent us. The one that's going to tell you how much meat you can buy. And they tie it into global warming and social credit score. That's where this is all going. So the worst economies that could have ever been as horrible as it was. That's my view. So keeping that on the front stage, front and center. Okay, cool. I like technology. I like advancing. Great. Everything has two sides. The way it can be used. It can be used for good or bad. The internet, in my opinion, is doing more destruction now than good. Yes, there's a lot of great that came from it. Everything has two ways it can be used, for good or for bad. You can use your phone to look at porno all day, or you can use your phone to read, study, Google. Hey, you want to talk to me about religion? It takes you 5 seconds to do some basic facts on Jesus Christ. I just showed you one of them. That took you 2 seconds to learn something you probably didn't know about. Most people are not using it for sexual purposes. They're using it to regenerate themselves, to become lower vibrational beings. They're using it for the senses. The only difference between a human being and an animal, from the spiritual explanation, we share the same anatomy as monkeys, as pigs. The pig is one of the closest to us. But what separates us from them is our souls, our spirit. When a human being only acts upon their desires, they are lower than the animal because they have intellect. If all I do is eat, drink, suck, all you gotta do is eat and drink and suck and fuck, right, Tony Montana? They said that one scene. Is this all there is to life, man? Eating, drinking, talking, if that's all that a human being does, you are lower than an animal. Most people in our society, that's all they do. Eat, drink, suck, fuck.
yeah.
Consume content that doesn't benefit. Content like this benefits, and that's why the work that you do is so important. The people that you have on, sharing their experiences, their lives, what they've been through. These are things that will benefit you. If you know nothing about life, nothing about people, people never even heard of Albania. Today they learn something. Where are you spending your time? You have a responsibility with the gift that you've been given. Time is the most precious asset that most people throw right into garbage. And I'm guilty of it too. I procrastinate much of it. But the duality that scares me. What it could be. What could it be used for? And maybe that's the fear from the trauma of knowing what my family went through. What could happen? How tyranny can creep in. How things that were created to liberate us have actually started to enslave us. And I think this is the greatest example of it. This is a weapon of mass envy. Mass envy. If you look at my Instagram, you're like, this guy looks like a rock star. But there's been times I posted on here, I'm in paradise, I'm crying in my hotel room. And that's the truth. Because you only see the good stuff. You don't see the bad stuff. So you're creating this environment where everyone feels like they're behind. I'm not doing good in life. My life sucks. There's a lot of responsibility that comes with this technology, brother, that I think the majority of us are failing with. And I have even given a term to this society. I call this generation the Easter Bunny generation. This is either going to be the smartest thing you've ever heard, or the Easter Bunny generation. During Easter, we go to the store and we buy all the stuff for Easter. One of the things we buy are the Easter Bunny chocolates, right? A lot of those chocolates are what inside? They're hollow. Right. During Easter, a lot of those chocolates
they have like caramel inside.
Yeah, you can get the solid ones, but a lot of the ones that they give you, or like they stuff to buy, they're hollow. You really bite into them and they're empty. Right? They look great on the outside. They're empty on the inside. It's the same thing with this generation. Everything is beautiful on the exterior. Every moment of my life is handcrafted to make my life look amazing. But deep down inside, they've never been more depressed than they are now. 1 in 12 Americans on antidepressants. People are suffering. Suicide rates are through the roof. And it's got to reach you. I'm looking at this. I've lost friends to suicide. Like, just looking at their lives. That's how I see them. I don't know. I don't see them every day. Whenever I saw them, they seem happy. I look online, they seem amazing. Their own lives. Married with children. I lost a friend. I couldn't believe I lost him. I couldn't believe how his life ended. I would have never seen the warning signs. It's the Easter Bunny generation. Beautiful on the outside, empty on the inside.
I also heard you use the term generation of bastards.
Yo, you went deep, huh?
What does that mean?
So, I gotta take down some of this content before I get taken down. But basically, brother, from a spiritual perspective, you need both parents to raise a child.
Right.
Divorce has never been higher.
Where's the divorce rate? Is the divorce rate really the highest in the U.S.?
It's like this divorce was like now it's bad. People would have, like, families would have gotten into blood wars over honor, guns were drawn, and now it's like none of that. So that just shows you from that ancient society all over in the U.S. But what I mean by a generation of bastards is that so many children are born out of wedlock. Now, in the old days, if somebody called you a bastard, you break their jaw. Someone called you a bastard, there's nothing. Look at the films where they show people in medieval Europe. Right. He's the bastard. He's the bastard of Sir John Eliot III. Yeah. And like Game of Thrones, Jon Snow is the bastard. So like to be called the bastard is like you're alone. Right? And I'm not saying that you are if you are. What I mean by that is that you don't have the proper parental guidance. So many children are born out of wedlock. Men are not being men. I don't care if you're not even a man. You brought that child into this earth. You have a responsibility to that woman and to that child to make sure that they're okay, to make sure that they're being raised properly. That you have a social responsibility not only to them because you brought them into the world, but to society. And the problem is, so many children now are born out of wedlock. They're full of rage. Brother, they've done most of these violent crimes. If you study them, specifically are committed by children from a single parent. Most violent crime, sexual crime. You look up I know my stuff. I get rusty sometimes because I store too much information. It's committed by children from a single parent. So this is why we see the rage, why we see the stuff that's happening in schools, the violence. It's a lot more than just I promise you. So, and not to get into that subject, but real quickly, every house in Albania has a weapon. We've never had one nation, ever. But what we don't have is psychotropic drugs. Most children, the minute they get a little depressed, put them on this pill. Why are the American people not demanding just toxicology? Every shooter, we should draw blood. I want to know what they want. I guarantee you there's a common denominator. Your answer's right in front of your face. Every time you turn on the TV, there's like a commercial. If you're taking such and such, discontinue the use if you're experiencing, suicidal thought. Okay? The answer's right there. Clearly, some of these drugs make people.
Yeah, but I mean, like one of the fundamental things too that I see with people nowadays is
Might want to cut that word out.
not finding like there's no sense of purpose. A lot of people, especially older people, like people like in their 50s, 60s, maybe even 40s, they can't figure out a way to benefit or bring any sort of value to society, and that is the worst thing for a human being. having that feeling of no purpose and bringing no value, that is the most depressing thing.
Most people don't even want to know what they want to do in their life, even if it's just a dream. I sit there and talk to people. And I talk to a lot of young people because I've shifted more towards motivational speaking, inspiring people, with my work to come back to me, to inspire people to never give up no matter where you are. I've got some of the most extraordinary people coming on the show, people that are paralyzed from the neck down, people who lost everything, people who have been through addiction and crawled their way out of it, turned their lives around above and beyond people that didn't have those problems. So I agree with you. I think one of the biggest problems we have is that most people don't know what their purpose is, what their why is. And the sad part is, instead of trying to figure that out and spend time on it, they waste their time in idle stupid activities. I always say you'll never be a player if you're someone else's fan. I know that sounds a little weird, but I'll explain it. I can't tell you how many people I know watch sports, nothing wrong with it. Everything has a time and purpose. But if all you're doing is one sport to the next, fantasy leagues, gambling, placing bets on the stuff, every stat, you're reading tons and tons of newspapers, and one way or the other, unless you're winning millions of dollars gambling, that's all you get. Unless you're one of these really good guys on it, or girls.
Right.
You wasted so much time and resources and money on something that's never going to change your life. If anything, it costs you. Because by being a fan, you couldn't become a player. How can I be a player in the game of life if all I do is spend my time and my resources watching other people living their dreams? So that's why I say you'll never be a fan. You'll never be a player if you're someone else's fan. Yes, you should not be very successful. But I mean, like when you're really a fan, all you do is sit there and watch and study the jersey and paint your face, and that time could have been used better in your life or your children's life.
So it's the same thing as TikTok, scrolling Instagram, watching football.
I'm guilty of it. Mine a little bit. But I am a content creator, and it does kind of serve a purpose a little bit for it.
Yeah, and you can create something that's valuable to people. Yeah, it's great. But I mean, like, the whole thing, the whole platform is just fucking a waste of time. People are just like, fucking China, they have lockdowns on it after what, a certain time frame where their kids can only see educational content there.
Something like, a school project.
Yeah.
And these things are not bad. Dumbing down, we need to study, have purpose. And if you don't know, if you're young and you're listening to the show, and you're in your 20s or whatever, you should start having an idea. The secret to life is not making it, it's knowing what you want. Once you know what you want, you gravitate towards it, things do fall into place. And I don't care how far behind you are. Wherever you are right now, at this moment in your life, there's someone that started further away from the same dream you have, and they're able to die. Meaning, someone in worse circumstances than you is able to get to where your dream is going. You have no excuse. Get up. Start today. Read. Study. I'm not saying school either. Straight A student, I can tell you school impacted my life. A little bit. There's always a deny of attitude, how to articulate and write. Right? Which is, I think, the most important thing is learning how to write and communicate. Basic methods. History I love, but we also like to be very flawed, very one-sided. Albania's not even mentioned.
No.
Nope. Right? In Albania, we learn about World War II all the time, and Albania was the only country in the Holocaust that saved every single Jew that legalization.
Really?
Okay. So much so that there's even speculation that even possibly Albert Einstein we're having a very hard time proving it. I'm very good friends with the Prince of Albania, Prince Elect, amazing human being. His family was empowered before the fall of they invaded Albania. It was right there. So Albania was under Italian and German occupation during the Holocaust. And we were the only country in Europe with more Jews after the destruction before. And now they see Jew perished. And my grandmother's brothers were hung by the SS, by the Nazis. It's still now there's senior Jew died. There's plenty of Albanians that could have sold them out and told them where they were hiding or what they were doing and never happened on our watch. I'm very proud of that story. How come they don't make a movie about that? They talk about it, but they'll show a movie taken because of the settlement.
Speaking of movies, I'm sure you've seen the movie War Dogs. Of course. That was fascinating. Well, actually, I take that back. It wasn't so much in the movie. It was more so in the book, The Arms and the Dudes, where they give a more thorough background on what happened in Albania. it was fascinating how Albania was stuck. Maybe you could talk to this better than I could, but I don't remember what the exact reason was. But for some reason, Albania got gifted like billions of dollars worth of arms and ammunition from China. And Albania,
Communist Albania, but those weapons were garbage, bro.
so the ammunition was apparently fine. So all of there was, I forget how much it was. It ended up being like a couple $100 million worth of AK ammo that those dudes sold to the United States for the war in Iraq. And all of it, according to the military officers in Iraq, all of it fired perfectly. There was never any issues with it, but it was Chinese. And for some reason,
That's what that is too.
decades.
So that actually did happen, correct? And it was in the books, word books?
It was in the book. The book's called The Arms and the Dudes. Yeah, the book is fascinating, and the movie is just like they briefly talk about it, but I don't think they talk about all of the ammunition and all of the arms that were gifted to Albania from China.
Yeah, and China Communist Albania, they did have a relationship with China. And like I said, my family, us, we were all anti-communist fighters. That's why I was born in America. My great-grandfather was up in the mountains of Albania fighting against that regime. They were outnumbered, outgunned, and the rest of my family got thrown into internment camps. My mom's side. My great-grandfather did 28 years in the gulag in prison, of which he got out and lived a year after. My great-grandmother was hung off the tree, and that's, why my mom ended up in the U.S. as a child. So my mom was better than me. English was my first language. I learned Albanian later in my life. So I have like a weird New York. My voice is very deep too, so like kind of exaggerates the way I pronounce certain things. It's not really a true Albanian accent.
Do you think that sort of trauma in your bloodline transcend, like, do you think that gets passed down somehow without the actual knowledge, without the experience? Do you think that somehow gets transferred?
I think there's definitely such a thing as generational trauma. 100%. I think that everything shapes you, whether you realize it or not. So I'm a product of two traumas, right? So two negative things led to something positive. Negative times a negative equals a positive. I consider my birth positive. I consider my contribution to life a good one. I don't hate the people that did what they did. I think there's a certain level of propaganda and things that happen. I hope that the people that made our people realize that, like, we just want peace too. Enough's enough. None of us are winning. This whole war shit isn't balance, right? So I try to broadcast positive messages. I try to inspire people better. And I think I find my bravery a lot of times. I'm not going to say that. I'm a big dude. I know a lot of people. New York City's my playground. It's always my playground. But I'm not some tough guy trying to prove a point or anything like that. I think that, I don't know where I'm going with this stuff. I just lost my first track of thing. But basically, I feel like I just want to do things that are positive. And at times when life gets really difficult, and it does get difficult, to sit and say that my life is going to get difficult. We all have problems, personal issues, things like that. I think of my grandfather and what he went through, and how he came to this country with nothing. He started as a doorman, and then a superman, and then become kids who didn't speak the language. And the Bronx, war zone, the Bronx is gambling, and I find strength when I think of what they went through. I do find, so I do believe it does impact you when you're aware of where you come from and who you are. To know that my great-grandfather, great-great-grandfather, his statue stands all over Albania. He was the general of the resistance of our people. Legion of prisoners. My great-great-grandfather was literally the general that led that resistance in battle. So I find bravery in
And that, bravery doesn't mean just absence of fear. Some people need to, right? But the majority of people that are brave, to me, to me, the most brave people in our history here in the U.S., I'm gonna take off my hat to people like that. That's the Martin Luther King. He knew he was gonna die, bro. Malcolm X, he preached the message of patriotism in the beginning, and then he preached one of these cost him his life. He knew he was gonna die. That's brave, and that's evolving. That's taking new information and saying, Lord, maybe I was wrong. And I think that we all can get along. It doesn't matter what the color of it is. He changed his whole tone. To me, you're gonna die anyway. I'd rather die speaking the truth than live. And I'd rather die free than live. I'd rather live 1 day free than a million. Now, when I look at what my family went through and it took them to get their freedom now, I had a cousin that was in war. My son was fighting against it. He's come years of everything. The way we lived before wasn't working. So I think so many of us don't realize what we have, and I hope that this message. I just want to be someone who brings people together. I'm not trying to alienate certain ones. Like we need to find a way to coexist. Enough. Just accept us. We accept you. Let some time go by. Come visit the places that you think are yours. And no one's stopping. Just acknowledge us the right to exist. And we can all live in harmony. Nobody's stopping. I get along with anyone I've met. I've met Serbians over here in America. That's the beauty of America. Here we can talk. Over there, I can't be seen sitting down and having a coffee. And these are the things I love about our society. Even the worst enemies can come together and have a conversation. When we're in Brooklyn at a park, going over a slice of pizza. You know what I mean?
It just seems like there's something missing in the DNA chain of us that just makes us too tribal. And there's some sort of warring dream in us that makes us see each other. With the human tribe, what is gonna make us? What would it take to make everyone on Earth see us as human, the human tribe? Was it take aliens landing in the White House lawn, an alien spaceship coming down, and for all of us to unite together? I mean, I haven't heard of a plausible scenario where that happened. I just don't see it.
I don't know, unfortunately, I think that I would do.
It's a good question, but it's a question that
all we can do is try to broadcast this
there's so many pros and cons on both sides.
Live and let live. Live and let live. As long as I'm messing with your core, you, your children, you live life, and you leave them alone, why can't we both coexist?
That was the thing that's going on in America. They didn't stop people.
It matters if it doesn't apply to matters. Whether you're one way or the other. That's just called Jesus.
That was what NASCAR was.
Great. Do what you want to do, but I don't give a shit.
You never think there will ever be peace on Earth.
Things are
Okay, so here's the thing. This is a great discussion,
What do you think,
and there are good points on
I
both
think the
sides,
third
blah, blah,
world
blah,
war
all
is
that warm and
really
fuzzy shit,
starting.
well done. But there are a couple of things
What
I've
kind of war is
noticed
that?
when Rogan
People
discusses
play
stuff.
games that Call of Duty and
First
stuff.
of all,
I
his
think it's
threshold
already
for
begun
crisis is
mentally,
much higher than
spiritually.
the average person.
We're in
He
the
mentioned this a
thick of
couple
it
of
right now.
times in this episode where he says, some people can
There's
take
major
it, they can
shifts.
use
I don't know if
drugs
I'm mentioning
recreationally here and there, and it's not a problem for them. And some people can't, they become addicts and they can't
We don't make
function.
nothing anymore.
So his basic
We
argument
didn't have
is
enough
that if
antibiotic
you're
anymore.
like
I mean,
him,
you're talking
and
about a
you
superpower that doesn't make anything anymore. We're not a
should have
superpower.
the
We're not a
freedom to do
superpower.
it. And
I don't care that we have better
necessarily
weapons. You think they have them too? And we use all those weapons and it's not on Earth anyway for us.
But we are still a superpower. We're still thought of as a superpower.
We were thought of, but we're losing that pretty quickly. We need to step our game up. We need to bring manufacturing. There's a lot of things that need to be done. We should never be at the mercy of another country. We should never allow certain countries into the World Trade Organization. Period. You're using labor that costs pennies. Those communities don't have a good life. You're allowing labor that's really slave labor. How is the American labor going to You did everything to not protect the interests of the American people, to not protect the Western way of life, and you've opened up Pandora's box.
I heard somewhere that there's more slaves in the world now than there were during Jim
If
Crow.
you're working for like 5 cents a day and you're living you're a slave.
Going back to America and where it goes, it is interesting some of the dynamic between America and some of these other countries, like Saudi Arabia, for example. Like that's a weird one. Did you see recently there was that live golf league. They were doing some sort of televised game of golf, and Trump was there, and they were interviewing Trump in there. I guess there was tons of protesters, 9/11 protesters, victims of families of people who died in 9/11 were there protesting, and they were asking Donald Trump, his opinion on all of that. And he was like, well, we still don't know what happened in 9/11. We still haven't gotten to the bottom of what happened in 9/11. Did you see that interview? No. That was fucking wild. Did he? I don't think so.
It's easy for him to say in his position of privilege, everything's fine and dandy.
Who knows what
But for most people, every
Are
day
you
is a
skeptical
struggle.
about?
People are living week to
So
week.
I've talked to a lot of people about this, and
It's very hard to say.
that's what I've heard. Like people that were close to
You know, one of my really good friends, she's like one of the
Played
most
earlier
important
as a
people.
joke from episode 917 with Stephen Crowder. Roman was drunk and
My whole thing
high
is never
as
simple.
fuck
But
and
I would like this episode to get out there, so like,
when they were
we can talk
having a
about
similar
it.
conversation
Look it out
to the
there.
one that had just happened
Don't
with
worry
Berenson.
about it, man.
But when it
I have
comes
so
to
many
Berenson, who literally
Really?
wrote a
I've
page
given past
completely
the
contradicting Rogan's views on
I wanted to go on
drug
the 20th,
legalization,
man.
Rogan
I've
is
never
able
gone
to
there.
have a civil conversation with him,
I know I need
which
to
is
go
good.
there.
That's the way that it
I
should
haven't
be,
done it.
right? Everyone should just get along.
Maybe on the 25th.
I'm not trying to throw hate
I
on
still
Rogan.
I
He's
still haven't
probably
done
my favorite
it.
podcaster, as
Actually,
most of you know. I'm a
you
massive
know, I missed
fan.
those damn things.
But when it
I feel
comes
like
to this shit, I really think
I
you
knew the
can't
Lord would never
fully
be the
understand
same.
the
That
implications
was the first thought
of
that
what
I
he's saying for the rest of us. He advocates for freedoms when it comes to shit that he's passionate about, like gun ownership and drug use. And he even gets super defensive sometimes. But when it comes to other freedoms that he doesn't care about, he just says, yeah, whatever, I think it's fine.
It's not just
But I guess that's what most of us are like. We care about what we care about.
and more
The
than that,
difference is he's got this audience of tens of
Right,
millions of
right,
people
right.
who really just can't relate to
millions of
his
people
lifestyle.
across the ocean.
Anyway, that's
Have
enough
nothing to
from
do.
me. I'm interested to hear what you guys think. Drop a comment below and I'll pin the best
And
comment as
Afghanistan, they're
usual.
back under control of the people that supposedly help do it.
Right,
So
right.
they're better weapons now than like, so to me it's like it's a really sad feeling when
Catch you
someone
guys
like,
soon. See you in the
from
next
those
one.
buildings out
There
there
are
from the aftermath and
absolutely
witnessing the
people who
war
have
and
lobbied,
being
as we
alive
talked
this long
about, how
at
the
10,
prison
40
guard
years old.
union has lobbied to keep
To know
marijuana
that
illegal. There's
it was
absolutely
kind of
pharmaceutical
enough.
companies have done the same thing.
Yeah.
The family that served my cousin just enlisted in the university to get her citizenship. You know, talk about like Americans and like what it means. Like she's from Kosovo. She's from Kosovo. She was living in Colorado. She wants to be an American so bad. She enlisted in the Navy. It just gives her citizenship. She's so happy.
Yeah.
She's willing to risk her life. Shout out to my cousin Samira. Samira Saeed. She enlisted in the Navy. She's on a boat right now as we speak. She's on her first day as a Navy.
Wow.
But the key there was to get her citizenship. She's willing to put her life on the line to become an American. And you guys were born with this privilege. You don't take advantage of it. You don't care to stay up to speed, pay attention. If we loved our country, we'd all be watching C-SPAN every day instead of sports. We would watch what these assholes are saying and then hold them accountable when they lie. We'd have massive protests demanding term limits. Because there should be term limits. And like, I don't care if they want to go on forever, no problem. As long as the people say you're doing a great job. I'm not walking through human feces. I'm not living in a city where I can smash another guy over the head with a bat and he's out on bail in less than 2 hours. In New York City, a place that was an example to the rest of the world of what society would look like. Where you were safe to go down the street, where everyone lived together in harmony, and it was ripped to pieces in the last 3-4 years. It's horrible to see. And I'll never forget it. You did a better. De Blasio did a better job of destroying New York than it sounded like they were fucking.
This is how sad my life is to watch UFC with JRE fight companion and just chill the fuck out after
I can
the
never
week
fully
of grinding out sick videos for my grad level crew. And here we have
even if I come down here
Jamie
for my children to have a better opportunity, and some days I feel like someone giving this homework
I think
for a
they
better
said they were
start.
talking about
I
conspiracy
can,
theories
I
or
have to
something
go
over
back
dinner.
all the
Maybe
time. My
that's
life
why.
is there.
But anyway,
That's too
Callum
much of
isn't
that.
convinced by all this conspiracy talk, so
Yeah, no.
Bumper
New York
pipes up,
is.
God bless him, and calls out
Hopefully we
Callum
find
for
out
not
about
getting
that.
on board the conspiracy
It would be
bandwagon.
so sad to see that place never go back to where it was. It's just,
It's not. I mean, listen. As far as my I'm involved in my life, so at one point my brother owned one of the largest nightclubs in New York. Closed down about 10 years ago, and I've been in the nightlife since 2000. So 22 years in the scene, in the limelight, as they call it. And I've worked, promoted, I've done it all. And I can say for some of the biggest nightclubs, they're still doing. They're still doing. It's very, very different. And, you know, it's very artificial, brother. And nightlife is pretty much the same in New York as it is in Vegas. And then some of these companies are so big that it's the same people calling the shots in all three cities. But, you know, for me, nightlife is more organic in Europe. It's really like a real part.
really.
You know, you gotta remember, New York City rents are very expensive. So you're not paying for the rent, you're paying for the real estate. These guys have crazy rents. The rents are $1,000 just open the doors. That's without employees, staff, supplies. That's just the rent. So people say, why is it
Per month, hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Oh, yeah. So why do you think, you know, like, why do you think a bottle costs $400?
Yeah.
Why do you think they give minimums? I can't afford to write anything in dime on beer. I have to pay my rent. They're providing you with an environment that a lot of times they have to also create. They pay for women to show up there. Meaning, like, promoters go out and get beautiful women to come hang out. That costs money. They have to promote it. The women give them free outfits. You're really building an environment where someone that has the money to come and come. So that's what you're paying for. Because it's a lot that goes into the production. You know? You'll never see. That's why they still hold the crown. That's why they were treating me all the red rope. That comes from them. Steve Rebell and Ian Schrager. Ian Schrager's still around. He works with Marriott. He has the Edition hotels. He did the one in New York, the Edition Square, and then the Public Hotel, which is a hot spot. So this guy's influence is this felt. It all goes back to that creative art that was the nightlife in New York from like the 60s, from forever, but really kind of ended in like the late 2000s, 2010, 2015. It lost all of its arts. Very artificial. You know, when I was first going out, there was clubs like Limelight, you'd walk in on a Friday, really no Joe McMillan. I don't know, never did cocaine in my life. It was really always terrifying. But if I liked it, I'd be a dead man. Many people I know died. But I drank enough.
99% of the people there in nightclub especially white men. Not even Miami, fucking here in Tampa, St. Pete.
You know, you mess around with that stuff, find out you're really playing. Like, people are dropping like flies from the It's not it's really like, I always said, I'm telling you, as someone that's been in my life, the amount of people that have dropped like flies. Friends of mine in LA, friends of mine in New York, Jersey, in Florida. Brother, you have no idea what's going into that shit. If there's even this much of that stuff, you're done. You don't get a second chance. Someone marks you back to life.
That's another thing.
Everyone will, well, you know what? Let them do the bumps first. I'll watch. That's like don't be the first one doing the bout. That's all I gotta tell you. Do not be the first guy taking the first bump. You're gonna be stupid. Mix it good.
Yeah.
Make sure that you're not the first dude.
And the crazy thing is that shit, the cartels are not mixing. From what people that I've talked to, the cartels aren't mixing coke.
Why would they want to? You're losing your customers.
Exactly.
You're making people scared to use it. It's really bad for business.
From what I've heard, it's like the low-level drug dealers here. It's not the guys that are just selling coke to their rich clients. It makes no sense to
Kill your customer more.
What makes the sense is some low-level drug dealers who are also slinging heroin and pills and shit. They're mixing it all up together, like cutting on the same table and accidentally taking cut. But again, I've heard that some people think it's more addictive to adding it, but I don't know. Maybe I just don't understand. I'm not somebody that's mixed a bunch of drugs together. Fucking, I'm not. I take a fucking Tylenol PM and fuck that thing. I could never take any like serious.
I do drink cotton tea.
Oh, do you?
So I don't drink alcohol. I stopped drinking almost 10 years ago.
Do you have a problem with it?
No. It's just that when my brother passed away, I knew, you learn, listen, nightlife can either A, be the most amazing thing that ever happened. It opens doors for anyone. If you look on my Instagram, I'm one of the person away from anyone to imagine. It all came from the connections I made at a young age and continue to build throughout the nightlife. When you meet somebody in the night, their hair is not so you get to see the form of their authentic self. They're not usually who they truly are, but you get to see who they are in their vibes. And they're just letting loose and having fun. And when you make that connection, it was like, hey, I was vulnerable. You might have seen me blow a line or drink or do something stupid. You didn't judge me for it. I don't see bad mouthing anybody. I kind of like you around me. I'll see you again next time. There's like a bond there. It's very dangerous because when you get sucked into a nightlife, a lot of people don't get back down or it destroys their life and they have to stop it completely. When I lost my brother, I knew I couldn't drink. I moved from seeing people in class and I experienced trauma to continue drinking was the best thing. I knew I was bad. I knew it was what I was feeling in my heart, where I was always just happy. These videos of me online dancing with glasses on my head and my tree I've been a part of the fabric of your nightlife for over 22 years. I knew that if I drank with that type of a heart, heavy heart, I wouldn't make it out.
Yes.
I think that. And now I'm so used to not drinking that I don't want to. So I kind of discovered the Kava culture, which now is the Kava Sutra, the first place to open up in New York City. The flagship is Florida, I think Lakeland, or whatever it's called. It's not too far from West Palm Beach. And they provide a way to enjoy yourself socially without losing cognition. So it doesn't cost the blood-brain barrier. It's a very big subculture.
Yeah, it is. Florida's the mecca. There's a ton of crowd bars around here. It's right on the street.
You gotta be careful with crowd too, because too much of it can be very nauseous, the jitters. But I have a tea, very calming, very chill. You get a social component to it, but you never lose control.
One of the lessons I've learned is that you should never, I'm not advocating drinking or doing drugs, but if you're gonna drink or do drugs, you should only do them when you're celebrating. Never when you're down, depressed. When you're sad, don't drink.
That's how that's a recipe for good.
Yes.
And that's how you can jump off. You need to really be in a good place, especially alcohol. Alcohol can stay just as bad. I think alcohol is probably the most dangerous stuff that's legal. Worse than most.
Yeah.
You do things you did not do. That cognition is important. Just jump right in and people die. It's crazy. So it's like, I knew I couldn't drink, so I stopped immediately. I never had another drink.
You were very close to your brother?
Yeah, it was actually my mom's brother, but we were so close in age that to say to people he was my uncle, they didn't understand the relationship. This guy was my mentor. He lived less than a mile away from me. Since the day I was born, he was always in my life. We were either together all day or on the phone. We were inseparable.
If you enjoyed today's
He
video,
passed away.
and don't forget to become a
He
subscriber
was
so
the
you
true
can
king.
keep up to date with all my latest videos.
And I was like his
I'll
little
chat to you
protege.
guys
That's what
soon.
he called. He's the
See
one that
you
gave
next
him the name
one.
that
You
Kevin.
are
Really?
absolutely
My brother Nick
people have
knows.
lobbied as we talked about how the
He owns
prison
an amazing
guard
nightclub
has
on
lobbied to
52nd
keep
Street. That's how I met the owners of the Western Sound
absolutely
Bar. Got a
pharmaceutical
partner.
companies have done the same thing.
We opened that place together. Had a good run there. But I was already in nightlife before that, but then once they opened, it was like, I got to show some really cool parties there. My network expanded. I mean, he's the reason I met half the people I met, and I knew how to capitalize out of network.
That's interesting.
He brought me to a lot of, listen, he brought me to places that no 18-year-old would get in. Or experience. You know, he showed me how to be social, how to talk, how to create relationships with people, kind of, you know, how to just,
Yeah, I know exactly what you're saying, man. I've got so many people I've met that are fit the description that you're making right now, that fit that description of being able just to connect with somebody instantly. Being able to find a way with words to make somebody drop their guard or let their hair down. And that skill, I've never seen that skill in somebody like I see that in people that are born and raised in New York. Especially like poverty. Those people have a way of connecting with other human beings like no one else I've ever met. Just the communication skills alone.
I think a lot of people who have been through trauma, I know I myself, you know, I've known some of the people who's down and going on, but jokes, I think a lot of times when you're dealing with pain, I do believe that clowns stuff. And a lot of us are dealing with trauma, and rather than dwell on that, focus on that. Let me laugh because I'm going to fucking die. Like, I need to laugh. If I don't laugh, I'm going to lose my fucking mind. Right. Like, my life's already showing me so shit right now. At least let me fucking make people feel good. And like, so I feel like, you know, he doesn't do Robin Williams.
Yeah.
What else you want to know?
Right.
That guy's death to this day still. I can't believe laugh and cry with such a very powerful human being. And for him to go down the way he went, really just broke my heart in so many ways. And it scared me a little bit because I feel like a lot of times maybe I wasn't doing good and I was just using it as a way to self-medicate. Since I don't use alcohol, I don't do drugs. As a way to kind of like, as like a high, a way to release endorphins. There's nothing like laughing. Right? Like laughing is such a powerful weapon if you use it the right way. Yeah. It's easy to get a beautiful woman. You know, I know, trust me. It's a beautiful way to instantly connect with someone. If someone makes you laugh home, they're like really witty, sharp in the way they do it. You feel an instant bond with them. Right. Like, and like, this guy's not an asshole. Right. They're fun. I kind of, I'm going to give this guy the benefit of the doubt. I think laughter is such a powerful weapon in music. But I do believe a lot of people that are funny all the time, really, probably deep down inside, they don't feel fucking hard. Yes. Yeah, man. And we use laughter as a way to deal with pain. And I know there was times in my life when my life was on fire, right? Like, you get a phone call and you find out 30 people were never dead. You know, that was a phone call. That was a phone call. So receipts, right? So that was sophomore, freshman or sophomore, junior year of high school. And, you know, I got a phone call and my brother's crazy. Get to work, and then I get a phone call from my aunt. She doesn't want to tell me what's going on. I already knew somebody was dead. Then my cousin calls me and tells me, I was in a yellow cab. I found out he passed in a car accident in 2013. And I'm in the back of his cab because they had all told me to like rush towards, get to his house. And I'm in the back of the cab, and when my cousin calls me, my cousin Leo, he's like, "Did you hear?" I'm like, "Bro, just tell me he died, man." He's like, "Did he die?" I just,
fucking lost it, bro. Start punching the roof, bro. Fucking crazy. Poor cop, man. The guy, he's saying, sorry, bro. It was always, sir, you okay? Like, are you alright? I said, sir, I'm sorry. I just got some Jesus, get me to the ferry. Send me to the ferry to get to Jersey, where he lives. And, we go through these things, man, and it's only a matter of time. We all get hit with this. I tell people, there's knockdowns and knockdowns. A lot of people go through knockdowns and act like they shouldn't have been a knockdown. A knockdown is you lose your job, now you're like, oh my God, what am I going to do? I lost my job. I know how stressful I've been there. You lose, a girlfriend or a boyfriend or, something that's just really annoying and maybe so, a divorce is pretty bad too. I still don't consider that a knockdown. You can always get married. You might get married someone even better than you. It's just the way you think, it's the way you perceive. But a knockout is when you do something you can never do. Someone passes away 1 year, 2 years, 10 years. I'm not just fucking seeing his brand is anti-establishment, a place where you won't get censored by the moment. So listen. I tried to leave New York City. It became so unbearable. This guy was larger than life. This guy would light up a fucking room in seconds. Everyone wanted to know who this guy was. And he got everyone a joke. And he was the funniest fucking guy I've ever known. And I get so happy when people compare me just a little bit. Like, he really sound a little bit. Real good. Yeah, took out from my dad's mom's side. And I did things with this guy that, like, if I tell people, and it used to be like, to me, it was like, I would tell people, like, because I'm in high school, to take me somewhere amazing, and I would come back and say, I just met my dad. Yeah, okay, but everyone thought I was full of shit. Like, if social media existed when I was a teenager, the shit I was doing, I would have been blown. I would have been bigger than the Paul brothers. I was doing extraordinary things, and what I would tell my classmates, 99% of them thought I was full of shit. Now you guys know I wasn't. I wasn't a lady killer in high school. They thought I was a clown. But after high school, when I entered the nightlife, word got around town. That love was like all over the board, like this guy's ever. But like I said, it was him, man. He opened so many doors for me, introduced me. Like, I met the most amazing people because of this guy. And like the stories, like, so for me, like, when you go through that type of trauma, I was like, my first instinct was like, to run. Every corner of New York's a man. Every single corner. New York is not as big as you tourists think it is, right? It looks high, that's about it. But it's not. It's 16 square miles or whatever it is. Every corner is remember. A song will come out. It's like you're being haunted and like instant tears. Everywhere I'm going. I don't know how I got these. All I have is a little voice inside. And like you said earlier, having a line. My line is my voice. I'm not going to give up. But I understood for the first time why some people give up. When you experience that type of a loss, someone that you love so much, even some people for divorce, they give up. They take their lives. There's so much domestic violence happens. It's not worth it. And you can get married again. You will find love again. I understand you say you've been robbed of your time. You can't. But like everything happens for a reason. When there's kids involved, not to get off the tangent, you go through this trauma and you feel like you're never going to get out of it. That's a knock. But you can get out of it. And you will get out of it. And that's why I got back. And that's why I understood for the first time that sorrow, why people take their own lives. I finally felt that pain. I also understood if I drank that could happen. In that moment of weakness, I'm drunk, just take your own life, man. Right. So that's why I started this show there, the 85 episodes. The second season. Next guest is Kevin Hahn, Golden Gate Bridge. He jumped off, survived. Oh shit, really? An amazing story how he survived. His story to me is that's why I believe there's a proof. There's no way, the way he survived, what happened to him? He jumped off the bridge and then the sea lion came and kept him afloat. Come on, bro. The what? Like a seal kept him above water. Can somebody that's by accident? My cousin should have been dead because of the war. People on 9/11 didn't go to work 2 seconds earlier. They missed their train. That's what's known as divine wisdom, beyond your comprehension. When we look backwards, sometimes we can understand it, but not everything is for us to understand. Not everything that happens makes logic. If you believe in it. If you don't, it is what it is. I don't knock people. Everyone, you get to choose, man. I can do anything I want. I can say anything I want. It's my choice. People do what they do. It doesn't mean that they're following a certain doctrine or whatever. None of those religions permit murder, killing, innocence. Like, there's rules. People don't follow these rules. So how the hell are you a follower of that? We all make mistakes.
Well, Beck, I can't thank you enough for coming on here, sharing your wisdom, your history. Tell people it's real easy.
The comeback team all together. The comeback, comeback. Yeah, it's actually about my life, Nikki, and then what I decided. I showed the whole story of, how I got back up, and then I drive cross country to meet all these extraordinary guests who I met because I decided to do a podcast. And how I don't give up during the pandemic and all that. Like, it's an amazing story. I spent a lot of money. I didn't make it for money. TheComebackTeam.com, or you can check me out on Instagram or TikTok at E like boy, E like Edward, K like Kimberly, Beck Lover. So it's like Beck but no C, at Beck Lover, or at Beck Lover NYC. NYC. I want to thank you for having me. Thank you for letting me around. I really love it. I used to be by mistake when I was first started. More than a damn guest. And the viewers made me better. Like, shut up, I should not talk.
Right, yeah.
I got butchered the first 20 episodes. But it's been my honor coming on here and talking to you again.
My pleasure, man. I really enjoyed it.
Go check it out. Hopefully you'll enjoy it as much as I did. But we're not here to review songs. There's actually a much deeper point here that I want to share with all of you. And it involves Tom Segura and a random story he told from his recent appearance on JRE.
We had this thing where we had to bank episodes or podcasts. So we were going into the studio and we're on
I was really curious to ask you about this. Have you watched all the videos? I watched all the videos. And I watched the response video, and I watched the video where that he just released, the podcast where he and his buddy are all shooting, which he's really just doubled down on the 7-minute video that I'm pretty sure his lawyer.
Can you fill me in, sum it up for me? Because I have no idea.
You want to do it on the podcast to get everybody background? Yeah, tell him. Explain, enlighten Shane on the coffee. By the way, did you know coffee is on the podcast?
I don't even know who Coffee is.
You know who CoffeeZilla was on here 2 years ago. He's just this guy. He lives in Texas, and he has a YouTube channel where he does like what do you call it? Have you seen the YouTube videos? The videos on there's certain channels that will do like documentaries where they just take footage and tell a story. They don't actually film anything. They just sort of like narrate a story or like kind of. It plays like footage over and narrate stories and scientific stuff. It's kind of like that, but he used to have a different channel called Coffee Break where he would do these like long explaining educational videos. And now he transitioned to CoffeeZilla where he basically exposes scams like Grant Cardone, Ty Lopez, those kind of guys. And then now he just recently went on, well, about a month ago, he went on Lex Friedman's podcast. He's like the biggest podcast that I've seen. He went on his podcast, and then I guess for the past year, he's also been working on this Logan Paul scam. So I guess he figured since he just went on Lex's podcast, now he's focused on Logan Paul. So he dropped a little documentary on Logan Paul. He's doing some like NFT project.
you have a song where you're talking about federal shit, and
You gotta really talk. I can't really talk. Matt can do it well. Anyway, people who are listening,
I want to hear it from the real Colin.
People that are listening and watching, if you're familiar with the whole thing, the whole documentary CoffeeZilla made, and what Logan Paul did, my question to Matt is,
Are we on?
Yeah, we've been on. My question to you is, after watching it and after watching it over and over again,
Like it's not normally the type of song. I've written songs with similar messages, but as far as that sort of like, I guess, anthem format is when people are
I'm gonna start to grow funny. You think I could get there? How much money do I need? You let your hair grow out. That's what I've been doing too, trying to hide the corners.
me and him got deep corners, man.
How much does it cost to touch my corners? Probably $7,000. Each surgery is $7,000, but if you have to localize it around the area, but most likely they would go through and feather in some all around.
What is it that you have?
Mine are the individual colors. Like the plugs are like a grouping of, let's say, 20 or 30, so it's a little, it's like an eraser. It's like a little chunk, like, you know, but they can kind of fix that. So, well, there is kind of
They go hair by hair.
I don't know what plugs cost, so I'm assuming mine's more expensive. Something like that.
Plugs are what you do like back.
No, plugs are what they do. They don't do them like when they first came out with this. They were doing plugs, and then but so then as they were like, you know, but of course people were like, hey, he just got this plug like golf. He just got it done. So is it possible okay, Logan Paul?
Anxiety is
My
definitely
question
something
was,
that's
for you,
underestimated.
being
I used to
one of
laugh
the
about,
most notorious
but I used to
scammers,
just not really understand what people
Most
talk about.
prolific.
what is your
Because
read
everyone
on
gets
this?
stressed out over stuff and
I
seems
mean,
like
Do you think
anxiety
that
is
he
being
really?
this like normal
Do
phenomenon
you think
everyone
that
deals
he's
with, but
intentionally
your mind
the
can
money
really
and
put you in a dark place to where that thing just
Read those texts.
onto you like
I mean,
a,
I mean, the
What's
texts
your
are
read?
my read is
And what's your read on his
at
response?
least 2 years of my life almost constantly
Oh,
just
no,
having felt like this is
he,
not right.
you know, I think in his mind, it's not a scam. In his mind, he's probably deluded himself into thinking, I'm not a criminal, it's not a scam. But if you lay it out, like, you know, if it walks like a duck and it comes like a duck, like, I understand you can sit here and say, oh, it was a scam, I'm not a criminal. Stop. What you did was, you ran a pump and dump. You pumped up, you misled people that you to buy something that you were going to artificially inflate, and then you were going to sell off your tokens and use them to it. Like, don't you? And you say that in the text. You know, you say in the text that we're gonna buy up whatever it was, 40,000 tokens. We're gonna buy up 40,000 tokens before, without releasing it. So we're gonna release it, but we're not gonna notify anybody so that we can buy them up, and then we're gonna hold them for so many months, and then we're going to sell them, but we cannot sell them if it affects the market by more than 3%. So if the tokens drop by more than 3%, we can't sell. And then over the next so many months, over this many months, we can sell this many. This many months, we can sell this many. But we can only sell them as long as they don't affect the market more than 3%. You are artificially keeping the tokens high. And the only reason to do that is so that you can sell off the remaining tokens you have at a higher value. And keep in mind, he can't sit here and say, well, I just want to make sure everybody makes money. No, you're the one that owns all the tokens. So if I'm a developer and I built all these houses that I put $50,000 in, and then I artificially create a bunch of sales of 50 houses at $300,000 or $400,000, I got 50 grand there. And I buy them all for $400,000. So the market, and everybody that looks at the market thinks they're selling for $400,000. So then they come in and they buy up those houses. Well, I know that I've got $50,000 in each house, and maybe I want to make a healthy profit of $20,000. I know I can sell these for maybe, let's say, 70 or 100. That's reasonable. But I'm selling them for $400,000. The way I know I can get $400,000 is I'm going to create these artificial sales that make everybody think they're worth $400,000. You're manipulating the value
of those houses. When I did it, it was fraud.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So those weren't creating artificial sales for a minute. He was just promoting it.
No. Some people did buy it. Yes. He also sold off some of those tokens. So he did have people that were investing. No, he didn't sell them. But he bought them. So they released, like, let's say they were, and I forget the exact, let's say it was 40,000 tokens. He and his buddies had their wallets, right? They created their crypto wallet. And then they went out and they started buying them up as quick as possible. Well, remember the one guy, I think it was it Zach or Eddie, Crypto King. One of them created like 5 additional wallets, and they started buying a bunch too. And Logan then they start having this argument through text. Like, hey, what just happened? Like, what's going on? Like, and it becomes like this whole like, oh yeah, it looks like a bot just bought up a bunch of our tokens. And they're like, well, how do we keep that from happening? So they start going back and forth. And obviously, Logan and Jeff, they start to realize, whoever was on it, he starts to realize, like, you bought a bunch of these things. Nobody else knew but us that we were doing this. Like, there's like 4 of us, and nobody knew about 4 or 5 people. How is it that a bunch of other people start buying? So then that guy ends up dumping a bunch of that money, and he ends up making what, $6 million, estimated $6 million. Now, somebody else, I think, I want to say it was Eddie that made 1.7, or was it Zach? Eddie. So one of the guys who scammed the New York Yankees. Yeah. So this guy created a whole fake personality. Right. A whole fake person. He basically lied about everything. Yeah, he fabricated, and not just like a fabricated his entire existence. Not like hey, I went to MIT and I've had a really good run. I've done a little here and a little there. No, he's talking about like I was on the team that helped the New York Yankees, or no, not the New York Yankees, the Philadelphia Eagles. Yeah, that I helped them win the Super Bowl. And then he's like, and keep in mind that like the Yankees ended up believing it, and the owner of the Yankees ended up hiring him, I think. Or yeah, and then it was like, I maybe get some of this wrong. And then also like the Mormon Church hired him. Like all these billionaires are hiring him, and they're buying into this insanity. Like, and none of it's true. He said he was like CIA too. He was like CIA. He also said he was an orphan. Like he's got a whole thing going on. He's nuts. He said he was an orphan, but then there was like other documented interviews where he talked about, there was a video with him and his mom together. Like, how are you an orphan? Right. Yeah. Like the emperor. Yeah, he's nuts. So here's what happens: is basically Logan Paul put together a cryptocurrency called Crypto Zoo, where you were going to buy eggs. They were going to like mate or something and have hatch other eggs, and you would combine eggs and they hatch. And you have some kind of an NFT project. Yeah, it's like a silly NFT project. And here's what kills me too: he does this whole thing where he's kind of semi-promoting it, getting the hype off. Where he's like, and the kids love it. Our developers, kids, can't stop playing it. It's amazing. It's so much fun. Logan. Well, come to find out, like, the game has never won. So you're locked. Then he turns around and he's like, it's going to be a great investment for your kids. Wouldn't it be amazing Oh, absolutely. He says, wouldn't it be amazing if your kid's first introduction to the blockchain was Crypto Zoo? Like, that's amazing. You can make money doing it. I'm so excited. I put so much time into this. Like, my whole life is dedicated to this right now. The last 6 months, me and the whole team, we spent over $1 million so far in development. You sold it like that? Oh, it's over the top. And then so the whole thing implodes, right? Like, in the end, one guy takes off. He holds. He holds the stock. he holds the code hostage. He won't give it out until he gets paid because Logan hasn't paid him. So they finally, I think they paid him, they get it back, they end up releasing it, and after they release it, and it doesn't work, by the way, it doesn't work. The game doesn't work. Nothing that he said worked. You're not making, people spent a ton of money. People bought like 200,000, $500,000, 100,000. They're all over the place. But they've spent thousands of dollars. So we're talking about, let's say like CoffeeZilla ends up talking to probably 5 or 6 people, and those guys total at least a few million. So if that's just a few, and let's say several thousands of people probably bought it. If thousands of people bought it, let's say on the low end, these guys sold, and people bought 10 million. Now the market cap was supposed to be 40 million. I don't know that that's what it went up to. I don't know that that's what they got. But let's say people bought in roughly, reasonably, $10 million. So let's say 10 million. Logan's trying to say, and then Logan goes silent. Now I think I know why he went silent, but he goes silent. Goes silent for a year. But in the meantime, what ends up happening is he basically is trying to say, like, these other guys who are in it with me, they sold theirs and they made money. I didn't sell mine, and Jeff didn't sell his. Jeff is his manager. So he's saying, so it's not a scam because I didn't benefit.
He didn't make any money.
Really? So if you go in the bank and they give you fake dollars, and you run out and you drop the bag, you didn't rob the bank.
Great perspective. Or I saw another comment that said, if you organize a bank heist, and you have 3 guys that are going to go in there, and you're just the getaway driver, but they go in, they get all the money, and then they rob you of the money they robbed. All of a sudden, you're innocent.
Right. Yeah. That's funny because I use that example. I was talking about this, and I use the example of this is like saying, going to the police and saying, listen, I know a guy who drives a getaway car for bank robbers. And they go, well, how do you know that? He goes, I'm robbing the bank. That's Logan Paul. Like, that's what's happening now. He's saying, these bastards, they this and they that, and they... You were in charge of the whole thing. You went in the bank. You organized the whole thing. So now you're saying, yeah, but I didn't make any money, so it's not a scam, and I didn't expect to scam anybody, and I didn't sell anything. Let me tell you here. I'll tell you right now why he didn't scam. Here's why he probably didn't. Because there's really only one scenario that answers all of those questions. And it's funny because his podcast came out, and he actually says it in his podcast. So he says a little bit, right? So he released his video, his 7-minute bullshit, it's everybody else's fault, I'm a good person video, that doesn't address any of the scumbag things that he said in those texts. Doesn't address any of that. Just says, CoffeeZilla is a hack.
Can you pull up his response video?
So bad, bro.
I think you could sit there and you could watch that.
CoffeeZilla. I watched your 3-part series called Investigating Logan Paul's Biggest Scam, and like many on this platform, you have successfully used my name for views and money. While your work used to be impartial, your addiction to clicks has clouded your judgment, and you've made very real errors with very real repercussions. Coffee, you took a shot at my reputation, so in this video today, I'm going to be defending myself with facts, something that you have gotten in the habit of twisting as you continue to morph from an investigator to a gossip channel. You see, CoffeeZilla tried to work with law enforcement in the past, but his work was described as not anchored to truth and often speculative. He is a lopsided journalist with an agenda, and he's nothing more than a keen star of crypto and finance. But as opposed to just telling you, I'm going to show you some of the core discrepancies that I caught in CoffeeZilla's investigation. Coffee, you interviewed the developer of Stolen
Cause. So listen. So I watched another video where the guy calls or texts, he reaches out to the CoffeeZilla. CoffeeZilla said the thing about law enforcement. He said, I've never tried to work with law enforcement. He said the only time I've ever spoken with law enforcement is when they contacted me to ask me for documents related to one of my investigations. So I don't know what law enforcement he's talking about. I've never tried to work with law enforcement. Like, so he's now Logan Paul's now doing the same stuff that he's blaming accusing CoffeeZilla of, even though CoffeeZilla, as far as I can tell, did an amazing job. And he never really says anything. He just provides the evidence and lets you make up your mind.
Code fled to Switzerland and held it hostage for $1 million. Well, his name is Zach Kellen. Surely, as the internet detective that you proclaim to be, you would know that he spent time in prison for multiple felonies, one for aggravated robbery, armed robbery at a liquor store, and the other for, surprise, obstructing the...
Where did it say armed robbery at a liquor store? It's 312. Go back, can you back like 1 second? Okay, here's Cameron. Yeah, so what part about that explains armed robbery at a liquor store? I didn't understand that. I'm just saying to you, is he getting this from somewhere else?
Yeah, it's obviously he's getting it from he doesn't show their level gun, whatever that is. Yeah, he's just saying he's guilty, probation, what's so funny is, here it says obstruction, right? Obstruction, legal process. And the other one says felony level 9. So. But here's the thing, like, he's once again bashing CoffeeZilla for using this guy. Well, this is the guy who... Right. Like, sorry, I didn't put this guy in the mix. You did. Yes. And they raid a house and they arrest a bunch of drug dealers, and then those drug dealers cooperate against each other and they have to testify. Like, you have to deal with criminals. And when you're investigating a crime like a scam, like, I have to talk to the scam artist because the decent people that work at the church weren't involved. So I can't go talk to decent citizens because the decent citizens weren't involved in your scam, Logan. This is the guy that you had running your scam.
And the other for, surprise, obstructing the legal process. I can see why you kept him anonymous. Who will be calling Z here? I guess among his many things, it doesn't surprise me that he lied about having 30 engineers and a $50,000 a week burn rate. Which, side note, is how this illusionist landed on the $1 million code ransom, but it turns out he only had 3 engineers. Wouldn't someone with journalistic integrity know their credible source had not only an agenda, but a fondness for orange jumpsuits? Or did you just hear what you wanted to hear and move on? Because even if you're lying to yourself, Stephen, you still have to believe. And I know what you're thinking. What type of idiot would work with an unsavory individual like Zach Kellen? I guess that's what I get for trusting the team that I relied on to vet and manage Eddie's hiring process, who has turned out to be a professional conman that I've since learned through billionaires, the Mormon Church, the owner of the New York Yankees, and now me. And surely you knew Emilio, the gentleman who supposedly let him stop hiring.
Look, so you kind of tried to play well, guys scammed the Yankees, he scammed these people, and then he scammed me. Sorry.
The team. The team hired, the team would be your manager who hired, or the team is the people that you put together. So you're blaming the imaginary team that you have that picked these idiots, but you picked this is such a scum. Nobody would tell you to put this out, except for a lawyer who is telling you do not put out a video where you accept responsibility. Don't do it. Like, you could get sued, and if you don't get sued, at the very least, most likely what's happening is, I think Logan Paul is probably cooperating with the authorities, or he's in what's called the pretrial intervention. Because I think if the U.S. Attorney looked into this, or the FBI, or whoever's looking into it right now, and obviously somebody's looking into it. He mentioned several times that somebody's looking into it. So if they look at those texts, they know you were running the whole thing. They know you're running pump and dump. So either they're saying we won't prosecute you if you cooperate, or they're saying we're gonna prosecute you, but you can do a pre-trial intervention if you make it right. So you have to do one of two things: make everyone whole again, pay everybody back, or you have to make sure that this product is delivered. And that's why at the end of this, he's so positive that, it will be delivered. I'll bet. Because if it's not delivered, you're looking at it selling it. Right. That's why he's positive. If I have to learn how to code myself.
Every last dollar he's got on it.
Absolutely. Because it's the only thing that makes sense. One, there's an investigation. So all this falls apart. So this whole thing falls apart. First thing you do when you realize these guys are selling everything off, they stole millions of dollars. It's all a scam, and it doesn't work. What do? I go to my lawyer. I make at least $500,000 a month. What do I go to my lawyer. Hey man, listen, this is what's going on. I'm a little freaked out. Here's what's happening. There's a guy investigating. Here's what happened. He tells him, he says, okay, did you sell anything? And he goes, no, don't sell anything. And so what does Logan do? He says, Jeff, you can't sell anything. So we're going to go to the U.S. attorney. Right. And it looks bad. Right. You can't dump. He's trying to say, it's not a pump and dump. Well, I would have done. Right. Okay. Then he says, then the lawyer's going to say, let me go to the U.S. attorney. Let me tell them what's going on. Tell them you weren't a part of it and just found out you immediately went to it. You go to them. They then launch an investigation. Yes, the FBI or someone to investigate. That doesn't happen right away. That's a year-long process, at least. So, in the meantime, Logan, don't talk about it. Don't sell. Don't do nothing while they investigate. Now, they most likely come up with an agreement where they say, look, if they think he's involved, there's no way they can. They're going to say, you got two choices. Make everybody whole or deliver on the product. Or you can sell all your stuff right now or not sell it, and we're gonna arrest you. You're gonna go to jail. It's at least $10 million. You're gonna do some time. For $10 million, you're doing some time no matter pretty much whoever you are. So to me, that is the only scenario that really makes all of this make sense. And don't do what every professional out there would tell you, which is take responsibility to look better. Don't do that. You can't do that. You have to say it wasn't my fault. Blame it on the guys that did the I'm sure Logan's been but Logan's already worked a deal to skirt that whole investigation. I'm working with you. We're on the same team. Of course. But he can't, listen, anybody would tell you your best bet is to own up to it. Because 5 years ago, Logan got into some trouble. You know this, right? So 5 years ago, he dresses up in a kimono and kind of like
Suicide Forest.
Yes, the Suicide Forest thing, and he then comes out he's getting canceled. People hate him. Everything turns against him. So what does he do? He immediately comes out and says, I'm sorry. I messed up. You could tell. I watched that video. I genuinely looked at him and thought, this is a guy who's terrified. He's hungry. He genuinely is sorry. He's freaking out. And so then he kind of turned around the next few years. Then he got cocky. He probably started surrounding himself with people who said, yes, man, you're wonderful. You're great. Everything you do is wonderful. And so then he starts just thinking he can do whatever he wants, which is how he behaved last year. And then you end up with this.
Gold invested in a cryptocurrency was allegedly responsible for 2 rug pulls before you interviewed him. So either you missed that or you knew it and failed to let the public know. Why? Because it was a clear sign that he was also untrustworthy. You seemed pretty excited when the guy told you that he couldn't hatch the eggs. Wait, you can't even hatch? No, I'm telling you, just a picture. You can't hatch? You're kidding. You can't hatch? You can't hatch? Yeah, 1 second of research would prove that to be false, as you could definitely hatch eggs and breed your animals. Click on that. Oh, we got a duck. And as you pointed out in the fine print, cross-hatching was available on eBay at one point, but you perpetuated the opposite as truth with your chest out. Basically, nothing worked. And by the way, guy, almost all NFTs are just pictures. No, just a picture. And surely a real internet detective would not break criminal and civil laws in trying to get information, right? So why would you allow the illegal recording of Jeff's phone call without his permission? And then more like an internet criminal, post it online. Now, although you didn't verify any grounds, substantiate any
okay, you know what that, first of all, so so in Texas, I'm sure you watch the video, in Texas, it's a one-party state where I don't have to tell you. I know it's being recorded. I don't have to tell you it's being recorded. The problem is that most likely Jeff was in California, and California is a two-party state. So both parties have to agree. Here's my problem with that. Him mentioning this at all, it's like saying that they raided my house, the cops raided my house, and they found a meth lab. And then I say, wait a second, on the search warrant, you got the address wrong, and you never should have been able to raid my house. Oh, okay. So you didn't have a meth lab? Like, it's illegal to record somebody and put it out there. Motherfucker, you're a scam artist. Right. Your little technicalities don't fucking change that.
So you couldn't use it in court or something, could you?
Yes. No. Oh, what, that?
Yeah. You could use it in court, but the problem is Tuffy didn't lie to him. He didn't lie to the audience. He may have put his neck out there and risked doing this illegally before he was publishing it. That could be illegal. But the point is, he didn't lie. That wasn't the deceitful part of the overall.
Yeah, the spirit of the investigation is straight saying it doesn't change it. Right. Like, this doesn't change anything. Is CoffeeZilla in trouble? You're not going to jail. It's probably not even a felony. It's probably a misdemeanor. Yeah. Like, if it's anything, and I don't know any governing body that would even go out and charge him with anything. They'd be like, oh, okay,
maybe fine.
Right. Yeah. It's not like I secretly videoed my girlfriend or recorded my girlfriend or videoed my girlfriend and I having sex and put it out on the internet. Right. That's not what's happening.
You didn't record Hulk banging your wife.
Right. Exactly. Not that. Anyway,
it's just like he is trying to just like compile as many negative things as possible.
He's trying to deflect as much shit and bring up as many other people as possible.
You know what's funny too is he mentions here, I don't know if it was last time we talked about, like, this guy who says his kid invested in this, like, you were promoting this to kid.
Right. Keep going.
Evidence took multiple criminals' words as truth and broke laws, you still publish the defamation. However, unlike you, the blockchain doesn't lie. So let's highlight some things that you did point out. Crypto King Jake stole $6 million. True or not, we had already removed him from the team when we realized he was a bad actor and his motives were purely financial. Conman Eddie, the developer, stole $1.7 million. True or not, when we learned he was a bad actor as well, he was immediately removed from the team. While myself and Jeff sold nothing and made nothing as verified through investigation and the blockchain. Jeff, to my knowledge, never sold. Neither did Logan Paul. I repeat, Jeff and I made no money and will never make any money on CryptoZoo. In fact, we only lost money trying to pick up the pieces. As has been the case with dozens of crypto.
By the way, you understand that in the text, they say, we're going to all go in and buy up everything and hold it for 6 months. Well, within 6 months, you know everything's falling apart. You can't sell. You've spoken with your lawyers, but you know there's a criminal investigation. You were told not to sell. Like, don't act like you did it because I'm a good guy. I could have made $30 million. You're not. You're not a good guy. You got scared and you got told what to do. Like, don't act like you did it because you're an ethical person. I read that this is a good guy. Yeah, I read all the text. You're a scumbag. I know scumbags. I spent 13 years around scumbags. I'm a scumbag. That's what I'm saying. It's like I was actually, I don't want to get this demonetized, but it's like, it's like a sex offender saying, wow, you're sick. Like, if a sex offender says you're sick, you've got a problem.
You're sick as fuck.
Like, that's an issue. Like, this is me. I'm a scumbag, and I'm telling you what you did. It's a scumbag move. Listen, but I did it. Like, if it had worked, like, nice thing. You fucked over a good 100,000 of your followers, and you made millions. Like, good for you, bro. Nice scam. But you're going to pull it off. The scammers are turning on it. There's no honor among thieves. You're all victims. So he should have known that. Because he just did like deep doinks or something, some deep doink chip before this one. Whatever. Anyway, where he made like $6 million on that and promoted the whole thing like it was this other guy's thing, and it really was him. He buying our thing. CoffeeZilla just did one on that.
Crypto and NFT projects, the space is unfortunately ripe for bad actors to infiltrate projects that start with even the best intentions. Jake the Snake is no longer affiliated with Crypto Zoo, and we hope the money he reappropriated was worth lending his reputation. Conman Eddie is being investigated by a higher authority that I cannot speak on. As you can imagine, I was not cleared from legal to discuss much of this, including the legal process being undertaken and the criminal investigations going on during the fallout, but I do appreciate you calling out that rats under my nose stole the game code, millions of dollars, and left Jeff and I abandoned with no team and knives in our back. But even after 12 months of work, you still managed to overlook one crucial piece of information. See, even though I've said it's coming so many times, you've assumed that Crypto Zoo isn't being made. Who are you to decide when the development timeline ends? I got everything stolen from me in our community. Stop promoting publicly as soon as I knew the extent of the funds to all.
You already launched it. It didn't come out. You set the date. You said, hey, we're launching. You launched it. It came out. It doesn't work. Like, it doesn't work. Like, you're talking the whole time. Right. I didn't say it. You said it.
You set the fucking
deadline. You said it, and it doesn't work. And not just that, you've had all this time to go out and get a team, put it together, make it work. And this isn't difficult. It doesn't take $1 million.
I feel like somebody.
Well, I think what he's trying to say is what Coffee was saying was that Logan had already is giving up on it. But what Logan's trying to say right now is, no, we are still currently working on it, trying to fix it, trying to make it better. And that's what he also said in the podcast.
Like, yeah, there's just no way.
Keep going.
Was it on social, and you still published a defamatory hit piece, fully knowing I was innocent, just so you could enrich yourself in your $10 million studio. Sharp, but deeply unethical, dangerously misleading, and illegal. I suggest you use the money you got from pumping your Patreon to hire a good lawyer. You're gonna need it. Maybe we could have talked about this if you had reached out to me. Personally, not my manager Jeff, who is not me, Steven, but the first time you did was on Christmas Eve. Who else would you do after you released this series so you could rely on false statements and unreliable people used recklessly? The subject line was third request for comment. Yeah, not quite. This will be my third time reaching out to you and your team. The first 2 times was through your manager Jeff. The first 2 times was through your manager Jeff. Okay, so the last time on Christmas Eve, after the fact, was to me, you have a funny way of twisting things. And I also noticed you left out that part on Twitter. Why hype that? Trust me, Crypto Zoo is coming. I will make damn sure.
Stop. Honestly, it's going to go jail. So listen, like, who else do you go through? Like, no, that's the point of having a man. That is the definition of a manager. That's what you do. That's like me saying, we tried to reach out to you 3 times, and me saying, well, how? Oh, we called your secretary. Your secretary's answering your phone. Like, that's the available number. That's the number we've got. That your manager's who I talk. Are you telling me that your manager never told you that I called?
Right. His manager is with him every day.
Fire Jeff. Jeff needs to go. If Jeff didn't turn to him and say, bro. If Jeff didn't say, bro, this dude's called me twice. I talked to him. I think he was recording me. Yeah. It's bad. You gotta talk to him. We gotta shut this down. No, the lawyer said not to talk to anybody. Like, I'm gonna, and then that just way, you keep fielding the calls, and I'll be able to say you never reached out to me for contact. You know, for a float. Like, it's so child. It's like I'm gonna take my ball and go home. Keep going.
Sucks that after years of personal reform, going through trials and tribulations, and busting my ass to evolve into a person that I can say I'm actually proud of, you led the charge to drive and monetize a narrative telling millions of people that I'm a fraud or I tried to scam my audience. That is patently false. This video is mainly for my fans and anyone who's on the fence that I hope I can help understand a situation that is tremendously complex and has been oversimplified for both you and folks. And lastly, CoffeeZilla, I now know your motives with this. Clout and money, good for you, but also your slimy. So I'm not going to come on any of your podcasts podcast. If you want to come on Impulsive and talk about this, that's fine.
Hanging
Not
from
my
the ceiling.
opinion.
What is
Also,
it?
I don't understand. Little Zoo one-on-one. If not, we're going to handle this ourselves while we continue to build Crypto Zoo, and I'll see you.
And the next part, watch till the end. Honestly, you know what you should have put? This is the worst part. 2023/2024, then you should have an ellipsis. Maybe.
What do you think this video is it a good look for him or not?
Oh, no,
Should
I
he have
think
done this or not?
he genuinely should have just come out and said, look, I'm currently trying to pay everybody back. I messed up. Here's what, and just been honest, like, here's what
You
happened.
think he goes to jail if he does that though?
Very stiff.
I mean, then you're admitting guilt, right?
I think that lawyers are always don't talk. And most likely what ended up happening with this one is he probably said, his lawyer probably told him, absolutely do not come out with this. And he said, I'm going to. So you can either review it and help me, or I come out without it. He said, okay, we'll do it, and I'll review it, but I want you to know that I don't think you should come out with it at all. And most likely that's what happened. Or he came out with it because the indictment would come out, and his role in the whole thing has been basically ended, and so he feels comfortable coming out with it. So, these other guys could have been indicted, and then they may not release the indictment or arrest anybody for months. They have to locate them. So I've known guys that were indicted, and then 3 years later they were arrested. So it's not, and it's not like I heard that one time. No, I know dozens of guys that were indicted and they didn't arrest for years. So I think that I think it's a horrible look. I think he should have just come out and been honest. But I don't even think this guy knows what honest is. I mean, if you watch his videos, he's so jumps on every trend that's out there. He's so overly trying to be woke, what was the guy?
He's hating on Andrew Tate.
Yeah, he's hating on anybody. He's on every trend. So, what's the guy that came out and was wearing a dress?
I say that as a friend.
You know what I'm talking about? Like, he came out and he was wearing a dress or something. I forget what it was. And Andrew was like, came out and he's like, yeah, I think that's gangster, bro. Like, I think what he did was, like, I think he definitely should have done that. And he was what are you doing? Like,
it's just a straight jiu-jitsu match. It's very different.
He's very much trying to be middle of the road or to the left as much as he can to try and make everybody happy and placate to what he believes the fan base.
I don't know if you can cross that bridge.
The truth is,
That's the
he's
reality.
a scumbag. Yeah, he's a scumbag. I don't even think he knows who he is anymore.
If you look at your fight with Arlovsky, if you look at your fight with
Right. And this is the thing about losing all the time.
This is not what you think you're capable of, not what you know you're capable of at your best. But if you have to judge it just by your performances inside the octagon, you can go all the way back to your fight with Roy Nelson, your fight with Guerra, you go to your fight with Rothwell. When you knocked out Crow Cop, the reality of Crow Cop is I'm a huge Crow Cop fan. Crow Cop has taken.
There's a lot of people that would say, well, right, so there's no reason for him to do this, right? But the truth is, he started it thinking he was just going to make a bunch of money. He agreed he never thought it was going to go wrong, and now it's gone wrong.
The issue is
Right.
if you can't become a champion, are you comfortable with getting knocked out 3 or 4 more times over the next 5 or 6 years? That is a possibility. It's a possibility. It might not happen. It might be okay, but it also might happen. It might happen 2 fights in a row. It might happen.
If you're like, the right thing to do for him is just ignore all that.
Next fight, you win.
Right. Focus on the things that you
Rematch with Travis Brown was so strange.
Right. Having all of this fucking team of people that you don't
It very well could happen the same way again. It was a failure with it could, but he's more.
I see how you can easily be blind to
So Joe basically did him a massive favor. He was open and honest with someone who he considered to be a really good friend, even if Sean didn't realise that at the time.
They're trying to call
Around
me.
a year later,
You're the team star of
Sean
fucking
showed signs of
Yeah,
growth.
it's
Conman Eddie.
yeah.
Officially
He
announced
gave
Once we
everybody
get-
a nickname.
UFC.
I was talking to
And
Julian.
Simon
Julian
seemed like
thinks
a
that.
positive
Julian
move,
thinks that
considering all the
points that drove me
That
in
coffee did fuck
intervention.
up by not trying to.
But unfortunately for the
Because
rest
now
of
I guess
us,
it sounds
we
actually
had to endure a short transition
Right, but I mean,
into stand-up
like,
comedy and
how do
podcasting,
you get in touch with him?
which
And
is
not just that, I think
That's what I said.
I think that he on Twitter or something, he had like blocked him on Twitter, right? So he blocked me. I reached out to your manager. Like honestly, I don't
What
have
else do you want to do?
Yeah, honestly, I made an attempt. You knew there was an investigation.
it doesn't make sense. I can't see myself in what comes
You
out.
know,
I
like
can't see
that whole
myself
thing.
in a fucking Reebok kid walking around.
And then he doesn't address the pump and dump. Doesn't address any of it. So all the things that really make me look bad, you didn't address. No, and you didn't take any responsibility. He blamed it on the team. Who's the team? The team is Jeff. But you can't really blame anything on Jeff. You can't really talk bad about Jeff because you probably need Jeff to back you up with the FBI investigation, you know, or the U.S. Attorney's Office.
Yeah, Jeff could flip the script on us real quick.
Right. What if Jeff says no the whole time?
Yeah,
Well, we're going to make this much money. We're going to make this. We're going to do this. We're going to pump it up here. And he even has the whole thing. We'll release it this much in time. This much. Never. If it's dropped more than 3%, we won't release any more. Wait another month. Like you've got a nice little thing going. You've got it all figured out.
It's good on paper.
It did look good on paper. You just didn't account for these two comments.
Yeah, or you got fucked.
Yeah.
It's typical.
Whatever goes bad. Sometimes it goes bad.
At least Joe thought it was a good move.
I mean, I think honestly, he'll probably release that. He'll release something that meets everybody, you know, and then it'll do well for 6 months to a year, and then it'll nosedive. But just like that, it was like just like all the other bars.
I'm so happy you're not fighting. You know, and what
Yeah, but that so those are Instagram messages. And the argument there is like, okay, that's fair. How do you expect him to
How do I contact you if I don't have your phone number? I don't have a phone number. I don't have an email address.
Mozilla could figure out how to do it.
Right, I did. I called your manager, Jeff. I know you're with Jeff all the time. Jeff Count.
You see it. You see the deterioration, and no one
So
steps in.
yeah, he really doesn't have even with his video and with his podcast. There's
Maybe
really
you run into in Vegas. Maybe you both have a couple of drinks. You see each other at the bar, and you're like, "Hey, how's things?"
Although the
conversations and
comedian
reality sets in. Things are not good for a lot of these guys.
Oh, and the thing,
what he was
yeah, he gives them a little bit of shit, but it's
we know you know
the whole thing is staged.
you saw something wrong,
and no one says anything.
You see how stressed you are. You see how much it's
I was real scared that was going to happen.
But when you take your face
I
in
was
prison,
real scared. You know,
it'll do it. That a prison stint will do that to you.
Hey, read the first comment.
I didn't even know I was going to do it.
It's like hiring a team of former bank robbers to run a new bank.
That's all I was thinking is you
Run a
gotta
new
get out of
bank,
this.
you decided to overpass.
Like I don't see. I don't look at all the
There's
thousands.
no positive comments. Every single comment is
But here's the thing, like this isn't gonna hurt him. It's not like he's not. I mean, like it's not like he's gonna lose followers. It's not like he's suddenly gonna get canceled. They're gonna take down his YouTube channel. They're gonna nothing's gonna happen. He's gonna go ahead and complete the project. He's gonna release the project. He's gonna sue CoffeeZilla. The way that
How is that lawsuit? That's what I was talking
So
about last time. I thought it was going to be similar to another situation where Logan just tried.
I mentioned that situation, by the way, on my podcast. It was very vague. Very vague.
So, but is he just going to try to hire lawyers and just try to litigate that?
No, here's what I think happens. Just think about it. I sue you with a bunch of allegations. Those same allegations. You, of course, jump your CoffeeZilla. So if you fall back on the First Amendment, I provided all my evidence. I provided my evidence. I allowed people to see. If I got one or two things, there's nothing that you can say swayed people's decision one way or the other. There's nothing that is inaccurate.
And defamation it's difficult. It's not
difficult to prove, and you have to prove that you lost money. Like as a result, to get damages, you have to prove that that injured you. How did that injure you? All of this was out there anyway. It didn't injure you. and it injured you in a way that was untrue. Like, I accused you of being a murderer, and you got fired from your job, and you lost your house, and you ended up on the street, and then you sued me, and I had to end up compensating you for pain and suffering, plus all of your lost wages. Because guess what? We found out later that it was this guy down the street that actually is the murderer, and I really ruined your life. Like, okay, great, you've got a case. Everything, as far as I can tell, is 100% true. And if you have 1,000 facts and 3 of them are slightly off, or maybe this one right here is completely wrong, like, overall, that doesn't change.
You get tired and stupid.
Right. He'll win.
He'll probably win too. He'll get his
right. What I think happens is this. I think that Logan Paul sues CoffeeZilla. He makes all these attorneys to defend it. He countersues, and then because Logan Paul just makes one nasty comment after another. Like, you just came after my job. You just said that I'm a hack. You said I'm not a good reporter. I'm not a good journalist. That you can't believe. Like, you went after my career. So, and everything you said is speculative. And you said it was fact. This is true. It's all. Anyway, point is that they countersue. Then I think Logan Paul, they end up negotiating where they say, look, let's come up with a settlement. I'll pay you out of court, or in court we can say there's a settlement. Nobody takes responsibility, and Logan Paul gives them $50,000 or $100,000. We don't talk about it. Okay, great. So now, what the court documents look like, it looks like Logan Paul sued you. You countersued. It was settled. Everybody that believes Logan Paul is going to say, Logan Paul sued him, CoffeeZilla had to pay him millions. And the people that like CoffeeZilla are going to say, well, he countersued him, and they ended up settling, and Logan Paul probably paid him money. And then both of them, yeah, but I can't talk about it. So neither one talks about it, so it doesn't hurt them. But he's not going to bankrupt, CoffeeZilla. It's not going to harm him. He's not going to win if it doesn't get thrown out altogether. Very good possibility. Some judge looks at it, reads it, looks at all the evidence, and goes,
seemed like the issue had already been put to bed, and Shaw was grateful for the intervention. But this just goes to show how damaged he was from the whole situation. He's going around in circles and you can tell his ego is still getting the better of him. It's a pretty petty thing to do to bring up the whole situation and add in new details, which clearly contradicted the state of mind from back in 2014.
Do you have any insight?
I don't see.
He definitely thought he was still in his prime after losing to Travis Brown in the first round. So to make it out like he was in control of his decisions back then,
first of all, can he really fight?
His future.
Like, can he continue a fight with,
I used to feel kind of bad for Brendan Shaw.
with Logan Paul? How long is that going on? Like, and you have to think too, these lawyers know you have money. They'll doubt you. So, can CoffeeZilla come up with $500,000 for a protracted legal argument that, legal
times making up stories for clout.
Whatever, war?
Seriously as an
Can he do that for several
you have
years?
to have the integrity for people to take you seriously.
Right, but I mean, what does he ultimately get?
Theo Von and Wamili are
Does he? Well, I guess now he's got millions of subscribers. He's got millions of subscribers. What I'm saying is, and everything he puts out now gets 500,000 views minimum, right? Easily. I don't know, how long do you keep that going? Do you he may just get bogged down and say, in the end, what am I going to get? My legal fees? Like, how long do we drag this out? That's why I also think Logan Paul pays him. He probably squashes it right away. He pays him. I think he does sell. Does he sell for 100,000 or is it $1 million? I don't know. But trust me, Logan Paul will end up paying him if he sues him, and then he countersues, which he's going to countersue. He's got a great countersue.
Because that makes me he's basically the most hated man on the internet. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed this video. If you did,
if he's so push that hard on you,
so you can keep up to date with all my latest uploads. I'll chat to you guys soon. See you in the next one.
I mean, it says he is. I mean, he's pushing it hard. And all he's doing is digging in. It's not like he's taking in responsibility. He's made his choice. He's like, man, now he's like, oh no, I'm chicken with it. Even though it's clearly no. No,
from
really.
one company. It's like, above board, taking it,
For
but
what?
like,
For
you should make sure you monitor your load all the time.
battle you
Like,
had
yeah,
with
we'll get to
GW
that stuff.
Remember when we were last time we were on the podcast? You told me.
I'm. Yeah, you can't talk about it. I can't talk about that.
You can't?
No. No.
Why not?
We don't know where it's going.
What's
yet.
a SJW?
Social justice warrior.
Oh.
Remember we were on the podcast last time? He was talking about when they were talking about Andrew Tate on Zoom and the girl.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Whatever happened with that dude?
Yeah, we'll see. Working on it. There was the holidays. You got a little spun. It's been pushed out a little bit, pushed out, but
It's okay.
it's coming. It's coming.
They rescheduled the date.
Yeah. It's coming. We'll see. We'll see what happens.
You're looking pretty filled out. How are you feeling?
Listen,
That's that gym. Every morning hit the gym.
You look like you're retaining a little bit of water.
Listen, it's horrible. Like I literally, I went a few days where I ate barely anything. I don't think I lost like a pound. In like 3 days, I barely ate anything. So what's going on? So yeah, I'm like steadily I'm like 182. I can't seem to break so much of it. Right, it's ridiculous. I mean, here's the thing though, and I don't jack up though, but like I'm strong. Like I'm shocked how strong I am.
You think you're stronger than Danny?
I'm positive I'm stronger than Danny.
Oh, I got 100 on Matt for an arm wrestle right
You
now.
got an arm wrestle, Matt.
I don't know if arm wrestling means anything, but
It's good enough for him to bet on.
It's good.
yeah, it's like
Maybe
I'm
you don't have
shocked.
any fat.
What else has changed?
Some
There's
muscle.
any other benefits to your regimen?
Oh, like
For those of you who aren't familiar with talking about Matt Cox is now on testosterone replacement therapy.
Don't say it like that. That makes it sound easy.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you, I tried it. I did it.
And
I went on the roids for 1 month.
that's not enough. So what happened? This is killing me. What happened?
I went on it and
I probably tried it like twice.
I am now off.
Why?
I stopped. It was, I felt just like overstimulated all the time. I just felt like I don't know how to explain it other than I felt overstimulated.
Did you feel more energetic? Like you?
Yeah, I felt more energetic. When I woke up in the morning, I would jump out of bed and I was just like, no like morning fog at all. Instantly just.
Oh
felt
yeah,
great.
stop doing that. Stop taking that. You don't want to be.
But during
Yeah,
the day, I couldn't relax. Like I couldn't just chill, like relax, sit back, and not like shut my brain off. My brain was just fucking going 24/7. I just felt like the only way to make myself feel normal was just to like fucking work out 24/7 and like run, do cardio, wear myself out, and that was the thing that to feel. I always felt like way above baseline. I never felt like I was cruising.
So why didn't you just kind of dial it back a little bit?
I tried dialing it back like halfway through, and it just didn't change. I had to eat. I was eating 24/7.
Were you hungry all the time?
Always
like,
hungry.
Yeah, that's my problem. Like that's ridiculous. This is ridiculous.
There was days.
Never eat. I care less about it.
There would be days where I felt I'd feel really good, but there would be 2 days before and 2 days after. I would feel normal, really good, maybe 1 or 2 days a week, and then the rest of it was just like super overstimulated. I don't know. I was too out of whack through my whole endocrine system, just out of whack. Now I'm back into it. I tried the roids. I wanted to try it. I wanted to see what it was like. So now I can say I tried it. Wasn't for you. Maybe when I'm 40, maybe when I'm 50, maybe I'll try it again.
Yeah,
How
try
are you
everything. How's it doing for you, man? Libido's through the roof. Getting jacked out of your gills.
Other than the fact that I want to lose 10 pounds.
Why?
I feel like I'm just gaining weight and I don't want to.
I saw him.
Sauna, they don't have a sauna.
Did you
I don't
didn't
know.
know that, man?
No, you're right. I really
Saw it 2-3 times a week.
Really?
He walks in there, he's walking around slapping the big flipper feet all around, bare tile in the sauna.
I'm afraid you gotta wear shower slides. You gotta wear shower slides.
Yeah. My floor scared me when I walk in there.
Yeah, I still have my shower
So
slides.
when you
From
first
prison.
started working,
So
I was with the
I can
FBI.
just wear those.
Well, I was with the
Yeah, son will
intelligence
couple pounds off your bones.
Will it?
Any cognitive benefits?
Sweat it out.
It's in there for 30 minutes.
I don't know, I'm taking Joe Rogan's Alpha Brain.
Philadelphia.
Started
On it?
Yeah, about for Christmas. I got it for Christmas. So I started.
Black label?
Yeah.
So
How's that doing?
some FBI agents.
I mean, maybe it's got like a slight placebo effect or something. Like I don't know. I don't know that.
It's
Yeah, you tried it?
supposed to,
Yeah, I did try
it's
it.
supposed to give you
I
like
didn't
better
do it.
memory recall, and if you're like trying to learn new things,
And so how does that
it's supposed to help you like,
to you infiltrate the mob?
like retaining knowledge and recalling.
I forgot everything.
Listen, I can't remember nothing. Yeah, like wasn't halfway through those coffee Philip videos, but like, I'll never remember this. This is too much.
You're all hopped up on supplements.
It does sound like that.
cabinet, bro.
Yeah, it does sound
Dude's
like
got 1,000 supplements.
Listen, if I didn't take like 3 or 4 ibuprofen every morning,
What's your diet? Still eating Hungry Man?
Lean cuisines,
yeah,
baby.
lean cuisine. I probably eat a lean cuisine probably 5-6 days a week, and then I eat like a can of tuna, or not tuna, I'm sorry, like white chicken breast, and I'll eat maybe a couple scoops of peanut butter, you know. Like that's honestly, that's typically about it. I'm telling you, and I can't seem to lose weight.
My favorite midday meal is I buy these
gambling cases. Back then, the FBI was big into gambling. Interstate gambling cases. So what was your first undercover? First was infiltrating a
I hate hot sauce.
gambling house
I hate sardines.
in Jacksonville, Florida. Actually, that's where my first office.
I like fish, but
Crabs.
No, it's not. It's freaking you buy it like you buy like the
Little baby fillets.
you buy the like fillets. It's not the real head. You can buy them whole, but I just buy like the fillets. It's better than fucking tuna has a lot of mercury. Tuna are big.
I don't need to. I eat the white chicken breast.
Being around
Just the little
gangsters
cans
was
of
not
white
right.
chicken.
But I'm not talking about fish. I'm talking about
Intimidating because there was no gangsters growing up. So,
like a big pelagic fish, like tuna, water.
getting into these games
Right.
So
and
that's
Right,
identifying
if you're not
major
doing it
players.
all the time.
I eat
That's basically what it was. So when you do this, did you
That's
have to
why-
testify in court?
How's your
He's
diet?
just going keto.
I don't know how we went
Yeah,
diet.
later on.
You just went
after
keto.
the case goes down. But most of these guys will
Just trying to
guilty,
cut
so
my
you
carbs
never
a
go
little
to
bit.
trial.
Yeah.
Just burger, fucking bread,
You know,
pasta,
it wasn't where they were
pizza,
facing, 15, 20 years.
I was trying to cut back on the carbs.
I love that.
A year or 2
Yeah,
years.
I really fuck.
We got these eye watches so we can see heat on like we can do this weekly workout competition to see if we like burn some
So
calories.
was there an issue with you being
So
discovered?
when you get the eye watch,
Kill it.
Getting
Oh, yeah,
found
smoking.
out?
when you get the eye watch, you
Safety
can smoke, right?
afterwards?
So
Not too much with these cases.
I can go to the gym and work out like a fucking crazy person. 2 hours. You gotta need one.
Yeah, you gotta get one,
You
bro.
gotta get, it'll be fucking
We gotta get you.
So I'll go to the gym for like 2 hours, lift
So
weights
for
for
how many years did you do stuff like that before you started?
2 hours and do cardio, right?
Let's
All he has to do is fucking like hang out at home and watch the football game. He'll burn most years.
So you still
It's a little
sort
bit
of
exaggerated,
got
So-
but
And
but I
so
do burn hella
you
more
watch
calories.
cases.
it's intense. So like me and him went golfing one day, and we both clocked the workout and us golfing on our watch.
Both together.
Both together,
Same word.
doing the same workout.
Same word.
Check our heart rate. My heart rate will be like 88 or 85. His heart rate will be like 120. Doing the same fucking thing.
50%
That's, I think, why he's burning more calories.
He'll probably be dead in there, too. If he starts probably something's wrong. That's not right.
That's the thing, too, right? Bigger people have lower heart rates, right? Like, if you're bigger, like, typically bigger guys have lower resting heart rates than small guys. Look at a mouse. A mouse is a super fast heart rate, right? Compared to a fucking gorilla. I've always thought that the bigger the person, the bigger the animal, that the lower the resting heart rate.
I have no idea.
Maybe that's something you find out on. So I find out that was his
Look
heart rate.
it up, Doc.
His heart rate is always fucking 30 beats faster.
Let's see what you're ticking at right now. Not always.
Yeah, so also, it has partially to do with like your age. Like, I'll bet you my heartbeat is not that fast. I don't burn a lot of calories. I can't because I don't take in 2,000 calories a day.
All right, right now I'm taking 88. No way.
So he says, all right, so he has
99.
I'm at 87.
But
84, he's at 99.
just hit triple digits, baby.
That's crazy. So
Let's
and you've been talking, and you're talking, and he's just very quiet and chill.
and he's stoned as shit right now too. So that's got to be the reason.
This is like, what year was this? This was in
I'm trusting you. There'll be about 50,
Somebody in
100
the
people in the
comments,
comments.
let us know.
Idiot, don't know what you're talking about. Nothing to do with that.
Long story short, you're mad because I smoke within the competition on the regular.
Taller people have lower resting heart rate compared to shorter people. The lower heart rate is generally associated with a longer functioning heart. In addition, larger diameter arteries are less likely to develop plaque buildup in the resting body.
Hey, look, bro. I ain't been easy on this heart for 34 years, okay? I put this thing through fucking hell and back. This thing, baby. I've been through times where it wasn't ticking at all.
Oh, hello there, Well. Unfortunately, we had to cut this episode short because the conversation got a little too hot for YouTube. But if you want to watch the full episode, we put the whole thing up on our Patreon, which is linked below. I very much appreciate you guys watching and supporting the show. We have lots of heavy-hitting episodes coming up in the next couple weeks. Thank you, and I love you all.
No, we just stole the cars and I bring them to you. But I mean, we stole, raised, took. Oh, it goes with a great deal of work. Companies tell these guys who
The cop does that. Oh, you pulled over drunk?
What is that? Ammonia?
It's smelling salts.
Yeah, but
salt.
what is it? It just probably just killed some brain cells.
That smells bad. I love your cigar too.
You see, look at the, even the date. Diamond edition.
Diamond edition. Very long. Diamond edition. Diamond.
And this is the first one. We just come out with the guys. What we're going to do is we're going to we're going to have a whole bunch of stuff. This is a legacy cigars. Something I've been smoking cigars for 4 years. Let's go.
We're going. We're rolling. Oh, we're rolling? Oh, yeah, we're good.
We're live. Don't you do your intro and everything like that? What? On the show, right? Well, you know what we do on our show? You got a real show. What we do is, I call it the real deal. The reason I do that is we don't cut. I don't cut. We don't do a fucking again. But we're known. Look at that. You know what that is? Randy Lanier. You gotta have him on. Randy Lanier was the biggest drug dealer in the world. He ended up with 27 years in prison. His last load is over 170,000 pounds. 180,000.
Of what?
A week. The whole boat. And he ended up, it was 55 million. One load. Nice guy. He's actually the rookie of the year in the Indy course with AJ 40. He's under his new team. You know how it happened? There's a Netflix, Need for Weed. Yeah. And it's on Netflix. It's called Bad Sport. It's like Netflix has a show. It comes out. It's like athletes, I guess, Tanya Hardy. Remember that? Terry Kerrigan. Remember she could carry through it. That was
Look, I'm 61. We're on top of the fucking world right now. You got so much energy.
Dude,
you got a YouTube channel. You got the podcast.
Well, that's a podcast.
I was watching your video this morning. Your video. You're talking about getting giant.
Austin, can you pull up video on that? I think I do a thing every year.
What video on that?
I want to put the video on that real deal podcast.
Play.
No, just go to video.
Go to video.
The last one right there. Larry and Ben, the students. But the first one. No. Not that.
Right
all his
down. There you
hijackers
go.
were orchestrated by the mob.
That episode right there
And they were
was
probably,
amazing because it's
you know, 8 to
I
10
actually do
hijackers
every
a day,
year, every Christmas,
which was big time money because they were
every Christmas
pharmaceuticals,
time.
high value
I give away
food items like lobster,
fish. You know, I get
you're
things
talking
in
about
my
40
So
something
what I do is I'll
trailers,
give
so
it
you're
to
talking a lot of
kids,
money.
just high school,
So
and they contact me. And the reason I did it with
I
them is I do it with one a year.
He says, hey, I'm thinking about doing
Christmas.
this undercover
Love
operation.
these kids, they got a project on
See if
from
we
the
can
Justice
get
Prison.
something going.
They reached out.
These drunk hijackers. So the
You
idea
never know.
was,
You never know.
nobody had ever infiltrated.
And so I'm doing the whole thing. And he did. I put him on the podcast. They actually filmed themselves. It's in Fenton. It's called Fenton High School out of Chicago. Out just right outside Chicago. And they have the highest team in actual organization. This is Chicago. And what is that?
So, you need to have a profession.
Not quitting.
I mean, nobody's going to do anything with you.
That's actually a
profession.
call.
And it has to be one that's attractive to
I heard that. Yeah, the parents
in
in
the
trouble.
government.
I heard that. That's stupid.
Profession can't be one of violence.
So I heard Kamala Harris had something to do with that in California.
It was
So,
because I think he kills us. He kills you. It doesn't kill the person you hate.
if you're going to go in a
It's
situation
necessary.
where you have to know.
No, it's not. I think it is. No, I tell you what. Whenever I take that word out of my vocabulary, I always feel better. You know what happened? Remember when I don't know if you remember, as the audience remembers, I was strapped down with
Well, so you have to be able to identify
and I was pissed on. I was in there for 11 I was in the hole for 3 years. For 11 straight months. I remember, well, they were coming to my cell. The people often ask me, what's the scariest thing for people? What's trying to open up the nerve? It was when not being beaten, not being in an altercation. I just stabbed twice. I stabbed 2 people every shot. The worst was when they opened the cell, the tear door, in the hole. I knew they were coming. So that 30 seconds before they don't tell you lock up. They tell you lock up. Lock up, that means you turn around, you stick your hands
So I had my guys. When I say my
and
guys, our guys.
when you do that, then you know, because they cannot open that door unless you hold your hand in
You
the
stick
hole.
your hands out and stuff.
Well, behind your back. And I used to, I know how to flip. I did a video on my show on my YouTube on how to flip phone.
I went out.
So anyway, you flip.
Now this operation,
I saw a video of Rabbi on TV. He was showing me that
There's a way you can like basically play a little like
tiny press.
well,
like a game with the chains where you like sort of like take your hand and you go like that and you put them in a knot and then you can create enough leverage to just
yeah, you could pop them, but that's tough too. Because what happens is they're behind your back. You can't do it. Also, what they used to do with me, I was doing what they call black box. A black box is when the box that goes over the head in between.
I don't want to get into
They do that right. Myself, I would attack. I didn't notice until I put out. And you know, the guard that guarded me was not sure.
So once I got my
No shit, Harry Madison, a great guy. He ended up going to prison himself, and he was the head of the union. And he actually, his daughter says, "Hey Dad, this guy makes this prison pasta or whatever you make." I said, he goes, "Who?" He goes and looks at you. He don't know anything about that. He's 50 years old.
You gotta get seen.
That's the guy that taught me how to make it. I taught him how to make it. So his daughter reached out to my son who runs the social media. And my son said, "Dad, you know Gary Madison guard is."
Bars and restaurants.
I didn't know what happened in the prison itself. He ended up going to prison, smuggling into the prison itself. He gets fired and goes to prison while he's in the guard. Right, well, and you know what kind of shit were they smuggling? Just he was creatine and cigarettes. Creatine? What the fuck is smuggling? Big. Creatine and cigarettes. Now, cigarettes and egg from creatine? Oh, did you know that? Well, go ahead, listen. No, I don't know. He's smart now.
It was up to me.
I never heard of that one. That's a good one. We used to do a lot of acid.
story
We
was,
used to get
then
100
again,
books.
you have to know your enemy.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. And the enemy
It's
was
the best.
the mafia.
Matter of fact, I always
So
tell
you have
people,
to
even
know
on my
a little
channel,
bit about the mafia.
the best high I've ever had,
If you
and you
do
always
get
try
in
to
a conversation with these guys,
and that was in Atlanta,
trying to check you out,
loaded out of the street.
what's your backstory,
Before
where
the
you
day,
from?
in a lockstep.
My
I
background was
literally
I was an
loaded
orphan.
out.
Okay.
And I, to add about it, it's
Between Florida and California.
you literally can see the whole, it's unfucking real.
Is there a CIA account given to you?
They actually
if I was lucky enough to get in,
LSD now and all that's being used for PTSD.
where your parents had
It's very good. You can't overdose on it. You can't do any of that kind of stuff. We used to do that. The best thing you do is
so I couldn't
anybody's
have
out
an ex-wife or anything because I would have
out,
had
young
produced somebody. So
when you jack off
my backstory was I was an orphan.
afterwards. Now you can't jack off
Back
when
it up. We found an orphanage.
we are on the way down.
That
It
had
feels like your
burned
whole
down.
body is because it's a nerve drug.
And all the records were
It
destroyed, so
fucking.
they couldn't check that. I mean, these are all
I
things
fucking that I've never done
sent
acid, but
somebody
I jack off.
into an undercover
And I used to
operation
jack
that
off
is,
2-3 times in prison.
deep cover.
I knew my my time.
Bringing me in. This was
I was with a guy who was the biggest acid guy in the country. Followed his
So
dad.
I hung around
He ended up getting over 30,000.
maybe 5-6 months.
His dad, Grateful Dead.
And that's another thing
Grateful
too.
Dead.
It's a 7-day-a-week job.
He had some funny stories.
Because if they see him
But-
Monday to
So
Friday,
coming down off the acid,
then
something
they don't see
about
Saturday.
Can I get a
Sunday.
water?
Where the hell are you Saturday and Sunday?
That's water? Yeah, it's
So
liquid death.
it's
It's a
7 days a
sponsor.
week.
It looks
So
like
7
it's
days a
fucking-
week.
It's in a can.
It looks like it's
Yeah.
weed.
they're trying to market it to kids. That's why.
So there's rocking water in a metal can.
They're trying to make water like heavy metal.
It was.
Trying to make it cool. It looks like an energy drink.
I'm gonna see how it tastes.
So you just kind of just hang around restaurants, bars, and by every conversation with anybody was,
Yeah.
what I'll have to drink and what I'll have to eat. And I'm not a drinker. I never was a drinker. So,
Well, I thought it was like a year.
you know,
And when I first,
Right.
when I first looked at it, liquid death. Why would you call water liquid?
you know,
Because water kills more people.
gangsters do.
More people drown from water. Drown in water.
I used to end up drinking.
Hurricanes,
Surfers,
It's
hurricanes,
ships,
tsunami.
tsunami.
Water kills
And I never,
way more people.
I never,
Energy drinks maybe kill like what 2 or 3 kids
outside
a
those
year.
boundaries.
Water kills fucking thousands of people.
That's me.
Water's what kills people in hurricanes. They think it's
So I used to go to this
wind.
one place.
We just went through
Actually, this place wasn't too far from
here on
my,
the West Coast. You guys
you know, I apartment up in
I had a big
All these
spot in
hurricanes-
Fort Myers.
All these crazy things, these crazy hurricanes.
wise guys would come in there. I don't remember, it was Wednesdays
Ian,
or Thursdays.
these things, they're always headed right for Tampa, right for where we're sitting.
And they
right
always
now.
go off.
And at the last minute, they always veer another direction. It's so fucking crazy.
You're so lucky. I don't know if it's luck. I'll tell you why. NASA. I live where NASA is.
Right.
In Space Coast, yeah. Space Coast. Now my parents have been there for 40 years, 1980.
Wise guys are there.
And did you know they've never ever had damage ever? And they live in an older house. Right? I told my mom, she was, "Oh, we never get in trouble up there. The hurricane hit this, you'd be like fucking dark, like the sky." I mean, this is it's a wood frame house. It doesn't have a complete hurricane.
Right.
In '92 with a hurricane. Because I was down there for her.
Now again, knowing your enemy,
And,
know how they
So
operate. So the first
this
thing I
how
do is I go
someone
to the
told me
bartender.
that the scientists put
Now,
NASA.
I know his name.
Someone
I
has to
don't
feel
call him by his name
hurricane
because I was never introduced to
weather
him.
doesn't hit
So I just
NASA.
said,
It's
"Sir,
never been hit. That's
I said, I want to
well,
go to
that's what. Yeah, I mean, you don't just put someone and say, "Let's put it here." I mean, this
I
science.
didn't ask that young lady to just stop and say,
No
"Oh,
idea. I mean, think about it. And we never got. Now the area gets hit down a little bit more south, a little bit north.
like 3 or 4 different
Weird.
times."
I mean, they get prepared for it and all that. And I'm sure it's going to change. Now, who knows?
They're in
But
there,
it's
she's
never been
in
in
there,
40
he's
years.
not there.
You know, it's funny because I used to go to a vacation
Same thing,
4 times a year.
She would come over,
There's a place called
and
Red
I would call him
It's
over. So finally he says, "Hey," he said,
I took years
"Do you want to talk to her? Go ahead." Her
15
boyfriend went
spots.
bye-bye.
I don't know
You ain't
the
going to
country.
Disneyland, Joe.
in the United States where you could put your front two wheels on the sand. Literally, big bay window on your big RV.
So now what does this guy know? He knows that I'm a street guy, right?
And that's a full hookup.
He,
Sewage, electric,
now he comes
water.
over to me.
And it took me years to do that.
I would call.
The only way to get it is
They're
it's only
in there.
15 spots.
She's
People
in
have been
there.
there
He's
for 20,
not
30
there.
years.
About
And the only way to get that spot is
same
if someone don't show up or doesn't pay for the next year. You know, you
for
pay.
the store.
So before you leave, you just go
So
pay.
I just said,
You know,
sir,
that's
would
it.
you
So I had other spots that were a little farther back, maybe a couple of rows back, but that was the goal.
eat with the drink?
Pure weed right on the
So
front.
one night I go in
Was
there,
a
and the wise guys are
I mean,
there.
gone. There was a building called
One of the girlfriends, but there's one guy missing.
Junkaroos or something like that. Junkaroos is a big building bar right next to this place.
So
Walk through it.
I'm at the bar.
Gone. And I don't mean just like destroyed.
I guess she
You know,
gets
like
up, she goes to the ladies' room. She
like
goes
there was
by.
nothing
She
ever
says
there.
hello.
It
I
fucking.
just said hello.
You know, the worst I seen before that was Hurricane.
Now again,
I went down with my
nobody
horses.
nobody operate.
I was in jail
So the
first.
first thing I do
I
is
got
call
arrested
the
over
bartender.
beach. And then after that, I ended up
I know his name.
going down to Hurricane Andrew to help
Now,
because the animals escaped
One of the girlfriends
the
says,
zoo.
but there's one
They
guy
were
missing.
And
But
it
the
was right
girl
there.
he was always with was here.
Miami Springs.
So I'm at the
And
bar.
not FTC, they also have the federal detention center.
I guess she gets up, she
But-
goes to the ladies' room, she goes by.
And so
She says
I went
hello.
down with my horses. There wasn't even a sign that said, "Oh, meet here." How do you know we're here?
Now
There's
again,
no
no,
sign.
when you're renting,
I
nobody
mean, no sign.
operates.
Sign.
So the first thing I do is I call the bartender.
You know, I mean, people have no idea what this stuff is. I mean, they really don't. Did you know there was people had a hurricane party before? Voodoo. There's video of that, and there's video of that the water went over the gun. Voodoo's was gone. Some people died.
From what hurricane?
This one, Fort Myers. I know that industry. Fuck. And you know, I used to own you know where you are right now? I used to own a condo here in the village.
That's what you're telling me.
Yeah, a long time ago.
Weird Beach is a fun beach.
Well,
It's a weird place. It's kind of like the Twilight Zone because there's so many fucking junkies hanging out.
Really?
That work on the
They
fishing
didn't
boats.
have that.
Because what they are is they're deckhands on the fishing boats. So
Sure.
They have the long line to go out of Be there at John's Pond. They go out and catch.
I know that area. I was a
Now-
coast, I was a coast guard. I was a boat on the rescue. I was on the 3 major incidents in this area. Actually, I got awards for medal. The Sunshine Speed Bridge.
You were on that? Oh yeah, you told me that because last time you were here, I had
told you I was the first boat on scene. Matter of fact, I was picking up dead babies and stuff. And I got PTSD from that. That's what
I had 2 guys out here that were there on one of the USF, not one of the USF boats. They were
fishing boat. I was the
DOT Department. They worked for the DOT
when they were picking up stuff.
These 2 guys' jobs, their job was to go around Florida and dive and inspect all of the bridges. So that was their job. They were like eating breakfast at a restaurant on the other side of the skyway when it happened. They were the closest ones there. So they went and got a boat and they put it in the water right after this happened.
I was the first boat there. Period.
Really?
First boat. Matter of fact, the SAR alarms, so search and rescue alarms,
How old were you?
I was Coast Guard. I
How
was
old were
18
you?
years old.
18 years old.
It was 81. 81. No, if it was 81, yeah, it was 81, so I was 20. I was born in 60.
People who aren't familiar with what we're talking about, 1981, one of the worst disasters in like Florida.
How about
history.
2 of them right here? So the Coast Guard cut a Blackthorn got hit by the ship, the Some Adventure. No, the Capricorn.
But what we're talking about right now is when the cargo ship ran into one of the pilings of the Sunshine Skyway Bridge.
It did that because of fog.
Right.
And I remember the SAR alarm goes off.
The bridge collapsed, cars were
Well, but we didn't know this at this point. Matter of fact, all we get to do is the SAR alarm goes off. We jump up. Heading there, and boat, they had a boat or something hits the bridge. And that happened often.
Right.
You
But
see
there's
it,
giant concrete,
or fucking massive concrete stanchions, like to hold the bridge up. Sunshine Skyway Bridge was a big thing, it's a high bridge. Yeah, well, we used to get jumpers all the time up on that bridge. And matter of fact, I used to even know the point where they'd live.
like there's people we picked up who were alive, broken leg, whatever. They went up halfway.
I heard a story of one guy who jumped off with his dog and ended up breaking his dog's fall. His dog lived.
So I just said, sir, would you
Oh,
call?
really? Why do
I said, no,
you want his dog to die?
that's a mock terror. I want to
Yeah, you know, listen, I've seen a lot of death animals.
He just nods.
I can't probably.
So what was that? That day the bridge collapsed.
You know, when we were going there,
And
the alarm goes off,
they're
we
right
race to
there.
the boat.
She's in there. He's not there.
And that's kind of normal. I mean, you get like
Same
yachts.
thing, you know. She would come over.
Kids used to try to go water skiing.
So finally he says, hey, he said, do you want to talk
And but we come up, and now it's foggy. Now we know these areas. We listen. Cortez, I was fishing there at Cortez Bar, which is a great.
Right.
Matter of fact, Egmont Key. Matter of fact, a lot of people don't know Egmont Key right here is one of the best breeding grounds for hammerhead sharks in the world. It's a unusual fish. On the big sea. But anyway,
now he comes over to me, and now we start
good
talking.
fight. So anyway, we would go, and so we're heading there.
I was screwed up New York City.
Fog. Now we know what we're doing. We know that we have radar here. When there's fog, you can say
Finally, he says, hey, my name is Charlie. I said, my name is Don.
corn on.
And I said, another thing, these guys don't introduce themselves.
I myself,
You know,
I wasn't the captain. I was the one of the crew, and I was up on the front of
or
the
hey,
boat.
my name is Don Nebraskowitz.
And I'm the one, you know, like, now you hear the listen and see
another
the people
notch.
orders that boss of the
This
boat,
kid
captain.
knows something.
I become a captain. So anyway, we go and
A couple of weeks maybe go by, and then one night he says, hey, I'd like to give.
all of a sudden, fog starts clearing, and I look up.
He said, when I bang up here, I'm going to go to the
Quiet.
So you want to come? I
No
said, yeah.
yelling and screaming. First thing I noticed
So
when I looked up,
he goes up the joint with him.
hanging on the fucking edge of a piece of the bridge.
Okay.
Holy fuck!
That guy lived.
Yeah, oh yeah, yeah.
Like he stopped, he got out of his car and walked away from his car. Like,
And it wasn't dangling. It was on. There was a piece of the bridge that was like that, and he was on.
yeah.
On it. What really people didn't know in that whole thing. So we ended up pulling him. We
So
were
now,
there days.
this is a couple more weeks later.
Now it took them over 30 days to go down.
You don't ask me.
People don't know why it's so hard to dive.
I don't
It's
say
happened
anything
twice.
about jewelry.
And we have to use
But
the
now
real
I figured now we're going to try to set the hook.
Probably the worst thing I've ever done was picking up my shit.
And I got to pack a bag.
Yeah. See, that told you. That's what it was.
Imagine being that fucked.
I have actual
And I
pictures
say, Charlie, I need
that
X
I
amount of
have
money for
of
this.
Dakota, and me in the newspaper. I was in the newspaper. I was in the safety newspaper. And it was amazing. What people don't know, when I have pictures of a bus, a Greyhound bus,
Click on the link for that one. Let's see if this goes photos.
yeah, you're going to see a Greyhound bus. I have pictures probably nobody
I
has.
don't ask him about it. He don't ask me. You know, I'm still hanging around
I
with him.
got 2 months.
He comes in one night. Puts an envelope on the bar.
Look at that, bro.
Yeah, see that, and that's the Some Adventure. See it?
Landed on the
See it?
front of the bridge.
It
The
says
bridge
some,
landed on
I
the
think
front of
it's
the boat.
you see the boat, Some Adventure,
Yep.
and the Capricorn's the one that hits the Coast Guard Black.
Now what does he know?
But if you keep going, I want to see that Greyhound. If you show the
I'm
Greyhound.
a thief. I was on
No,
a
because they never had that car. They pulled it out of the water. And
prices from Tiffany
it
prices.
was flat. It was like this. I have pictures right
Now we
here
get to the
of mine.
game.
I was going to donate all this.
Introduces me as Don the
It
jeweler.
was amazing.
There it is. That was it. That was the
Get
Greyhound.
to this club.
Yeah,
That's
flat.
the bus.
Yep, the flat. That boat. I remember when I was there when they did that. That picture. I'm there.
That was how many days after?
Oh, 30 days. I bet.
Wow.
And it took a long time. People don't know how strong the currents are under there. You know, the currents are amazingly strong under there. And it's very tough waters to do. And it's a very navigating cup. And there's been a lot. The other, I think 30 some odd people died there. 35, maybe 34. And the worst, then the Coast Guard happened. And we lost 22 Coast Guards.
So I go out there.
Wow. Well, what happened? They were on the Coast Guard to the Blackmore. 180.
Oh, that was a different incident.
Yeah, different. 180 foot. Yeah, I was on. See that platform right there? That was there for all the time. I used to go on that all the time. They brought that same platform out when the Coast Guard went. well,
some of the drivers that was there.
He was a DOT diver. I went to dive school in the Coast Guard, and I actually went to Pearl Harbor.
Oh no, shit.
Actually on Fort Island where they have Battleship Row, where Arizona's at. Fort Island.
I was getting good information with these guys.
And I went to dive school there. I only went for 8 weeks. That's all we had to do. But we went from the Navy dive school. Just thing that to get initiated, you have to swim to the mainland. Where I was dropping.
Really? How far?
At mile.
As it turns out, they just got out of camp. They were part of Joey's crew.
And you know, where you from? Originally,
Guys was a main guy.
How does a fucking New York wise guy like yourself end up fucking being a diver in the Coast Guard?
I wasn't a diver per se. You had a diver. I didn't do hard. We didn't. Those Navy guys, they had to go for a year.
So they're looking to set up scores.
But you know, it's about 5 years. I was on the team ship, small boat. I became a coach. And then after I did that, I wanted to go out to sea. That's why I was stationed in Hawaii. Guaranteed. I was stationed in Hawaii. We did 3 months in Hawaii. I know all of that stuff. Kodiak's the island where the Coast Guard has the base there. And
So that's a little island halfway between us.
No. That's part of the last. You know, Russia had the They had the Aleutian Sea.
Oh, that's a little island.
Yeah. We Alaska didn't become a state until 1959. In Hawaii. So yeah, and so anyway, the Bering Sea, where sea was at right there. I was stationed over on Hawaii. You go south. Yeah. Now we used to go there, and that's the Pacific right there. And if you go wide up, I was on it. Now I went to Micronesia, and I actually went to an island called Palmyra Island. There's a murder there. There's actually a book out. And you look at go look for Palmyra Island. Google Palmyra Island. They tried to start a colony there in the 70s. Actually, we got beef dog. This wild dogs. These dogs, I watched these dogs attack a shark and kill a shark.
What?
I watched 2 dogs kill a shark, and that's how they ate. They were shark, like a sand shark or whatever was in the shallow water. They would actually, one would come in, the shark would go the other way, the other dog would grab it. They survived on this island alone, so they left there after the murder. They tried to start a colony on this island. We had to deliver the FBI to them. So when we got the briefing, they said, I'm the small boat captain. A little boat crew. We couldn't get close to that. So I'm taking the people over, and they say, marijuana running rampant on this. Nobody better get caught with marijuana. I fucking brought more marijuana. We all did. And we kept it in the paint boxes. Palmyra. They started in that. That's an amazing place. Go to the map. I want to see this thing is. You should see that place. Right now, you should see Palmyra. It's just amazingly.
Where the fuck are
You're in the Pacific, right there.
Wow, way out.
Yeah, the South Pacific. See it? I actually had swim.
Is that a volcano?
Where?
It must be, right? That island.
No, I don't think it is. It's just, I don't know, to be honest with you. But Palmyra Island is great. You know, I swam in the steepest water in the world, 36,000 feet deep.
I can't really disrespect it.
Yeah, man, I swam, we had swim pool. And you think,
you can't disrespect the main guy.
How cold?
In front of other people.
No. It's warm water. At the top, yeah.
What country is that?
That's in the middle of the Pacific.
Mariana Trenches?
Yeah, Mariana Trenches. Mariana Trenches. We had swim pool. Our captain. I've been across the Mariana Date line. Man, you're bringing back a lot of memories.
They sent a guy down in the Mariana.
Yeah, they did. They did in a little capsule. I think that was James Cameron. My memory's not bad for an old fuck, is it? And my memory's not bad.
See any Avatar movies?
No, but I love those movies. I mean, he just, you see it right there. There you go. See it?
That's Mariana Trench. Okay. Okay, not far. Zoom in.
No, that's the same Philippines. That's across the Pacific. That's where we,
Not far from the island we were on.
Oh no! I said we went to swim for it. Actually, and we put guys up. Shocks. We dump trash. We had a cat. He was an ex. What I was, Frank. I got invited to his retirement party. He's fucking great. He used to carry 2 pistols around. He used to shoot the fucking shots. Fucking great guy. He used to get drunk. He was a boatsman.
Lay your hands on the main guy. Get you killed.
So him, me, and the chief guy. So he'd come up on the ship.
Your guy can hit his break.
Drunk. Yeah. He's carrying this great guy. I love him.
So we get up.
Guys, Shut the fuck up, you moron. You know what the fuck?
But that's the only thing that's gonna save me. Because otherwise it's...
Yeah, the Mariana Trench is the deepest part of the world. Pacific's the biggest.
I heard it's like 7 miles deep.
Yeah, it was 36,000 feet, 36 something. I think they can look that up. Which there's 5,200 and something feet. So yeah, close to it. Yeah, 7 miles. Look at that. It's how many feet? It's 36,000 feet.
But I figure, well, you hit me once.
Yeah, you're gonna see that.
I can find you
36,000 feet, baby.
Yeah, I'm pretty good about that. Yeah, well, we should go do things.
What about that diagram? That like diagram of the train.
Yeah. You put this up on the video?
Yeah.
Oh, so do it.
guys.
People don't know.
What was that bottom box? Yeah.
So after
What, don't you donate?
everything settled down, I'd say Jill and Jim, let's take a walk.
Oh, did they? I haven't checked it out.
So we do. I said, Jill, no disrespect.
I learned more about Wikipedia from people who told me.
I can't go around here anymore. I said, because
Did you know I was on the notable alumni of my high school? Me and Bobby Bonilla, Cardi B. I'm the oldest fucker. And I never graduated.
Cardi B went to your high school?
Yeah. And I never graduated. They got me. Figure that fucking shit out. They had me as also in it.
Rightly so.
They also have me in
So I go back.
somebody called me up. You know, Mr. Lawton. He called me Mr. Lawton. Really young. He says, you're on the same page as Al Capone. Yeah, this man, Al Capone, you, Jimmy Burke, Whitey Bulger, and Larry Lawton. Okay, I looked into.
Hey, we were talking about doing acid.
Oh, world, man. You're going to get on his ass and we're going to get on a fucking trip. I should have brought something now. Would you do it?
I'll do it. I'll do it. I would do half.
Well, okay. I do 4.
Who else was saying?
We got to do it.
Whitey Bulger.
Fucking great show.
So I start hanging out with him.
No, you would.
I'll just be sitting here.
Have you done acid? Have you done acid?
No, the mushroom.
Okay. Mushrooms, acid is a lot better to me. Some people do. Last a little longer, it's better. Once you do acid, they did a study in acid. They took 2 military units. You can look it up. They took 2 military units, and they gave 1 acid, 1 LSD. And they did the mission twice as fast, twice as more efficient. Once you do acid once, it's going to open your whole fucking world up. And it's amazing. I've actually got things, ideas, you know, you look at Steve, back a lot of the greatest artists in the world, you know, Edgar Allan Poe, Einstein. Maybe he fucking found that shit in that math shit.
Einstein doing that?
Yeah. So, you know,
But Whitey Bulger, he was experimenting.
yes, absolutely. It was in Atlanta. I was in Atlanta. I was in prison. I was in prison.
I'm not that up to date on the conspiracy theory revolving around him, but I've heard that they gave him acid and they tried to control him and then like had him carry out murders.
No, I don't find that.
Why wouldn't I do that?
I don't think that because I don't think acid or anything.
Yeah, but you can break down people. The idea is you can break down his mind with acid. And
No, you can't. See, that's what you can't do.
Pardon this brief interruption.
Whoever told you that? I don't know where you read it, and I want to see that article. Because when you read all about acid and how it works, it opens it up. It gives you a better perspective of things. It makes you think outside the box. So it doesn't make you controlled by the government. Otherwise, they'd be fucking gaming for that music. It was to tell you. So it makes no control.
But if they administer it to somebody in therapeutic dosing and keep them in isolation and feed them certain stimuli, or give them.
You're talking deep shit.
You basically, like what they do with these prisoners, or like what they did with Kaczynski at Harvard, LSD studies that they were doing. They were trying to MK Ultra a program to figure out mind control. Yeah, MK Ultra is a top secret CIA project with the agency conducted with hundreds of clandestine experiments, sometimes on unwitting U.S. citizens, to assess potential use of LSD and other drugs for mind control. Information gathered for psychological torture.
Absolutely, it didn't work. So whatever you're saying, it did not work.
Right, it might not have worked, but it did work. There was one lady who actually sued the government because they were experimenting on her with this. And they were doing it. They
were doing it in the military and they were doing it in prison. That's where they did it. I don't know how much they had to do to it. They didn't have any control over the university to do that. Obviously, with the military.
And if you're watching on YouTube, you can get your 4 free months by
But if
scanning
you
the
take
QR
one
code on the
person,
screen
if you do all
or
of
by
it,
clicking the
and
link
you give them, I'm glad you're too. Thanks for coming. And you give them LSD every single day, and you try to beat something into their head every single day. You keep them high, and you keep introducing certain thoughts into their head every day, or telling them certain things.
Seems like a lot.
And trying. It seems, yeah, probably is a lot.
But let me tell you why I don't know. I was with the guy. This is where I got to. I was with a guy. Great guy. He ends up getting a life sentence for that. And he ends up. He used to follow the Grateful Dead. And he was great. So he used to do. He loved the story he tells. He would go to a Kmart and he'd buy the plastic kiddie pool. You know, kiddie pool. But plastic, not blow up. You know, the plastic. Hard plastic. Buy one of those. But every venue was dead with the playing. He'd buy a pool. He would get tons of beer, cases and cases of beer, ice, and then throw 200 vials or 100 vial hit. Everybody grabbed the beer at the thing. That's how it worked. So he's fucking crazy. He had 100 hit vial. He ended up selling his whole worldly possessions, 2 tickets to a skateboard, and a fucking the tickets and a skateboard and the car. Sold his whole world. How did this file 100? Cap on right or whatever.
Was it accident?
Yeah, it was an accident. He said he was locked up for 6 months. Now you can't overdose on it. I want people to know that you cannot overdose. You never die. It doesn't raise your level of your blood pressure. Heart rate. I've done a lot of acid. And I found that. Now I'm very particular. First of all, you do too much acid. You burn serotonin. You're not going to get it. It took him. That guy used to. So you go to tolerance. Yeah. Well, it's in you. You know, once acid's in you know, acid is in you. The only way to check for acid is you know,
but acid can really fuck you up. Like before you're regular. Do you abuse it when you're a young teenager?
I think, but that goes for any. That goes for any. Absolutely. And I'm a big advocate to do like older. Fake no, I don't care. People go, why would you do that? Well, if you're going to go to that route of legalize yourself, then why do we have to have food? People have food. They go to Home Depot and get this fucking poison. So let's just legalize everything. Make everything legal for something. Yeah. Stop the control. I became a libertarian because I used to be a Republican and I was a fucking Democrat. I'm very socially and more somewhat fiscally conservative. I think most people are that. People don't want to see their money. You give a fuck who marries who. You care about what people do in their own house. Absolutely. No young people. I deal with a lot of young people. You're even your age. You're 40 now. And I can't know one because it's a non-issue for people. Right. And it's such bullshit that they were talking about drugs. Legalize them all. They're doing it now. Washington State is now decriminalized mushrooms. A lot of these things, they get it. But I don't know if they're just getting it with government control.
Yeah, the legalizing drug thing, the legalizing drug thing would be great, especially for things that are cut with all kinds of various substances. People don't know what the fuck's in it. Like you buy a gram of coke, you don't know what the fuck you get. You're getting a couple of creatine, borax, fentanyl.
It used to be vitamin B.
Right. But the problem is the dealers in the U.S. we do it. People in the U.S. They get it and they don't know what the fuck's in it. You know what I mean? Like you can go to the store and you can buy a bottle of booze, or you can buy a fucking cigar. You know it's tobacco. You know it's
No. What you're saying is correct.
You want, people should be able to, if they want to go to a pharmacy with a prescription for cocaine, which you can get. You can get a prescription for cocaine.
Can you?
Yeah. You should be able to go and do it and know exactly what the fuck you get.
I just think we have gotten away from people say, first of all, both sides suck. We've gotten away from being, we're not free. I love well, yes, you do. You can do that. Listen, whether it's by money, whether it's by status, George Carlin. Never listen to George Carlin. He's on fucking. I love his. I still listen to him. And he's just so fucking hilarious. And George Carlin says, listen, there's a club and you're not in it. Meaning, they can do everything. They just alcohol. Anybody who tells me I don't believe it, anybody, or even legalize nobody. First thing I say to them, they say, "Oh, that's okay." Dude, all your arguments go out the window because listen, many studies. I deal with them. Did you know that 70 kids starting the first one? Without me. You want to talk about a gateway drug?
It's the easiest thing to get. Isn't it crazy? There's still states or counties that don't sell alcohol.
Oh, fucking listen to this. You want to hear the best? I went to Ranchers growing up,
at the social clubs in the neighborhood. I knew that if you don't have any interest in a conversation, walk away from it.
You rent yachts.
That's what
Maybe yachts. Great guy. But a bunch of us, man, and his wife, I'm single. Letting everybody know, single. I'm out.
Larry's on the market.
I'm going to all the strip clubs, the gay clubs, every club in the world. I don't give a fuck what club.
You know what I'm saying?
A lot of get into
real business.
Oh, yeah.
So,
First of all, when I was in
that
Florida,
made them trust me more. That made them trust me
I just flew to
Exactly.
It took us an hour and 15 minutes.
Now what happens?
You go down, you fly to leave at noon, you get there 1:30, you get on the fucking, you move over to fucking the bars, pool bars and shit. The keys, you have to go, you ever stay in a hostel? You gotta fucking go to the keys and stay in a hostel.
Find a hostel.
Hostels where they just rent, somebody else could be in your room. Yeah. They're big in Europe. Go rent a bed. No, that's rent a room. But those, you can actually rent the bed. Now, we had 4 of us. Everyone there. I mean, I'm so tall compared to these guys. Great guys. You would never know it. And we were in a hostel. And it was, we ended up having, it was a 4-room hostel. But so we had it. Right. It was so fucking funny. I have my own buddy is. You know, I've been around the world to go out. Very, very nice.
We got an operation going.
Locked up with lockers. You know, fucking, it was just, you gotta do that. I'm gonna do that. Because you didn't get pools there. You don't know who you can fun. It could be a girl or a guy. And you don't know. It's not to do anything. You know, it's just it's what it is. You rent a bed. And it's called the No Name. It's Not Your Average Hotel. Not your NYAH. Not Your Average Hotel. Something like that. Motel. It was foolish fucking shit. I had to. We do a lot of press like that. And you know what I found is we go to Branson, Missouri. That's where we go. So we go and we go to Branson, Missouri. Don't ever fucking go to Branson.
What are we talking about now? Alcohol?
Alcohol. Okay. Now, not only alcohol, you couldn't buy a fucking drink in the Dolly Parton Stampede, all this crappy shit. It is the worst fucking, unless you're some religious freak that wants to just go there and I don't know, fucking Jesus. Whatever the fuck it is, whatever the fuck you want to do. I'm not religious. And I don't care about this. I mean, I grew up, you know, I was a religious kid.
You were used by a priest as a kid?
Yeah. It took, you know how many years? To 30 years. Matter of fact, my book came out, bestseller. And Gangster International. You got it. I gave you the book. I'm sure I did. If I didn't, I have another RV. I'll give you and your engineer. Yeah, I'll give him a sign. Bestseller. And I sell them all day. But anyway, so when I wrote the book, I wrote it with an 8-time year. And unbelievable book because it's true. It has to be vetted. And he got things out of me that I didn't ever. And I get why people all these fucking this scumbags.
So this guy was able to talk to you and get this shit at you?
Yeah, well, it took me 2 years. 2 years. Every single week. Almost not. I don't even think I golf and then come home to golf. Sit down. Hit him in where he was. He's actually here. His name is Peter Goldenbach. You look him up. Pull him up. Peter Goldenbach.
So let's go back to the. So what were you doing how old were you when you were an altar boy? Where were you?
11.
In New York?
We went to Catholic school.
Your family was Catholic?
I ended up getting us kicked out of school. Psychologists used to say that to me. You know, violence against everybody.
So how did this all come about? Catholic priesthood.
I was an older boy and we were doing you get money to do funeral. You know, grab me. It wasn't anal penetration. I was taking my the other kid came home and going quick. He said, "Oh, we split the money." And you don't respect those guys. That was a big thing.
Right. You look up to them, right?
Yeah.
They're kind of like father figures.
Yeah, and this guy was cool because he let us.
I'm talking.
You're little kids.
How many other kids like you were there?
It came out that more. I don't know.
I mean, like how many got like you were an altar boy? Were there other altar boys that you were hanging out with that were also there with you?
When that happened? No.
Yeah, during the time.
No. Okay. No, it's just a kid that we worked with. It was a funeral wedding. Wherever we worked, he left. I had to go.
But I mean, like during that time period, like while you were during that
Get a
whatever
sit
time
down.
period you were
Yeah.
going to church, right? There was other kids your age that were
Sure. Oh, how many?
Let me see.
Okay.
So,
You do the math.
when we were Jericho one day,
I read the Bible.
I just,
Really?
I
Cover to
drove.
cover.
I
read the Quran.
I got a call the other day from
I
a guy
read the
that
Torah.
I used to steal our wood with. Down in
Are you doing?
No, I just listened to He's Jewish. We just listened to R.
My co-host, engineer coach, just like in Jack I
Really?
from Israel.
Me and him just listened to R. Shapir's new stand-up special called Jew. It's fucking amazing.
He said, they'll blow him up out there. He says he
So
can't do
okay,
it.
so you got
business out there.
after
So I
some sort of
read
ceremony.
every religious one.
So
Most I believe is a group.
Let's go back to the
Did you call up Peter Golubach?
after one of the ceremonies or after
That's my co-writer.
I says, I
He
got
wrote
this guy
books with
calling me
Yogi
again.
Berra.
He needs help.
You know, he said my book is the best
He said,
book
Tony, what do you
ever. He was at a baseball game.
You can't just go out there.
Look, that book right there. Gangster Redemption. And he wrote books on Billy Martin. He wrote books on like big time. Tony Curtis. I think he wrote
I said, I'm
books on.
calling tonight. Find out if this guy.
All bestsellers.
So,
Great guy. He used to come here all the time. We meet in Orlando.
he was going by name of Tony. And I said, hey, Tony.
You know,
Is this guy balling or what?
He said, yeah. I said,
yeah, no, he's very, very, he's a great, unbelievable.
he said, all right. He said, tell him I got
Yeah,
200,000 in the bank. And, you know, I got a warehouse full of machines.
But anyway,
everything
when we
set
wrote
up.
the book, you know,
It's okay.
it's funny because
So I go back to the left. There's a left. He's told me he's got 200,000 in the bank.
I don't want it.
And he's got this big
Find you.
warehouse set up. He says, all right. He said, let me talk to Mike.
See, I wrote, if you look at my first chapter, school fucking zero.
So Mike said, all right.
And that was a late
He go
teacher.
out there. Just sit down with him. Make sure that he has what he says he has. Don't tell anybody you're going.
Trying to
Okay.
fool you.
So,
You know what I mean? You don't know what to do.
first thing,
So, like I said, I don't blame you.
and tell him to send us airplane tickets. Because you know, wise guys are they're not spending their own money. So the girl, you know,
I found out at my age,
let's
first of all,
just
you
do
know, it's
plane tickets. We let me fly
I'm
out there.
61 years.
And
I
he
know.
takes us to the warehouse. And he's, you know, they got the whole operation.
If I'm lucky, 20 years. And you know what?
And he said, okay, so we go back and report back to Mike.
Age,
And he said, okay, he says, now here's the story. Tony's been with the Bananos
Oh, yeah,
for 10
I had
years.
open heart.
He's been an associate of ours for 10 years.
Holy shit.
Because
And
that's what he
you know
has
my
to
back.
tell.
I had a zipper on my
Chicago
neck.
and Milwaukee.
It cut me
Because
off
if they just say,
11 hours.
Tony just met this guy.
I got hurt in church.
Isn't that what you claim?
I have. Matter of fact, you know,
We'll take
see
no
my neck?
business.
I got 5 vertebrae in my
So
neck.
here's the way it works. Now
Yeah, they
we
were
go to
front and 10 in the back. It's amazing. 11-hour surgery. That was a
So,
long surgery.
Clogged artery.
Yeah, see, I never had a heart attack. You know, people say my heart. You know what I tease people?
Why'd they go in? Why'd they cut you off?
All right.
What was going on with you? What were your symptoms?
Oh, well, what happened was I was getting pain. Now, I thought it was pain from my back. As a matter of fact, I was in Busch Gardens, and I could not even fucking walk in the car. I was that bad. Now, my sister said she knew it, and it worked.
we got a
I
guy
didn't
that's
know.
been with us for 10
It's wrong, but
years.
I'm thinking it's the back.
He
You
settled
know, I got such a
down
good back. I can show you that.
in Milwaukee.
So when I did that,
Milwaukee for a couple
then
of
I ended up
years.
saying, all right, I'll go to the VA, and I went and did
He wants to go into the business and he
stress
has
test.
machines and everything.
So they told me to
And
wait.
we'd like to
Listen,
have him sit down with
my
knowledge
fucking
jury and boss.
so go in there and fucking
Milwaukee.
do the stress test.
Okay.
I
Chicago now calls
so no, you're not.
Balustrade consiglia
Oh, yeah, I'm sending you to the emergency room.
and relates the whole story. to
No,
him.
you're not. I'm going home.
So now we gotta wait and see if he wants to have to sit down.
I don't give a
Now
fuck.
when yourself goes by, Chicago calls
I'm going
back and said, okay,
It made me sign a
he'll
fucking
have a meet with you guys.
I hang out
Coach coming out.
a lot.
We left it with Jerry and Donnie Brasco. That
They're
lefty's a
really,
big
really
guy,
good
so,
friends.
you know,
And so I said, and I felt good at this time. They gave me the stress test.
Come on out. Check into this hotel and wait for a phone call.
So on the way home, and this is in Orlando,
Somebody left his
Lake Nona, great. And I'm going back to Melbourne, and I'm getting on 192, which is the road goes all the way to the station. So I'm on the road, and I call my buddy Roberto. Roberto, this happened. He goes, all right, Larry. He goes, he said he's coming back. Go straight home. He goes, I'm setting up the check catheterization. Check what it is. He goes, I'm gonna get you some nitroglycerin pills. I don't want you to get excited. I don't want you to jerk off. That's what you do. What do now? I go blood switch, then other things. You heard already.
Fuck you, we're going to get an 8-ball, Jerry.
Yeah. Right? And I says to him, so he, now my joke is, I'm better off doing coke and butter. Because I didn't have arteries. So anyway, I go home after maybe in that day. He goes, yeah, we're joking. And we're joking because of something I'm not going to say. Yeah, I was offered $1 million.
So we have a big spread.
I know you want to say on your show. So let's fuck it in. So anyway, we go in and go into the operating room.
Tony's been with us for 10 years.
I tell him, Roberto, I got a fucking union in the
they did a lot of hard theft together and stuff. They both been with us.
So I go in. Within 5 minutes, I think. I'm awake. You're awake. Comes out, stops everything, gives some orders.
So after this
way out,
dinner, probably about 5 or 6 hours, I said, okay, we'll get back to you.
I had a girlfriend.
All right.
The end. What was later? Okay. So anyway, we funny.
The fucking boss is inviting us to dinner at his house. It doesn't happen.
Emergency bypass.
The world of the mafia.
Now word goes out.
Me, Lefty, and Tony. Lefty's like,
again, all these doctors
like, we're going to the dinner at a mob boss's house. At his house.
Is the head doctor. And all this stuff. All of a sudden,
we know it's a big deal, but
what's happening?
Wise guy, it's a big fucking deal too.
You died.
So we go to his house.
So we don't make it the main artery. The main artery was the heart. That's what people die.
You know, I've seen the movies.
I don't know it hits you. I hit you.
It's okay.
Yeah, you're good. Yeah, you look good, man. That's a hell of an idea. It really is. I'm a higher one. Anyway, so what happened was my heart was making another vessels through the heart, and they were clogged.
So they couldn't stent it?
I had such little shit working for me. And the day, when I was in Busch Gardens, it says on these rides, if you have a bad back or a heart, don't go on these rides. I'm on every fucking ride. And so anyway, so we go, and I'm in the hospital. Fucking shit happens. These fucking like sons. But I'm up at the and I'm not feeling bad. You know what I'm saying? I'm not feeling bad. Right. And now my friends, you think I'm dying, motherfuckers? Friends, lawyers, guys. I know a lot of nice people. Influence people. I don't do the drama. We have one rule. No asshole. So anyway, it has nothing to do with money. So we're sitting there, and all of a sudden, my buddy John, my best friend, leading cancer, unfucking my best friend. And whenever I've been in the hospital, anyway, So all of a sudden,
in a city outside of
had a
Milwaukee.
then another doctor,
After he got out of the Marine Corps, before he went into the
he's
Bureau,
Dr. Campbell,
and
he's the
somehow
head
they found
surgeon
out
of all the hospitals.
there was a leak somewhere. But they don't tell. We found this out later that this
Today
is
we
how
kept friends. They all want to go out
tell
with me.
this to
They like the story. They don't want to get
which saved my ass.
So he comes in and goes, "Hey, I heard you're my new celebrity
My
patient."
belts for Tony.
Fuck you up. He goes, "I'm Dr. Campbell." I was requested to come to the house.
We're trying to get in touch with Chicago. Chicago's not. You know, Chicago say we don't know why they stuck.
I'm in the room.
We don't have any idea.
So it's just, I said, I don't feel that bad.
So that goes
surgery.
down. That's
He takes my, where he puts it on a plate. You see that?
right.
Most people would go.
So Lefty sends me to Milwaukee.
I said, I actually feel good. We just wait for this Thursday. Because if you leave this hospital,
you know, we come up with a story.
I guarantee
I found
now
this
it's
car. It's in the parking lot. I mean, it's in the.
So they shade me up a bomb. This is late night. And at fucking 6 in the morning.
And then when I went back, it was gone.
Triple bypass.
So I go and
Do the
I sit down
bypass
with
and
cops
take part out of your body. And they fucking did the triple bypass. And I checked myself. I was supposed to be.
So now we gotta go
So
tell
what? So they replace the artery?
They actually take veins. See this?
Yeah. Our money source dried up.
Look at this. You see this?
So we go spend
I broke my bicep. My bicep tore. On another incident. It tore from here to what's tear you can have a bicep. It's not the tear there. And they can't repair it because they have artery twists in the heart. They took, I have a card in my wallet. So from here to here, they took this whole thing, and they put the vein in the heart.
What's the widowmaker with your forearm?
Yeah. Or they do something, bypassing the artery.
I never get big arteries.
Well, I don't know where that comes in. I think it's a big valve. Right. So anyway, all my doctor friends come to listen.
How long after you fucking got together?
Well, I checked myself out. Now they want you there about 5. But my buddy's telling me, I deal with that.
Over 2 years now.
Hospitals are bad. Once you don't need them, don't fucking need them. So anyway, so the Dr. Campbell, listen, this happened, July was 3 years. Okay, 3 years, July. And my the doctor, I had something. I was at the gym.
To this day, I have no idea why they didn't tell me.
Yeah, no, it was 6
Just
months.
shut the operation down.
And so I never do that.
So
I know
I'm going on again.
I'm a VA vet. I'm also a disabled vet.
Nice coat.
So all I care about is getting it looked.
I got some swag.
That's all. But doctor, so anyway, I fucking Dr. Campbell. Fucking guy, they just they don't like. I found out about a lot of doctors. They don't like.
No,
They don't want your normal guy, crazy like
yeah,
me.
they want a light conversation.
I kind of know crazy guys. They
Right,
love that shit.
crazy, but it's nothing. Nothing too serious. It's not life or
And
death.
we vacation. I was just on a Virgin voyage with Richard Francis twice already. And, we all. So anyway, he says that the
So
doctor
now what happens is that
does a full look. When did you see
at
the
the
doctor?
time, Carmen Galante was the boss of the Bananas.
Come on, Harry.
All
Fuck you know me. I'm not bad.
they killed
So he says, all right, but I'm gonna set you
they
up.
whack
You know, his cars.
Right.
Kind of like his friends.
Because there's
I didn't
kind
know
of
he
a
was my
beef
brother.
within the family.
So he goes, I'm gonna call him.
One side.
You're not seeing me,
So they
but
whack
you're
him.
giving me this. So,
Mike's developed now.
So he called us. We were not long.
So they tell
And
Mike,
he called me and said, listen,
either send
I got a special case of gotta take him.
like you too.
Obviously, the head surgery, everything.
So he gives up
Said,
his captain ship
gotta
and just
take him.
becomes a regular
He's
soldier.
difficult. He won't listen to me. He's fucking he's funny as hell. But they'll kiss him. So it's good. You got him in your pocket. It's consistent. I swear to God. So now I know who that record is.
There's a guy by the name of Sonny Black Napolitano.
And I go to the company. I play solutions. I walk to the company. He's here.
So they put me
I
in.
don't know what to think.
Remember we were with
I
Mike
know
Sabella.
and I'm known as
Be a lefty.
so I walk up to the table. I said, I heard you're my new cardiologist.
Sonny Black becomes a captain.
Here's how it goes. I don't do appointments. I'll text you. I'll fucking bring a sandwich, and we'll fucking have lunch. Do whatever the fuck I want. Other than that, I ain't doing
You have to check in with your captain every day. So every day.
That is so fucking crazy. And it's funny, you know why, Judge? Yeah, you because I still never seen it. Listen, I just get my blood work done. If I feel bad, I mean, I'll get. I have no death wish or anything like that. And I had a blood issue, but they take care of it. What kind of blood issue? Cool, my white blood cell.
Intelligence information I'm gathering is like
What I had
no other
VA
else you
took
get
me
because informants are
had
going
to
to give you all this stuff. And I'm meeting
Oh,
different
now.
people again. I'm meeting
PET scan goes by.
these guys.
My doctors blew them away.
So I'm rocking out there.
They checked before they checked. Everything you can do.
Under Sonny Black.
Matter of fact, it's a prep.
And I get another call.
You know what that is? Prep is you can never get you're in a group set.
They want to fucking
Everyone
wants to talk to him.
I know he's thinking. You know, wait a minute, everybody. I'm looking at Danny right now. I hope they put this up. You can see he's thinking that his wife is fucking listening
I
to
don't
this.
care my wife. I'm trying to think of how many qualifies. There's never
I did 4.
I just went there to sit and
Now, threesomes I have many of them, unfortunately. I've been in 7, 8.
The supervisor wants to talk to him.
I go to the club.
Supervisor's a good guy.
One of the best in the world.
So I
Best
go,
in the
was it
You know, Tampa, this
Yeah,
area has
what
a
is-
lot of fucking
Say
great
we got
clubs.
a night.
Oh,
know
the
that.
best strip clubs in the world.
Oh, not only strip club, swingers club.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. One of the best swingers clubs is in Kissimmee, or Secrets. They took an old hotel and they actually sell the fucking movies.
Maybe you can do the same thing you did in Milwaukee. I said, no, man. I said, if I do it, number one, use the undercovers. Because they had 2 undercovers.
No, you know what? I can't be.
So what is that stuff you're talking about that makes you so you think it AIDS?
Prep. PREP.
What exactly is it?
What's the difference? Like, I take it to coat, it's for hubby. You can look it up. You can put prep up.
Do your doctor friends like always like telling you about the problem with Steve, like the new medicine?
Oh, absolutely.
Biohacking.
You want to get the best I get? I take a thing called Triton.
I'll see what I can do.
I could get a hard on. Nothing, no problem. If you want negative, you've taken Viagra? Absolutely. This shit will make Viagra look like a fucking
Because I don't want to come up with, you know,
it's a needle you
I'm
shoot.
not coming up with a story. Hey,
Dick harder than
I gotta go.
I had a, this is no joke, swear to my children, I had a hard on the other day.
So I figure, okay,
Pre-exposure prophylaxis. PrEP.
okay, here's what we'll do.
Reduces the risk of getting HIV from sex about 99, they can't say 100. 99%.
The wise guys.
PrEP reduces the risk of getting HIV. Injection drug use by injection, even by fucking people who get it. Most people.
Is that what you take? The injection? Or you take
No. The injections we
It's a
get.
sweet.
No, I don't.
Stay for the weekend.
I take.
No, the PrEP.
Oh, the
I take
PrEP is a
PrEP.
pill. One a day pill. And I'm religious. I mean, I just do
Next
my
time,
diet. I'm a vitamin. I used to always take
Right. You guys go down there.
Oh, I take from my diet. Go with it.
We'll
Take that and
whenever
then
we
fight
go to a restaurant, I'll let you
I don't
know.
want to die.
Are you on the roids?
And you guys just
Never. Even when I bench street, I never could get to 400. And I always will tell everybody this. if you're young out there and you're working out, I go to LA Fitness. Don't do heavy weights. I did it and it fucked me up. I did heavy weights. I used to bench 270 and I was about 200. Double that. Then I used to squat. You
can't really build muscle pack on muscle.
You could you actually build, like, you're right, short reps. Short reps.
Do it the right way.
Don't need it. No fucking
There's lots of benefits of having
absolutely. Listen, I lost 55 pounds. I'm 206. I lost that. And I do intermittent fasting. I'm going to talk about going down the rabbit hole. I'm a researcher. So I get into something. And it's one of the best things you can do. It's not even like you can eat anything you want. It's not a diet. But after 12 hours, your body automatically goes to ketosis. So did you know your fat is the best thing? Because it's already shit out. So you take the nutrients fat. I was 260, and I was a big guy. Still a big guy. Listen,
so we take a ride up. It's a nice.
You never done the roid.
Nope, I never did that. And I knew guys who did. Never ever touched it.
Never take the testosterone?
I take the testosterone.
That's roids.
I take the
anabolic steroids.
The one you shoot right in the eye. Yeah, and I always take it very low dose.
Just to replace the therapy.
Exactly right. Exactly. My testosterone went down to 1 something. And yeah. And again, people think, oh, you don't have sex. I used to fuck, did a lot of shit. Better. Now I'm up there. Your age. That's what I try to say.
So it's funny. I tried the roids for 1 month. And I just my experiment.
Nothing wrong with it.
Like HGH gives you way more drive, cognitive.
I heard tidy nuts though.
Yeah, it is. Well, it shuts down your testicles. So
I was like, fuck, I want to try it. So I tried it
for a month. I wanted to see what it was like. My blood work, my testosterone was lower. Now it's on it.
Wow.
So I did my blood work before to make sure I get my base down.
Wow. Did you ask a doctor?
Yeah, the guy, my doctor, was like, I was not doing enough.
I got a phone number we could call on air that would know that answer. You know that? I literally have a phone number we could call on air. One of the best blood doctors.
Really?
No shit, I even know. He was on my podcast. He's from the
Really?
He fucking did a great fucking unfucking. You want to talk about He's a Russian. He was at Russia when he was at Russia.
Does he monitor your roid
Yeah.
use?
Yeah.
It's steroids. I know you like to call it testosterone, but it's anabolic steroids.
No, it's not.
It
It's
is.
a difference. You'll
It's
ask
not.
him.
Testosterone is the same as an anabolic steroid. It's not a bodybuilder crazy dose you're taking.
Right,
You're
right,
taking.
maybe that's
You're
it.
taking a replacement.
You know what
dose.
HGH is?
Yes.
They say that's
Very good for you. But very expensive.
Yeah, about that.
Liver King's taking $11,000 a month worth of HGH.
Yeah, what a wacko. That's I mean, I only like follow the fringes of it. Yeah, I didn't know who he was.
Yeah, he was on all these podcasts behind it up. They're all asking, how did you see it? You're not taking steroids, don't take anything, no supplements, just liver, brother. But they found out with one of these.
I know, because Rogan said something.
Yeah, oh yeah. Everyone's like,
just
you're lying. And somebody found some leaked emails where he's like listing all the shit he's taking this much testosterone, this much HGH, this much DECA, all this fucking shit he's taking. So he finally came out and admitted all the stuff he's taking. Like, he's taking enough. He spends more money on steroids every month. He spends enough money to buy a car every month.
What?
Yeah.
You know, it's funny because I'm a believer in trying to. I'm a totally pro-drug guy. Understanding yourself. understanding it. You know, I teach this because I don't know your audience. I'll let your audience know. I'm the only program and the only ex-con in the United States who's recognized, and the only ex-con is around. And when I teach certain things about him and I testify and stuff, I'm a very I like to research and people. I'm a believer in trying. I not that I didn't.
How long ago did you start taking testosterone? 5 years ago.
Just my energy. I mean, I felt. I'm a guy who doesn't need much sleep. I'm a 4 hours. I mean, yesterday I went to bed at 3. Well, I did go here. This morning I got here at 5:30, 6. I need to go to bed at 7.
I don't get 8 hours.
Yeah, some people like that. And I get that. You know, I think I don't know if I learned that from the mob days or from prison. So, you know, I don't know where I learned it, but it was always, you know, and I always learned that when I was younger, you know, the early bird catches it. And it's back in the day, the hustlers, so I think it's different today, and I think you're right, obviously, right? But I look at it now like the shop. Whenever I tell them I get to be
What do you inject testosterone in your dick?
Not testosterone. I take Trimix.
Oh, the Trimix.
Yeah. Now that Trimix is the best thing I've ever done. I've literally had a hard on for 10 hours. Oh, you can only do it about 3 times a week, is what you want to say.
Yeah.
You know, you can't do it back then. You shouldn't do it back then.
So you put a fucking needle in.
Yeah, but again, everybody has that reaction. Everybody.
How deep into your dick does the needle go?
Into the chamber.
Oh
No.
Dude, that's deep.
No, yeah.
That was like a half inch.
Yeah. Listen,
you're going halfway. You're going like pretty deep into the shaft.
You're getting into carbon open.
I pull it up. I need to pull up this shit.
Pull it up. Pull up Trimix and pull up there's a video and they show you how to do it.
Well, how do you say it?
Trimix. Trimix. I'm telling you, I hope somebody in your audience tries. I want to get a sponsorship.
I'll try it.
It does not hurt.
I don't want to take a shot though. I want to take a pill.
No, they don't have Trimix pill.
Yes, we understand.
Now the reason.
Yeah, fuck it.
Oh no, it's on the way.
Let's actually take it off the screen. Let's see what it looks like first.
Oh, you got.
If there's no dicks in it, we can put it on.
Listen, it's gonna be a phalanx. It's gonna be, you know.
That should last about 1 hour.
It lasts me.
Preparation for your injection. Gather the
Look at
material you will need and place
I
it
do
Oh
this exact
my
thing.
God.
in the chair where you will be sitting down.
Make that bigger, that screen.
Yeah, full screen.
Be sure to wash your hands with soap and water.
Stop it.
No, don't stop it. Oh, you guys homophobic?
As long as this is not on the screen.
Are you guys
Right.
homophobic?
No, I just don't want it to be. Oh my.
What's wrong with that?
I can't believe it's
It looks like me.
This
Look at
guy's-
it. Look at the tattoos.
This guy's dick is out.
Yeah, so what?
After cleaning the top of the Trimix vial using the alcohol swab, allow it to air dry prior to inserting the needle.
I want to see if they actually show you
By wiping the area with an alcohol
That's what he's
swab.
doing. It does take. No,
While
I'm
holding the
sick
syringe
because I go
bottle,
slow.
pull the needle cover straight off and place it on the table.
I get the exact same deal.
After removing the cap, draw up an amount of air into the syringe equal to the amount of medication you will be drawing up.
Try one. You need to try one. I do too. I'm gonna tell you what my urologist told me.
What was the conversation like trying to convince this guy to do this video?
Money.
Hey, bro, put your dick out.
I'm gonna do it. Money.
Hey,
I'm gonna tell you something off
We're
air.
gonna have you fucking pull your dick out, and
Once
we're
it
gonna,
is inserted,
Inject it.
turn the vial
and we're gonna
syringe
inject it and we're gonna post it on our YouTube channel.
Oh my god.
recommended dose
And everyone's gonna know who you are because all your tattoos.
the pleasure of making the circle.
I have a tattoo down
You should be sitting upright or slightly reclined when performing the injection.
here. I'm standing. I usually
He
struggle
shoots it in
with
his
it.
dick, and then it's
All
like,
right, sit. Right. Look.
When you see the injection.
Oh no. You
Injecting the
don't hit the vein.
or heparinose,
See the
plug
tattoo
each
cover
tissue
there.
on the side of your
Ah! Be sure to avoid all visible blood vessels while injecting. Please click the link at the end of this video.
Now you rub it.
Step-by-step injection instructions.
You should rub it,
And he's going to get a massive of it. After administering the
Yep.
injection,
Rub it.
please
He's
stay-
now he's no. Alright, he's jacking the wiener off.
No, he's not.
Yes, he is.
No, he's the Danny. He's fucking rubbing
He's
it.
jacking himself off.
Now he is. Wait.
Oh my
Increasing the dose.
I never saw this video. I hope that you didn't put it on the screen, right? All right,
You
good.
should. You get a lot of views. Not monetized,
Yeah,
but
we would not be monetized. Jeez Christ.
you know,
I'm not fucking sticking a needle in my dick to get hard. I
okay.
get
So
hard.
then you know you don't want to do it.
I don't want to do that.
Let me tell you what happened.
I'd rather chew
No,
up Viagra.
I'm gonna tell you something. So I called my urologist. And another friend. Larry was you. Way better. First was better, and not only that,
Better for you?
Yeah, he goes directly into the penis. So the bag of the shoe, it's just you get a headache, fucking flushed, all that kind of shit.
Have you ever tried Cialis?
Yeah.
Is that? Do you get the headache from Cialis?
Yeah, same thing. I both of them sucked for me. Now, you know what's funny, everybody? I really didn't need one to get an erection. But, you want to get better and better.
I don't need it for the erection. I can fuck way longer, and I can go like 3 or 4 times if I take a Viagra.
Okay, let me
It's
tell you-
so much better.
Yeah, well, let me tell you what happened. So,
The headache just sucks.
no, we don't get those. Let me tell you what happened. So, I'm having it's me, a friend, and his wife. And he's a porn star, right? And he used to do a lot. I mean, a lot. You can recognize it. And so, we become friends and swinging and anyway. So we're with his wife, and after this, we're hanging out. We're actually in my RV. We're in my RV. So it's only a couple years
Remind me
ago.
not to sit down on the couch in your RV.
Huh?
Remind me not to sit down.
Oh,
on the couch in your RV.
stop. Why are you guys so fucking homophobic shit?
I'm not. I just don't want to sit
Well,
in
I
a
mean,
fucking
come
pile
on.
of cum.
Don't follow the fucking people. Anyway, we're hanging out.
How funny would it be to go in Larry's RV with a black light?
No. Actually, I have a cooking show. So listen to this. So we go there, and we're hanging out. How the fuck? How the fuck? He's 35, I get it. And he goes, you good, Jack? I said, no, I want to get one. How the fuck are you getting hard? Like that, stay hard, and you're still hard. And we had sex a bunch. And he goes, well, I got to tell you what, all you try it. Okay, let's try next. You get it. I got one of those online doctors. Had this shit for $400. I might try it. I might give it a shot. I'm telling you, once you do it, you're going to realize it doesn't. People have the same fucking reaction. Oh, put a needle in my dick. Stop it. Your fucking dick isn't a fucking goddamn gonna fall off. I mean, I must be sick because I go slow.
I have to see the side. If it has no side effects,
None.
That's worth the fucking
None.
worth the prick.
None. My urologist told me that. He writes this prescription now. I don't have to go to a
I need
So
have you
listen to what happened. So,
Okay.
well, I'll give you. So let me tell you what happened. So,
Yeah, we're gonna go in Larry's RV after this. And we're gonna fucking inject our dicks. Ready,
Yeah.
Austin?
I keep a vial. And I even have the end of it. Which you can change it all if you want. And I've shot my dad.
Oh, really?
Yeah. The longest hard on I had was just the other day, 3-4 days ago. 10 hours. I ejaculated 3 times. 10 hours. I sweated my children. I ejaculated 3 times. 3 times. It's hard to go. I have, this is no joke. I have young people. On my honor, I have young people. You're a young you know way. I got anything. Yeah, so now we're hard on the quit and fucking control it. Come and keep fucking. Holy shit. That shit's like when you were 20. You know? Yeah. I mean, when I was 20, I was now, you're not. And it's
Let's say the testosterone supposed to do that too. You're supposed to like
Nothing.
No?
Testosterone obviously gets your hormone level.
Yeah.
And obviously
It's
we all
boosts your
know,
libido.
and we all know sex is everything. And it is. I mean, I love porn. I love all the kind of shit. But that's why I like that place. But anyway, so and I'm not the kind of guy who can't be. I don't believe in monogamy. None of my wives. I never believed. I think it's so unnatural.
Yeah, it's definitely unnatural.
And if you look not only animals, you look back in the old days. Yeah, I don't know where it came from. This is again biblical and religious stuff. And now you're vilified. Who cares? You know, as the liberal side, I love people. Oh, why should we gay with marriage? Let's say gay. Oh, what happens if they marry a goat now? Good, marry a fucking goat. What do I give a fuck if he wants to marry a goat? I can give a fuck. What he does behind his own fucking wall or door, as long as it ain't hurting the kid. Very protective. Yeah. What the fuck would you want?
Have you ever heard of Gaines Wave Therapy? Pull this up, Austin. It's called Gaines Z Wave Therapy. I heard it from a few times.
You like that Trimex shit, don't you?
Yeah, I love it. It's a place it's in
my average
Fort
Fort
Lauderdale.
4 hours.
So this Gaines Wave shit, it's a clinic in Fort Lauderdale that does it.
They have all that shit.
They put your dick in like this fucking red light bubble. There you go. And it's supposed to make your dick like way bigger.
Hit that.
It makes your
Let's
dick.
watch it. I want to see.
Watch the video.
I don't care.
It doesn't show any dick. It doesn't show any dick.
Oh, this is what
Larry wants to see dicks. That's the problem. Full screen.
I've seen my share. So have you. You're fucking kidding.
Oh, fuck. What happened?
You know,
So this shit. So it's like
infographic.
All right, let's watch this.
So I get the contract for Bruno, but because I can't find him,
And doctors don't. And you know, doctors don't. I mean, the government don't want. They want you to go to doctors. They don't want you to have doctors. Could also use a fetus pump.
Unpleasant side effects. And men with certain medical conditions should avoid these drugs altogether. Thankfully, there is a solution with a minimal side effect called GUINNESS. This treatment uses high-frequency, low-intensity sound waves to increase blood flow to the penis and daily cell and tissue repair.
I'll take my shot. I told you, I'm good for the next 18, 20 years. I'm dead. I like to keep doing what I'm doing. I'm good.
Although the men have started treatments to optimize their performance and keep things running in top shape, patients after treatments have enjoyed more intense workouts, closer relationships with their partner, increased confidence and vitality, and improve well-maintained sex life.
So go see if you find some pictures of this. This what is it? Thing that you just so fucking machine. Close it out. It's a sound wave machine.
Yeah.
And they pulsate sound waves through your dick. Yeah, look at the before and after. Maybe. I mean, that's fucking. Look what it does to your fucking. I'm gonna get it. Keep going. Go to about the top. And go to how it works. No,
You have to be the brain.
a lot of it is the brain. You think this is a fucking shill?
Yeah, I do. I've seen what
I want
works.
to see a picture of the machine.
I've seen what works, and I'm not buying it. I mean, I'm
Go back to about. It's weird, yeah. Sound wave.
yeah,
Anyways, you like
75% success rate.
high,
That's
go
not
back. High frequency, low intensity sound waves to improve blood flow in the penis, reduces microplaque, and stimulates the growth of new blood. So
why don't they do that for the heart?
So this guy Ben Greenfield said he does this once a year. He said it's making his dick huge.
Well, first of all, you know that's not true. You can't get inside. Then he's machine.
Really?
No,
I heard you.
cannot.
You heard there's also guys that do this shit called it's
Seminex,
funny how often I know all this.
Seminex for fucking more coming.
No, but
You heard of that too.
DHT is like the main
DMT?
DHT. Dihydrotestosterone.
I like DMT.
We gotta shut the operation down. So
The DHT is like the main compound in the body that's responsible for dick growth and hair loss. So there's these kids now that are on Reddit that are like trying to find DHT creams and they're rubbing it on their dick trying to make their dicks grow. Look, there's the gains wave. So they put this magic wand all over your dick and they use the sound waves to make it grow.
I don't buy it. Listen, I'll tell you a few things I don't buy. Listen, I have no hair. I went and got.
Look how happy he is.
Yeah, of course he is. He got paid. But the payday day. They took the picture when he was fucking broke. No,
what would you rather have? A bigger dick or,
I have a bigger
or
dick.
more money? Like money or dick size? What's more important?
Money.
Really? You have a small dick and fucking $10 million?
I don't mean that. I got a 7 inches by 6 inches.
Wow, congratulations.
Yeah, it's fat. And so I got pictures. Let me tell you what happened. I love this. Take your word for it. You're gonna love it. Yeah, you're homophobe. Let me tell you what happened. Okay. Hello. See, it's getting great.
I just watched a guy stick a needle in his dick for like 10 minutes with you.
Do you watch porn?
No.
Do you watch porn?
Sometimes.
So we're sitting there, and I go to California.
That's crazy about
NBC Live, the biggest show in California. It's a big show, like a variety show. Well, do you know Kirill is?
Yeah. Slut Whisperer guy?
Yeah, Kirill is he has the asshole.
Asshole live forever, yeah.
He's a friend of mine.
Oh, no shit.
Well, yeah, he fucking invites me out. This was on April 4th. Fuck you up. So on April 20th, April 20th was fun. National Marijuana Day. What 20th? Yeah, of course. So he hires us on the streets. I brought my whole team.
And I was never attracted to it as a kid.
So I brought my guys out there, and I'm going on all these shows,
Yeah, they're like, he like hangs out point.
I said, man, when it goes recently, he goes, yeah, come on. I said, whoa. And anyway, so we go there. So Kirill told me the party. It's on 420. It was a great fucking. And they had, we were doing Daniel Silver. He's a tattoo artist for stars. He killed it. He killed the guy. He killed his friend. McLaren was in McLaren. Yeah, I think it was in McLaren. I might know. Yeah, anyway, young kid, really nice kid. They thought he was drunk. He's all right. He's out. He's very cautious. But a nice respect. So at this party, I bring some of my friends. So I bring them, and then they also film stuff. I want you to pull something up. Can you pull something up? Pull up. Even though, don't put it on the screen. Pull up porn up. But don't put it on the screen. I just want to show you something. And I want everybody to listen to this name at home. Jane, pull up Jane Wilde. What are you doing? What are you doing?
Just Google Imager.
No, but I want to show you something.
All right, fuck it. We're gonna watch porn on the podcast.
Listen, I'm the breakthrough of you fucking folks. Okay. Go now. Put Jane Wilde.
He did. Okay. That's her.
Okay, no. Go to the one that's 31 minutes. It says it's like the whole thing. Yeah, right there. Okay, 31 minutes. It's like 10 scenes.
Oh my god!
Wait.
Ridiculous,
No. Look at the 31.
Her asshole is
right there.
Fucking twice the size of my face.
See that top 10? Nope. Right there. Open it. I see this.
Oh my god!
So get rid of that. Where do I show you something? Now scroll into the movie 2. Yeah, right there. A little more. Okay, a little more. She got the number one ass. Wait, she got
disgusting.
Listen, she got the number one ass in the world. So keep going.
You could drive a truck through her asshole.
Listen, I'm gonna show you something amazing. Keep going. A little bit. You can see these 2 black guys. I'm smoking weed out of her ass. Look now. Look at his face.
You got to put this up on.
Oh, is that Kirill right next to you?
Oh, Billy, my guy, Bill.
There's some sort of fucking bong in her asshole.
Yeah.
And the guy offers me coke, and I slapped his hand.
Now that video he's watching is
That's incredible.
Wait a minute, he's not done.
That's incredible.
So
All right, you can turn off the porn also.
this guy's mega.
Okay. She's still got the shit hanging out of her asshole.
Look at this. We didn't even know. Now look at this one. Look at that one.
I gotta act tough. You don't have to. All you do is you have to.
She's smoking a joint. She's on her hands and knees. She's smoking a joint, and she's got a bong hanging out of her butthole.
And I'm behind her smoking the bong.
And Larry's behind her hitting the bong that is inserted in her butthole.
That's California's legal.
On an American flag towel. That is the most American thing I've ever seen.
Now, he chose to look at his parties.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's fucking wild.
So he does this whole thing for me. And he had that. He had celebrity chef. I smoke weed. Yeah. You know, weed is the worst drug. What's your favorite drug? Acid.
And that's where a lot of young
Alien?
No. They watch too much television.
How often do you drink?
I don't even know. It depends. Depends on a concert. You know, drugs to me, again, I'm pro drug. Weed is the worst. I have a license, I have a medical. But it's the worst drug for me because I can't function. I just fucking want to sit and eat. That'll get me to fucking 80. I was 305. I love it. Get me weed. Holy fuck, I don't want to do any of it. I mean, you know what's pretty good drug? Ketamine. G. Maybe a G. Yeah, GHB. Yeah, that's pretty good. You know, certain drugs, DFD.
And it's a strip club.
That's great.
And it's
See the L
20.
There's apparently like L.
You know, it's really like that. You know what it's like? It's like ayahuasca. Ayahuasca.
Yeah, same thing.
Yeah, you know, it's kind of different. And it comes like a vape pen.
Right, I've heard that. Yeah, my buddy took hit it from the vape pen.
Yeah.
So if you hit it from a vape pen or if you smoke it, I heard it only lasts 10 minutes.
Maybe 2.
Ayahuasca.
Oh, that was I had a nephew.
What I'm saying is,
and you know, all of these drugs, again, when you let drugs in, you know, I had a guy who got a bad trip. He can get it, and I don't care. First of all, I won't be around people who are that's one of my big refusals. I don't be around I don't want to be around that. Don't fuck my goddamn. Listen, we all have issues. Look at mine, people, everybody else. I never. I was ready I said, so how people can have bad trips is they take this.
Well, they closed the case now. So I got him to
know it's going to end in 5 hours. It's not going to peak. It peaks at about 2 hours. And I got this.
See, I have a very low tolerance to that. So I could.
You say low, meaning you get high quick.
I get high quick.
You know that's good.
Absolutely. So like I have
a high one.
I can take like a quarter of a gum. Like I get these little square wheat gums. My wife uses one. And I use a quarter of one, and it fucking sends me. And I can sit there and I can be creative and I can start working.
Do you like edible?
I love edible.
I have an edible. I'll give you that will hot smoke edible smoke. What the fuck?
So they have to scout the yard.
No, it is rifle. 9 is the box. You ever heard of punch ball?
So they were two Chinese triads.
holy shit. I can't take it. If I take one now, first of all, edibles take a long time.
Yeah, about an hour, right?
No, me sometimes an hour and a half too. Just people's metabolism is different. And when it hits, there it is.
Look at that.
That's exactly what I got in there. That fucking shit.
You had these?
Yeah, that's 25 milligrams each. What? She did. They're 10.
Oh, that's not a lot.
No, they are. I have 25. No, the whole box. 925. Oh, see, I have 925s in the box.
Where do you get them?
If I tell you that, I gotta kill you. Okay. So, and
there's a button. Get it delivered. Delivered in
California. I love this fucking. But if I take one of them, I'm stoned the next day. I can't do it. I don't do it. I really don't do it. When I want to like go to bed or if I'm wound up, something's on my mind, I got the vape pen. My son is mega. We're actually looking into a brand to get our own. Because like my son is I mean, dad, you know what dad is? Did you know those motherships go? Yes, the price of it? A mother, you know what a mothership is? It's a bomb. Yeah, it's a bomb where they cook it, the glass thing, come in this case. How about 30, 40,000? Pull up a mothership. Just pull up mothership.
What do you call it? Mothership dab?
I don't know, just pull up mothership dab. I'll bet a price. Now watch, go down to an expensive one. Go to an expensive one and look at some of the prices. Go look at some prices. Oh, what happened? Oh, okay. Yeah, when he pulls it back, you're going to see the prices. They go, oh, wait, that's nothing. 11,500. You'll see a lot more than that. 40,000. Oh, no, $40. Oh, okay, yeah. But I don't dare. I mean, I dare. Oh my! He did that for me. I dare for me. Sublime.
Yeah.
That's right. No shit. I had him on my show. You want to talk about fucking success story? I love that. He's living in a van. Turns around, opens his safe, pulls out money, he says, go buy him a soap. You're going to buy me a soap? He said, yeah. I said, what do I do with the soap? And he didn't become then, he's young. He used to follow him, he used to love the band so much. And now he's the fucking lead singer. Did it 10 years fucking. I go to the concert. He's great. I take my RV, and we make, that's the mega RV. They have all their tour buses, you know? Look at that fucking bomb. You know, but what's that? How much that cost? 100 grand? Yeah, 100 grand.
Keep going down.
$100,000. You fucking
that's incredible. That's art. That's just pure fucking art.
I don't know. I'll smoke it out of the fucking rolling thing.
Yeah, I'll smoke it out of the fucking cocaine.
No, that's terrible. Now you're looking at crap.
I used to smoke weed at cocaine.
I know. We used to make them in fucking wood shop.
Yeah. No, that's like some.
Yeah, you see the prices though? The prices go. That was $100,000. Yeah. Matter of fact, they were in Washington and they invited me out.
Really?
Yeah, to go because maybe be a rep with them or something like that. Again, all these brands. I don't monetize YouTube. Not my YouTube. My main YouTube. So why don't you
you're allowed to.
Can't have
so because I'm advertising cigars,
and that one is that's my legacy. I did that for like 40 years. Anyway, you just tell him. He's looking at my cigar. My cigar really is good. I picked that one long time. Partner was the third largest crime squad. They were going to get Conor McGregor.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. They had meetings with him and I have a very good overseas. Leave the cigars in the third largest cigar in the world. 61 more for the matter of fact. I think I'm and I made the whole garage. That's a garage.
third next door.
You can't leave.
So they got the suite up where we are.
And I won't do it.
But at least it's RV.
Yeah, exactly.
God damn it, Mom.
I know, yeah. You know, she's good. Yeah. And if I try to move
I know what it's
her,
like.
and I try to move her, I won't. I mean, it's in my, they were there for me. You know, and the work was tough in my life, and I'm never going to let that down.
Is your mom the one, or was it both of your parents that got you to the Catholic Church?
I was both there. I mean, we just grew up there. Yeah. That nobody gets you into it. You grew up there. They go, you go. If you're a Christian, your parents go to a church, you go to it. Or if you're Jewish, you become Jewish. I mean, I'm non-religious, but you know, we got distracted early. Can you walk me through what happened in your Catholic? Yeah, I mean, you can read it's in the book. It's a tough thing, you know. The situation happened after the other kid had to leave, get my money. We like to do that. People give you money. In a wedding, it's a happy time. The guy comes back and throws you $100 even back then. Holy shit, man. You know, it's good. You know, and so I was in the back, and I was in the best of the back area where they changed and I fucking back there, and he comes up and says, how's things going? And I mean, he's tall. He gets down and leaves, and he's fucking my hands. I don't know what to do. You know, I mean, just sitting there. I don't know what to do. I barely can get off. I don't know what to say. I was 11 years old.
I just think away. You know, I get that's just saying to me.
And it's not good. Everybody thinks, oh, you know, that's, oh, you get loads. No,
you go at it when you have to.
And I didn't even know what this car was. You know, I wasn't even jacking off there. I think it was 12. But I really started a lot of bad stuff. A lot of psychology. It's triggering.
After that happened.
Now, let me explain that, you know, you think people are first of all, they'll say, "Oh, that's why you like sweet." No. First of all, I don't ever take. I take every negative that happens. I keep strapped down and pissed on. Straight to mom. I take that. I'm not a bitter man. I use that. Education. I had a judge tell me, a friend. It's Larry. You're one of the guys.
Was one of the top captains of the Donato family. So, Sonny out of the Humvee hits he had on that.
In fact, I have to show that whatever happens to us, whatever it is, I'm sure what it is, you have
guys, I mean, they all had, you know, 5, 6, 10, 15 hits under their belt.
But my program has the highest success rate, of course. And I look at it, I tell kids I think it's said
me and him against 3 guys.
Literally, of course. You fuck up and shoplift. You 35 shoplift makes sense. So what happens then is I tell a guy or whatever. Everybody you got to use that. Not many people got to use it. I mean, not everybody gets a DUI. So when you get a DUI, you think your life's over. I said, motherfucker, I got out of prison at 46 years old. 0 money. A convicted felon. 5 times convicted felon. And I had no money. My life started. I was 46 years old. I said, don't tell me you're over 25, 31, whatever the fuck you are. Because people don't find it out. People hit things differently. And you have to take whatever negative is. And you have them. I don't give a fuck what they like. And nobody needs to know. As long as you know. And I did that since the beginning, before my author got things out of me. That I used to take and say, you know, it's not me. Because I was old, and it's not. And, you know, what you like, you like it. You can say this happens. I think I was too young.
He was on his way to get killed. But the FBI picked it up on the wiretap, so they snatched him.
So I look at people who make, and everybody does. You just never got caught, maybe with a DUI, and they fucking escalated. There's people out there who need to hear what your situation is. If you had a bad situation in the county jail, you need to take those and not fuck this person. Educate others why you want to do that. And that's a big. I'm always a happy. Because you know how I was trying to turn literally. I lived in a closet.
Once their lawyers told me, he really is an undercover agent.
I was
So, Sonny Black gets a call. You gotta go to a sit down.
What you hate? When we were talking about hate, my cousin.
Sorry, walks into the motion
Fucking love my. I mean, I don't know.
He had a diamond ring. Takes off his diamond ring.
And she saved my life. So she saved my life. I was on the bus coming home.
Takes his money out of his pocket.
So what happened was
he just had his car keys. Puts him on the counter.
I used to live.
Says to the bartender, I just got called to a sit down. I'm probably not coming back.
I'm the kind of guy you don't want me to
the gangster.
And I did a lot of girlfriend.
This is how we found this out. Calls his girlfriend and tells her the same thing. So what happens is that
give me a boot of it. I gotta read this.
They find his body and everything.
And she says to me,
This girlfriend goes to the house. And she says, I like to have a meeting with Donnie Brasco.
If that man is that,
He said, because I got something to tell him that Sonny Black, she calls him Sonny, she calls him Sonny Black. She said that Sonny wanted me to give him a message. I said,
I looked at that and it made sense to me.
So I fired down 57.
And over time, I got it. I actually feel for him. If I was religious, I'd pray for him. But I mean, I feel for him. He must have a what? You know, correctional guards had 17 times higher suicide rate.
He goes into
7 one of the highest.
gives his ring.
Listen to what the
car keys to the bartender.
The Dalai Lama was, when asked what surprised him most about humanity, answered, man. Sorry, I'll start it again. You good? Okay. The Dalai Lama, when asked what surprised him most about humanity, answered, man. Because he sacrifices his health in order to make money. Then he sacrifices money to improve his health. Then he is so anxious about the future that he does not enjoy the present. The result being that he does not live in the present or the future. He lives as if he's never going to die.
That's crazy. How did that make you think?
I look at that, and that is why I said, I'm going to live my relationship, whatever it is to be the money. Nobody knows. And that's not more. Please. It is what it is. I'm okay with it. You know, just and when you get older, it's tougher for young people. I think 33 and 27. Yes, I'm actually going to do this. Business too.
Yeah, I mean, I see it in a lot of people I know, family members I know that have been wrong for holding sentiment for decades. And basically,
how you do that a lot.
I
ain't talking to my cousin. What over what? He didn't show up at my door twice.
When you do that, it's like the moment you learn that holding on to resentment and hatred for other people, they're not going to suffer. you're the only one that's going to suffer. You're the only one that's affected by that. So if somebody fucked you over 10 years ago or however long ago it was, you keep thinking about it and fucking saying, fuck
It's
that
eating
person.
you.
It's eating you, not them.
They don't even know you hate.
They don't fucking care at all.
They don't know you hate.
Right. The moment you can realize go.
Truly let go.
Right.
Not just say it. It took me a while. It would sneak back in me.
Yeah.
See somebody,
It's easier said than done.
To this day, I hear about it. They just did a hearing in the show on TV yesterday where these women won money because they were being raped by these guards, federal guards. And they just found out out of 29 female facilities, 17 facilities have guards. Yeah, it happens. Males or females, but it happens in males. So it's I the worst case I ever heard was these two guys cut this kid's anus. They cut his anus where the ways of in the report it said inmate a guy who works every day. I never pay it stuff that 6 months. Ever. You get up with the boots on or your shoes on. You don't know who you pissed off. So you're ready. And I'm in maximum. I'm not in a place. I'm in a place where it's still. Someone once said, look at that neighbor. I said, good. I live in my neighborhood. Everything is a fucking drug dealer. Fucking armed robber. I shoot people for all my life. That's the neighborhood I live in. So, what I told the kid, I got up before you use called chow. You're sitting around a stainless steel table. The guy walks into me. He worked in the medical.
That's the kind of guy he was, and I kind of get the older
transferred to the hospital. No emergency. He's not dead. And he's not going to die. I never saw him again. It's funny. I hear every girl is and I'm sure he was. And, it was funny. That's the fun. I touch under my fucking ball. And that's a great spot for whatever. In between.
Between your balls and your asshole?
Yeah, it's called the gooch. Gooch? I thought it was
cancer. Maybe it was, I don't know. He had cancer at the time while he's smoking.
And how do you know?
Because I watched a lot of Super Wild videos growing up.
What's
it's
we're different generations. You do know that, right? Oh, we're guaranteed. He's yours. You want him to say
it's a band. It's a group of friends that are Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Skateboard video, fucking around, doing crazy.
Oh, I'm sure.
And like fire, shitting on cars, shitting each other.
You mean kind of like jackass shit?
That's how it evolved. Jackass evolved out of it. So Spike Jones saw.
See, I have fucking rules. I only have 2 fucking rules. Really? I mean, live there. No blood. And no serious. I don't mean this. I won't be tied up at my own.
This wasn't CKY had nothing to do with sex.
Oh no, I'm just saying. No, I mean, like this. You got me disgusted when they said this shit on me. I think this is fucking disgusting.
One of the funny.
Don't even tell me.
He would go not on like so he would go to
fucking daddy stop. Please.
You just made me watch fucking dick videos for the last 10 minutes. I'm telling you a story about shit.
You have a problem. We need to try to get to your issue. Why would that even bother anybody? Hey, ask him. What's his name? Austin. Does that bother you? I mean, it's nothing. I mean, I think we've gotten so into this.
It's not bothered.
I mean, what's the big deal? You see a dick.
It's just like, I don't know, watching some guy fucking.
You watch a great video, but girl,
It's not.
coming out. You ever watch facial
It's
videos?
not so
You
much.
watch
It's not so
anal
much.
videos?
It's not so much the dick. It's watching a fucking guy sit there for 10 minutes, sitting and mutilating. That's
He's
not.
teaching you.
Yeah,
I mean,
so anyways, so this guy.
I never actually saw that one. But they have another one. They have another one with a animation with like a dildo.
Oh, okay.
You know, like a real life dildo, and they tell you where to put it. That's what, and it's about the vein. See, there's a
You don't want to
cavern.
hit the veins. Yeah.
No, and there's a
a lot.
cavernous in there. See, on the top of the penis, you got to go to the sides and near the base. It's cavernous. It's tubes that go up. And that opens it up. And then, and you know what closes it? Like, I've taken the shot. They give you a shot if you want it. Right. I do. I have both the RV. It's actually what it is, a Sudafed.
Oh, no way.
So it's the same active ingredient. In fact, you can go to a pharmacy and tell them 430 milligrams. They got to get them from the back of the counter. Right. But they don't care. Well, CK1.
So, anyways, those talking about shit. They don't think they actually shit on people. They have skits where they like fake shit on people. But like he walks up to a Starbucks, like a cafe, right? Where there's people sitting there having their coffee.
Or tell me squats.
No, he doesn't. He puts his ass. Well, first of all, he eats a bunch of fucking laxatives. And he puts his ass right up against the glass wall. They're sitting there drinking their coffee, and he just takes a liquid shit all over the glass.
You know, if I was that next guy, I'd go out and beat that motherfucker. I swear to God, if I was with a friend or his girlfriend, my wife, or anybody, or you and I sitting there, I'd say, hold on, fucking man. I will get up and I will beat his ass so bad he'll never fucking do a video again. I swear to God, I would. I swear to my children, I would have got up and and beat him so fucking bad. I would have stuffed his face and shit. And I just think I don't do that to other people.
Bam Margera, you heard of Bam Margera? No. He's a skateboarder, like prankster. He would.
I can see you were a skateboarder.
He would fuck. Yeah, he would fuck with his parents, especially his dad. So what he would do? They would film it. He would wake up in the middle of the night. He would walk into his parents' bedroom, sitting in their bed, and he would just pull his pants down and start kissing his dad's head while he's in bed. His dad wouldn't do anything. He'd be like, "God damn it, Bam!" And they're like,
"This is fucking real."
Yes.
This is real.
It's real. It's a video. You watch it. Download it.
I grew up in a different era. I'm not kidding you. I have.
That's like these videos are what inspired me to start making videos.
Yeah, but see that would never inspire. That would. You know what it is? I don't know. I come from a era, obviously the mob, respectful, but wild era. I know a lot of them out there, and I look at you. I respect everything. Danny, I respect 70, 60. I actually had a big thing in Washington, D.C.
It's odd for a movie star. Yeah, I mean, movie stars and I always have this wall up because I always feel like our family's going to talk to us.
What they would do is they'd go to a neighborhood,
I met a bunch
the
of
cops
them
would
that I
possibly
really
eat out.
Exactly. But when you meet one that's really there, it's amazing. Like you realize, oh, they're just human beings.
Very
Are in this very unnatural position where they're incredibly famous.
Anyway, so my program is
they're famous in a very weird way. They're famous for
and
protecting other people.
I was at
Acting in films. You know them so well.
I don't
As,
you see
fucking pirate.
talk the way I talk. At the end of it, that's what I I don't give a fuck. We have no cut, no edit. The mailman walks in. My mother walks in. Wait, the mailman's a star now. You should see he's fucking got really? Oh man, we got Jamaican guy from New York, black guy.
Yeah, I saw your video you just did about. I don't know if that was on your YouTube channel, or your podcast. You did a video talking about Brittany Griner thing.
Yeah. I just that. No, I was on my video.
That was cool. I didn't know. I learned a lot watching that actually.
A lot of people are loving that video.
I didn't know
About the other guy.
Other
6
people.
months.
No, there was like they released her and like a couple other people.
No, one other person. They deported one other person. That means like to get out of our country. We deport.
Well, at least he's free, right?
No, the other person was deported. You know, we have
from
people in
Russia.
INS. Right, I said we have people in INS that we deport or whatever. They deported. It wasn't a crime. They deported. So whatever.
The one that got me mad is there's a guy in there who, a teacher, who got 14 years hard labor. Hard labor, 14 years. And 6 months before
Mr.
Brittany Griner,
Aquarius.
in August of 2021,
How are
Brittany
you?
Griner was arrested in February of 2022. Now that guy got hard labor, 14 years.
I'm lovely, thank you.
Marijuana, 17 grams of marijuana.
Just one moment.
She had hashish. So it's like, it was half.
How was your day?
It was good. How was yours?
It was good, thank you. Are you ready for me?
Yeah, I'm on there.
All right.
Alright, there we go.
All right. Nice way to start off with a 9.
Right.
Perfect.
Good.
Very nice spare.
Thank you. Come on, Rabbi.
You're welcome. Give me it.
You can get that.
Invisible pin.
You should not that one there.
Yes, it should have it. Invisible pin got me. Wow, what a strike. She's on fire.
Yeah, we
I
did.
matched it.
Yes,
There you go.
yes, rise up. Yes.
Get another strike.
Well, come on, look at it. Rabbi, you got this. Okay, you gonna get it too. Nope, you got this. Come on, Rabbi, you got it.
For
Come on,
sure.
Rabbi, you got this. Come
No
on.
doubt, Mr. Aquarius.
Get it.
I'll take it. Got him. No doubt, no doubt. All right, Mr. Aquarius. Get it.
Yeah.
Oh, you got a bunch of them. Get these 2.
Let's see. Yeah. Come on, Rabbi, you got this.
Get it. That's what I'm talking about.
Come on. Come on. There you go. Come on, Rabbi.
Strike.
Let's go.
I'm going to get these 2. Baby. I'll take it. 87. That's right, Mr. Aquarius.
You almost there.
Yes, ma'am. I've got a strategy, a different strategy, that I just used in that game, and it seemed to do really well for me. Normally, I don't pull the ball back all the way. Like you, what you did is fine, but like, watch what I do. Let's see if this. Oh, well, never mind. It's your shot. Like basically, letting go further behind the line seems to make it go a lot faster. I could be wrong. But get it.
No, I don't know. I don't even know. Get it.
Boy, you've had some tough splits. No easy splits for you.
No. Oh, okay. Come on, Rabbi.
Oh, I missed it. Yeah, but no matter what strategy, if you're not going to hit the pin, it doesn't matter. Get it, Mr. Aquarius. Get it. Oh, beautiful. That was beautiful. Beautiful. There you go.
Yeah, good job.
Thank you. Oh.
It's all right. It's okay.
41, that's good. 41's really good. Get it. I don't know how you didn't get it.
It doesn't matter.
Oh, for sure. Oh, no. Not good. Look at it. I don't know how to get these. Get them. Okay, I got 2. I'll take it. All right, it all comes down to this, Miss Aquarius. Perfect. Perfect. You're going to get these 2. Then you're going to get a strike. And you're going to win. And if not, you still win. Get it. Okay, you got that. Now get a strike.
Nope. Okay. You got this. Come on.
Oh, get it. I got it. What a spare. What a spare, Miss Aquarius.
Good job. Good job. Yay.
I'll take it.
Yeah, you won.
Yes,
You
ma'am.
want to do one more to get the penalty?
Let's do it.
Come on, Rabbi.
Oh, look at this split. I don't even know what to do. Just get one? I guess that's all I could do.
Oh, Rabbi gets 200. Come on, Rabbi.
No doubt, Miss Aquarius.
Yay! Come on, you got this one.
Easy peasy. Oh no, Miss Aquarius. Getting cocky.
That's okay. Come on, Rabbi.
No doubt.
You got this.
They should just give it to me. Strike. Got it.
Yes.
Yes is right. We're going for our 200th win. Big time. Nice.
Rabbi. Now, I don't have nothing for you. It's okay. Go ahead. I'm going to get it.
Get it. Get it.
All right, Rabbi. You got this. Come on.
Get it. Get it. Invisible. Bull.
Yay! Three got that.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yay!
Woo, woo. Woo, woo. All right, Miss Aquarius.
Yay!
Absolutely. You'll get it tomorrow.
Okay, you win, I win.
You win, I win.
Tomorrow, I got 80 wins, and you got the 200. Yay!
Yay, it's
Good
right.
job.
Thank you. Sweet dreams, Miss
See
Aquarius.
you tomorrow. Sweet dreams. See you tomorrow.
Excellent. God willing, we'll see you.
See ya.
I'll tell you a funny story. Do you know Vanessa? This is when, excuse me, well, I mean, I met Johnny. He was first going out with Kate Moss. And they all love my wife. So, then he was, one day he calls me and he says, hey, I'm going to be at Joe's Stone Crab. I'm going to be in Miami. He said, meet us at Joe's Stone Crab. It's okay. So, me and my wife go down there, and there's Johnny, his father's a great guy. You know his father? His father's a great guy, too. Really good guy. And I had met his father, Tony Shorty, in the movie and everything, right? We hung out. So, he introduced us to Vanessa, right? You know who she is, right? His ex. Who's Vanessa? DC, she's the French singer. That's the one who his kids are by. Yes. Yeah. So, now, my wife, when she ate, she would not touch anything. She had to eat with a knife and fork, a real Monagan, right? Irish. So, you're at Joe's Stone Crab. What are you going to do? You're going to break it and touch it. So, Vanessa said, you don't like them. She said, I like them, but I don't like to touch them. She broke all the claws, everything, took all the meat out. So my wife could eat it. I would say, only you could do that. Only you could get somebody to, But how long did you know him before he played you? I didn't. You didn't know him at all? No. I mean, how'd you get to meet him before he played you? I mean, yeah, we met. I guess we met maybe 3 or 4 months before we started shooting. Kind of talked to him. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I spent time with him. And what's amazing about him, Joe was in. He's like a sponge. Like we would just go out, go to dinner, go to lunch, hang out. And the next thing you know, he's talking like me. He has the same rhythms. Every once in a while I clear my throat. He's clear. He's walking. We were on set one day, and my mother happened to be on set. And Johnny's walking away, and she's calling me. Because the way he had that little tip, I mean, he's just amazing, you know. And he doesn't like prod you about stuff. He just absorbs it. Yeah. He's something. But I stayed in touch. I stayed friends with Chrissy, his sister. I'm saying the whole family, basically.
How strange was it to watch the finished product, to watch this version of your life, of your story?
Yeah, it was. You know what now? For you and your audiences, I just want you to know in that movie, I never slapped my wife in real life.
Why'd they have that in?
Ask the director.
Those motherfuckers.
Because that wasn't in the script.
Oh, Jesus.
Ask the director. I went bullshit. You know, it's funny because Johnny used to pick me up every morning to go to work. Right? And he's the kind of guy, I think kind of guy. We stopped at a bodega and he'd run in and get the coffee and hard rolls. I said, I'll go in. I mean, you know, to get to just a regular guy. And that day was kind of like, wasn't himself on the right end. And then I saw them rehearsing that scene. I'm a ballistic, man. I'm a ballistic. You know, the director's the captain of that shit, you know.
They always have to do something like that. Yeah, they always have to do some bullshit that didn't really happen. It drives me nuts.
Yeah,
so, how, after the case is closed, what is life like for you? Like, how do you, I mean, you have to be worried about your life.
Yeah, well, what happened is once they found out that the commission put a $500,000 contract on me, and the New York office of the FBI went to every boss and told them they better not think of, you know, trying to cash in on it, you know. So, I was working out of Washington, out of Quantico. Families moved. I think we got like 5 or 6 moves since then, you know, trying to back everything. The Bureau was good about that. But you know, what's in the back of your mind is not legitimate gangster. You know, it's some cowboy that thinks, hey, you know, there's nothing Brasco, you know, might take him out which, and I don't think anybody was going to pay anybody $500,000. You think the mob is, they don't use their own money for, you know, for squat, so, yeah, but that's the only thing that you worry about is, you know, some cowboy, you know.
How long was it before you started worrying about stuff?
Well, you never really do. I mean, you know,
even to this day.
Yeah, you know. Because there's always somebody that thinks they're, you know, they're going to be famous about doing something. I mean, you know that. So, but it was more prevalent back in the day. You know, most of my guys now I don't know any of them that are alive, actually.
Did you keep in touch with any of those guys?
No. My whole thing in Undercover Joe was I never arrested anybody that I worked against. My whole thing was I did the undercover. You make the arrest, I'll see him in court.
ever became an F1.
Really?
Never.
Wow.
One of the prosecutors in Milwaukee, he said, I think we should go talk to Rogerio. I said, you fucking crazy. I said, you walk in here and mention my name, you'll go crazy. He said, exactly what happened. Exactly what happened. Yeah. He did 15. He did 15. Never cracked. The only reason they let him out was he found out he had, I don't know if it was gum cancer or whatever. And then he had one lung taken out. And then he had cancer in the other lung. So he had like 3 or 4 months of it. So he was such a pain in the ass. And then for the Department of Corrections that they let him out. He died at home. Yeah. Wow. But he didn't crack. Of course, Sonny had a shot. He said, no, none of them. No.
They tried to turn all of them out.
Yeah. They all went to the camp. They all did like 15, 20 years. Wild. Wild is right. I mean, now, as soon as they put the last click on the handcuffs, they all want to talk. Right? Yeah, now. Yeah. I mean, they all got hits under their belt, but as soon as they put those cuffs on, some of the guys that do their time, eventually they turned up, and those guys became snitches.
What do you think happened to the culture when these guys started snitching?
They didn't want to do the time. I mean, some of them did time, some did 7, 8 years, But then I think when they kept getting beat over the head, they figured, what good is it? You know what? The culture of the mob has changed too. I found near the end, these guys said to the old timers, this was like their life. They were really committed to it. It was the younger guys. It's a me generation, just like normal citizens. They want it now. They don't want it. I mean, I don't know. Like the old timers, they could cultivate politicians. They could cultivate law enforcement. These guys today, that they can't cultivate politicians and judges like the old timers did. And trucks is a big downfall of them because now the guys some of them start using it.
But it's also, you can't keep secrets anymore.
No. There's only secrets when guy's alive.
Yeah, especially with cell phones, internet.
Yeah.
Surveillance is so easy now. Everything you do is surveilled. Every phone call you
on camera all day long. I read somewhere where the average individual is on the camera over 500 times a day. Just walking around. Wherever you go.
And then your phone's listening to everything. Yeah, everybody has a phone.
Everybody. Today, and that's what's tough and undercover today is building your legend because it's hard to do 100% backstop it.
Right.
How can you with the internet?
Right. Also, Google image search. Put your face up there. Oh, that's not that.
Exactly. So I don't know. I mean,
how much of the mob even exists now?
It's still there, but they don't control what they did. They don't control every label. When I was in it, they controlled everything. I mean, they controlled unions. They controlled every bit of
Vegas.
They controlled every bit of commodity that ran. In fact, when I was in it, they still had the skim out of Vegas. And Bellistreri had offered me, with Lefty, he had offered me the job of running the skip from there to Kansas City. Wow. Yeah. I mean, it's that I was with the Bananos, and that was before the thing went south. That's so crazy. Because it's that deep. Yeah. Well, you were the deepest that anybody had ever infiltrated the mark. Yeah. And everybody else that went in, they had an informant. I had no informant. You just made your way in slowly. Yeah. Wow. And I wasn't a mark. Where I didn't have all this money. Right. You know what I mean? Right. Where they can exploit you. Yeah. Right. So, yeah. Crazy life, Joe. Yeah, it was. When you look back on it now, does it seem real? It must seem insane. Well, sometimes I think, I can't believe I did that. Right. That's what I mean. Yeah. And then other times, I say, as deep as I got, I could have done more. Like how? Well, I mean, if I would have got paid. Right. Do you wish they had gotten you paid? Only because I had spent so much time. I spent 6 years. And then to cap it off with getting inducted. And not only that, they get a feather in the cap of the FBI. Right. Yeah. The mafia inducted one of our own. That would really kick their ass. Yeah. But, it's funny that you think back and that's the thing that you wish. It's kind of crazy. Yeah, but still, I mean, it's like, it's the ultimate fuck you. Yeah, right. Yeah.
Pass, you're going to test this with the baby. Everybody's saying that you admitted to that. Yeah. Whatever, it doesn't matter.
It's one of those cartridges, they smell.
My point is, it wasn't much of a hash or whatever. It doesn't matter. They're real. The drug money. But why get her out without getting paid? He was there longer just because he's a teacher and she's a fucking basketball player or a lesbian basketball player. I have nothing against anybody. I have zero prejudice. If there's one thing I don't have, it's zero prejudice. I just don't. I grew up with my parents. That's the best gift they ever gave.
So they let Fogel out? They deported him?
No.
So where's Mark Fogel now?
Mark Fogel's in prison in hard labor.
Still there.
6 months before the teacher,
American Mark Fogel is an American teacher who is being detained in Russia under similar circumstances to Mr. Reiner. Mr. Fogel suffers from severe medical conditions and his family fears he will not survive his 14-year sentence in a hard labor camp. The Biden administration and the nation cannot forget about Mark. Like Ms. Reiner and others, Mark deserves to see.
He should have been free before her. Now keep going. I think you'll read it. Maybe it'll be wrong. No, you got to go to the case itself. You got to read about the guy.
I know about Victor Booth.
Yeah, but no, Victor Booth was conspiracy. I don't believe in conspiracy.
I think Victor Booth was just a gun runner, just like all the other gun runners. He was just trying to make money.
Exactly.
Those people are going to get those weapons.
Absolutely. And you know what? They vilified him to the biggest degree. This is what the country does. They did it to fucking Manuel Noriega. They did it to Manuel Noriega.
Right.
And they made him a drug dealer. They go to Panama, pick him up, put him in prison.
Yeah, just because he was supplying guns to.
What did we do in Iran Contra? What did we do? Why didn't they come and get Reagan?
Exactly. Yeah.
Because we're the big bully on the block.
Right.
But anyway, with that case, I did a video on that case.
They made Victor Booth was that movie Lord of War was based off him, right? Nick Cage was supposed to be Victor Booth.
Yes, exactly.
Right.
Do you know Rude Jude is?
I've heard that.
Fucking great. We become real close friends.
It's kind of crazy.
I mean, Rude Jude is a Sirius XM. He's got a big show. He was the star. He's 10 years older than he's 45. He's been on Sirius 20 years. He's like very big on Sirius.
Like I said before, the only thing that's changed not to cover
4 to 7 at night on Sirius XM 45. Shade.
Nothing else has changed.
XM Shade, whatever. Eminem's channel.
Right.
So,
Shit the same way. Especially if someone has any
and I love him, and I said, no, we were talking about that. He was talking about it because he texted me last night.
Yeah. I mean, everybody's kind of ratted on themselves.
He knows I do big things that rattle. Of course, you know, I love the shit I do. That's why the YouTube channel, the real deal YouTube channel, I don't work.
No, I just wanted
I don't
to
work.
make sure
I
you
got
covered everything.
sponsors. Show. I don't
I
care
just
about
wanted to,
the monetization there. Now the other one at 1.5, 1.4%.
The crazy thing about the whole Brittany Griner thing, the most fucked up thing.
We were all over the place because it was something cool.
Everyone, yeah, we've been all over the place.
I'm always like that.
The thing with her is that, as a lot of people have pointed out already, is that we went to such a crazy length, such a crazy degree to get her back from Russia for a weed charge. Yet we have tens of thousands of people locked up in the United States for weed charge.
Absolutely. Not only
sitting
that,
in prison right now.
100%. I was on. He had a life sentence. He got out after 27 years. Randy Lanier is was the biggest, one of the biggest pop dealers in the world. They did a movie about him. You got to watch it. You should watch it on Netflix. And he ended up becoming Rookie of the Year. He's funded his whole fucking IndyCar team with pop. He was from South Florida. Didn't know. He just started.
Just like the speedboat races in Miami.
Right, he knew them all. Right. So, yeah, that's Randy right there. And he was on my show, but him and I were in the same prisons. Not together. It was funny.
Oh, I've seen this guy.
So Randy and I were in the same prison. We know the same exact people. So I did a show with him, and there were a bunch of people there. Because I have a couch in my cell, like you do, with big, and people could come and watch. We have sometimes fans.
Get people fucking in the background while you're recording the podcast.
Nah, I don't let them do it. They can jerk off. So they'll come watch us. We even have a mic at the couch. Oh, nice. But so we had a lot of people. People said, "You know, great." He said, "You and him start from prison. You two were fucking like two guys just talking about old friends. You guys forgot the mics were there. You fucking did everything. Yeah, bullshit. And we did, you know. And
why was that? Why is that? How are you really?
Because we know the same people. Same environment. We know. We talk about doing acid in prison. I used to do a lot of acid in prison. That's why I flew out of the prison. So he tells the whole story on my podcast how he did 10 hits or 12 by accident, and he won't do it again.
How many years total did you do in prison?
11. My sentence was 4. Not consecutive.
Would you say there was any good you got out of it? Was there any benefit, anything that you got out of that 12 years that benefited you, that made you better?
Oh, absolutely. Patience. Yeah. I mean, I did the law. I got a law degree. But I'm a paralegal. I can't be a lawyer. I haven't read it. I did law. It was very good. Sued the government. So people look at that case up there. Fucking Larry. I sued the Attorney General. Because he's ultimate. Anyway, I was very good at what the CFO. But anyway, patience. Because I was in the hole. I'm filing lawsuits. You have to wait. And they wait until you get it in and go back. So you learn patience to the spouses. I think they met that as a study so much that you know get started after. That's awesome. You know, and this is a great conference, like I said, and months. We used to do it with shepherdizing the law, matching case for case and where they love each other. So back when I did it, shepherdizing the words, you had to do it for him.
What a crazy life you got. Thank you. I'm really excited.
Today, you know, so there's a big difference. And I love the work. I always had a, even when I was and you know, as I get older,
Those are one of the best Joe Rogans I've ever heard. And I've heard like 2,000 of them. Really? Why? Joe, shut the fuck up and just let this motherfucker talk, and he's fascinating. Well, you have to hear about cold plunges and bullshit.
Man, this shit. Any one kid going to baseball house.
Joe Rogan Podcast, Chickadoo.
All these kids. I asked them.
Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night. All day.
The superintendent, the principal, I guess, was on the call. I didn't know. But we had them film themselves. Man. So, I'm joking. I fall into this. I would just take it. So I looked at the school, all the everything. Yeah, I took it. So joking around, I said, all right, we're ready for the show. I said, you know, when your superintendent comes on, I'm going to yell at him about this truancy shit, you know. Principal mentioned something to this lady. I'm worried about it. Anyway, please fuck you. You know, I look at that shit, though. When I speak to him, or anyone, I tell him, you get me. Don't ask me to fucking not hurt or do something. I respect everyone. Totally respect. And do I use the word fuck? Yes, I actually sometimes use it on purpose. I mean, I've been in Congress, I never used the word once, but I do use it sometimes to highlight that, especially when cases back when I first got out of prison. I talked to a kid, that's how the whole program started, and I sat down with the kid, my dad is a bro, I didn't hold this way, bro, and he's trying to guide me, fucking takes me, so he's giving me the fucking name. I really enjoyed that. 16-year-old smoking weed.
Trevor's a unique guy. Yeah, all of those guys are pretty unique.
Let me talk.
He makes the best fucking MMA gloves that have ever been made, and the UFC should have bought them out a long time ago.
And so what I do is, yeah, the East Coast,
they should have just made some sort of a deal with you local selling. They should make petitions. Just give the athletes the best gloves.
you just don't realize that. Still got that fucking walk, the fucking guys. I walked up to him. This is how I am. You told your father that fucking kid. You see what the fuck I just did.
He's always like doing something, so he's always like making shit.
Fucking 2 hours.
With a smile, every single morning.
Then I went out. Then I was talking to you. Sometimes I just I don't know. I just I bring my programs then I bring them on. Right? So the programs don't fall apart. My life, what kids really like. I suppose to see what's really and then the last one is really not a few times, and the kids are you can go out. I don't care. You don't want to go say, man, I ain't getting you back up. But you know, I've had the drugs in the car gets lit up, the guy's got the drugs, there's the super car, guy driving in wrong, taps the pedal to the car, yeah, he's got a car ready, nobody. Yeah, okay. So, anyway, I tell kids, don't kill Here we go. You call your mother, your father, your I'm betting money. Don't say a word. You don't say who they are. You don't want to rat in their shit. You know what? I do that all the time. And I have to form I love that. One time, man, I had a guy teach me the other day. He was on here. He said he was driving 52 from Oregon to LA. He got pulled over on the highway. He got you guys are doing. No, and a couple of fucking pounds of weed, pounds, bail, Jesus, coke. 2.2, it was 50 something, 50 bricks. That's 50 bricks. And he was driving back, and the cops pulled him over. And said, what are you doing? Officer, I'm at because he already had a sticker on the back of his car for the Marine. Where are you going, sir? Where are you stationed? What's your, whatever? MOS. I'm on my way to the list right now, sir. Good luck, soldier. Just lie like you're fucking the Marines and you're going to the list. Hang on, just hold that dog. Okay. Hey, what Will says, really? Oh, okay, shut him down. We're back right now. Back or something. Pissing and jerking off. No, I was going to go in the bathroom to fuck with you. I told fucking horse I should go in whip out my fucking dick. You're paranoid about shit. I'm not paranoid about shit. All right, not paranoid. Oh, yeah, I heard a story. So you fucking smuggled like a knife in your ass? Oh, yeah, I did that for funny video. Anybody wants to pull this up? Austin, right? Austin, pull up, just Google Brooke Baldwin. I was on Jimmy Fallon. You were on Jimmy Fallon? Yeah, not shitting me. And he says, he plays this clip for you. Watch your face. You gotta open it up. Watch your face. Yeah. Watch it. It is fucking hilarious. I know Brooke. She's a good girl. And it's pretty easy, Brooke, to get like even a saw blade through security checks and stuff of that nature.
How is it easy to get a saw through a maximum security check?
Well, it depends on the size of the saw. But if it's a saw blade, say this long, and you're going to get it through, there's something called, and I'm going to show your audience, it's called spacing something. It's actually hiding something in the rectum. And it's not like you stick a saw blade there. You actually take a toothbrush holder,
and they put a saw blade in the toothbrush holder, and they insert it there. And you can get through 3 metal detectors. It happens quite often. I mean, your metal detector would go off, but then when it goes off, the guards will strip search you, and they don't find anything. They don't know if you have a bullet in you or a knee, and the lines are backing up, and they let you go through. Rude Jude and All Out Show. Look at it. What does that say? Rude Jude and All Out Show join Larry. What? Oh, yeah. I did it on my idea on the road.
So when they strip search you, don't they check your asshole?
Yeah,
Don't they jam a finger
no,
up there?
No.
That's called tapping. So they don't do the tapping.
How they do it is they suspect you have something to put you in the They'll make you stay in a cell with no water, nothing, concrete, nothing. Make you shit like they think you swallowed something, like balloons of drugs. They'll bring you in the drug cell. You shit in a bucket. And I've seen guys like me. I would never do that. I would never put somebody in that. I mean, they do it with us. I can't believe
When did they?
I was in prison when we started. Yes, so it had to be about, I got on 07, so it was,
what was the reason? What was their logic?
Health, and it was the stupidest fucking thing in the world because they don't feed you right, they don't feed you any medical, they don't give a fuck. You know, don't even get fucking crazy. That's pretty good.
So I
memory, pretty decent memory.
I'm in prison. I'm 99%.
Did you smoke cigarettes? I never
smoked.
Did you know I never smoked a cigarette in my life? Really? Not once. And I smoked cigarettes. My grandfather was optional bullshit. Made my brother and I sit down, smoke. Brother Pete fella, was smoking 40.
I smoke cigars 41 only when I'm playing golf.
Always. I have to have cigars out there. That's a good cigar. And when I say, I mean, that's a $10, $10.50 cigar. You sell them for $2.10 a box. Yeah. One box is $2.10, one box is $2.20, the other is $2.40, and they're going. Yeah, and but the cigars, but the cigars, I'm not just saying that. Everybody's like aficionado. And I've been smoking for 20. I knew what I liked. What a process this is. You fucking, they come. I'm going to leave it. I only do a CEO, COO, big guy. Great guy. Corey is the CEO, and then Fidel is the second in charge, and then you got Bernie and Albert. So great guy. So they got a lounge in the headquarters. They got a 40,000 square foot headquarters in Miami. Next year, they're moving to 70,000 square feet. Yeah, it's largest company in the world. So anyway, we're sitting in the lounge. Whenever we go there, meetings go on, all cigars are all on. And it's not, it's like lounge. You're like in a lounge. And we have and we get things done. You know what I mean? We got away with it. Oh, it'd be great. What about that? Leave that open.
Don't they make some shit?
No, I have it. I smoke in my open.
Don't they make some sort of contraption that is connected to your AC that like
they have them independent?
The smoke from going
They're
around.
smoke eaters. I have one of my own.
What's the sort of smoke eater?
No, mine costs $500. But it's a
I need to get some of that so we can start.
yeah. So you have the first one. Is an egg. What did you get?
It was a hot fucking. Yeah, there's people that work in this building. If I start smoking cigars, you're gonna start choking down cigars.
If you put a fan right there, heading that way, the door opens,
then I got noise. You got a fucking audio show with a fan blowing.
Sometimes, you know, when I do my show from the RV, it's different. You know, I always try to do little things. I did a video that's going out, what's today? Wednesday? I got a video going out tomorrow on the guy, do you know NW3 Melly? The rapper, in Fort Lauderdale's in custody for killing two friends. And it's basically anyway, and I did a video about that. But I did the video in a different room.
I like to do things like that. I like to try to change things, and I think I got to do more of it. That's why I don't mind traveling. I got my camera in my car. I mean, the RV. I might do a video on the way home. I'll fucking see something I like. You gotta come on my show.
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah.
I love.
Do you ever come to the East Coast?
I grew up going to the East Coast.
Surfer? Were you a surfer?
Yeah. I skipped school when I was in high school. I would skip minimum 2 days a week to go over to Melbourne.
You know, that's the
My
surfing
uncle-
capital of the United States.
Oh yeah, because Slater's from, right? Okay. My uncle lives in Vera, which is right over the bridge from Sebastian Inlet. So I would well, literally Vera. I would go.
They must have money.
Surfing Sebastian Inlet.
They had money.
No, they live in like the. Really? Nah, Vera's kind of like a weird, like bumfuck town.
I deal with it. A lot of money.
Okay. Well, I don't know if they have money now. They have a nice house.
I'm saying Vera's a money. It's around
Right.
Richard. So is like Jupiter.
Right. Definitely Jupiter. But like Wabasso and Sebastian Inlet, I spent like most of my high school.
Fucking right where we are. I just was on a motorcycle. A buddy of mine has 6 motorcycles. So I was sitting on a 1900cc. That's a fucking huge bike. And I never had a 19. I had a Harley, a Honda. But anyway, I get on a bike. I got such a backlash from fucking community. But I don't give a fuck about this one. Why would you wear a helmet? You know, you're supposed to be a role model. I said, fuck you. What are you talking about, role model? And then they saw me drinking at a bar. I said, first of all, let me explain something. You don't know how videos are made where we did certain things. Yeah. I said, so don't look at that like it was. Right. And a lot of people got it. Said, most people said, fuck it, Larry, do what you want. Have fun. You deserve it. But, I mean, some of the people about the helmet shit, I said, who am I hurting with that helmet? Me. I died. Fuck, nothing to do with you.
Right.
And I'll tell you what.
You got someone riding. Let's get a bitch on the back.
Well, but let her wear a helmet.
Well, actually, it's not even going to fucking.
No.
Yeah, you're right. It only affects you.
Absolutely, man. You know, personal choice, I'm big. Again, I'm a libertarian. And after all the bullshit, and they're all bullshit, but the least they're the most police. There's more fiscus, and everything else gets the government out of it. Listen, what I do behind my own door, don't fucking watch me. Don't come in my house. Don't fucking do shit. Don't tell me you too many fucking laws. You know, people say, what would you do? I said, should we make a law? No more fucking laws. How about rescind some of this shit and then go to common sense? Yeah. You know, there's laws you can't get a blowjob. Did you know that? Are you fucking kidding me?
There used to be laws where you couldn't get a lap dance.
Right, or sodomy law. That's just crazy. Oh, yeah, I got something for you.
Yeah. Oh, they cut it. I already did this.
Oh, no, you gotta cut it nice. You know, this is a $250 cut.
I'm gonna cut this one.
This is a $250.
What? How the fuck?
It's a JT pop. Watch out, cut that. Yeah, you cut that right. You can cut that right through the paper. And leave it in the paper.
Oh, really? Right through the.
Well, that one, yeah, that cutter.
How much you cut that?
You just a little tip. Yep, that's it. That's the cap. That's it. I stole it.
Did you steal it from?
One of the guys that I told him. Well, we were at an event and he's cut. He's running around, roll on. I go home with it. So I'm talking to my brother, the cigar Ben, my co-host. We had this cigar Ben. And I said, hey, that's a JT pot. I said, what is it like? 250? $300? I said, really? Idiot. It was a shitty word I might have given you.
That's funny hearing you talking about. I was listening to, speaking of politics, I was listening to that interview they just did with Victor Boot in Russia. I guess
they did? Who did it?
He just went on RT, and it was a girl that was.
What's RT? Is it a channel?
It's like a Russian media.
Can I get another one?
Yeah.
You got water? Yeah, I see a Lion Liquid Death Water. This is a first. I just get fucking bottled water from Winn-Dixie. What I'm gonna do is get my own. I'm gonna get my own water. What I'm gonna do is get my own water with my own label.
But the plastics will fuck you up. Plastic's bad for the environment.
It is. There's no question.
All the recycling, it's bullshit. It's all bullshit. It all goes to landfills. And
Total
you don't
bullshit.
get the phthalates that make your fucking taint small, like from the plastic.
From your taint small?
Yeah, you don't know that? The phthalates in plastics.
Wait. Now your taint is the spot between your balls.
Yeah, it's like inside.
You said go.
The gooch.
I said taint.
Taint is like the actual. There's an actual like organ or something. I guess it's an organ. It's called the taint. That's like in there.
Really?
But that area, that little like.
Well,
gap,
I know because I tell you, I touch under there, and sometimes I have bad memories. And other times I look at my fucking taint. And I'm
so
loving this
our
shit.
taints are getting smaller. Our taints and our.
What do you
dicks
mean?
are
Do you
getting
mean our dicks getting closer to our ass?
Exactly. Because of
are you getting this,
bro?
You're great,
I
man.
swear to God, it's real. Dr.
Oh
Shauna.
man, Austin, what's up, fucking? He's crazy. I love it.
No bullshit. Dr. Shanna Swan. She wrote a book about this shit, about phthalates and shit like from plastic bottled waters getting into our blood, and
I agree.
over thousands of years, it's made our taints shrink.
What do you think about climate change?
What do I think?
Yeah, what do you think about or the environment and all that kind of stuff? Where do you stand?
Well,
what is your political theory? Your
climate change is a super complicated topic. I think that
I'm gonna know where you're from.
Human beings are 100% affecting the climate, and also for hundreds of thousands of years, the climate has gone way up and way down. From the Ice Age from like the 12,600 years ago, the Younger Dryas Cataclysm. We've gone from freezing cold temperatures to temperatures to where if you fucking went outside, you would literally be toasted.
You'd be melting.
Yeah, you'd be melting. So there's been a crazy history throughout our planet of extreme changes in the climate.
I agree.
Do I think?
So why are we going crazy? Is it all politics?
I think it's all politics. It's all money. It's all money and politics and industry. Yeah, absolutely.
Ocasio-Cortez talking about cows farting.
That's real. It's burps. Cow burps.
Okay, they don't mean shit.
Yeah, I don't know how much it means, but I know it definitely affects something.
I can only think one thing. When I was younger, I remember very clearly. There was 180 million. Now there's 370. Yeah, that is what it's about. When I was young again, there were 3 billion people in the world. And you know how many people in the world now? 7 somewhat billion. So I just think it's a numbers game. I don't know what natural.
Did you know you could fit all 7 billion people in the city of Los Angeles with your shoulders?
Oh, I believe that. Sure, it's huge. And you know, I fly a lot.
Right.
Go over this fucking country, man. It's fucking
nothing.
There's so much land.
There's so much nothing.
Everything's like right here.
Yeah.
You know, it's a little fucking
it's crazy.
But and climate change to me is the biggest bullshit. And people, don't you care about your future, your kids? So shut the fuck up. Here's why. What I do and you do means absolutely nothing. China and India with 2.7 billion people. 2.7 billion. Against the United States, 7 billion. If they don't do anything, it doesn't mean shit. It's like spitting into the fucking hurricane fucking and it doesn't mean something. And I don't know, you know, where we're at. Here's my take on it. And I agree with the bottoms. That means nothing. It's not. I do not personally recycle. And I'll tell you why. They want me to put my fucking shit. They want you to wash. This is what they fucking give you a letter. You're supposed to wash your trash. Put this in this thing. Now I'm working for the fucking garbage company?
Right. They want you to pay
what the fuck? And then they just raise the rates? You gotta be fucking.
Find the stats on recycled plastic and where it goes.
You know, Mr. Beast. I give him a lot of credit. You ever see what he does with cleaning up beaches and shit?
No, I don't hear a lot
gotta
of things.
see fucking his videos.
I've watched a few of his videos. I've never seen that one.
Yeah, he's got good videos. He got a video because the beach cleanups all the time. Fucking get massive amounts of people out there. They show it from the start and all this shit. Oh man, you know. Good. But you know what happened? There's a fucking 1,000 ships right now dumping trash.
Of the 40 million tons of plastic waste generated in the U.S. in 2021, only 5 to 6%, or about 2 million tons, was recycled.
40 million.
But recycle, like, what happens to it after it's recycled?
You know, all of that stuff. Like, you know, obviously they can make
I
it
heard-
again.
Oh wait, what did it say? Throw that back up again.
Plus the cost is just, you know,
40 million tons generated waste. Oh wait,
there you go.
Am I not reading
No,
this right?
36% of all plastic products is used to create packaging.
So
85% of which ends up in a landfill. Wow.
Okay, 85% of recycled plastic ends up in the fucking landfill.
See, don't start with the fossil fuel. It's made with fossil fuel. You know, everything's made. You know, they're talking about batteries.
Fossil fuel, we got to evolve past fossil fuel.
You know, you could do it all you want, but you know, if you know how you make batteries? You need
batteries
fucking
are
gas.
just as bad,
right?
And what are you gonna do? What do you do with them when they're done?
Absolutely, and they only have a 10-year shelf life.
Yeah. So like nuclear is the next big thing.
I agree.
Nuclear
Did
energy.
you hear what the science guy,
Bill Nye?
Bill Nye just said on TV the other
I
day?
was joking. I didn't know you were actually talking about
Yeah, Bill Nye.
No, what did he say?
They just United States just had a big breakthrough about fusion and how they made fusion into energy. And he said it was one of the biggest things that ever happened. Fusion into energy. Yeah, whatever the fuck. It was on the national news. You know, and I go, oh shit, what's he doing? I like him and I like Neil deGrasse Tyson. Yeah, I like them both. You know, because they had, you know, because I hate science. I'm a history guy. Yeah.
Oh, this is Bill Nye. We can't play these CNN videos. We're gonna get fucking.
Why?
Because YouTube's gonna flag us for using copyrighted shit. Go ahead, fuck it.
Under 20 seconds, you can't. Under 20 seconds, you can win. I win them all the time. Really? Yep. You say it's called fair use under even maybe 30 seconds.
That for the first time ever,
Full screen it.
researchers have been able to create energy from a fusion reaction. Now, Laura, I could explain all of this in great detail, of course, but basically, it's a giant step towards a clean energy future without dependence on fossil fuels.
Enough said. It's energy. That's all you need. But you know, when the Department of Energy is expected to officially announce the
Should have passed
in
this.
just a few hours. But
Okay.
There he is.
It's quick. And so, it's the first time, by all accounts, they've got more heat out than they put in. And it's amazing. And as far as I know in the reporting the last few days, no one's mentioned that Enrique Fermi and his colleagues in the University of Chicago did the first chain on December 2nd, 1942.
Okay.
So it's quite a little shit stroke, but it's very close to 80 years later to the day that this breakthrough occurred. And so you guys, if this would work, if this is a harbinger, if this is really the beginning of something huge, it would change the world.
thank you for explaining that to Alice.
I was going to say all that, but
It changed the world. I mean,
nuclear fusion reaction. Interesting. Wait. What does that say after that? It's the same energy that powers the sun.
you notice? Yeah. You notice so funny. I don't watch the news. I used to be a news junkie. I loved it. When I first got out of prison, I couldn't get enough, and I was a CNN person, and they were good back then. I did. They got so fucking bad. Fox, you can't listen. Yeah. They're not news anymore. They're fucking goddamn entertainment channels. I think people should fucking know it, and they should say it. I mean, they give you what the little shit that I can read in the paper or I can read on the internet.
Yeah.
They do. And I just don't put it on. I get sick and tired. I
You
really do.
It's something like fucking. I forget the number, but I want to say it was like 75% of CNN's ad revenue was from Big Pharma in the last like 2 years over the pandemic. So I think that's the right number.
Well, yeah, because I don't wear.
me on that.
Did you wear a mask?
When I had to.
I don't. I never.
Sometimes
I had to, of course, like you said.
Sometimes I gotta go to the grocery store, like in the middle of the pandemic. Like I didn't want to be the one guy that was like a dick. Like I didn't want to be the one asshole. Really?
I refuse to go to any business that mandatory to me, especially now. Even then, I always said I've become very gay. I hate people. I really don't. I don't like the word hate. I dislike myself being like that. I'll tell you why. Because I've seen so much bullshit, so much government bullshit, so much lying. So I watch government fucking lie and cheat. DEA, super dead. Did you just see about the guy all over the news about the DEA agent who went to prison for 12 years, and now he came out the day before he went to prison. Look at that up. But DEA goes to prison in Miami, and you'll see, and he came out and says the prosecutors, state U.S. attorneys are involved. The fucking all the agents are involved in what? Of fucking how they're fucking stealing money, and it's all bullshit. The drug war on drugs is bullshit because they were going places just for trips to have fun and saying they were doing investigations. And this U.S. attorneys, you know, each district has U.S. attorney, and that fucking head law enforcement, that they are the head law. People don't think. Always people think the sheriff. The head law enforcement officer in any area is the state attorney. He is the person. He's the head. That's why Attorney General is the head law enforcement officer of the United States. Right. He is the head law enforcement officer, the Attorney General of the United States. Yeah. Period. Yeah. Well, everyone knew. I think most people. No, a lot of people think it's the sheriff. Oh, the biggest mistake this country made in my lifetime would be maybe believing Trump really cared about middle America. I mean, that was the biggest con I've ever seen. If someone asked me, what's the biggest con I've ever seen? Trump, literally, people from the Midwest, Alabama, Louisiana, fucking Iowa, that he likes them. Right. I mean, are you fucking kidding? Are you that fucking blind? Yeah, that's funny. It's funny. I mean, it's funny, but sad. You can signal to people like that, and they just fucking bullshit. Holy shit! Maybe I gotta figure that out. Maybe I attract too smart of an audience. I don't fucking know. So, you pulled that up? DEA agent? The prison, the way like the war on drugs. Yeah, right. Okay. Veteran Miami agent charged in bribery conspiracy. Look what he says in you can look. He goes to jail. Current U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration agent and a former supervisor in the agency was charged Friday with leaking confidential law enforcement information to defense lawyers in Miami in exchange for $70,000 each. No, that's a different one. In cash. No. Put DEA agent goes to jail in Miami or something. I think it's DEA goes to prison. Yeah. Veteran Miami agent charged. No. Keep going. Former DEA special agent sentenced to prison for money. Is that him? Did he get how many? No, he got drug war on war. Yeah, put it drug war. Agents traveling for free. Drug war. Yeah, do that. Agents traveling for free. After I heard that after the Civil War, when the South first started like putting the first private prisons in America, that what we were doing was leasing prisoners. We had a prisoner leasing program where companies could lease prisoners to work in factories, work on their farms, and this was basically like a legal loophole for slavery. They do that. I mean, obviously, prison labor. There's a great 60 Minutes piece to read about how a factory was put with 50 employees making hats up in the Northeast, and they were put out of prison. Put out of business by a prison who's got slavery. I mean, think of it. You know, we are the only country. First of all, you do know the United States is the worst country in prostitution. Yeah, more people per capita, right? Not per capita, per numbers. We have more people incarcerated than China, and they're fucking 1.3. Actually, India is the new leader of the world population. India surpassed China, but neither of those countries got 2 billion people. Neither. Now people say, "Oh, but they cut their hands off." That's bullshit. That's propaganda. That's United States. That's night. You don't think the United States kills motherfuckers? Yeah, I mean, China kills motherfuckers. You know, where do you hear your? I'll tell you why I got gay. They got mobile death squads. But listen, mobile death squad. They got Uber execution. You want to hit? You fucking watching too much fucking TV. It's true. Okay, listen. You know it's a death penalty to do fucking tax fraud or any kind of financial fraud, any white collar crime. We should make that the congressman. Let me explain. Any kind of fraud in China is punishable by death. Okay, listen. China does not have a conspiracy. You know what the conspiracy law is? You're not working. It's a way to like wrap most people up into a RICO. No, I got RICO. I was RICO is conspiracy, right? Yeah. RICO is 2 or more acting in defense of a common crime. Now, you take conspiracy. Here's what it means. You, me, and Austin are sitting in this room. Just sitting here. Your nice sponsor gives us more orders than that for fucking robbery. So we're fucking discussing it. And you say, you know, I'm out. I just fucking, I don't. Okay. We were bullshitting anyway. I'm out. You know, we go do it. You get arrested. You get arrested. We could have all got arrested if they just knew we were talking. It's a conspiracy. It is the fucking most horrendous law. No other country does it. Because did you hear about the guy Bowden? Did you hear what I said? The judge in that case, when she gave him the minimum guideline, was 25 years. She says, you don't know he was going to do anything. You set up a sting operation with Bowden. And you know what Bowden's people said is correct. If you go by the standard they put him in, every one of these fucking arms people who sell fucking guns and gun oil in shows and shit should go to prison.
Well, they do.
No, they don't. That's the problem.
I had the guy from War Dogs on here. He went to his.
We're gonna have a good show. Talk about all guests.
The main guy, Ephraim.
That'd be a good show.
The main guy, Ephraim, went to prison for a few. He only went here 5 years. David, he got house arrest. But I mean, they were selling shit to the army.
And what did one guy get?
One guy got 5 years. The other guy got house arrest.
Why did one get 5 and one house arrest?
Because the guy who did
the ratting or what? Had to be snitches.
So the guy who did Ephraim, who did 5 years, he was the one who was running the company and basically telling everyone what to do. And the guy David, who was his partner, he got kicked. Ephraim fired him and kicked him out of the company before the investigation started, before everyone got taken down, and he didn't pay him a dime.
So he gets arrested.
Who?
You said the guy David got arrested.
He was on house arrest.
That's all. Well, he's arrested, and he got a record. He got a sentence or something.
Yeah, he was on house arrest for I think over a year.
Is that feds? What was the case? You know, sounds like it. What's the case?
What do you mean?
What was the case about?
It was about Ephraim and David. It's have you ever seen the movie War Dogs? They were using the government's website where you can basically bid on federal contracts.
Oh, that's federal.
They were bidding on federal contracts. They won a over $100 million arms contract to supply AK-47 ammo to people in Iraq, to our government in Iraq, and they sourced it from Albania. But I guess there was a law that was in place where we are not allowed to buy or do any sort of transaction with China regarding ammunition or guns or anything.
Just like Cuba.
So they were buying it, and they found out in the process when they got the deal, they got this weapon they got these bullets for a really good price in Albania.
Something like this in China.
They found out once they made the deal that this fucking ammunition was sourced from China decades before. Because it had the boxes had Chinese markings on them. So like, fuck. But there was nothing wrong with the ammo. It was originally sold from China, brought from China to Albania decades ago in another conflict. And so they thought, fuck it, we're just going to repackage it so no one knows it's from China. And we're going to fulfill the contract. And hope nothing goes wrong. They were fucking selling all this weapon. They were selling all this ammo to the government. It was being shipped to Iraq. Nothing. All the ammo was firing perfectly. There was nothing going wrong with it. And an investigator in Tampa, I forget the name of the agency he worked for.
I remember. Now I'm kind of like.
There was a big New York Times article that came out, and they were trying to say look, these guys are breaking the law. They're fucking selling Chinese ammo. These kids, they were in their early 20s when they were doing this $100 million contract, and they weren't hurting anybody. The guys from the army were like, "This is fucking fine. There's nothing wrong with this ammo. We fired all of it. Not one round has been wrong."
But Biden could go over there and shake his hand and go to whoever and hang out and do, just like Saudi Arabia, Khashoggi. I was a big supporter of liftoff. I bashed the PGA Tour Commission at every fucking shit. Why? Because they wanted a monopoly, the PGA Tour.
Yes.
And here's what got me mad.
They were just here, 5 minutes down the street. Just here at the Pelican Golf Club, 5 minutes down the street from here. Tiger and Rory and all those guys.
And I used to be a big Rory fan. I'm a big golf. I was a 3 handicap. And I golfed with a lot of pros. I golfed with Pro-Ams, and I golfed with Nicholas. And I'll tell you what, I got so mad at the PGA. Here's where I got mad. At fucking the commissioner, not Tim Fitzgerald, Jay Monahan. when he enlisted the people from 9/11 to fucking write the players, the survivors of 9/11. He enlisted them to write letters saying you shouldn't work with you should. He had the survivors of 9/11 calling these players to not go over the limit. You know, and
this was the guy from the top guy at PGA.
The PGA Tour, Jay Monahan, who's the fucking goddamn commissioner of the PGA Tour. And listen how wrong that is. The PGA Tour had a fucking event in February. You knew that, right? This year. They had a tournament in February. Or last year, whatever the first year they started.
Is that the one where they interviewed Trump about it and the protesters were there and they asked Trump, and Trump was like, well, you know, we still haven't gotten to the bottom of 9/11.
No, it was about the Khashoggi. Khashoggi there. And it got me so mad because every one of us are doing something with fucking Saudi Arabia with your 401k or whatever the fuck you're doing. There's companies that are invested there, and there's companies that own Saudi Arabia. Stop the fucking hypocrisy of saying, let's not do it because of fucking one incident. How many fucking people do you think the United States has killed? I see them kill people in prison. Right. I see it all the time. I meant that. I mean, for real shit. And we had the balls to try to tell these players who can make more money and do stuff, independent contractors. So they sign, I get what they sign. But fucking this commission, how does he find $52 million the next fucking, next year they're getting 52 more million into their palm, into their prize funds. Right. Oh, you just found 52 million?
Right.
You fucking people were stealing it.
They had a monopoly.
Rory was fucked. I was a big Rory fan, but I'm not. I saw Rory hit golf ball. I was sitting at a bench right behind him in Jupiter Hills. Beautiful. And the general manager wanted my book, and he invited me out. That's right. We were friends.
So I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's now that they have more competition or they're trying harder now. But they just did a fucking big PGA event right down the street from Pelican, and they did it.
I didn't know it.
They did it at night.
Really?
So it was at nighttime. They had fucking stadium
Did you go?
lighting throughout there. I didn't go. It was like fucking.
How do you golf?
It's like $10,000 a ticket. But it was
what?
It was at night, and there's
$10,000 a ticket. Stop! You can't go by that quick.
I don't know.
You can't say that.
I don't know. It was in the thousands. Okay.
Thousands of dollars for a fucking golf ticket to go watch an event?
Watch these guys. Yeah.
They better be giving me blowjobs every hole.
I know. That's what I'm saying. That's why I didn't go. So
no blowjobs.
So
no anal fucks or anything.
They're micing up the golfers, and it's at night. It was fucking cool.
Well,
it was entertaining, and
I
never
get that.
seen the PGA.
I like when they do those events. You know, the Brady and the golfer, athletes. You know, because you see how fucking.
But I wonder if they're doing that now because it's like they have competition. It's
First of all,
them better. Competition is good. It makes you have to evolve and get better.
And you know what Liv has done too. They're bringing people who don't know golf into golf. Younger people with the concerts and everything else, and somebody might pick up on it. They're doing a lot of good things that people are not highlighting. Because golf is dying. It was bigger when I was younger. Then it's come down. Got up with Tiger. Now it's going down a little bit. Because you're a golfer. I get it. You're gonna love it. You watch. I used to watch. I never missed the golf. Fuck anything else. I never missed the tournament. I can tell you where I was when Nicklaus won his in '86 with his fucking jacket. That's a moment to me.
Yeah.
Literally.
Yeah.
And I loved it, ate it, breathed it. I got so mad I did not watch one PGA Tour event. I watch majors because they're non-PGA, and I'm glad no majors stop people. And I think the world golf scoring, world golf points should come up with a system. I get where they don't want $48 a field, and there's also a no cut. So, you don't know. You could do money. But there's no question in my mind Dustin Johnson was the best golfer this year. Yeah. First of all, you remember? Over 30 million. Maybe 34 million. Go, can you Google that, please? How much did Dustin Johnson, PGA, live earnings? Now, listen to this. Oh, you know what they are, right? Dustin Johnson got $125 million. He got $67 million. Phil Mickelson was the highest paid athlete last year. He got $100 million up front. He got $200 million. Actually, he got $100 million up front. Oh, he's easy pulling it up. Yeah. Right. Official tournament. No, that's career. I wanted you to. He got more money to sign with Liv than he got in his whole career.
Yeah, I've heard some of that.
Yeah, just put up Liv, L-I-V.
They offered Tiger $1 billion.
Look at this. Dustin Johnson, $35 million with Liv. 1 year, 35. Did you know what every player is saying?
Find out how much Liv offered Tiger.
Yeah, it was like, did you know the best one though? Was there's a young guy, I forget his name. Oh, Harold Varner. Harold Varner goes over and he goes, listen, he goes, they talked about him coming over and he goes, this is my job. I don't know. But I'm trying to make money for my kids. He goes, and they're trying to tell me, okay, so no, that's right. That's right. I know Jack Nicklaus, they offered a lot of money too, Jack. And you know, wish Jack Nicklaus was not saying he's smart.
See, that's the thing. I wonder what those live contracts look like as far as
I could say, oh yeah, you mean like
controlling them.
Yeah,
Controlling
I'd like to know that.
Like you can't say no gay shit.
No, I don't think so.
Dress like this. You can't have your shirt off. Like
I
heard
have not.
Weird.
They got shorts on. They wear shorts in Live.
Do they?
Yeah, they changed that rule, and that's the smartest rule they ever made. Why don't they? You know what
They probably can't speak out against this. I mean, obviously they can't speak out against the Saudi Arabian government.
No,
I mean,
nobody does anyway.
There's gotta be some fucking sense.
No, see, see. Maybe I don't know, you're believing too much in the government, our government, United States. We're open. We're fucking less open than them. No way, Jay Monahan told anybody. Yes,
we're less open.
Yes, absolutely. What do you think black funds are and all that shit? They tell you what they want to tell you. You know, I'll tell you a quick story. When I was in the military, I was I told you I went on a ship called the Jarvis, which is out of Hawaii. It was a 378-foot high endurance cutter. That was my second. That's when I ended up getting hurt in the Bering Sea. Well, our job was to go enforce the 200-mile fisheries conservation zone. Every country has a fisheries conservation zone of 200 miles. That means any ships in your water, you can check them, see if they're taking the right fish. If they take the wrong fish, they get fined. All this shit, a whole bunch of shit. So we used to do that. But we used to board Russian boats. We used to board Maru boats and Japanese boats. We used to board other country boats. I was sitting drinking vodka on a boat with the heavyweight champ of Russia. Okay? And the propaganda that we heard about them was bullshit. And you know, the evil, you know, the fucking Darth Vaders and everything. Yeah, they have assholes like Putin or whoever the fuck it is. And we had assholes like Trump or this one. Yeah, whoever they are. I mean, not even Trump. I don't give a fuck. Biden's brain dead too. I mean, how sad is our country we can't get two fucking other than these guys to run for fucking office? I actually like the gay guy. I thought Pete Buttigieg would have been the best fucking president.
Really?
7 languages. Listen, he spoke 7 languages fluently. He fucking got there was a major in the military. He's the only fucker that ran anything. All these fucking congressmen and shit don't do shit. He ran the city. He was a mayor, so he could talk about what it is. Anyway, the propaganda we heard about depression was so much bullshit. And I learned that back in the 80s. So I at that point I started questioning a little bit. You know, don't get me wrong, I'm an American. I mean, I love my country. I'm a retired veteran. But I don't believe every word they say. I've watched too much shit that they do, and they're too big. You know, when you see Kamala Harris, what she did, I can't stand it. I don't want to use the word hate. I cannot stand it. Actually, I had some people say that I threatened her, and you're gonna have to see the service. I didn't threaten her, of course. But that bitch, I think I said that bitch should be shot. You know, not like, you know, you'd say it offhand, stuff like that. I mean, it wasn't. Let me tell you why. She had evidence and the actual fucking data to release 1,000 people wrongly convicted of DNA. She wouldn't. She didn't. I think I heard her say it. Is that fucked up?
And she probably just did it for
politics. It was
political bullshit.
Exactly,
you know,
right.
Trying to,
Danny, it's
she's
frustrating.
just trying to advance her career. That's the problem with all politicians. All they care about is getting in the good graces of people that can help them or make them more money.
Well, politicians, I got to get back on Live, because that was a big topic for me for months. A question have you watched Live? They have fucking team tournament setups that are off the fucking charts. Really. Cap picks their team, and Dustin Johnson and their team won that so much money. Pat Perez was on their team. See, it always made me laugh about this whole thing. A lot of these guys were talking out against Phil Mickelson. So Phil deserved it. Because he was the first one that said this is right. Why should we be held back? Everything else, he was right. He was ostracized by a lot of the players that are playing in Live right now. Whether it's Pat Perez and these guys were saying, you know, you shouldn't. You got to stick with the PGA Tour. Bullshit. They fucking are. They just want to monopolize it, and they did. they think they get. Did you know John Rahm, when he was the world #1 money leader, best person in the sport, he made $7.9 million. Do you know what Steph Curry made? $40 million.
But he made that's from the NBA.
Whatever it is, if you take the highest paid of every sport, and you look at John Rahm, who had the best year, #1 money list, most wins, $7.9 million. Now, don't get me wrong, they had a guy today, last year, the guy made about $18 million. He made a lot of millions. What was his name? That's how much I don't want to watch it. He was a good young guy. He came out of nowhere. Not young, but yeah, young. My point is, they were so underpaid. Yeah. PJ Tour, all the sponsorship, all the they were way underpaid. And now you got to remember this. For the guy that's on trying to get in there and make it a tournament, even a top 120, then you take $1 million out of that. I think it was $1 million. It's not as much as you think when you're paying the coaches and staffs and your taxes. I mean, the guy's fucking like me, less. You know what I mean? He's fucking gonna pay. If he pays 30% taxes, he's getting $700,000. Now, how much is he going for a manager and a trainer and a fucking swing coach? And another fucking 20%, 30% on top of that. Okay, he makes $500,000 a year. A lot of people make $500,000 a fucking year. That guy's got no family life. He's on the road every fucking day. But he's fucking, I know, because I know a lot of golfers.
He's a carny with a dental plan.
Yeah, that's true. I know a lot of those guys. And the PGA Tour wouldn't change as well. Like Live changed it to shorts. Every single sport changes. You look at baseball. They're coming with a clock this year. You know that. There's a clock. A pitch clock. Football changes all the fucking time.
Baseball's one of the ones that's like, how much longer?
Well, it's just a slow game, and that's what they're trying to get a clock involved. Because you go from football or fucking basketball or hockey, and then you talk baseball. It's like fucking watching paint dry. Right. I mean, going from those sports, but every sport changes.
And even like look at the big fucking sports talking head shows. They never talk about baseball.
Oh, they have yes.
Really?
You're talking about they have baseball shows.
Maybe like for niche audiences, but like the big shows like Undisputed or First Take never talk about baseball.
No, yes they do. Especially the World Series was great.
I mean, maybe they'll mention it like fleetingly, but
they're only from that sport. Like
don't get me wrong. I think baseball's cool. I
love baseball.
I like watching baseball. I don't watch every game.
I like taking my kids.
Yeah, it's fun.
I used to cut school back in the day.
It's really fun watching them in person, but like it just seems like it's not America's pastime. It's past its time.
I don't know. My brother and I were the first two civilians on the Yankee school program. Changed got the new stadium in 1977. We jumped over the right field wall, which is a space between the fence and the wall.
Yeah.
And we're in dollar bleachers. It's dollar. That's what it was back then. $1. We used to cut school. Net from school, jump on a train. I often look about kids today, pussies they are. I didn't take no fucking school bus. We had fucking city buses, and fucking we would travel the train. I was working fucking 15 years old going down Manhattan on a fucking train. I remember 1970. I think you could look that up. 77 blackout year. I was 16 years old, and I got fucking caught in the subway system on the blackout. I'm in the middle of Harlem, I hid under a fucking parked car until I saw a cab with a light on. And I look at that. You see that 77. See, Larry's right on, man.
I've never even heard about this.
The whole city went dark.
How
look
long?
At me.
The New York City blackout of 1977 was. Look at that Wikipedia.
July 13th, 14th, 2 days. Yeah.
New York City blackout 1977 was an electricity blackout that affected most of New York City on July 13th through the 14th, so 2 days.
Yeah.
The only unaffected neighborhoods in the city were in southern Queens.
Yep.
Including neighborhoods of the Rockaway. Wow.
And also, you could look at city.
What kind of fuckery happened during those 2 days? I bet you it was like the purge.
Oh, go look at, scroll down. I did Co-op City. Co-op City, when I was young, Co-op City was blacked out. Was Co-op City blacked out during
sure.
Nope.
They said the only two cities
that's what I think it's wrong. Watch this. Co-op City. They had their own generators. We were watching it from where we lived.
They had generators?
Yeah. No, not generators. Their own electrical plant. outside the city.
Oh, really?
It's called Co-op City. Co-op City, New York. Was it blacked out? But I'm saying no. I'm pretty good today. My dates are pretty good. What do you think?
You are.
You know, you
You're
gotta
on that-
like that.
you're
You
on
know,
that-
you're gonna like that.
You're on that fucking dick juice. You got a better memory.
Right? I'm gonna show it to you. When I leave, you're gonna go in with you. You can like that cigar.
Shoot me up with it. Give me a shot.
Yeah, of course. I've shot many people. Gotta get Co-op City. Oh, there. No, Co-op City and yeah, just put this Co-op City. No. Did Co-op City have electric during the blackout in 77?
You're saying it didn't?
I see it.
You say it did.
It did have power. It did. It was lit up like a fucking Christmas tree. Is he putting that? Are you putting that in? I just want to see that. Man, I think of my life, right now, 60. I said, that's why I don't think I'm getting surgery.
Yeah,
I'll show it on. I'll show it on your.
All right, show.
Oh,
holy shit! Line all the way from your ass to the top of your back. That was the microphone stand. No, this. Yeah, you're good. You finally, he can't find it. It's all right. Need a mic.
I get on my phone
All right,
and get it, but don't worry.
we just did 3 hours.
Oh, what?
Let's wrap it up. 3 hours and 15 minutes.
Fucking hours. What time did I get here?
We got like
1:30.
1:30. Yeah,
We started right away.
5 o'clock.
What time do you normally go?
What time do I normally?
Okay, on air you're gonna do two things. You and I are gonna do two things. I'm gonna get you some good guests, and you're gonna get me some good guests. I got some good ones for you.
Okay.
And then I always think other podcasts, guys that try to get, push people to something. My son asked me to get something from you once. What was it?
Want some stickers?
Yeah, I wear your shirt.
Do you really? I got another one.
I sent you a picture of me in your shirt.
Oh yeah, you did. You gave me the Pornhub shirt.
Yeah, that was good. Let me tell you
some more.
Let me tell you what happened. I was at the airport, right? And someone goes, "You're Larry Lawton." I said,
oh yeah, you.
He goes, "You're Larry Lawton?" I said, yeah. He goes, "Concrete? Is that another show?" I said, "Yeah, it's a friend of mine over in St. Pete." Holy shit! And that's when I took the picture. I said, because they notice shit like that, and people do. And I owe you a something. All right, you got nothing. All right, you want to clean this up here?
Yeah, let's wrap it up.
I got some things inside.
Plug your cigars, your YouTube, your podcast, everything.
Plug it. I think I know it. Yes. If you got to check out any of my videos or my podcast, first of all, my podcast is The Real Deal with Larry Lawton. We were at top 1% at a 2,900,000 podcast. But here's the better nut. We do something no one does. We literally never, ever cut. I have to tell people, if you come in here, you want to get canceled, you want to say some bullshit, say it. Because that's what's going to happen. We have not. If a friend comes in, I fuck up. Garfield, we made a star. He goes on his route. People say, "Oh, you're on Larry's show," and shit like that. Because we got a lot of people on Harry because they hate followers and everything. And so that's the real deal. And that goes on for every Monday and Friday. And we literally tape it. It's up. So it's not even
every day?
No, Monday and Friday.
Oh,
Monday and Friday. We had some really good shows coming on. And I had guys like Randy Lanier, CEOs and stuff, congressmen and stuff like that. And then my YouTube channel, I still love them. I still keep asking them. I got something else coming. I got to tell them. I have a cooking show. We did our first. I got some professionals coming down from California. I worked with them on my TV show. And it's going to be on the road with Larry Lawton, cooking around the world. We actually did one pilot show. People fucking love it. I'm going to show you in the RV. I'm changing things in the RV. This is going to be a mobile studio. I mean, a cooking studio. That, and I got, obviously, my program, and I speak all over the country, but the cigars. Please go check them out. The cigars are my legacy.
They got a website?
Yes, crookeddiamond.com.
Crookeddiamond.com.
Is it Crooked Diamond? Yeah. CrookedDiamondCigar.com. CrookedDiamondCigar.com. You gotta be 20.
Get your own humidor.
And beautiful box.
Hold up, show
Is that a great box right here? Look at this. Is that a great box? And look at this. Magnetics here.
There we go.
Yeah, look at it.
That's it.
Yeah, that's my cigar. We have 3 sizes. We have the 4 sizes. The Churchill, which is a 7x50. Then we got a 6x50. We got a 5x50 and a 6x60.
And the Larry special, the 7x7.
7x6.
7x6. The 7x6 with the smiley face on the tip.
Oh, nobody knows that.
Oh, now you want me to cut out my podcast?
You don't want to know my dick is everywhere anyway. I'm sure if anybody Google my fucking dick, it'll be somewhere. I guarantee that. Oh, I'm gonna put this right next to Kirill's.
Do it.
I have assholes.
Take a couple of them.
Yeah, a couple. I got them on my thing. And people go, what
and look, I got the Buccaneers ones too. Like the Bucs logo.
I like the porn one.
Yeah,
of course I do.
I don't have the stickers.
Yeah, the porn's the best.
All right, Larry. Thanks again, man. And
thank you. I want to say thanks again. And are you gonna come over and see me?
Yeah, let's do it. I'll
come over.
Next time there's surf, I'll come over there. I'll have a surf trip. We'll come to the podcast. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, good. I'll let you surf. I know a lot of surfers too, and they know what to surf. Have a great day.
All right. Goodbye, world. Mentioned that last time you were here, you were like one of the opening acts. Now you're the headliner of the show you're doing down here.
Yeah, man.
You're on the come ups, huh?
A lot of changes in 2 years, bro. Like, the last time I was down here 2 years ago, in September, I was definitely just like the opening. I was even catching a hard time for that. Like Tyler said something like that. Tyler now headline just added a show to the show now.
That's so sick. I explained to you, like, I was telling Johnny last week when he was here, like,
I would shout out to Johnny Mitchell.
Johnny, yeah, he's sick. Your style of comedy is so much different than a lot of people because, to me at least, when I watch you and I listen to you talk to people, especially when you're roasting people, I feel like the main difference is a lot of other guys, I can tell they're trying really, really hard. Like, I can tell like it's obvious that they worked hard on like the shit they're talking about and their bit or whatever. But you, I feel like it feels like you're not even trying. It feels like it just comes naturally.
Well, yeah, I mean, not to toot my own horn, but that's different. That's different between somebody being good and somebody being great. You know what I'm saying? Like anybody who does something and it looks effortless, that's like, oh, this guy is natural instead of somebody who's not really a natural comedy trying to really be. Like, you know the difference in everything. Like somebody can practice real hard to be a great baseball player. You can tell people who are born to play baseball.
Yeah,
there's a big difference.
Yeah, so. And then being able to combine like the discipline and putting in like the hard work and the time into it, as well as having that natural ability. That's really what sets people off.
10,000 hours. It doesn't know.
10,000 hours. You gotta know it. Oh, it's the AC.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I dub it out after.
Oh, okay.
It's not super annoying, is it? I mean, you can think, right?
Yeah, I can think. For y'all, I was like, did they hear that? Like,
no,
I'm real sensitive to noise.
I gotta get the AC system replaced in this thing. Piece of shit.
But yeah,
10,000. Is that like the Malcolm Gladwell thing he talks about?
Yeah. It's real. It's like you can. I can feel myself becoming like more of a natural stage, more just like a seventh sense instead of like actually going out and doing comedy. So it's like I'm just going on stage and giving you my personality while I'm doing it. Instead of, I still have a set that I've written and prepared, but like you'll look at comedians in the early days, like if you look at Dave Chappelle. Like a lot of stuff you do in your early days is real joke, and then the more you do it and you become great, it becomes like more of you. Like nobody else can say it but you. Like you look at Dave Chappelle, so like that's the growth. Some people don't like it, but it's what comes natural.
You mean you kind of like fall into like this own lane you created? Like you kind of like carved out a niche for yourself in like a certain style, so you kind of like more lean into that harder and harder.
Yeah, once you find your voice, that's what you'll hear. You'll hear a lot of comedians talk about finding your voice on stage, and that's what they need. Like I can go on stage and rant. I know what I'm afflictions, I should say, and what's going to be and what's not going to be. So I know how to say it, why to say it, where to say it.
Right. Yeah, you definitely know how to read it.
Yeah, yeah. That's very important, man. Like, like a lot of comedians like always ask me for advice. I'm like, bro, just be funny. Like, you know, stop trying to like have a scientific formula. Like, just be funny.
Yeah. Just be you.
Yeah, just be you, bro.
Yeah.
Don't say you.
You said you just moved to Austin?
Yeah, I'm out there in Austin now.
How long you been there?
Since August.
Joe moved you down?
Yeah, man, you know, Rogan had to get all the best. He had to get all the best people down there, man. He's creating like a comedy utopia. I mean,
didn't like Duncan move down there too,
Duncan,
and a bunch of
down
guys?
there, Tim Dillon, Tony Hinchcliffe.
So what's the scene like there now? Is it just like way bigger than it was before all that? I'm sure it has
So
to
the
be,
first
right?
time I ever went to Austin was shortly after I did your podcast, which was like December 2020.
Yeah.
And Rogan was there. They had did a couple of shows, and I came down there to do some shows with Tony. And then I would hit up other spots, and the scene just wasn't a scene. Like, it was just people on stage, you know, writing some shit. I mean,
Local people and stuff.
Yeah, saying some shit they just wrote that day, and it's like, fuck, bro. I'm like, it's not gonna make me better. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, if this is the
like
fucking
gonna dumb you down.
Yeah, because I'm like, because in LA, bro, you might have to follow a killer. You might have to
You
follow.
gotta be ready.
You might have to follow a Theo Von in LA. And you're like, oh shit, I better bring my A game. But these motherfuckers here, you're like, what the fuck is this? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So, Rogan started doing a residency, and I do it a lot with him. It's every Tuesday, most every Tuesday and Wednesday.
What does that mean?
Where you just continuously do shows at the same place.
Okay.
Yeah, so he does a residency at this place called Open, and that's pretty much every Tuesday and Wednesday, and that's a great show to be on. Like, he expects new material. He doesn't want you to do the same thing over and over. And he really challenges comedians. That's why when he opens his club, it's gonna be the best club in the nation, in my opinion. Because I don't feel like any comedy club has ever opened a comedy club to focus on the comedian. Every comedy club has focused on how we're gonna make money. How we're gonna maximize profits. So he's actually opening a comedy club where it's like comedian first. You know what I'm saying?
Right. He doesn't have to worry about the business side. I mean, you do, but not like you're not doing it just because you have to.
Yeah.
It's kind of like
that's like his whole like theme.
Bro, like Rogan's so dope, bro. Like, and like I said, I've never seen a comedy club be built before. But he'll bring us all in. He's like, "What do you think about this? What should we do?" It's like, damn, like I have input in one of probably that's going to be a historic comedy club. And I have input. What you think about this? What you think about that? What you think about this miniseries? What you think about having Drake fight? Like, we should lower the ceiling so that the sound. It's like, wow, I have input. You know what I'm saying? So it's like mind blowing, and it's taking a while because he's like taking his time to fine tune everything so that we have the best light, so that we have whatever the best measurement, so that the sound stays in the room with us. So like we were there a few months ago. I believe it was August. I had just freshly moved, so either August or September, and Louis C.K. was in town, and he told Rogan like these cities are way too tall. Yeah, he's like these cities are
just like that.
Yeah, and Rogan was like, well, what we got to do?
How tall do they got to be?
Yeah, and so he lowered the ceilings, man, like 7 feet.
No
7
way.
feet, just because
feels more intimate, maybe.
Yeah, more intimate in the laughter. Like you get a full. You put 250 people in a room. I think the one room hosts 250, the other one's gonna hold like 175. But you put 250 people in a room that's built to hold sound and the ceilings are low. It's gonna sound like a room.
Yes. Yeah. That's good he's doing that, bro. You know damn well he didn't do any of that when he set up that Red podcast studio. He didn't talk to anybody. He might have talked to one guy. Yo, what should I do to this? Make it look like fucking a red hellscape.
That's him. Like,
yeah, that was Joe's vision. For sure.
Yeah. That's
that was
like
him building what he wanted.
Like, bro, even when we were, talking about designs, he's like, yeah, I want the bar to look like the bar from The Shining.
Oh shit!
You know what I'm
Really?
saying? So it's like, bro, you got money. You know what I'm saying? You got money. You got money like that, and like he's real passionate about comedy, but more so, he's more passionate about the comedian. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like he's
the experience being there.
He takes care of all his friends. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's why it was easy for me to stick up for him. I was like, trying to call him a racist.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, this is a racist. Give me more.
Yeah.
I think I like racism.
Bro, it's so crazy how a lot of the comedians will just fucking turn their backs on people when they get called out for being racist or saying some like anti-Jew shit on the media or whatever.
Yeah, but
like
these comedians will never make it.
Yeah,
these comedians will never make it. Or if they make it, you know, they'll be soy boy. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, bro, your time's gonna come. Like, there's gonna be a time when some shit about it's inevitable. If you're in the spotlight, some shit is gonna come your way. You're gonna have some. You're gonna have some disgruntled bitch. You're gonna have some old employee. You're gonna have something where somebody tries to take from you because America's just a greedy place. So if somebody sees an opening and they try to, you know, slide into that opening, then they can cook up whatever's going. It's like, bro, like if a girl came out from 15 years ago and she was like, I didn't really want to have sex with him, but it's like, bitch, I don't know. Like, maybe I did talk you into it because that's what guys do.
Yeah.
Let's go get a drink and see how you feel. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, girl, let me just give you a little. Let me get 10 pumps. Let me get 10 pumps. Every guy has done that.
Yeah, no doubt.
Every guy has coerced his way into a girl's vagina.
Yeah,
that's what men do.
That's what animals do.
Every guy has been like, come on, man, let me just eat it. Let me suck on your tip. Like, every guy has done that. So, you know, if some girl were to say, he coached me into having sex with him, it could be true.
The game.
Right.
That's the game.
That's
like,
life.
Every guy, you know, takes a bitch out for drinks in hopes that she gets loose and go home to fuck. Is that wrong? You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like it's a big difference in me taking you to drinks to get loose versus like popping something in your drink like Bill Cosby.
Yeah, bro. The crazy thing about that whole N-word thing with Joe that they tried to cancel him for is I saw I don't remember how long ago. Maybe it had to have been over a year ago, before the whole thing happened recently with him.
Yeah,
he was doing his stand-up routine, and he actually brought it up during his stand-up routine. He's like, "There's a video out there of me saying the N-word compilation a bunch of times," and he was like, I forget what the joke was.
He was like, "Even I went, fuck."
Yeah. He's like, even I thought I was racist for a second.
Yeah, he like, bro, before it came out, you know what I'm saying? He told on it.
Yeah.
I'm like, bro, like, I know your heart, dog. Like, even if you called a black person N-word, I'd be like, yo, you fucked up, but I know your heart. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I know your heart, dog. Like, and you know, you helped me take care of my kids, and you helped me establish myself in Austin. So, what? Like, I know this dude's heart. It's a great man. He opened his house to me, you know, opened his money to me, his pockets and opportunities to me. So it's like, bro, like, I know your heart, and if you're advancing people of color, like I don't see racist traits in my life.
Right.
And it's like Patrice O'Neal said, comedians are all trying to be. And Patrice said the birth of a funny joke and an unfunny joke come from the same place. And you don't know if it's funny until you say it. And Rogan gets stoned, he gets high, and I can see how the story of the Planet of the Apes, and I felt like I was in Planet of the Apes, came about. I'm trying to be funny. I've tried to be funny before it came out racist. You just didn't say it. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's acting. You know, especially, you know, you're on your podcast. You know, if we start drinking and passing the blunt around, and we start talking about Indians or Asians or whatever, something racist can come out. I might say it funny, but he tries to be there. That guy got you there. He's got a fucking locked in triangle. Yeah, you got out of it, but still, that's big, man. That should count. It's just damage leading up to a KO or that doesn't lead to a KO.
But whenever you're in a situation where you have to say, I'm not racist, you f***ed up. And I clearly have f***ed up.
It's all good, Joe.
You could tell they edited that too. Like there was some cuts. They cut it up. They cut it down to be further.
They immediately hate on Joe
Yeah, they were trying to find an edge on him for a while.
More influence than they would.
Yeah, you know, it's like now they open the big apology when these articles come out about, vaccine possibly causing myocarditis, fucking up girls' periods, women that are 60 years old getting the vaccine, and getting a period again after not having a period for 30-something years, and women becoming infertile. Like, somebody owes them an apology. Like, for someone to be weary of a vaccine that wasn't really tested like that, I mean, you don't gotta go back too far. If you look at black people, you know what I'm saying?
If a guy is tuning you up for like the entire round and you
which one is that?
Isn't it the
Tuskegee
experiment where Tuskegee? Was that it? Where you're giving black people, they're supposed to be giving them a vaccine and then they like injected them with smallpox?
I heard about that.
You ever
find it?
What's Tuskegee?
The syphilis study at
syphilis.
Oh, okay.
In 1990 or 1932, the U.S. PHS, working with a Tuskegee Institute, began a study to record the natural history of syphilis. It was originally called the Tuskegee Study of untreated syphilis in the Negro male, now referred to as the U.S. PHS Syphilis Study at Tuskegee. The study initially involved 600 black men, 399 with syphilis, 201 did not have the disease. Participants' informed consent was not collected. Researchers told the men that they were being treated for bad blood, a local term used to describe several ailments, including syphilis, anemia, and
there's too much weirdness to it. And if you're a fighter,
It says in exchange for taking part in the study, they received free medical exams, free meals, and burial insurance.
What?
So it's like, so for black people,
six judges
fucking vaccine.
Well, black people, the African American population, specifically in like New York, I think, are having the most adverse medical side effects of that vaccine than anybody.
I mean, I've had that shit.
I have never had it. Never fucking had it.
Yeah, I got one.
Bro, it's weird. I've gotten sick. Like I've gotten the same symptoms multiple times. And I've tested myself, and I always tested negative. My wife's got it.
Here's one thing. The one that was out last year, I took hella tests. I was sick. I got and I took hella tests.
Every 5 minutes. And you go into it knowing you're either getting knocked out or submitted.
Strong as that. I just got it.
No shit. So I probably had it. I never took it.
I was at Rogan Studio.
Oh, really?
Yes, one call doctor.
You still do that? You still doing that test for everyone now?
It does work. And it's like there's so many fights where did you see the
there's so much fucking sketchy shit that's happening in this vaccines. Even in like Afghanistan, the CIA, there's a story the CIA set up a like PSYOP vaccination camp for people. They were telling the Afghanistan people that if they were getting vaccines, that they were actually like shooting them up with some bullshit that was fucking them up. I forget what it was. You probably find out what it was. CIA organized a fake vaccination drive to get Osama bin Laden's family's DNA.
You ever seen? I get it, bro. We were not started on morality in this country. So I get it. I get it. We're a fucked up nation. That's how we required a lot of the stuff that we required. We did some dirty shit. We did some sketchy shit to stay number one. And to stay number one for as long as we stay number one, you do have to be fucked up. So I totally get it. And along the way, I don't want me or mine being collateral. You know what I'm saying?
You want what being collateral?
I don't want me or mine, me or my family being collateral drive. So, I'm glad that I do have the resources that I have.
And I was saying that I'm scared of golf.
And hey, should we do this?
The thing that happens with golf is
well,
it takes so much
you know what I'm
time.
saying? Like doctors who are not pushed
Right.
by big
They're gonna be honest.
right, that are not pushed by big pharma.
You know what I'm saying? I always point to Rob because
hey, can you find that video something about Afghanistan of the American soldiers trying to teach Afghanistanians jumping jacks? Have y'all ever seen that?
No.
Oh my! This is why the situation in Kabul happened, bro. These people are not coordinated. Like, type that in on YouTube. American soldiers teach Afghanistanians. They're trying to teach them jumping jacks, bro. So you think they can fucking teach them how to shoot a rifle, bro? You wonder why it's over there so full. Look, they can't.
Kicking the legs and the arms at the same time.
Something so simple.
This guy just can't get it. He just can't.
Just not trained. Unless it was a training camp time. I know I'll never be that way.
Oh my lord.
He went one
That
leg.
is so fucked up, dude. That guy's got it.
Yeah, I know. That's the one person you trust with a gun.
Yeah, all right, we got one. We got one.
Oh, bro, how you supposed to teach these niggas how to use an AR?
Bro, they probably grew up using AR. They were probably in preschool shooting AR. You can't do a jumping jack. Oh my god.
Bro, that's why they didn't want us to. As soon as y'all pull back, Al Qaeda's back. Look who the fuck. Look who holds on.
They're fighting.
These motherfuckers can't do bear crawl.
Oh my god, bro. You see the video of them trying to hold on to the plane that was taking off on the runway and they're falling off the fucking plane?
I'm fucked up. I was laughing at this.
That's crazy.
They're the same guys who can't do a jumping jack. They think they can hold on to the fucking landing gear.
You know what, bro? Like, I'm a proud American citizen. You know what I'm saying? So when I see people like Brittany Griner and all those other people who can now America, see a situation like that, it's like you should be glad that you're in a fucking country where you can even talk bad about
anywhere else that shit would not fly.
Bro, like Qatar over there and all that shit, they having the soccer games right now, bro. People are mysteriously dying. You know what I'm saying, bro? So it's like that one soccer player, he's from Iran, he's getting murdered. He's dead.
Yeah, when he goes back or whatever. Yeah,
I didn't hear about that.
Yeah.
So it's like, bro, like
they lost and he said something. He said something, and they're like, when he goes back, he gets fucked up. He's scared to go back.
I mean, like, you remember the Colombian soccer player who scored a goal in the wrong goal?
No.
Oh, he got beheaded?
Yeah,
I heard about that.
So it's like,
yeah, like not only are they not coming to get you, like you wouldn't even have been playing basketball.
Yeah, so it's like when you see situations like that, it just makes
balanced and fulfilling life. BetterHelp is a great place to start.
Like, you might hate it or love it.
There's
not too many other fucking countries where you can become a self-made millionaire. My dad's family is from Cuba, and there's no way unless you got box, hella baseball, and be a great ass singer. Bro, what's up, dude?
Weed.
Talk it out.
You never heard of Weed? The baseball
Listeners
player?
get
Oh
10%
yeah.
off.
Bro, he was basically like on some slave shit. A person in Texas bought him from Cuba, and that person in Texas sold him to the guy. Bro, these other countries, bro. So that's why it's like, bro, go to North Korea where they show propaganda that they fucking take it over. They gotta brainwash their citizens just to give them hope. You should be happy.
Did she say negative shit about America before she went over there, or was it after she was already in the
Before.
Yeah, she was kneeling for the anthem and doing all
She
that
probably
stuff.
said, I bet you she knows that shit.
I mean, you've been in a Russian prison, so fucking her locks froze off the beach. Like both his brothers are super athletes. You should really connect with each
Just a
person.
phenomenal
no doubt.
and then he's got a great
on where
mind
the
for
fuck
fighting.
you live. That we traded
You
the
can't
arms
discount
deal
his
Yeah.
One of the
Yeah.
biggest, that's what
Yeah.
the
What
arm
was that
dealer
dude's
that Nick,
nickname? He was like
It's
this.
your boot?
Yeah,
No, something
he had a
death.
crate. Yeah, the something of death or something.
The doctor of
The
death.
dealer of death or something.
All I know is,
What
Yeah,
is it
look
called?
up that.
all I know is,
The Merchant of Death.
Merchant of Death.
oh yeah.
Yeah.
All I know is Nick Cage played him in Lord of War, and that was a fucking sick movie. See, the thing about that guy too, I don't know if he wasn't. I don't think he was really that bad of a guy. I think he was just making money. He was just like exploiting opportunities to sell.
That's what
art.
I'm saying. That's how you have to become rich over there.
Yeah.
Right.
Like there's
He's not working a 9 to 5.
You can't really legally be rich.
Right. Right.
In time in this country, dog, you gotta do some illegal shit.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And if you supply oil to terrorists,
So I liked it a little bit.
Eventually charged. See, conspiracy to kill Americans. That's bullshit. That's some. I think that's some fucking American political thing they try to use an excuse.
I can
Yeah, like you sold guns to somebody.
Selling guns to a country that we didn't
That's a
like.
conspiracy charge.
Conspiracy charge is bullshit.
I wonder where they killing them.
He's already doing podcasts, bro. He's already doing interviews over there. Like, yeah, even at,
Yeah, I wondered, like, how does Russia feel?
Because I know he's been over there 2 years.
Long time.
Yeah, we got some shit out of
Yeah,
Them CIA torture.
yeah, you know it's fucked up. Yeah, he wasn't just sitting in the cell for 20 years.
They interviewed him a couple of days ago, and one of the ladies in Russia was asking him, like, what do you think about America now compared to what you thought before? He goes, before I got locked up there, we look at America like a shining town on the hill. Now they have 36 different genders in the places where they have. Like, they don't have the Christian or the Catholic values that we have in Russia. They don't have, there's nothing binding Americans together. There's something more divided than ever. There's a million genders, and nobody gets along.
Constant momentum in your head of improvement. You're on the path. You're iterating the process. You know, and you're feeling that. And when that gets disrupted, when guys get injured and they have to come back, or they get sick and they have to come back, there's like, you gotta like rebuild that momentum.
Like, shit gets so good and comfortable that we can't find problems. We need problems to solve. But once shit becomes so good, like, we look for more and more problems. We dig for problems.
We need, and it's sad to say, we need a 9/11. The day after 9/11. When all that mattered was being,
which is why I really like training camp.
you know, like being in America. I think I was in 56th grade, and I still remember the unit. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, like, I'm from deep south. I'm down here in raised in Georgia. Yeah, I was raised in Georgia. I remember, man, having conversations with young men I was down from Houston. Oh, yeah. We had these conversations that I felt like
What is the difference between your training, like regular training, and then training once you get into camp?
Yeah,
Like, what is a normal day?
like, dog, I feel like some shit like
It's all the exact same. I'm just less
make people see what was really real. And I know that shit ain't real, bro. Like, fuck your pronouns.
Yeah, you're still, it's stupid. There's bigger problems.
What's that guy named? Matt Walsh. Y'all follow him?
Is he the guy who did the documentary? Yeah. What's it called? Never.
Something about a woman.
Yeah, it's about, he interviews basically a bunch of people who got like gender reassignments or anything.
Yeah, bro, because it's like, dog, you over here, and I get it. It's on both sides. Like, you got women that are fascinated with BBL. Like, people in America are just cultural. What's popular right now? I want to do what's popular. Yeah, I want to do what's popular right. It's a drug. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's like, I get it, man. Like, you know, like, you want to feel bad and do stuff. It's like there's a comedian, I don't mention their name, in LA. And the dude started taking hormones. You know what I'm saying? The women's hormones. And he grew titties a little bit. And the facial hair went away. But the dude still got a dick. He still fucks women. And I'm like, you're fucking selfish.
Yeah.
You're not what you're trying to display yourself to be. You're just out here doing this because it's what's popular right now.
Bro, and it's also like, it seems like it's the rich kids that are doing it too. It seems like it's the wealthy people or like the kids of celebrities.
Yeah, that's what happens, man. You get bored.
They think they're bad. It's like they think they're better than everyone, or like I'm too good for male or female. I gotta do something.
Yeah, like Jaden Smith, I want to put his dick out. Cut it out, stupid motherfucker. Cut it out.
Yeah.
I love my dick.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
And Dwayne Wade's kid. You see the shit that came out about Dwayne Wade?
Oh God, his mom is not rich.
Right.
Really?
Right.
Gabrielle?
No, that's not his mom.
Oh no.
The mom.
Oh, we got a
The
different
real mom.
The real mom. I just feel like kids should be innocent, bro. And, I don't want my kids. I got 2 year old. I don't want them to have heterosexual or homosexual sex.
Yeah, that's not important.
Yeah, let these kids grow up. Let them be fucking kids without trying to have them identify. When we were kids, we would have took a Barbie and played it. It didn't mean that I wanted to be a girl. I was a kid. I don't know it. I was trying to make my cousin Barbie's
Yeah, bro. It's crazy because it's incentivized by what? I mean, politics and money, right? Because now there's like all these funding to all the country, charging all this money, making all this money trying to promote it.
Making all this money. And then what's the end goal, though?
So if the